Originally an ordinary high school student in the modern world, for some unknown reason, this young man was suddenly transported to a strange world. But that's not all. The first thing Athai had to do, completely unwillingly, upon arriving in this world was being tied up as bait for monsters. While Athai was still trying to figure out how to cope with this dire situation, suddenly his two kidnappers shouted loudly. It's here, surrounding the small boat was the shadow of a gigantic water monster. It was coiling and thrashing about. Lord Truong's face tightened. We're doomed, didn't they say the water monster was only waist high? It's unimaginably huge, and with one surge it nearly capsized the boat. That bastard Truong panicked. Damn it, it's huge, it's coming this way. Lord Truong spread his legs into a fighting stance. Using the technique from 10 years of bitter training unknown to the world, one punch shakes the realm. This moment has finally come. All these years I've waited for this moment. This punch carries 10 years of power, can you take it? As soon as he finished speaking, the water monster rose up to his level. Its mouth gaped wide, ready to devour them alive. One bite and the boat shattered. Truong and Athai were perched precariously on the remaining timber that hadn't capsized yet. The bald man panicked. I can't die here. Without hesitation, he spun his head around to look at Athai, drew a knife and stabbed it straight into the boy's palm, forcing Athai to let go of the boat's edge in agony. He fell into the water as fresh blood streamed out. His hands were bound, so he couldn't do anything. Athai tried biting the rope with his teeth as hard as he could, but it wouldn't budge. The bloody smell attracted the water monster's attention, making it swim over. Athai was gasping for breath, his eyes barely open. I'm in real trouble now. In his despair, the image of his father appeared before him, along with an urgent voice. Athai, you idiot, wake up. Now he just wished this image were real more than anything. Athai stretched out his hand, hoping to touch his father's hand, but in reality, he touched the boat's railing, right at the spot where the two of them were carved, and this was his father's boat. As soon as he lifted his head and took a few breaths, the water monster dragged him back down, accompanied by a scream that couldn't form words. Athai struggled to the very end. The water got deeper and deeper. I've tried my best, father. I'm truly sorry. Before long, Athai was pulled down to the bottom of the water. At the moment it opened wide its mouth to swallow him whole, a notification appeared underwater. Track DIN is activating. Track Ling collection possibility detected. Collection successful. Water manipulation ability can be awakened. A few more notifications appeared. Track Ling water monkey can be collected. Collecting, collection complete. Refinement successful, initiating body recovery. Suddenly Athai opened his eyes and found himself still underwater. The young man was stunned. Didn't I already die? Died in the water just a moment ago. Athai was startled again. Around his body was a mysterious blue light. Why does it feel like I'm walking on land underwater? It seems the resistance has disappeared. Looking at his hands, the young man had no idea what was happening. The system announced, water current control ability collected successfully. You are expending stamina to control the water currents. Even more shocking, this water manipulation ability allowed him to breathe comfortably underwater. The wounds on his body had also recovered. Right behind him, the water monster was a sickly green, staring at him with hungry eyes. It immediately opened its mouth wide, startled and frightened by reflex. Athai raised his hand to shield himself, but suddenly there was no movement. He opened his eyes and saw the water monster blocked by glowing blue water lines. The young man froze, sweating profusely. Did I create these water currents? Is this the kind of system often talked about in novels? So now underwater, I'm no longer restricted, and I can even control it. The water monster struggled fiercely, trying to break free. Athai looked worried because the control had a time limit. Once the time runs out, it'll swallow him right away. Realizing that staying like this forever wouldn't work, he tried to think of a way. The system announced. Blood talisman domination ability collected successfully. Effect. Through the blood of the subject inscribed with ancient talisman script, a contract relationship can be established with water beasts. Athai's face brightened. This is it. The water monster lunged from below, and he quickly used the water current control technique to temporarily restrain it. After struggling for a while, it broke free again. Athai's hand now showed many red marks. He activated his power and charged straight at the water monster. Athai's eyes were bloodshot, thinking, so this is a battle of spiritual power. Is he about to lose? His face began to change, with layers resembling fish scales appearing. Recalling the image of lying weakly in an oxygen tube, Athai told himself he absolutely had to survive. Once again, he activated his power. Beast, you there, submit to me now. With all his energy, he fought it to the end until he managed to climb ashore. The moment he lay stretched out on the grassy riverbank, the young man breathed a sigh of relief. I'm alive. Suddenly the water monster surfaced from the water, but it no longer had the ferocious look as before. Athai looked straight at it confidently. Of course, I've finally subdued this monster. The monster's information appeared. Athai, refined swamp spirit water monkey fusion rate 5%. Swamp essence none. Water beast dominion Tai-Hoa crocodile. Consumes 80 swamp essence points to evolve. Evaluation water monkey swamp spirit. originates from the great master of Hoi Kwa, can stimulate those lacking. Weak and fragile life, a thigh ordered it, don't worry, just stay here, I'll call you if needed. After subduing it, he and it formed a mental link, able to contact each other at any time, or it could contact him. The water monster then returned to the water surface. A thigh rubbed his growling, hungry belly. I need to go home, find some food, and get some good rest. Luckily, the memory contained a map of this area. Home isn't far from here. Scene shift to a certain village. Butler Trin was walking with a few others, including Du Chuang. The villagers behind were buzzing. Who are they? Are they heading to a Thai's house? Again, Du Chuang and people from the Trio mansion. Looks like a Thai caused trouble again. Hearing a Thai's name, his friend Lai Lap immediately jolted. Oh no, a Thai's in trouble. The four of them arrived at a Thai's house. Du Chuang thought to himself with a grudge. That brat a Thai passed away, wouldn't his property be handled by me? Just enough to compensate for the failed mission this time. It's all because that guy named Chuang was too weak. He just kicked the door open and barged in, then put on a fake smile. Butler Trin, please go inside. Before he could smirk for long, inside the house was a Thai sitting nonchalantly, yawning repeatedly. He was shocked, pointed. That guy, why are you still alive? A Thai looked at them with half an eye and asked back, what are you doing here? The Trio family butler, Trin Huang, showed annoyance. What's this about, alive or not? Why are you always so hasty? Du Chuang quickly bowed flatteringly. Lord Trin, it's him, that a Thai. Trin Huang sneered. Oh, so you are a Thai. Unexpectedly you're still alive, truly a tough fate. Lai Dao Truong chimed in sarcastic. Right, disasters live long. Trin Huang didn't say much, waved his hand and ordered, seize him. A Thai, startled, stepped back, shouted, what do you want? Du Chuang laughed slyly, throwing a punch straight into his gut that made him bend over in pain. You ask Master Trio to protect the villagers, invited warrior Lord Truong to subdue the water monster, and you dared to collude with the water monster, causing Lord Truong's death and heavy losses to the Trio mansion. Even the villagers were put in danger. A Thai angrily retorted. Clearly you set a trap, made me bait for the water monster. Lai Dao Truong grinned menacingly, leaned close to his face, voice full of resentment. Lord Truong lost his life and you still dare to come back. You've got guts. Not only that, you're a monster. The word monster rang like a thunderclap. A Thai's mind suddenly flooded with painful memories from his past life. An outcast, an orphan, always falsely accused of being a thief, mocked and shunned by everyone. He clenched his fists, eyes blazing with rage. The fat guy laughed. Oh, there's the monster's glare again. If you've got the guts, hit me then. A Thai clenched his fists, breathing heavily, eyes burning with fury. He ground out each word, voice sharp as a knife. A monster. If that's what you call me, then I'll show you true cruelty. Without hesitation, he lunged and delivered a sky-shattering punch to the fat guy's face. He staggered back, blood spurting from his mouth. Facing the astonished gazes around him, a Thai remained resolute. Even if his ability was exposed, he would absolutely not submit. With a fierce will to survive, he struggled desperately to break free from the underlings. But when he broke free, he also stumbled and fell. Even so, his eyes remained sharp and cold, burning with fighting spirit. He gritted his teeth and muttered, even if I truly become a monster, as you say, I will still take a bite out of you. Lai Dao Truong smashed his fan shut, face twisted with anger, snarling, you dare strike me. Butler Trin, I told you, take him to the Trio mansion. Aren't we short of people to feed that thing? I think this orphan brat seems fitting. Trin Huang narrowed his eyes at a Thai, his expression thoughtful. He slowly spoke, his words oozing cold cruelty. You have two choices. One, become the adopted son of Master Trio, and this matter can be overlooked. Or today I will cut off your legs. As soon as he finished, the surrounding villagers started whispering, another adoption? I heard those taken into the Trio mansion haven't been heard from again. Recently, the Trio mansion has taken in quite a few people, so strange. The murmurs hadn't died down when suddenly an aged but resonant voice made everyone jolt. Let me see who dares to bully little Athai here. Everyone turned around. A thin but dignified figure leaning on a cane walked in. It was village chief Lai. He struck his cane hard on the ground, his voice deep and powerful. I'm not dead yet. Trin Huang paused momentarily, his expression soured, but he still suppressed his anger, pointed at the chief and shouted, you old fool you. Before he could finish, Chief Lai glared and cut him off. What do you mean you? I am an official of the court. Do you dare attack someone on duty? HMPH, even your old Master Trio has to show me some respect. If you still don't know your place, I'll lie down right here and see what you dare do. Those words struck like a heavy blow. Trin Huang was so furious his face flushed red, but he dared not erupt. He gritted his teeth, swallowing his anger with a cold snort. Old fool who doesn't know good from bad. I won't settle accounts with you today, but just you wait, this isn't over. Having said that, he flicked his sleeve, turned and left. As he turned his head, he didn't forget to cast a venomous glance toward a Thai, curling his lip in a cold sneer. Just like your father can't tell good from bad. After saying that, he quickly followed the people from the Trio residence. The tense atmosphere gradually eased. The crowd discussed for a while longer, then one by one dispersed. The village chief stood still, watching the retreating figures, then slowly turned to Athai. His voice was deep but full of warmth. Some things, if they can be avoided, it's better to avoid them a little. Athai bowed his head gratefully and said, "Thank you, village chief. Athai will remember your words." The village chief nodded with satisfaction and left. The surrounding people also gradually dispersed, leaving Athai standing there alone. He lowered his head, clenching his fist. Once he could be saved, but what about a lifetime? I can't keep relying on others forever. Looking up at the deep blue sky, a fierce determination rose in Athai's heart. This system is my opportunity. The moment that thought appeared, the system notification panel immediately appeared before his eyes. Water swamp essence detected. Pet evolution progress +01. Athai stared blankly at the notification. Water swamp essence. Athai walked to the lake shore. The faint moonlight reflected in his eyes, creating a mysterious beauty. He raised his hand to his forehead, as if summoning something. After taming the Tai Hoa crocodile, he could now call it any time, any moment, through the spiritual link. Gentle ripples began to stir on the lake's surface. Circles spread out as if a giant creature was about to emerge from the water. Athai waited nervously, his heart pounding. But as the water gradually calmed, there was only a small crocodile, no bigger than his arm. He frowned, looking at the creature before him, his voice full of doubt. "Where's my big crocodile?" Instantly, a line of information appeared before his eyes. The tamed water beast can adjust its body size at will to control the level of energy consumption. Evolution level +1. Current Chibai crocodile status, extremely low energy consumption. Athai's eyes widened in surprise, then he couldn't help but laugh. He thought to himself, as expected of the system, it even has this feature. But he suddenly remembered something and quickly turned to ask the little crocodile. "That's right, where did you find the water marsh essence? Lead the way." The crocodile wobbled its head and then jumped into the water with a splash. Athai took a deep breath and dove after the crocodile. Under the clear water, the little crocodile swam flexibly, leading him into a cave full of moss and algae. Faint light filtering through the water created shimmering, magical bands of color. Athai couldn't help but marvel. This cave was truly magnificent. Inside, strange plants grew everywhere, emitting a dim glow. Tree roots twisted like tentacles, emitting a mystical green light. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in his head. "Treasure plants containing water marsh essence detected. Please choose absorption method, master." Athai was stunned. Indeed, this world held heavenly treasures that he had only heard of in legends. He muttered to himself. It said that in the rear courtyard of the Pillar Mansion there is a cold pond. Rare spirit herbs grow at the bottom of the lake. Old Master Triu uses them to attract martial artists from all over. If only I could find those things. He shook his head, dismissing that thought. For now, these treasure plants were already precious enough. Athai bent down and picked up a sprig. His eyes were full of excitement. He wondered how much water marsh essence it could provide him. He turned to the little crocodile, grinning. "You help me out a bit too." The little crocodile, upon hearing the request, immediately flopped over onto its back. Athai was dumbfounded at a loss. "You're so lazy, I should call you can't be bothered instead." Left with no choice, he had to collect the treasure plants himself. After gathering enough, Athai climbed onto the bank and carefully examined the strange plant in his hand. Without hesitation, he immediately took a bite. A cool, refreshing taste spread throughout his mouth, accompanied by a strange energy surging into his body. A notification panel appeared. Water marsh essence absorbed. Compatibility with track Lin Thai How 2+2. Accumulated water marsh essence points +10. Athai took a deep breath. Feeling the surging energy within him, he kept picking up the remaining treasure plants and absorbing them. Water marsh essence +1. Notifications kept ringing out. Soon his belly was stuffed. He felt so full he couldn't eat another bite. Athai sat down and let out a satisfied sigh. At this moment, the system panel appeared again. Refining track Lin Thai How 2 compatibility 7.5%, no water marsh essence. Water beast commander Tai Hoa and Gap, consuming 800 water marsh essence points, can evolve. He looked at the notification panel in surprise, his eyes scanning the stats for track Lin compatibility and water beast evolution level. After thinking for a moment, Athai decided to prioritize increasing his own strength. Without hesitation, he reached out and pressed the add button. Immediately, a pale green energy spread throughout his body, making him feel as if a powerful tiger were awakening inside him. His body gradually changed, muscles tightening, becoming more agile. The surrounding currents of water seemed to start obeying his command. His strength increased rapidly. Now, his ability to control water flow reached 45 jin, enough to face those who had bullied him in the past. Next, he needed to accumulate more for a few days. He couldn't absorb any more today. Athai mused. For now, the most important thing was still the economic problem. Autumn was almost over, meaning the crocodile would soon enter hibernation and fishing would be temporarily interrupted. Suddenly, a thud sounded next to him. He looked down and saw a big fish that had just landed right beside him. He turned in surprise and saw his little crocodile looking at him smugly, its tail swishing gently in the water. Athai couldn't help but laugh. He hugged the little crocodile and praised it repeatedly. Not bad, you've got potential. His temporary economic crisis could now be solved. Just take the fish to the market and sell it. The next morning, with a bulging money pouch in hand, he smiled with satisfaction. A large golden carp sold for a whole 80 wen, a considerable profit. The merchants in this world were easier to convince than the vegetable-selling aunties of his past life. He realized that trading wasn't too difficult. The economic and water marsh essence issues were now stable, and he needed to find time to settle scores with Lai Dao Truong. Speaking of him, just then a voice rang out behind him. Isn't this Athai? Oh, we had a little misunderstanding the other day. I was just about to find you to apologize. What a coincidence. My boat is nearby. Let's have a nice meal together and clear up all misunderstanding. Don't worry, just the two of us. Lai Dao Truong smiled brightly, but a sly glint flickered in his eyes and he thought to himself, just the two of us, huh? Let's see where you can run to now. However, Athai was not one to be easily fooled. He slightly curled his lips. A knowing smile flashed in his eyes as he faced the other's scheming gaze. He replied in a calm but meaningful tone, very well. Only the two of us. I felt very safe at that moment. The system notification board popped up, indicating it had been received. Water beast cannot read. Mixed water monkey fusion degree, 7.5%. Late at night, the faint moonlight fell upon the small courtyard, making the dim shadows dance on the ground. In the stillness, Lai Dao Chuang knelt, panting, his face covered with wounds and dried blood caked at the corner of his mouth. Before him stood Trin Huang, her expression cold as if concealing unfathomable scheme. Trin Huang said, her voice devoid of emotion, recently, the experiments in the residence have encountered problems and many have lost their lives. She looked at Lai Dao Chuang with teary eyes, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of her lips. The residence is short of ingredients for refining pills, and Athai is an orphan with no relatives. You understand? Lai Dao Chuang bowed his head deeply, clenching his fists, his voice hoarse. I understand. Athai, that brat can't escape. Tomorrow I'll tie him up and bring him back. Trin Huang leaned down, bringing her face close to his, her eyes sinister. If you do well, old Master Triu will invite those great figures to help you become an immortal. Hearing that, Lai Dao Chuang's eyes flashed with madness, his whole body trembling with excitement. Really, I'm about to become an immortal too? Of course, Trin Huang sneered. Lai Dao Chuang was so agitated that he tore open his shirt, revealing wounds all over his body. Amongst the torn skin, eerie red characters were clearly visible. He looked up at the sky, his eyes bloodshot, laughing loudly like a madman. I'm about to become an immortal, finally about to become one. Ha ha ha. Cut to, the clear, calm river surface reflected the dawn light. A gentle mist drifted over the water like a silver silk ribbon. A small boat floated leisurely on the blue river. On the boat, a pot of fish porridge emitted an enticing aroma. Lai Dao Chuang gently stirred the bowl of porridge, a sly smile on his lips. Athai, do you see? The scenery here is so beautiful. There's not another boat around today. As he spoke, he secretly dropped a red pill into Athai's bowl of porridge. In a fake tone, let's have a good meal together and settle all misunderstanding. Athai frowned, his eyes suspicious. Are you sure there are no other boats around? Lai Dao Chuang laughed, nodding firmly. Of course, I've thoroughly checked. He rejoiced inwardly, imagining Athai being poisoned, writhing on the boat, but no one could hear. A cruel smile slowly spread across his heart. As long as you drink this bowl of porridge, no matter how much you scream, no one will save you. Heh heh heh. However, at that moment, Athai suddenly stood up. His cold gaze pierced Lai Dao Chuang like a blade. His deep voice carried an unpredictable danger. Then that's good. Lai Dao Chuang jumped in fright, his face turning pale. Athai, you! Before he could finish, a powerful jet of water suddenly shot up, wrapping tightly around his face. Lai Dao Chuang's eyes widened. He flailed his arms in panic, but only felt water rushing into his nose, into his mouth, choking him. His trembling hands tried to struggle but could do nothing. His breathing gradually weakened. Amidst the raging waves, Athai stood still, coldly watching, his gaze unwavering as if observing a dying prey. Night fell, the sky pitch black. The faint moonlight cast sparkling rays on the water's surface. Lai Dao Chuang slowly regained consciousness, his head dizzy, his body numb from being tightly bound. He looked around in panic and was startled to see Athai sitting there. His gentle smile concealed a cold, murderous intent. You slept well, didn't you? Athai's light tone sent chills down Lai Dao Chuang's spine. He trembled. Stammering, what do you want? Athai leisurely stretched, his eyes indifferent but his tone sharp. I heard that to drag me into the Trio residence, you received quite a few benefits, didn't you? At least 2 taels of silver, right? Hearing this, Lai Dao Chuang's face turned pale and he hurriedly begged. Athai, please let me explain. But he ignored him, only coldly gazing into the distance, his voice slow and mocking. Do you recognize this place? Lai Dao Chuang looked around in a panic. suddenly feeling his whole body shake, his face ashen. Isn't this the place where that night's incident happened? The water monster, right? Immediately, the water surface churned, and a huge dark shadow appeared behind him. Under the dim moonlight, the sharp teeth of the water monster gleamed, creating a hair-raising sight. Lai Dao Chuang's eyes widened. His mouth agape, his whole body rigid. His voice became choked. Wah, water monster, he chuckled softly, reaching out to stroke the chin of the giant crocodile. As if playing with his pet. It was once a water monster, that's right, but now it's my pet. Didn't you used to call me a monster? Lai Dao Chuang trembled, hurriedly kowtowing and begging for mercy, tears and snot streaming down his face. Monster, you really are a monster. Please spare my life, I can tell you everything. He remained calm, his cold eyes sweeping over him. His voice light but sharp. Then can you explain why Steward Trin wants me to enter the Trio residence? Recently they've been recruiting more people. What scheme is really going on? Lai Dao Chuang dared not hide anything, tremblingly replied. Those people are all ingredients for old Master Trio to refine immortal pills. He needs living souls to refine the medicinal materials and create longevity immortal pills. Those brought into the residence, none leave alive. After hearing this, his gaze became pensive, his expression darkening slightly. He said softly, so you've also captured quite a few innocent people, haven't you? Lai Dao Chuang frantically pleaded, No, I was forced, I had no other choice. But inside, he cursed silently. Damn it, one day, Zhao Lao Ra and his followers will surely turn you into alchemy materials, making you wish you were dead. He didn't let him say anything more. A sharp stone appeared in his hand, swiftly slashing across Lai Dao Chuang's neck. Blood gushed out, he looked at him coldly, his voice as light as a breeze. But you've seen too much. Lai Dao Chuang's eyes bulged. His mouth gaped open, but he couldn't make a sound. His body trembled repeatedly before quickly being dragged into the cold water by the crocodile's claws. He sat still on the boat. His eyes glowed faint green in the night, pondering, They dragged me into the Lai mansion for alchemy. If I don't deal with this soon, I'll be the one dead. A gentle breeze blew across the water, creating tiny ripples. He took a deep breath, gazing into the distance at the horizon. It seemed he needed to find a strong backer to buy time to become stronger. Under the river, strange symbols on Dao Truong's belly emitted an eerie light, then gradually sank to the riverbed. Vanished without a trace. The personal panel appeared. Gold pouch, 2 tails, crocodile monster cannot be moved, water monkey fusion rate 5%. Above the water, a stork perched on the boat was suddenly startled by a waving hand and hastily flew away. A thigh climbed up, soaking wet, and smiled. He looked at his own hand, happily exclaiming, Admittedly, having power is truly very convenient. A thigh poured the fish from the basket out, thinking. It had been 3 days since killing Lai Dao Truong. During this time, to cover up, I always pretended to be an ordinary fisherman, going out to sea early in the morning and returning late to sell fish. Lotus Lake was no longer visited. This new boat of his was also recently traded for. As for this boat, I also used Lai Dao Truong to exchange for it. Hearing that, a thigh clenched his fists angrily. That damned Lai Dao Truong bullied others. A thigh began to tense up, concluding, However, the Zhao Mansion's forces definitely won't let this go easily. Lai Dao Truong's sudden disappearance will eventually lead the clues back to me. He curled up, silently making up his mind. Only by becoming a martial artist faster could he protect himself. And a thigh also clearly knew the next path he should take. And the fastest way to become a martial artist was to join a martial school. In Bin Duong town, there were 3 martial schools, and the strongest was the Duong Thai Martial School. He had looked into it and had some understanding of the place. It was said that the head of the Duong Thai Martial School possessed the legendary ability to turn stone into gold. Shatter rock, thus they could sit firmly on their position. A thigh bowed his head, making a firm choice. If only he could join this martial school. The Triu family would not dare to mess with me casually. After all, the disappearance of a martial school member would cause quite some trouble for the school. He looked up, scratching his head in confusion, his eyes half closed. But to join a martial school, at least 5 to 8 taels were needed. Currently, he only had 2 taels and 8. It seemed the only way was to try to earn more money. Tai Hoa and Gak looked up with a strange attitude. But then a thigh turned back, his face bright with a smile, regaining positivity. Worrying was indeed unnecessary. Since the last level up, his body had been gradually adapting to the growing strength. His mental strength had also increased quite a bit. Perhaps he could subdue 2 or 2.5 more immovables. He stepped to the bow, looking down at the water excitedly. Let's keep fishing. A thigh dove into the water, feeling the changes in his body himself. After awakening, he felt more and more agile in the water. He glanced over, excitedly reminding, immovable. Let's continue the contest. Racing against things that cannot move had been a recent training method. Tai Hoa and Gak glanced back, signaling agreement. The whirlpool below churned extremely powerfully. He dashed forward, swimming straight ahead, becoming confident. This move was the ability to control water, compressing water to the max under his feet and then bursting. A thigh had calculated carefully, clearly assessing the pros and cons. The downside was it wasn't sustainable and would quickly drain his stamina. The temporary speed was unmatched. Suddenly, a shadow darted past him. This inadvertently caught Athai's attention. What was that? After seeing its shape clearly, he realized it was a precious fish. In this world, some species with special powers had evolved. The fish living in this swamp were called precious fish. Observing more closely, Athai saw there were two. A joyful smile spread across his face. Usually it was very hard to encounter even one, yet today he saw two. The two precious fish swam crossing each other's paths ahead. Then Athai pointed forward, loudly commanding, "Immovable, you go catch the other one." Taihoa and Gak swam straight ahead, increasing its size. Growing larger, it aimed at the target, eyes glowing, swimming forward. On the other side, Athai also quickly swam down. He looked down, somewhat dejected, blaming himself. "Damn, I should have brought a fishing net." A swirling current surrounded Athai. He stretched his hand forward, using the water control spell. One unfortunate precious fish was surrounded. Athai quickly swam straight forward and hugged it tightly. Having caught one in his hands, he smiled joyfully. Got it! Behind Athai appeared a monster with glowing eyes. The system panel displayed different types. Gold 2 tails 8. Immovable, Athai, tracked in, water monkey, fusion degree. He put the items into the basket, his face fierce, calculating ahead. Today's harvest was quite good. It could be sold for a decent sum. Suddenly, something reached out and wrapped around Athai's body, coiling, and he was suddenly dragged backward. Athai couldn't react in time and was dragged along. A mouthful of red blood spurted from his mouth. Athai came closer, looking ferocious. Athai gritted his teeth, annoyed. "What is this?" Then he recognized its identity. He had heard that in the Engia Tin River there was a six-headed catfish that ate people. So unlucky to run into it. Athai immediately sensed danger. "What move is this? It's about to attack again." He acted a step faster, striking first. Water control. At that moment, Athai's eyes widened, showing obvious surprise. Thanks to that, Athai breathed a sigh of relief. It was truly dangerous. Luckily, he reacted quickly. It abruptly closed in, startling him too. How cunning. After observing for a while, Athai realized. "He is this." Smiling, suddenly Athai seemed to change strangely. Taihoa and Gak attacked it with its tail. Taihoa and Gak's reaction underwater was extremely nimble. It lunged, opening its mouth wide to bite Athai's neck. He praised with satisfaction. "Well done, immovable." Athai placed his hand on a rock below, but at this moment he rushed straight forward, thinking to himself, "It's come to this, if I don't defeat it, I die." At this time, Athai used his blood to fight. The fish controlling blood talisman. "I have enough mental strength, I can probably subdue it." The system continuously sent warning notifications, warning that the host's actions would lead to mental force overload. It advised the host to stop this action. Mental force too low would cause the control of the water beast to backfire. Requesting the host to stop immediately. Stop immediately. Warning, mental force approaching critical level. Stop now. Warning, mental force overload. Athai's eyes shone brightly. It seemed to have an effect because of that too. After a while, Athai completely lost the strength to resist. The boat was still drifting on the water. After a while, he struggled to climb up from below. Athai lay on the boat, panting continuously, exhausted. Finally back, I didn't expect the spiritual power of the chub fish to be so strong. Clang, a smile bloomed on his face, his eyes glancing over. But Athai looked toward the water, deeply satisfied. The harvest is great too. The system then gave another suggestion. Dominated 6-spot chub, evolution available. Consume 800 water essence points to evolve 6-spot chub into tigerhead chub. He propped his chin on his hand, sat up and decided, "You're so chubby, I'll call you Athai." Athai poured out several fish from his basket. Next, it's time to deal with some results. But he cried out in shock, mouth agape, "That's a baby treasure fish." Athai gently patted its head, praising it. "Cannot be moved, you're really reliable." The boat hold was full of many different kinds of fish. He put a fish into the pot to cook. "First, eat a small one to test if it can increase my strength." After eating, it was just a skeleton. Athai picked something up, satisfied. This little horn would be great to keep as a souvenir. Then the system sent a notification, water essence plus 18. He looked closely at the calculation panel carefully. 18 points, the profit can compare to 18 pieces of random essence. Athai rubbed his hands together, muttering, "If a small fish gives this much, a big fish must give 3 times, possibly up to 54 water essence points." Currently, fusion rate has reached 7.5%, plus the big fish and small fish. Then it can easily surpass 10%. He crossed his arms, sat looking at the pile of fish, but must be patient. The most important thing now is to earn tuition fees, but maybe it's enough already. Athai's inventory had a new species. Gold 2 tails 8, cannot be moved. Athai tracked in, Thai how 2. Fusion rate 7.5%, scene transition to a bustling market crowded with people. Tro Kao, Than Engia hung lively. Athai arrived, scanning the surrounding. He noticed a corner, feeling curious. "We just had the monthly festival last month. What celebration is this?" Kayat Suang held up a giant skin carp fish and hawked it. "Look here, this is the treasure fish of the year, weighing 1 catty 3 tails 6 hua." Tran Kayat Suong. Everyone saw this and excitedly crowded around to look. Treasure fish, it's real. That boy from the Tran family really has skill. This also caught Athai's attention. He caught a treasure fish too. He walked into the jostling crowd, but in just a moment, everyone glanced over, feeling extremely annoyed. Isn't this that kid from the Luong family? In a hurry to reincarnate, Kayat Suong immediately held the treasure fish out in front for him to see. Pull it out. Athai leaned his face close, clearly bragging in a whisper. Our Ben Thuong En Hiu is truly blessed by the river god, catching 2 treasure fish in one day. The person looked annoyed, frowning and reminding, what nonsense are you talking about? That kid from the Tran family only caught 1. Then he reached into his bamboo basket to rummage. I said the second one isn't his. Then Athai took out a treasure fish, radiantly emphasizing it's mine. But the onlookers not only didn't believe, they burst out laughing and insisted. You, an ugly fish like you counts as a treasure fish. Probably just found any random fish and trying to sell it for a high price. They kept roaring with laughter, making him look back, helpless. Kayat Suong put one hand on his hip, smirked and glanced sideways. Suddenly, a figure came from afar, exclaiming, isn't this the Hong Tayat Lu? Seeing Ho Ti approaching from the distance, everyone quickly recognized him. Isn't this the martial master from Vo Quan Duong? It's really him, truly an extraordinary bearing. Ho Ti walked straight up to Kayat Suong, bluntly asking, how much? Kayat Suong was a bit embarrassed, sweating, scratching his face. Sir, what do you think is reasonable? Hearing that, Ho Ti slowly inquired for more information. How much does this one weigh? Kayat Suong quickly calmed down and answered, 1 catty 7 taels 6 hua. Ho Ti curled his lip, then immediately offered a price. So 3 taels will you sell? Hearing a good price, Kayat Suong excitedly agreed. 3 taels sold. At that moment, Athai suddenly raised his treasure fish and proposed, sir, please look at mine. The surrounding people heard that and showed contempt. Looking at yours too? Luong family kid, you are truly too shameless. You anger the martial master, we'll all be dragged down with you. Indeed, Ho Ti widened his eyes and glanced, quickly noticing. Oh, this is the Ngu Jayak Suong. He happily lifted the treasure fish higher, providing detailed information. Right, 1 catty and a half, 2 taels, 1 hua, so it's called Ngu Jayak Suong. Ho Ti extended a finger forward, suggesting a price. 6 taels 5 su for this one, sell it. The surrounding people heard this and their mouths fell open. 6 taels 5 su, heaven. Our family for generations never had 6 taels of silver. Even Kayat Suong went pale, stunned. A man standing among the crowd, sharp-tongued, warned, careful, you have the luck to earn but not the luck to spend. Athai paid no attention, happily agreeing. Sold, and Kayat Suong slung his basket, turned and left. He respectfully clasped his hands forward, curiously wondering. Sir, I want to ask why my fish could sell for double the price of the Hong Tayat Lu. He calmly and kindly explained in detail. The stiff fin of the Ngu Jayak Zuong can be used as medicine. Made into paste pills, it has the effect of refining blood and qi, helping break through blood gates. I'm currently facing this difficulty, so it's extremely useful to me. Athai listened and then obediently bowed his head. So that's how it was. Lord Ta, luckily that little fish's hard fin was still preserved. The sky had now gradually turned to dusk. He sat at a street corner, taking out money to count 6, 7, 8. Suddenly a figure approached from behind. Lap Ba suddenly put his arm around Athai's shoulder, clapping in praise. Well done, kid. You've truly brought honor to the people of our little town. He was a bit startled, gave an embarrassed smile, sweating profusely. It's you, that day I still haven't properly thanked you. He took the opportunity to grin slyly, reaching out his hand to suggest, then give me 6 tael. Athai's face darkened, he stressed irritably, dream on, you keep it. He tucked the money deep inside his shirt, then wondered, oh right, let me ask you something. Do you know how much the enrollment fee at Duong Family Martial Arts Hall is? Lap Ba nudged Athai's arm with his elbow, proudly emphasizing, you're asking the right person, my father is planning to send me there. Then he quickly recounted in detail. Old Duong's Martial Arts Hall requires 7 taels of silver, not including board, 10 taels including lodging, 20 taels including lodging and herbal baths. Meal costs are separate. Although compared to the other two, it's a bit expensive, but it's worth the higher professionalism and reputation. Hearing that, Athai calculated for a moment happily. 7 taels these days plus the donated 7 taels, plus the 6 taels 5 mace I earned today from selling and 130 coins from the caught fish. I have 9 taels 2 cents, that's enough. Then he pointed behind him, excitedly inviting, so tomorrow let's go register together. Lap Ba heard that and also unexpectedly punched him. So you're a rich kid, huh? Then it's no problem. Suddenly a voice abruptly rang out, found a treasure fish. Athai noticed something unexpected and turned his head back. Scene switches to another place, that is the Triu residence. In the underground of the Triu residence, Trin Huang spoke up to report back. The chapter boss is currently whereabouts unknown, but clues lead to a kid named Luang Ku, the person standing in front. calmly spoke a reminder, "Such a trivial matter doesn't need to bother me every day, handle it yourself." His face was pensive at this moment, his eyes observing. In Athai's inventory at this time were gold coins 9 taels and 2 su, bat nang dong, a Phi marsh cauldron, water monkey statue, fusion degree 7.5%. By now it was gradually getting dark, the boat floating on the water. Athai was chopping food on the boat. Tai Hoa and Gak glanced towards where he was cooking. The broth pot was boiling and extremely fragrant. He was cooking a pot of delicious fish soup. Athai picked up the bowl and drank a mouthful. Then he excitedly praised, "Well done." Athai poured the bowl of soup down below to invite them. "Come on, you guys drink some too." The system then sent a new update, water marsh essence plus 24. He felt the change in his own body. As expected of a treasure fish, the refreshing feeling brought by water marsh essence. Even his physical strength increased considerably. Athai turned his face happily praising, "We're so lucky this time, Athai actually found a treasure fish." He raised his face extremely excited. "Right, it's time to level up. Last time the trash bull bone gave 18 plus this time 24. Then Athai pressed on the screen, he looked at his hand, feeling the change. Strength continuously surged forth. The system sent another detailed info sheet. Cauldron Master, Liuangku, Refined Marsh Spirit, White Water Monkey Statue. Fusion Degree 11.7%, Water Marsh Essence, Water Beast Mastery. Tai Hoa and Gap. Spend 779 points of Water Marsh Essence to evolve into Rak Muck and Gap. Water Beast Mastery, Luke 2 Neen and Gu. Spend 779 points of Water Marsh Essence to evolve into Ho Dao Ni. Evaluation complete, Athai threw a powerful punch into the air, hopeful. If only there was someone to practice on now. He tried using his magic again, praising. His water control ability had also increased significantly. Athai looked down at the two creatures and realized, unexpectedly, just letting them drink a bit of leftover soup. The evolution points required for Bat Nang Dong and Athai also decreased. The system sent a notification reminder. Water Beast Mastery, Tai Hoa and Gap. Spend 779 points of Water Marsh Essence to evolve into Rak Muck and Gap. Water Beast Mastery, Luke 2 Neen and Gu. Spend 779 points of Water Marsh Essence to evolve into Ho Dao Ni. Athai looked at the marsh cauldron in his hand, curiosity arising. This item is truly magical. Was it made by someone, or did it come into being like this on its own? He looked down and observed intently, concluding, "As far as I can see, one side resembles a yinglong, one side is a giant ape like Vuchiki. Another side has various human-headed snake-bodied deities, and the last side is a mysterious black-robed great emperor." Athai clenched his fist, reminding himself, forget it. Now thinking much is useless. At this moment he was very excited, secretly determined. Tomorrow I can go to the martial hall, I must quickly become stronger to deal with them. The next day the sky brightened again, the weather very pleasant. Lapba raised his hand, very excited, shouting loudly, "Let's go." He turned his face curiously asking, "Master, about how long until we arrive?" Lapba pulled Athai's hand, smiling continuously. "Liuangku, look at that person over there." After a while of traveling, they finally arrived at the place, Tran Bin Duong. The two of them entered inside a crowded place. Lapba ate a steamed bun, tears unexpectedly streaming down. "So hot." He went to watch the artisan doing hand sculpting and praised, "So skillfully sculpted." Then the two also went to watch a martial arts performance. Scene switches to a dark, small street corner. Someone with a fierce face asked curiously, "Is it true that the kid you mentioned will pass through here?" Vuong Thang with a sinister face confirmed. Of course, he smirked and recounted the matter. "I heard it with my own ears. He arranged with the kid from the Lai family today to go to the martial hall to register. This kid yesterday sold fish and got 6 taels and 5 tine." Vuong Thang pointed his finger downward, fiercely emphasizing, "You know how big a sum of money that is? Even if you sold your wife, you couldn't afford it." So that person immediately put forward a condition, 6 taels 5 tine. "We won't get caught and taken to the yamen, right?" He smiled with obvious contempt. "What the hell do you know, giving such a large sum to the martial hall is such a waste. We are helping him manage his money." Vuong Thang glanced towards a road, instructing, "To get to the martial hall they must pass through this road, and right now not many people are coming and going. This is a good opportunity." Seeing the two approaching from afar, he immediately reminded his underlings, "Stop talking, they're here, they're here." Lapba at this moment had already started warming up, asking, "Athai, how many people do you think I'll be able to fight after I finish my training?" He became serious, observing, and replied, "I don't know." Athai glanced around, seeming worried, "But with my current strength I don't know how many I could handle if there are several people." One thug quickly took a stance, rushed forward and called, "Hey!" But then he stepped out, smirking, demanding, "Kid, we meet again, hand over all the money on you to your daddy." Vuong Thang arrogantly gave two choices. "You can choose to hand over the money, or we'll bury you right by the road." But he wasn't scared at all and decided, "Then I'll just choose to bury you all by the road." Vuong Thang, provoked, became furious, raised his fist and charged straight in. you wanna die. But a thigh was faster, punching back at the opponent. Another guy couldn't hold back and fiercely attacked, you stinking brat. He glanced back, reacting a step faster, and then a thigh resolutely grabbed the opponent's hair. He seized the opportunity to throw him into Vuong Thang. That guy also had a nosebleed, which scared him. Vuong Thang's face showed a look of terror. Before he could react, he took a punch. Lap Ba saw this and broke out in a cold sweat, eyes wide with shock. So fast. 9 minutes and the fight was over. He looked down at the ground, clearly seeing his results. A thigh clenched his fist and breathed out in praise, as expected. The body's constitution had improved significantly. An Tyne came closer, feeling extremely puzzled, and asked, "Since when did you become so formidable? What do you need to apprentice for?" He glanced over, scratched his head, his face darkening as he evaded, saying, "Maybe I'm a genius." Then a thigh walked straight ahead, reminding, "Let's go. If we don't go, we won't make it to the recruitment session." Lap Ba glanced down, remained silent without saying more. After a while, the two of them went straight to the large mansion. Truong Tung clasped his hands and spoke to introduce himself. "I am Huang Truong Tung. You two junior brothers can call me senior brother Huang Truong Tung." The two of them also raised their hands and smiled back in greeting. "Hello, senior brother Huang." He walked in front, pointing the way. "Please follow me. I will take you two to try your hand at another training exercise. At the same time, I will explain the details about the martial arts hall." Arriving at a place, Truong Tung pointed and instructed, "This is senior brother Ho. He will teach you. He is a direct disciple of Master Duong." A thai's eyes widened, quickly recognizing him as the martial arts master who bought fish the other day. Hearing that, he suddenly turned his face to look. He was also surprised, smiled, and quickly recognized them. "So it's you." Truong Tung, seeing them recognize each other, was also bewildered. What a coincidence, senior brother Ho knows these two junior brothers. He happily turned his face to introduce. "The bone scraps I used to level up were exactly bought from this little brother's stall." Truong Tung pointed behind him and said, "That's great then. You all follow senior brother Ho to practice martial arts. You can rest tonight at the hall." The two of them clasped their hands, bowed, and greeted senior brother Ho. He waved forward and urged them, "Two junior brothers, follow me. Next I must test your bone and sinew." Hearing that, a thigh broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes tense. "Bone and sinew?" He laughed upon hearing this and quickly explained, "Don't worry too much, it's just using bone and sinew to choose the main cultivation." He spoke up to express his wish. "We too still don't know what the martial path is. We'd like to ask senior brother about the specific principle." He stroked his chin, looked up and analyzed. "The principles of the martial path are divided into 4 gates: skin, flesh, bone, blood." He explained each type and its functions clearly. Skin gate, skin like fish skin, tough and tear-resistant, greatly increased defense. Flesh gate, strength greatly increased, more than enough to take down a person with one hand. Bone gate, even more freely releases power to the point of breaking rocks and smashing steels. Blood gate, like fresh flowers on brocade, increases overall strength. He raised one finger, frowned, and noted, "Actually, the most fundamental is one word: train." Of course, no matter how an ordinary person trains, they only have one head. To break through this limit, there are 2 inseparable points: method and medicine. Using images to describe it, there would be a book and a medicine bottle. The two of them heard that, method and medicine, he confirmed, then pointed out clearly. "That's right, method is the Dharma gate. For example, in Duong Martial Hall, I am the 3 fists method. With a Dharma gate, a person has a ladder to advance." He became even more curious and looked to ask more clearly, "It must be a type of cultivation method, and what about medicine?" Hearing that, he explained in an easy-to-understand way, "The Dharma gate is the ladder to advance, but this ladder is steep and dangerous. You need a handrail to go fast and step steadily. And this handrail is medicine." He continued to emphasize further, "Like the bone scraps you sold are exactly the medicine we need." In his heart, a thigh was feeling fortunate. "That's great, with the Loach Peak won't I easily obtain these things?" He smiled kindly and reassured them. "Two junior brothers need not worry, the martial path is long and endless, you still need to watch your step first." He also happily extended his hand and proposed, "Thank you, senior brother. Then please test my bone and sinew." In the distance, a group of people were watching. Dean Tai, with a mysterious face, looked into the distance and wondered, "Is this the person third young master Triu spoke of?" Lo Dean Tai. A person standing behind confirmed, "That's right, you just need to drive these two out of the martial hall." Hak Nguyen, with a vicious face, immediately agreed to the previous matter. "The matter you spoke of, I can help you take charge." Triu Hak Nguyen. Scene shifts to another place. Someone came to report, "Boss, this Luang Ku is only 15 years old. Truly excellent material for refining pills, the same age as the third young master, and also an orphan." This Trin Huang Kai had a scheme in mind. As long as we refine him into a pill, young Master Triu's body. Hong Veen also happily agreed with this idea. Nguyen Nhi was weak since childhood. Now finding a perfect child with true age is too difficult. This Luang Ku is truly the best material. He felt worried and apprehensive upon learning more information, but he heard that this brat plans to join the Duong Thai Martial School. With Duong Dong Hung's personality, it's difficult for us to make a move. After hearing, he quickly left, so the old man. The subordinate took his leave and a Thai's photo fell to the ground. The one who picked it up widened his eyes with resolve. I must consume the Taiyan Dan. Break free from the mortal state, whoever blocks my way. His originally vicious face declared, death. Lap Ba pointed his finger, his face suddenly twisted. Unexpectedly, this brat actually has the best innate talent, while I only have upper middle grade. He kept shaking his head from behind, disbelieving and aggrieved. Then he glanced away, trying to change the subject. This is natural talent, I guess. Lap Ba dejectedly chased after from behind. Wait for me. A Thai still resolutely spoke up to remind. Hurry to the training ground. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide, extremely bewildered. Lap Ba quickly recognized the person standing in front, Tran Kiat Suong. He stepped closer, resentful and questioning. Why are you here? Why can't I be here? You can come here. He put his hands on his hips, arrogantly retorting. Why can't I come? Lap Ba angrily pressed his face close, veins bulging. You brat, Kiat Suong unhesitatingly challenged. What, you want to fight? A Thai smirked, interjecting between the two. We're all from the same hometown, forget it. Then he turned to greet amicably. Hello, brother Kiat, Tran Kiat Suong. Also from Engia Huang City, 2 years older than me. He's a famous fish catcher in town. He had quite a good relationship with the former master. A Thai smiled and asked about the situation. Brother Kiat, you also came to practice martial arts. He clenched his fist, showing clear determination. That's right, in this day and age, who doesn't want to have great strength? So last time I sold all the fish, gathered enough money, and came here. Lian cheerfully suggested at once. Then let's go to the training ground and join the practice. Senior brother Ho is already over there being taught. Lap Ba also became flustered, turning to remind. Yes, if we don't go now we won't be able to participate. A strong punch was thrown forward. Many people were standing there practicing, Lap Ba's scowling face twitching uncontrollably. Behind, the two people were also struggling. He raised his hand high and shouted loudly, Boris! Then he turned to instruct everyone there. Everyone is now free to rest for a while. In the afternoon, the old instructor will guide everyone to continue training. Lap Ba sat down panting and lamenting. So tired, I'm already starting to want to give up. Kiat Suong lowered his head, shaking it disdainfully. Trash. Suddenly an annoying voice rang out. I was still wondering where the fishy smell was coming from. Dean Tai gritted his teeth, hands on his hips. The stench is about to kill me. Can't you get lost for a bit? Dai Engia also agrees and even chimes in. That's right, were these three born from a fish's belly or what? He raised his hand, signaling, and demanded money. Each of you give us 2 taels. We'll let the 3 of you stay here. Lap Ba, hearing this, angrily stood up. You, Kiat Suong extended his hand to block. Calm down, don't cause trouble for senior brother Ho. A Thai also stared intently, becoming tense. With my current strength, I cannot handle these 3. Dean Tai cracked his neck and knuckles, his face darkening. What's the matter? Still want to trade a few moves? Come on, I'm just about to break through a bottleneck. I want to test my skills a bit. Hearing that, he immediately tensed up and calculated. A bottleneck, huh? If it's in the middle of the river, Yen gritted his teeth, extremely furious. Damn it. Suddenly senior brother Ho's voice rang out. Lo Ring, what are you 3 doing? He pointed to the back and gave an order. If you have nothing to do, go over there and stand in horse stance for half an hour. He grimaced and emphasized. Consider yourself lucky, brat. But there is no place here for cowards. He probably emphasized once more. Didn't you hear? Dean Tai didn't dare delay further and ran over. Coming, senior brother Ho, Lap Ba behind raised a stinky finger. Damn it, you scoundrels. Kiat Suong remained calm and reassured him. All right, cursing behind their backs is useless. A Thai bowed his head, brooding and reminding himself. Still about strength, I must seize the time to become stronger. Then he loudly shouted to the 2 of them, Lap Ba. Brother Kiat, I need to go home for a bit. A Thai hurriedly ran in the opposite direction. Please help me ask for leave this afternoon. Lap Ba, not understanding, became confused. What's wrong with a Thai? Kiat Suong also frowned and just let it go. There, who knows, but a Thai at this moment had discovered a problem. Dung Sen, danger, enemy. This is the thing inside that helps me become stronger. It can't be anything. As night fell, the 2 of them walked around. Lap Ba, with both hands on his hips, looked up worriedly. It's been a whole day and that ungrateful brat still hasn't returned. Kiat Suong turned around, showing a calm attitude. The emperor isn't in a hurry, so why is the eunuch? Maybe a thigh has his own business. He immediately became angry, turned his face, and asked back. Are you provoking me? He couldn't hold back at this moment either. You brat are just asking for a beating. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out behind them. Dean Tai's arrogant voice once again sounded. Looks like today the heavens have opened their eyes. To let me run into you two again. He smirked, a sinister grin. Today there will be no senior brother Ho to back you up. The two of them gritted their teeth and looked ahead, tense. Dean Tai raised his hand, his face vicious, declaring, let's see if I don't cripple you two. Scene switches to a Thai's side with the reed field. At this moment he had gone deep under the water. A Thai rode Tai Hoa and Gak downwards. With a tense face he became worried. Currently I cannot touch A because it has reached the bottleneck strength. Yet still able to make the two beasts patiently send me a message. What exactly is it? From behind the currents, a Thai looked outside. Here it comes. Looking at the marks on the bottom made him tense. Damn, whatever could create these marks must be huge. The two beasts behind suddenly startled. He looked ahead, recalling careful calculations. Last time after eating the abalone, the fusion degree reached 11.7. The amount of water I can control has increased to 70 caddies. More importantly, the sensing ability in water has expanded by 1 meter. Now I can grasp underwater information within a range of up to 6 meters. A Thai's face was constantly sweating profusely. He began to drawl, his tone stammering. What is that? Is that the monster? After a rough observation of its parts, a Thai speculated. This, is it a crocodile? After seeing its full shape, he was astonished. This one is way too big. A Thai backed away slowly, cautious. With such a huge body, could it have become a spirit? According to Instructor Ho, monsters surpassing the bottleneck level in this world are called spirit monsters. With this size, I'm afraid it is a spirit monster. He turned to look back, shrewdly deducing. But it probably isn't too strong. Otherwise, if it couldn't touch a Thai, it wouldn't have had a chance to escape. The Thai looked ahead, even more bewildered. Can I do it? Without any plan at all. He gripped the weapon in his hand, hesitating. Becoming strong is indeed according to my plan, but this. The fierce image from the opening appeared. You, this monster. His tone was utterly vicious and contemptuous. Just like your father, ignorant. Dean Tai also spat out a disdainful reminder. There is no place here for you three cowards. A Thai's expression was ugly, his whole body slumping. But surprise and danger are always linked to my life. He had always understood one truth. The things that can change your life, you must take risks. The things of great significance all happen by chance. And the unimportant things have thorough plans. At this moment, a Thai was extremely angry, raising his weapon. I won't accept this, the thing that was within my grasp. I'm not in the habit of giving things to others. Your face darkened, remember this clearly. You dared try to take my life. That's why he died. At that moment, a Thai was determined and ready to fight. You want to steal my lotus root, then let's see who's more capable. His two beasts quickly rushed forward. A Thai also swiftly charged into the middle of them. Go, over here. Kai Zhuang was hit on one side of the face, it swelled up. Dean Tai, crouching down, had to admit, you're pretty tough. Where's your fellow villager? At that moment, as he fell, he quickly grabbed a rock. Kai Zhuang smashed it right into his face. He's done for. Dean Tai's face darkened, then he smirked. Without hesitation, he stomped his foot on the other's face. Dean Tai's eyes widened and he declared fiercely, I see you two really want to die today. He turned around and ordered his underlings behind him. You three go guard the gate. I want to slowly torture these two. They quickly agreed and followed. Yes, Lapba straightened up and threw a punch. Damn it. Dean Tai quickly reached out, grabbed his hand tightly, then bent Lapba's hand backwards. Dean Tai sat down with a sinister smile on his face. Damn it, you really talk too much. Keep talking. He then lifted Kai Zhuang's hair mockingly. And you too, those eyes are quite spirited. Dean Tai held out 2 fingers threateningly. I'll gouge out these eyes of yours. Let those 2 hunting dogs practice their martial arts. Lying far away, Lapba loudly shouted a command. Damn it, stop for me. That finger came closer and closer to one eye. A terrible scream rang out. Then a loud command was quickly shouted. Stop! Inside A Thai's inventory at that moment there was gold Tusu. Cannot move, consuming 740 water loach essence points can evolve into horned eye crop. A Phi consuming 700 water loach essence points can evolve into tigerhead catfish. Tracked in water monkey fusion degree 11.7%. Back over here, the crab claw pinched the rock. Just a light press and the solid rock shattered. A Thai reacted quickly, swiftly dodging. He gritted his teeth, feeling extremely frustrated. Damn it, this crab's armor really can't be broken through by anything. Then a Thai quickly gave the order. Cannot move, entangle it. Tai Hoa Croc promptly obeyed and bit into the crab's claw. He took this chance to quickly use the water flow control technique. At that moment, a Phi swam up from behind. A Thai coughed a few times, starting to sense danger. Not good, unable to control his mental strength, he got injured. The crab monster's claw then kept struggling non-stop. It curled up to protect itself. Athai seized this opportunity and charged straight in. He immediately smiled, watching delightedly and praising, "Well done, Athai." The crab monster now became extremely angry. It continuously stomped down hard below. The crab monster used its legs to crush the lotus root. Athai's brows furrowed, unable to believe it. "Damn my lotus root!" He resolutely charged in to attack. But Athai unfortunately coughed up blood, and he retreated a long distance to gather strength. "Athai won't swallow this anger. Today you will definitely die here." The crab monster swam across above, he now realized. "Discovered you have a weak point too." It swung its claw down hard, but Athai dodged. His face showed clear tension. Then he quickly ordered his two beasts, "Cannot move, Athai." They immediately charged in to attack and help. After a while, Athai finally realized, no matter how much damage it takes, it instinctively protects its belly. So the belly is its weak point. He swung his weapon behind him to gain momentum. "I've thought about this move for a very long time," compressing the controllable water current to its limit at the tip of the wooden spear. Athai firmly gripped the weapon in his hand. Right now, he could only consume all his mental strength to barely create 2 loops. This would give the wooden spear tip 2 stages of acceleration. Suddenly, the system sent a warning reminder. "Mental strength too low will cause the water beasts to backlash. Please host stop the action." Yet now he still showed his determination. "But I already said. Let's see which of us is the most capable." A strong flash of light burst out. The crab monster was unlucky to be hit at that moment. Athai's sharp weapon struck straight into the vital spot. "It's mine!" That force pierced right through the crab monster's body. His face beamed with radiant excitement. I won." Athai closed his eyes, a smile on his lips. Under the water, only silence and bubbles remained. After a while, he opened his eyes wide, looking surprised. He sat up, holding his head in confusion and puzzlement. "Why did I pass out like this?" Athai smiled brightly, rubbing their heads happily. "You two saved me, thank you." He stood up straight, holding his head tiredly. "My head hurts so much, it seems next time I need to be more careful using this move." Then Athai's eyes widened, glancing to one side. He turned and saw something huge. "This is..." After recognizing it, Athai asked in alarm, "This is that crab monster. You two brought it up here too." He drooled at the thought of how much water essence this crab would provide him. Tai-Hoa and Gak stood up and pointed in a direction. Athai approached curiously to observe. So it was a female crab. He flipped it over to examine everything inside. "What is this? Are these crab eggs? What a pity. If I could tame such a big crab, my strength would." Athai flipped it and looked deeper inside, excitedly coming up with an idea. "Wait a moment, I can't tame this big crab, but aren't there baby crabs inside these crab eggs?" He sat down and looked at them on the ground. "Can the domination blood talisman tame what's inside these eggs?" Athai used a sharp fragment to cut his palm, then touched the crab eggs with his blood. The domination blood talisman on them immediately lit up with patterns. Athai stared at it, stuttering with curiosity. Did it work? The egg now began to tremble, shaking, and a tiny claw slowly broke through the shell and emerged. A baby crab crawled out from it, eyes glistening. Successfully dominated the stone clam crab. Able to evolve, consumes 8,000 water essence points. Evolve stone clam crab into stone clam crab king. His inventory now updated. Wealth 2 Lang 2 Tine cannot be moved. Consume 740 water essence points to evolve into rotting gharial A5. Consume 700 water essence points to evolve into tiger head catfish. Law consume 8,000 water essence points to evolve into stone crab king. Track din water monkey fusion degree 11.7%. Both sides of the crab shell split open, revealing the meat. While he was eating happily, the system announced, fusion degree 10.4%. His stats kept increasing continuously. Fusion degree 14.7%, fusion degree 18.8%, and still rising, fusion degree 36.6%. Athai then exploded, letting out a roar. The 3 animals were also waiting under the water surface. He looked down at his body in amazement. All wounds had healed. The 3 beasts watched, eyes sparkling. Heavenly Athai looked at his muscles in awe. To think the fusion degree had risen to 36.6%. Besides the physical ability gained from eating abalone as usual, there was additional ability coming from the fusion degree. He looked down at his chest area, noticing a change. Moreover, I can also feel blood energy. Athai looked at his fist, immediately excited. According to Instructor Ho, I have approached close to the energy of a house officer, even stronger. Then he threw the remaining crab eggs down below. The leftover crab eggs and meat for you two to eat. Crab meat is hard to preserve. Each crab egg only gives 6 points of water essence. Too little. Athai raised his hand, glanced lightly, and instructed. As for the fist, forget it. It's too cruel for kin to eat each other. Because it's only the size of a fist, the little crab was named Fist. He frowned, nervously calculating in his mind. As long as I break through to the officer rank within 1 month, then I can become a student of the Martial Hall. By then the Triu Mansion cannot threaten me. Athai now showed a determined smile. then return to the martial hall to participate in tomorrow morning's training. Returning to this side, a voice called out to stop him. Stop, someone came from afar, annoyed and reminded. Lu Dean Tai, that's enough. Young Master Lo frowned, his expression serious as he stressed. The martial hall has its own rules, yet he brazenly turned his face back. So it's Instructor Lo, don't blame me for not warning you. Dealing with these people is not my concern, I represent 3rd Young Master Trio. Hearing that, his face darkened. Young Master Lo continued to ask aggressively. I wonder, you dog, are you listening to the martial hall's rules or the Trio Mansion's rules? Young Master Lo now fell into silence, not daring to speak. He took advantage of it, pointed and laughed loudly. Look at this guy. Having left the Trio Mansion for just a few days, you've already forgotten who your master is. Dean Tai said that but still didn't stop mocking. Back then, if the Trio Mansion hadn't taken in you and your father, would you have this day? Isn't it good to be a cowardly dog clinging to life? You dare to step forward, beat them all yourself. He showed a fierce grin and reminded. Have you forgotten? Your father is still in the Trio Mansion. Speak nicely, and maybe I'll put in a good word for you. The old man trembled, forced to swallow his pride. Dad, as long as I can protect the family, I don't care how, I'm sorry. Dean Tai continued pointing and kept mocking. Yes, just be an obedient dog like this. Low dog sounds so nice. Suddenly, a spit landed on his face. Kai Zhuang, lying on the ground, couldn't stop laughing. He didn't hesitate to curse bluntly. Your dad. I just can't stand these petty tricks of yours, it's truly disgraceful. Dean Tai widened his eyes, reaching up to wipe the spit off his face. He viciously stomped his foot on Kai Zhuang. Dean Tai even pressed his foot down harder, demanding, a hero, huh, keep it up. He gave a sinister smile. Declared, I won't hit you, I'll torture your friend. Kai Zhuang furiously shouted, damn it, if you've got the guts, come at me. Dean Tai arrogantly, hands on hips, asked, you think someone will come save you now? Instructor Ho isn't here. What solid backing do you two have? Behind him, one of the henchmen got hit and blood spurted from his nose. Dean Tai, startled, turned to look. A blurry figure appeared through the mist. A thigh stepped in with bright eyes. He glanced down at his 2 friends lying there. Kai Zhuang looked up, calling out in a tired voice, A thigh clenched his teeth, bursting with anger. I'll take 1 shot. Just 1 shot? He didn't hesitate to boldly declare, and break all your teeth. Up above, 2 people were quietly observing. Senior brother Ho glanced over, guilty, spoke up. Master, it's all my fault. Today I broke through the blood barrier, got too happy and drank too much, so I was late, leading to this. Dong Hung looked down, surprised. That young Master Lo, normally I didn't notice he was such a cold person. He placed his hands behind his back, remarked, young Master Lo's personality is a bit cold, but his heart is still good. Today he was blocked at. Dong Hung watched closely and calmly commented, this is one of the reasons he can't break through the blood barrier. Form a barrier, a martial artist without courage is like a person without breath. Senior brother Ho continued, leaning his face closer to introduce. Today he just entered the martial hall. Lu Dean Tai is also close to the secret barrier. Resisting has no chance of winning. But then Dong Hung's eyes widened, intrigued and drawn. Wait, this young man's blood energy is a bit interesting. A surge of power emanates around him. Dean Tai spread his arms, arrogant. Smash me, can you do it? A thigh clenched his fist below, stressed. I already said. He didn't hesitate to charge straight at them. I'll smash all of you. He wasn't panicked, pointed and ordered his henchmen. You're just a lowly fisherman, get him. A thigh quickly threw a powerful kick, easily dodging all their attacks. Then a thigh punched back at that guy. That kick came from the arrogant Dean Engia. Take my kick. He turned around, furiously ordering. You stinking brat, don't cause trouble. Dean Engia shouted and immediately received a slap. Open. A thigh opened his eyes wide, not hesitating to challenge. Your turn. Dean Tai at this moment still arrogantly displayed his strength. You think beating them means you can match me? Spreading blood energy is one of the characteristics of gradually entering the secret barrier. He frowned, again showed a determined gaze. He was no slouch either, glancing along. Both sides repeatedly charged into direct combat with each other. A thigh clenched his jaw tightly, tense. He threw a punch from below to the chin. He was in pain, fresh blood spurting out. A thigh wore a smile that clearly showed confidence. You're nothing special. Dian Tai now drew a sharp knife. You're nothing but, he stabbed straight into his abdomen, just a stinking rotten wretch. Dian Tai kept pulling the knife out and stabbing again. Who can give you backing? You're nothing but a fatherless orphan, all alone. What are you anyway? He even stabbed hard into his palm. A thigh's face darkened at this moment. You're truly disgraceful. He continued to throw a powerful punch at the despicable lowlight. Dian Tai was punched hard, lying down on the ground. At that moment a thigh regained his composure. Dian Tai looked up, his voice trembling as he begged, stop, don't come any closer. Lo Thiu Hoi repeatedly spoke provocatively. You're just going to ignore this, not intervene. As an instructor, this person is attacking a fellow disciple. He also gritted his teeth, stammering and hesitating. I suddenly heard a familiar voice ring out. Enough, a hand holding a staff appeared. Dong Hung with a resolute attitude loudly demanded. Luang Dian Tai, Tait Din Engia Vu Vai Long Hang Kutak. All 6 of you no longer need to come to the martial arts hall. He turned and gave an order. Lo Thiu Hoi, you get into the detention room for me. Wait for me to deal with you. Thiu Hoi obediently quickly accepted. Yes, master. Hearing that, a Thai guessed, Master, could it be the legendary Duong Dong Hung? Master Duong stared down at him sitting. A Thai clenched his jaw tense. But having committed such a big mistake today, the martial arts hall probably won't let him stay. Damn it, Dian Tai's words once again echoed. Who can give you backing? You're nothing but a fatherless orphan all alone. He could do nothing but accept the truth. As expected, it's still no good. Dong Hung at this moment softly spoke up and asked, Your name is Luang Ku? A Thai still kept his head down, obediently confirming, Yes. Then he smiled and made an offer. Would you like to become my personal disciple? He seemed to not believe his ears. What? He extended his hand forward to show goodwill. A Thai's inventory was also updated at this moment. Money, 2 taels 2 Kayan. Cannot move, spending 726 water marsh essence points, can evolve into Rach Muck and Gap. Ifi, spending 685 water marsh essence points, can evolve into Ho Dao Ni. Fist, spending 8,000 water marsh essence points, can evolve into Thatch Gi Vuong. Track Din Thai Hao Fusion rate 36.6%. Scene transition to the Duong residence. The space here is extremely quiet. The servants whispered to each other. It said that today the master officially accepts his 9th personal disciple. It said he's also a handsome young man. Suddenly a girl entered and called, Young Master Luong. Accompanying her were several other young ladies carrying sets of clothing in their hands. The girl said, These are the outfits and props from the senior brothers and sisters given to you. We sisters are responsible for helping you put them on. A Thai awkwardly replied, No need, sorry to trouble you ladies, please wait outside for a moment. I will get dressed right away. Hearing that, the girls chuckled and then turned away. He stepped inside, letting out a sigh. At this moment, a Thai thought to himself, It's been 2 weeks since I defeated that Luong Dian Tai. He recalled sitting in the water basin healing his wounds and thought on. The injuries on Tran Kiat, Zhuang Kung, and Lai Lap have also been nearly healed by Master Duong. Looking at the sets of clothing, a Thai said to himself, Today I am no longer alone. I have a master, I have senior brothers and sisters, I have a mountain to rely on. In his heart rose determination. Triu residence, next I will defeat you all. The scene shifted to another place in the residence. Someone's voice rang out. In my opinion, junior brother Luong that night was truly hanging by a thread. That was senior brother Ho, he said excitedly. Can you imagine someone who just entered the martial arts hall for one day defeating someone about to enter seclusion? Tu Chao heard that and spoke up. All right. To you that, I've heard this line from you for 2 weeks now. Truong Tung also laughed and then continued. Junior brother Luong was able to catch Master's eye from the very first glance. He is certainly a phoenix among humans. At this moment, Tao En Huang and Triu Cam also appeared. She placed her hand on Tu Chao's shoulder, hinted, 4th senior brother, could it be that you're jealous of the little junior brother? What did you give him this time? He replied in a deep voice, I gave him a tungsten arm guard. It's just a little bit of money. Hearing that, Luke Kwang stood there laughing amusedly. Senior brother Ho also cheerfully spoke up. Senior sister, don't tease 4th senior brother anymore. Being able to save up that much money is already very difficult for 4th senior brother. At this moment behind him, a Thai's figure appeared. Senior brother Ho saw him and said, The little junior brother has come out. When a Thai stepped out, the hem of his robe fluttered in the wind. Now a Thai wore the most dignified and neat outfit of all. When he saw everyone, he called out, Senior brothers, senior sisters. A Thai stepped forward, clasped his hands respectfully and said, Luong Ku thanks all senior brothers and sisters for the gift. Luke Kwang heard that and laughed, then spoke, I haven't given mine yet. He handed over a metal ingot and said, Junior brother, I have prepared something very good for you. A piece of high-grade pure hard alloy. Luke Kwang instructed, When you have time, you can come to my shop, tell me what weapon you need. Having received the precious gift, a Thai respectfully replied, Thank you, senior brother Luke. After the gift-giving was done, Truong Tung urged, All right, everyone. All the gifts have been given, hurry to the main hall, don't keep master and mistress waiting. Senior brother Ho replied. Scene shifts to the Triu residence inside the mansion. Trin Huang hesitantly reported to Hong Vien, Master, he broke out in sweat and spoke. The protective charm of Chok Dao Chuang has been found. But recalling the scene when they cut open that guy's belly, he stammered. The thing in his belly was nowhere to be found. As soon as Trin Huang finished speaking, he gave him a slap and shouted, Useless. Then Hong Vien was so furious his veins bulged. He yelled, Do you know how much trouble it will cause us if this thing gets exposed? If the authorities come here, you can just bring your own head then. Trin Huang, terrified, said, Master, it's all because of that Luong Ku. He must have killed Chok Dao Chuang, making that thing escape. These words made him even angrier and he threatened, And that Luang Ku, according to what young Triu said, he has now become a direct disciple of Duong Dong Hung. Would you like to test how sharp Duong Dong Hung's blade is? Hong Veen violently grabbed his head and ordered, "Listen well, I don't care how you do it. Find that thing quickly." Trin Huang, frightened, stammered, "Yes, yes." At this moment Hong Veen's face darkened, he rubbed his chin and muttered. As for Luang Ku, the scene shifts to the Duong residence. Duong Dong Hung's voice rang out. Luang Ku. Inside, sitting with his wife Madame Hua, he continued to ask, "You are grateful, braver than others, sincere and diligent. I wish to take you as a disciple, are you willing?" The Thai knelt down and respectfully replied, "Disciple is willing." Standing nearby, senior brother Ho and Truong Tung also heard Duong Dong Hung's voice and smiled. "And those under my tutelage must maintain humility, endure and progress diligently, respect teachers and the way, and be filial to family." Over here, Luke Kwang and Triu Kem also listened to his instructions for him. "Do not slaughter fellow disciples, do not be disobedient and unfilial, do not do evil, nor bully the weak with strength. Do you remember clearly?" Having heard that, Thai respectfully replied, "Disciple Luong Ku understands." Dong Hung declared in a deep voice, "Good," after drinking tea. "You are my 9th personal disciple, Duong Dong Hung. From now on, no one can bully you, no one can humiliate you. Master is your support, do you understand?" He clasped his hands, determination in his eyes, and replied, "Disciple Luong Ku understands." Outside the Duong residence, the sky was clear blue. White clouds drifted lazily, disciples were training diligently under the blazing sun. A command rang out, "Rest for half an hour." Everyone sat down tiredly to rest and regain strength, all drenched in sweat. One said, "You know what? I heard that guy Luong Ku has become Master Duong's personal disciple." The other replied, "Yeah, it's really a rags to riches story for that penniless guy." This one added, "The lowest of the low are those private furnace talents who got kicked straight out of the martial hall." The other agreed, "Of course, and I heard there's another mastermind behind them." At that moment, Hok Nguyen, walking from afar, overheard it. He was so angry his face darkened, muttering, "Damn it, damned Luong Ku, Luong Ku." Night fell. Senior brother Ho and Thai sat talking together. He asked, "Junior brother Luong, do you know what the 4 barriers and 7 paths are?" He answered, "I only know that skin, flesh, bone, and blood are the first 4 barriers. As for the 7 paths after that, I'm not very clear." Then senior brother Ho explained. The so-called 7 paths are galloping horse, wolf smoke, beast tiger, rare elephant, heavenly dragon, melting furnace, transforming rainbow. He began to elaborate. First was the image of a man with a galloping horse, the galloping horse stage. At its peak, one could hold back dozens of galloping horses without budging. Next was the scene of a man holding a sword, his aura blazing alongside a bloodthirsty wolf. The wolf smoke stage, blood energy like wolf smoke, rising several meters high. Like a celestial being, when erupting with force, it makes people feel as if they are besieged by a pack of wolves. A terrifying aura. Then came the figure of a tall man with a majestic fierce tiger. The beast tiger stage, blood energy surging like a rising tide. When erupting with force, ordinary people who look on will be terrified like a small rabbit facing a fierce tiger. Their courage shatters. Furthermore, the image of a muscular young man standing with a ferocious elephant. The rare elephant stage, every movement shakes the ground, can crumble mountains and block rivers. On the battlefield can be called a great general. Finally, the scene of a person standing before a majestic dragon. The heavenly dragon stage, a person like a heavenly dragon, able to break free from the shackles of heaven and earth. One leap of 3,000 jang, flying straight into the clouds, is the martial saint of a nation. Having explained up to here, senior brother Ho rubbed his chin and said, "As for melting furnace and transforming rainbow, I don't know much. I only heard that masters who reach this level have touched the degree where feathers and wings are fully grown and can ascend to heaven." After hearing this, Thai pondered to himself, "Is the martial path of this world really that formidable? If I reach the level of ascension, could I return to my old world?" Then he asked, "I wonder what stage master has reached." He did not answer immediately but stood up and asked, "Little junior brother, do you know how many martial halls there are in Bin Duong town?" Thai held up 3 fingers and guessed, "Probably 3. Hearing that, senior brother Ho turned away and said, "The other 2 halls can stay in Bin Duong town because they are just barely able to set up a hall and settle here. As for Master Duong staying in Bin Duong town, it's because this is his hometown." Then he turned back, looked with sharp eyes and continued, "Our martial hall has always ranked first for many years, because Master Duong is the only martial artist in Bin Duong town to reach the stage of Beast Tiger." Hearing that word, his eyes widened in surprise, thinking, "Beast Tiger, with the system's support I can quickly step into that stage." Hearing that, senior brother Ho chuckled and then gently said, "Today's morning lesson ends here. Little junior brother, you needn't be too impatient about the issue of stages. Just advance step by step steadily, then you can progress." Thai clasped his hands and replied, "Thank you, senior brother," he thought to himself. "So, the pressure from the Trio household will lessen. Next step, I must quickly catch the precious fish to break through the skin barrier and become a true martial artist." Scene shifts to a clear blue river. Thai is standing and observing on a small boat. As he emptied the fish basket and caught fish onto the boat, he muttered, "I can't touch them to help catch fish. The boat hold isn't enough to contain them anymore. Perhaps I need to consider switching to a larger boat." Then Thai rubbed his chin and sighed, "It's a pity I haven't encountered the precious fish. I don't know when I'll be able to catch it." Later, he opened the system panel, browsing as he said, "Fusion rate has reached 37%. If I can catch it, there might be a chance to break through the skin barrier." The information on the system panel appeared in detail. Suddenly, a feather gently fell down, catching Thai's attention. The water current suddenly swirled violently, making the boat rock. Water splashed everywhere. He shielded himself with his hand and asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Thai was utterly bewildered. He stammered, "What is this thing?" In the vortex, the silhouettes of two beasts were fighting each other madly. Thai speculated, could this be a toad biting a giant bird tightly? The silhouettes of the two beasts became clearer. One side was a huge blazing red fire, and the other was an enormous, terrifying river god. They were fighting fiercely with each other. Finally, the river god was defeated and fell into the water, and its massive weight made the water surge up like a huge wave. It almost crashed into Thai, making him exclaim in panic, "Oh no!" He tumbled into the river, the boat capsized, and all the fish fell out. Thai cried out, "My fish!" Then the water shattered the boat into pieces. He struggled in the current, watching the broken boat helplessly. Suddenly, the red fire let out a piercing cry, sound waves spreading throughout the space. The aftershock of the sound waves affected Thai, and he had to raise his hands to defend himself. He screamed inwardly, "This is bad, it's a mental attack." Then Thai fell into the deep river. A while later, when he opened his eyes, he found himself on the shore. Suddenly, a small crab named Qian Dao appeared, making him cry out in surprise. Thai asked in confusion, "Did I just faint and you saved me again?" He rubbed his forehead and muttered to himself, "Strange, did that bird's cry earlier make me dizzy?" Looking up at the black sky and the swirling water vortex, Thai sighed. "This demon's power is truly terrifying. Then the spirit monster that can capture it must be even more terrifying, right?" After that, Thai lay down exhaustedly on the grass and lamented. This time it was all for nothing. The boat was broken, the fish were gone. The plan to break through the skin barrier had to be postponed. Suddenly, Tai Hoa and Ngao came over, catching his attention. Thai sat up and asked, "You can't move, what's wrong?" Tai Hoa opened its mouth, and inside was a large fish. Seeing that, he exclaimed in his heart, "This is a Hong Hyatt Lu. I can try to break through the skin barrier now." The image of a deep red drop of blood appeared, blood energy representing the physical strength of a martial artist. But a martial artist is not strong because of abundant blood energy, but because the body's tissues are strong enough to condense sufficient blood energy. The bundles of vessels running throughout a person's body. Blood energy is not the cause of strength, but the result of strength. This result can in turn drive the cause, the two cycling endlessly, unceasingly. The scene shifts to evening in a simple house, the yellow lamplight flickering dimly. Thai placed an incense stick into the censer. He sat meditating in the quiet atmosphere. The incense smoke spread warmly, and before him was a steaming pot of fish soup. Wisps of smoke drifted gently in front of Thai. He closed his eyes and fell into stillness. Thai remembered when senior brother Ho gave him the spirit-calming incense and said, "This is called spirit-calming incense. It can easily help a martial artist break through barriers." At this moment, Thai's body was burning up, sweat pouring down like rain. He muttered, "Breaking through the skin barrier, the key to entering the martial artist's path is refining the blood energy in the chest." Then Thai picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth and said, "Each time after refining blood energy, I can promptly replenish it from the fish." He tensed his body, muscles clearly defined, and told himself, "This is already the 38th time. Just a little more." Thai recalled the conversation with senior brother Ho. He had explained that the key to breaking through the skin barrier is to use inner energy and blood energy to stimulate the fascia and skin of the whole body, bringing into play the effect of skin refinement. Now, he was still sitting with full concentration to cultivate. A stream of red energy appeared in the center of his chest. Senior brother Ho's words echoed. Blood energy is the energy that appears in the chest when a person practices martial arts. It is the condensed essence of the human body, the root of life. The energy current grew stronger and stronger, forcing Thai to grit his teeth and endure. When he could feel a warm energy invading from the chest, combining with the blood energy in the chest, this energy then flowed to the bones of the limbs. Finally reaching the muscles and skin, it turned into a wave of heat. An illustration of this process appeared, the person's body blazing fiercely. This is skin refinement. At that moment his heart beat powerfully and rapidly. Thai opened his eyes, panting heavily, and said dejectedly, "It's already the 40th time, but unfortunately it's still just a little short." The system displayed his cultivation stats in detail. Thai looked at it and mused, 49% now, but the skin barrier is still lacking a bit, still not broken through. He speculated, "But I have a feeling that at 50% there will be a change, right?" Looking down at the empty soup pot, Thai muttered, The fish meat is all gone too. Now the effect of lotus roots on me is extremely minimal. It seems I have no choice but to go catch a treasure fish. When he looked out the window, he saw the morning sunlight streaming through the window bars. He said in surprise, "It's already dawn." Suddenly, a knocking on the door sounded, and when Athai opened it, he saw Dai Kong and Tran Than standing there. He spoke, "Athai, I saw that you came home yesterday. I came specially to ask you about something." Athai cheerfully replied, "Uncle Lai, what is it? Just tell me." But inwardly he thought, "Aren't these the fathers of Lai Lap Ba and Tran Kayat Siuong? Why are they here?" Dai Kong asked. "Nothing important, I just wanted to ask you. Why hasn't my boy come home these past few days? Is he still at the martial arts hall or has he gone wandering somewhere?" Tran Than chimed in, "That's right. My son hasn't come home either, so I came here specially to ask." After hearing that, he scratched his head and replied, "Yesterday I came back late and forgot to tell Uncle Lai and Uncle Tran. The three of us performed well and were valued by the martial master, who gave us a room in his house to stay, so we haven't come home." Focused on martial arts training, Athai remembered the sight of Kayat Siuong and Lap 3 all bandaged up, and thought that their wounds hadn't healed yet, so they didn't dare go home. Hearing that, Dai Kong burst out laughing and said proudly, "As expected of my son, our Engia Huang town now has a few martial masters." Tran Than also happily chimed in, "I've watched Athai and our two boys grow up together since they were little. I just knew these three kids would definitely have a bright future." Then he reminded him, "Oh right, Athai, the reason I came this time is to remind you that our hometown is planning to hold a ceremony to worship the river god." These words confused him and he wondered, "River god, a ceremony? Indeed, this custom exists in my memory, but wasn't it already held 3 months ago?" Tran Than spoke up, "That's right, yesterday the river god manifested. We absolutely must hold the ceremony." Dai Kong agreed, "Exactly." The river god leaped out of the river, caught a fire-capped giant bird, and shattered the sky. Athai began to recall the scene in the middle of the river and the image of the river god. He muttered to himself, "You mean that cormorant," in the quiet atmosphere of the simple house. His voice rang out in reply, "Uncle Lai, I understand. When the time comes, I'll pay the fee to join." Both men said, "Athai, don't forget." The scene shifts to an emerald stream. Sunlight shines down, making it sparkle. There is a deep cave in the distance. The inside of the cave is also called the Lotus Cave, where blooming lotus flowers create a stunning scene. Suddenly, a column of water rose up from within. At this moment, Athai grabbed a stake and jumped down. He bounced continuously, making the space around him tremble. After a while, Athai shifted his body forcefully. He quickly sank to the bottom of the lake. Below, Tai Hoer and Gak was already waiting. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and lunged at Athai. He noticed and quickly dodged. In his mind, Athai made some calculation. The water flow force he could control was approximately 300 caddies, able to compress and burst within 10 liters of water, meaning 1 liter of water corresponded to a force of 30 caddies. Immediately, he swung his weapon and executed the water blade technique, releasing a surge of power. When Athai unleashed that energy, a 6-striped catfish also appeared. Its name was Afi. That energy source quickly vanished. Then Afi and Tai Hoa immediately shrank into a different form. His current underwater ability had already surpassed the skin barrier. Perhaps he could easily defeat Lu Ringtai. At this time, the system panel appeared, and he read the information in detail. Athai held the wooden stake in his hand and muttered, "About this water blade technique. If only I had a suitable weapon." He thought of the images of high-grade sword, and he recalled what Luke Kwang said, hearing from third senior brother that in this world there are weapons called Lin Vo that can self-repair and upgrade. Athai again pictured a majestic sword formed from the elements of nature, but a weapon of this level normally requires a treasure of heaven and earth to forge its core. Thinking of this, he sighed and muttered, "I wonder when I'll ever get such a weapon." Suddenly, a movement startled Athai. He saw Athai swimming out ahead and asked, "What happened?" Athai swam after it to a rocky bank and asked, "Is it under this pile of rubble?" Looking down, he saw a fiery red feather. He wondered, "A feather? This must have fallen from that giant bird. It looks very special." Athai recalled the feather dropping during the chaotic battle yesterday. He thought to himself, "This must be the red feather from yesterday." This feather made Athai dazed for a moment, his heart full of questions. Its appearance seemed very valuable. Could it be a natural treasure? He picked it up and murmured, "I have to go to senior brother Luke Kwang's forge soon to confirm the weapon. I'll ask him then." Scene changed to Bin Duong district. The atmosphere was strangely quiet as he walked briskly down the street. Looking around, Athai thought, "Third senior brother's forge. I remember it." He gazed toward the houses in the distance and wondered, "What is that?" It looked close to Bin Duong district. Convenient to ask senior brother. Later, Athai arrived at the Luke family forge. Inside, the constant clang of hammer on iron rang out. Seeing him, Luke Kwang stopped his hand and asked, "Junior brother Luong, you've come." Athai held out a pouch and said, "Senior brother Luke, while fishing this morning I found something tricky, so I came specially to ask you." Upon seeing the feather he exclaimed, "A red fire bird feather." Staring at it intently, Luke Kwong said, "This is a good thing." Hearing that, Athai thought to himself, "It really is a good thing." Then he asked, "How does senior brother Luke know?" Instead of answering immediately, he questioned Athai in return. "Junior brother Liuang, do you know where this deep crimson feather comes from?" An image of the mighty red fire appeared, accompanied by Luke Kwong's explanation. "This feather comes from a demon called the red fire bird. Whenever its life is in danger, it pours its entire life essence into a part of its plumage, scattering from within, using this to escape. Among those feathers, one will contain the greatest concentration of life essence, known as the red fire golden feather. It uses this feather to complete its rebirth, like a lizard shedding its tail. But instead of merely losing its tail, it sacrifices its entire body." Hearing this, he exclaimed excitedly, "That amazing! So is this one of mine a golden feather?" Athai's words made him chuckle, then he said, "Of course it's not a golden feather, otherwise the two of us would have no way to get near it." Hearing that, the boy seemed somewhat disappointed. Looking at the bird feather, Luke Kwong said slowly, "I advise you to forge it into a weapon with spiritual nature, rather than just absorb its energy. Have you decided what kind of weapon you will choose, junior brother?" Athai answered, "I've thought it through." He recalled the earlier battle and thought, based on the earlier fight with the stone clam, a long-handled weapon would be more suitable underwater, and could also combine with a technique of his own creation. Athai said with a firm voice, "I want a spear." Hearing that, Luke Kwong asked with some surprise, "A spear? That's quite rare in our martial arts school. Although long weapons have an advantage in reach, they are also harder to control," the boy insisted. "I've decided. Please, senior brother, incorporate this feather into the weapon. I have a clear idea in mind. I want a weapon with spiritual nature." He happily replied, "All right, once it's finished I'll send word for you to come get it." Athai respectfully said, "Thank you, senior brother." As he walked out, he suddenly turned back and asked, "By the way, senior brother Luke, what's with that thick fog outside?" Hearing this question, the man's face darkened, his hand gripping the edge of the table as he angrily said, "That place." Luke Kwong's eyes narrowed. He continued, "That is Phap Hoa Temple. It caught fire this morning in a big blaze." The image of Phap Hoa Temple burning fiercely, black smoke billowing, surfaced in his mind. Luke Kwong's voice sounded again. "And in that fire, something that shouldn't have appeared did appear." Hearing this, the boy puzzled. Something that shouldn't appear. An image of a mountain demon tearing out a person's entrails appeared. It looked horrifying with its sharp fangs. Athai stammered, "It's a mountain demon." Suddenly a cold voice rang out. "You say, what did they shout at you?" they said. "We are." Then a terrifying scene emerged. Big-bellied demons and corpses lying scattered everywhere. That voice echoed again, "Dan Tai Dan Koi." A moment later, a man was seen screaming in agony. Another man holding a sharp knife said coldly, "All for the old mother." An image of a young monk trembling in fear, stammering, "Benefactor." On the ceiling, a hideous demon with lifeless eyes looked down. At Phap Hoa Temple, something that shouldn't have appeared. People below looked up and Duck Kwong's voice said, "Is that a monster? With strength equal to a warhorse." Next came the scene of a man being slowly devoured by a demon, able only to cry for help. "Lo Thin Heap, save me." All of that began at Phap Hoa Temple. The scene shifts to a sunny day at the temple inside the forest. The view moves as if someone is hurrying. A foot appears. Running hastily, a girl's face appears. She runs while gasping for breath. It is Dan Hoa, clutching her pregnant belly as she flees from someone. Over here, a little monk is sweeping the yard when he hears a cry echoing, "Help!" Dan Hoa, having just run there, is exhausted and unable to speak. "Little master, save!" Before she could finish, she collapsed. Kai Min, seeing this, shouts, "Benefactor." Dan Hoa's eyes gently close. Only the blurred silhouette of the little master running over is visible. "Female benefactor." Later, she is taken to a room and the little monk calls, "Benefactor." "Female benefactor." At this moment, Dan Hoa groggily opens her eyes. Kai Min calls out, "Master, the female benefactor has woken up," the abbot slowly says. "Amitabha, female benefactor, you have finally awakened." Dan Hoa sits up wearily, clutching the blanket and asks, "Abbot, where am I?" "This is Phap Hoa Temple," the old man replies. "Benefactor, what happened to you?" She begins to recount the events. "This humble girl is originally from Hoa Chau district. 3 months ago, I went to visit relatives in Bin Duong district, but unexpectedly." Dan Hoa recalls that night, under pouring rain, a group of fierce people in black robes stood before her. She continues, "I encountered a gang of bandits in mysterious attire. Her hands were tied, then she was blindfolded and dragged to a mysterious place. There they removed Dan Hoa's blindfold. The scene before her was horrifying, corpses strewn everywhere, fierce demons running amok. Dan Hoa's voice trembles. That place was truly hell. The people there were all tormented into evil spirits. Hearing this, the abbot asks, "Did they tie you up to demand money?" Manhwa clutches her head, her expression radiating fear, and answers, "No," they said. Flashback to that moment, a voice echoes, "We are alchemists." As the voice sounds, a mark appears on the man's belly, causing it to swell as if about to explode. Agonized screams ring out pitifully. Those in mysterious attire clasp their hands as if performing some bizarre ritual. A man holds a knife, his gaze cold and sharp. Then he raises the knife high, ready to stab down. As the blade descends, the victim howls in excruciating pain. One by one, internal organs are scooped out. They catch the dripping blood without any disgust. From those blood drops, a bright red pill crystallizes. One of the group, named Ha, speaks up. "Truly miraculous, Brother Lamb, what exactly are these bellies?" Dung indifferently replies, "These are embryo pearl pills created by the High Envoy Lord." He further explains, "They were forced to drink a brew made from mountain demon flesh. Regardless of gender, their bellies will swell, carrying a meatball." Looking at the dead man's corpse, Dung continues, "These meatballs, after 3 months, will form embryo pellets, then be refined into embryo pearl pills. It's said that eating them can make one immortal." Ha, upon hearing that, questions, "If they form in 3 months, what happens after 3 months?" He answers, "If left beyond 3 months without extraction, they will hatch." Ha, even more curious, asks, "Hatch into what?" Dung replies with fearful eyes, "You do not want to know." The scene shifts to Trung Nin Temple. The abbot's voice sounds, "Kai Min, your senior brother has gone to town to report to the authorities. Go bring vegetarian rice to the female benefactor." The little monk replies, "Yes, master," then carries the rice away. Kai Min opens the door and softly calls, "Female benefactor, are you here?" Hearing no movement, the little monk slowly steps in and looks through the hanging curtain. Looking inside, the person is not clearly visible. Kai Min asks, "Asleep?" Suddenly, the little monk sees something. At Kai Min's feet is a large pool of blood. "What is this?" The little monk slowly approaches the bed. His face shows clear bewilderment. A vague silhouette appears. Blood flows profusely beneath his feet. When Kai Min turns to look, he cannot see clearly what it is, but only more than half a body remains, a horrifying sight. The little monk, his face pale with fear, cries out, "Benefactor!" Kai Min looks inside the curtain, tremblingly saying, "There, on the bed." On the bed, Dan Hoa is lifeless. Her face smeared with blood, eyes wide in terror. Kai Min shrieks in shock, spilling all the food. Suddenly, a drop of blood falls onto Kai Min's head. The little monk trembles uncontrollably and looks up at the ceiling. It is a demon. Around its neck is a length of intestine. Blood drips down steadily. The scene shifts elsewhere to a forest, where several people are walking slowly. The constable speaks, "This time we have troubled the young hero to take the initiative and help us come here to investigate. Otherwise, we would have had to trouble you to come out and find someone." The young hero humbly replies, "Constable Vuong, there is no need for formalities. This is something a martial artist from the dojo must do." He recalls a conversation with Trin Huang. He had said, "This time at Phap Hoa Temple, you must help the wealthy Triu conceal some corpses inside the temple. At the same time, bring that thing inside out." The young hero asks, "What thing?" Trin Huang does not answer, only says, "This matter you need not know. When you see it, you will naturally understand what it is." At this moment, the monk slowly speaks, "3 officials, please come out." It's ahead, before everyone's eyes, is Phap Hoa Temple. A gloomy atmosphere envelops the place. The monk says, "This is this humble monk's Phap Hoa Temple." The monk slowly opened the door. Upon seeing the scene inside, everyone turned pale, sweat pouring out as if bathing. Bo Koi hesitantly cried out, "Here in the courtyard, close to the other monks lying scattered." He asked, "What happened?" Suddenly the monk startled and cried out, "Master!" Then the monk ran off, his face deathly pale, and shouted, "Master, I'm coming to save Master." Seeing that, Tiu Lan stopped him. "Don't run around wildly." Bo Koi gave an order. Tiu La, chase after that monk. Over here, the 2 of us will observe. And Thiu Hoi, sit down and observe for a bit. Looking at the mutilated corpses, he said, "Most of these bodies show signs of being bitten and torn. It looks like it was done by a large tiger. But is there any tiger that big? Moreover, not a single body at the scene is intact." Saying this, Thiu Hoi's face darkened. He secretly guessed, could it be? Damn, that damn Trin Huang said some of the bodies are exactly this thing. Suddenly Bo Koi cried out. The bloodstains caught Thiu Hoi's attention. Observing, both saw the bloodstains were dragged into long streaks. Bo Koi said, "The bloodstains seem to stretch this way, as if formed by bodies being dragged." The blood trail extended to a room in the distance. Seeing that, he continued, "The blood drag marks stop here. Tiu La and that monk are here too." Now they saw the monk slumped down, mouth agape as if seeing something terrifying. Everyone else also entered and couldn't avoid this shock. Bo Koi spoke, "Damn, what the hell are all these things? What on earth happened here?" Meanwhile, Thiu Hoi also broke out in a cold sweat and wondered, "Is this the thing that Trin Huang told me to bring out?" Damn. The sight before them was a gigantic egg. Outside, countless human corpses were attached to it, looking extremely grotesque. Bo Koi exclaimed, "So all these bodies are here?" The monk now turned pale. sweat pouring like rain while clasping his hands and praying, Namo Amitabha Buddha. Suddenly the door slammed shut. Koi started, turned around and cried out. He ran out, pounding on the door and shouting, "Open it! Who's outside? Are you trying to rebel?" Hoi said. The important thing now is no longer the door. It's about to hatch, Koi asked fearfully. Young Master Lo, what is this thing? Looking at the gruesome, wriggling egg, he explained. This is the mountain demon sign, a characteristic trick of the demon mother cult. The constable asked in astonishment. The demon mother cult, those remnants from the previous dynasty. At that moment the egg began to move more violently. The young hero observed it and replied, once a mountain demon hatches and absorbs enough flesh and blood, it will enter the second stage. He stammered further, that is a monster with strength equal to the galloping horse stage. Upon hearing this, the constable exclaimed in fear, "Galloping horse!" Suddenly from inside the egg, an arm with sharp claws stretched out and pierced the shell. It propped its hand down to slowly crawl out of the eggshell. Soon, it revealed itself with a gaunt body, glaring eyes, and sharp fangs. It hatched the second stage mountain demon. Seeing the mountain demon slowly crawling toward him, the monk trembled violently, ceaselessly clasping his hands and chanting, Namo Amitabha Buddha. Without delay, it shot forward like a gust of wind, lunging ahead. The vicious mountain demon bit the monk's neck with an utmost thirst for blood. Seeing this, Tiula cried out in terror, "Little monk!" He was about to draw his sword and rush forward when the constable shouted to stop him. Wait! It heard the noise and turned around, its mouth still chewing a piece of raw flesh. In the blink of an eye, the constable was grabbed by the face by the mountain demon, while Tiula was flung away. He fell, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Over there, being held tight, he struggled and cried for help. "Save me, young hero Lu, save me!" The young hero stood still, his face pale, thinking, this is a monster of the galloping horse realm. I still haven't broken through the 4 gates. He had no intention of saving him and had already thought to himself, I must retreat. My strength is enough to break through the gate if I exert myself, no problem. But if this monster runs outside... At that moment, the mountain demon opened its wide mouth, preparing to devour the constable alive. He screamed in panic. Amid the tense situation, the young hero hesitated inwardly. No, staying alive is most important. It has always been this way, and living has always been. He recalled times of private poverty, utter exhaustion, and said, just close my eyes, just don't see anything, just keep myself safe. Then the young hero remembered the image of the old, simple house and chided himself. As long as father is still well. His heart suddenly stirred and the young hero muttered, but being like this, it's truly too disgusting. At that moment, the mountain demon was about to deliver a fatal bite to the constable. He cried out, young hero Lu, save me. The young hero began to draw his sword. Hearing the sound, it spun around to look. Then the mountain demon rushed toward him. The young hero gritted his teeth and said, it seems today I must test how great the power of the galloping horse stage is. The scene shifted to the past, someone holding a wooden sword high, saying, in the future I will definitely become a great hero like Duong Dong Hung, shaking the 4 directions with might. A little girl exclaimed happily, Brother Lu, you're really amazing. This was the young hero as a child who proudly said, this time I'm going to the city with father. I heard we'll be working in Master Triu's mansion. This is my opportunity. With determined eyes, the young hero affirmed, I must become a disciple at Master Duong's martial arts hall, then gain Master Triu's trust and become a renowned hero of the region. The girl smiled brightly and replied, Brother Lu, you will definitely succeed. Sometime later, as a teenager, the young hero was bullied by Hak Nuyen. He scornfully said, you think you can enter the martial arts hall? What a joke! Hak Nuyen laughed loudly and mocked. A useless, motherless brat like you, just cling to your sick old father and crawl back into a corner. That evening, under the simple little roof, the hacking cough of the old father resounded. Inside, Liu Engia was applying a compress to his son's wound, saying, another conflict with third young Master Triu. The young hero replied, Father, they bullied me first. He said in a voice broken by coughing, say less, go outside, don't be impatient, you must respect your elders and yield to others, be humble and learn. The young hero listened, then dejectedly replied, I understand, father. Liu Engia stroked his son's head and instructed, but no matter what, you must become a person you yourself can acknowledge. A question arose in the young hero's mind, what would master do? At that moment the boy was kneeling before Dong Hung. He spoke, those who enter my school must have a humble heart, great ambition, but no forbearance. Back in the present, when facing the mountain demon, Dong Hung's voice still echoed in the young hero's mind. Do not be arrogant when you are self-satisfied with your talent. He propelled himself forward at lightning speed. Just as he was about to clash with it, Dong Hung's admonition resounded. At home be filial, outside be kind, do not kill fellow disciples. A person of unfilial nature must never commit wrongful acts. The young hero slashed forward, but it swiftly ducked to evade. Those who enter my school must exterminate evil, act heroically and righteously. He slashed again, but the mountain demon nimbly dodged it. With determined eyes, the young hero continued attacking, Dong Hung's teaching still lingering. Do not act recklessly, nor bully the weak by relying on strength. Suddenly a candle fell onto a book, causing a flame to burst forth. The young hero recalled his own teenage image, and official spoke loudly. Only saw Master Duong with glaring eyes full of fury. His legs stomped hard on the ground, a long saber hung at his waist. In the present, he was trying to parry the mountain demon's attacks with his sword. The young hero fluidly delivered slash after slash, the saber sometimes slashing, sometimes chopping, sometimes thrusting, sometimes twisting and turning. Wherever he slashed, it skillfully dodged, the blade flashing with a deep blue edge. Gleaming with brilliant golden light, the blades glow like the rays of evening clouds tearing through dark clouds on the horizon, striking the enemy into continuous retreat. The image of the official telling stories of the past came flooding back. Now one could see the blade rolling like waves, the sky and earth darkening, Elder Duong alone fighting against the four great star monsters, covered in severe wounds. At this moment, Thiu Hoi had been bitten by the mountain demon, losing one arm. With his remaining hand, he gripped his sword tightly, then Thiu Hoi flew up behind the mountain demon's back. The image of the official slamming the wooden block down appeared, as if signaling the end. To know what happens next, please listen to the next episode's explanation. Now flames had engulfed everything. Thiu Hoi had stabbed into the mountain demon's chest, immobilizing it. He said, "Sorry, I cannot let this monster go free." There was no way to save anyone now. Thiu Hoi gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain, and continued. "I can only wound it to this extent. Luckily, it is not a real bon ma." The mountain demon was now groaning pitifully. Little La, clutching his wound, reassured him. "It's all right, young hero Lo, we are doing a good thing. You are a great hero." Hearing that, Thiu Hoi turned and muttered. "A great hero?" He recalled the image of a thigh and humbly said, "In this world, there are still many people more like great heroes than me." Recalling his youth, Hak Nuyen had pointed at two children and said to Thiu Hoi, "Go break their teeth for me. From now on, follow me and roam around." He cruelly threatened, "If you don't go, then the one whose teeth will be broken is you." The boy, hearing that, approached the two children, scaring them. Thiu Hoi's face darkened and he said, Even so, deep down the boy felt immensely guilty. "Sorry." His hand clenched tightly and he said to himself, "I must do this. I have to rise up and make a name for myself. I must become someone who stands above 10,000 people." Back at Phap Hoa Temple, the sunny day was still clear except that. Now Phap Hoa Temple was no longer intact but had burned down, taking on a gloomy hue. A soldier shouted, "Found them, they are here." When everyone entered, they saw a charred corpse sitting there. They wondered, what on earth did they go through? That was the image of Thiu Hoi finishing off the mountain demon. Now everything was just ashes. Who was that blade-wielding person? Right then a token fell out. Someone picked it up. On the token was carved the character Lo, the surname of Thiu Hoi. At that moment the past images flooded back. A bandaged hand held out a steamed bun to you. The two children asked in amazement, "Big brother, why are you helping us?" At that time, Thiu Hoi was beaten black and blue and had even had his teeth broken. The boy cheerfully replied, "I am a great hero, how can I bully the weak?" The scene shifted to a night at Chu Mansion. A shout rang out, "Useless fool, you are truly an idiot." Inside, Hong Veen repeatedly kicked Trin Huang and yelled, "You really are a stupid servant, acting on your own authority." He angrily continued scolding. "Once the Phap Hoa Temple affair is exposed, do you realize what huge trouble it will cause for the envoy?" Trin Huang knelt there, fearfully pleading, "Master, the matter of Phap Hoa Temple was forced by circumstances." He broke out in a cold sweat and stammered. "That day, after discovering that woman had escaped, we immediately gave chase. But who would have thought that wretch would run into the temple?" Recalling that day's scene, the mysterious glad people saw only slaughter before their eyes. Trin Huang said, "By the time we caught up, that place had already become a river of blood." He recounted the conversation with Thiu Hoi. "I could only immediately have Lo Thiu Hoi take the initiative to go to the yamen, to help us hold off the newly hatched mountain demon. At that time he entered with the constables." Trin Huang continued, "After he entered the scripture depository, the black-cloaked people outside shut the door." He sinisterly recounted, "We immediately sneaked up and locked the door tightly. Outside Phap Hoa Temple, a fierce blaze had already erupted. They stood by indifferently watching." Trin Huang added, "Then we set the fire and burned it all, wanting to destroy the bodies to silence witnesses." As soon as he finished, Hong Veen twisted his ear and scolded, "Idiot, what use is setting a fire? To burn to ashes would take 3 days and 3 nights. Do you have that much time?" At that moment a hooded figure spoke. "Enough." He slowly stood up, his voice deep. "This matter, all of you fools bear responsibility." This person walked forward, uttering a rebuke, "Because you failed to keep watch over that woman, causing the sect heavy losses." He approached one of them, raising a hand full of sharp claws, slowly saying, "In the eyes of the Supreme Old Mother, you are an irreverent one. Then he extended his hand and coldly declared, "The irreverent shall be punished." That man had his head squeezed by the claws, trembling uncontrollably. A moment later, blood splattered onto his face. This person was named Trak Kwan. An envoy, a cold voice rang out, "And this is the will of the Supreme Old Mother." The man collapsed right in front of Trin Huang and Hong Vin, terrifying them to the extreme. Trak Kwan wiped his blood-soaked hand and said in a low voice, "Tro Lao, come out. You have made great contributions to our sect. The Supreme Old Mother will bless you." He glanced over at Hong Vin and warned in a low voice, "But Tro Lao, don't forget that we are all in the same boat." These words made him panic, stuttering, "That matter. High Envoy, rest assured I will come and put an end to it." Trak Kwan's face darkened. His eyes turned sharp and cold as he said, "As for you, Butler Trin, do you truly no longer care about that secret son of yours?" Upon hearing that, Trin Huang kowtowed and pledged, "High Envoy, rest assured, such a thing will absolutely never happen again." Trak Kwan turned and walked out, not forgetting to say, "I have troubled Great Lord Triu and Butler Trin." Both watched his silhouette recede into the distance. At this moment, Hong Vin finally let out a heavy breath, staring at the corpse lying on the floor. Trin Huang said, "My lord, this man is openly threatening us." He fumed, grinding his teeth as he spoke. "What other choice do I have? If not for my family legacy, I would never have invited that damn old bastard." Hong Vin recalled the earlier slaughter and praised Trin Huang. "It was fortunate you were clever, going with the flow and allowing the mountain demon child in that woman's womb to mature smoothly. And you slaughtered the entire temple to feed it. Otherwise, such an opportunity would have been truly hard to come by." He added, "While today's plan is proceeding smoothly, we must find a way to extract ourselves. The people from the imperial court have already made their move." Hong Vin leisurely stroked his beard, laying out the plan. "Once the Phap Hoa temple matter is finished, we will escape to Hongqiao. I also have a business there, and we can continue to live like immortals as usual." With a vicious look on his face, he continued, "Triu Enhai's fetal pearl pill can also be refined further. There, we won't have Duong Dong Hung meddling in our affairs." Outside, the night had deepened and Hong Vin's voice still echoed, "If we don't want to be liquidated by Dai Thuan, the safest way is to minimize losses to the absolute lowest." The next morning, at the entrance to Engia Huang Town, at this time a Thai walked along, sadly thinking, "I never imagined that Lo Thiu Hoi would fall into such a predicament." According to Laptam, that day he even stepped forward and tried to uphold justice, a truly decent person. He remembered when Thiu Hoi was guiding everyone in practice. "Stop," a Thai muttered in confusion. "But why did he appear at Phap Hoa Temple?" According to senior brother Lu, at first the martial hall did not receive help from the clan. He closed his eyes, thought dejectedly, "Mountain demon, this world is truly hard to live in. I hope all these monsters die out there." Suddenly someone's voice called out, startling a Thai. "Isn't that a Thai?" Han Jian, while carrying a load, asked, "A Thai, you've returned, is it Uncle Tran?" he asked. "What happened?" the old man urged. "Hurry home and see." At the door, quite a few people are gathered. It's up on the cliff. A large centipede was slowly crawling into the forest. Someone was watching them from above. Suddenly, a monstrous hand stomped on the centipede and cried out, "Dan! Hein, it's a mountain demon." While chewing the centipede, it uttered a few words. "Liuangku." The scene shifted to a dark, squalid place. Someone's voice rang out. "People often say the past of great men is always full of suffering and hardship. The more suffering, the greater. Countless difficulties pile up. How tragic." Looking at the piles of wood stacked. In a corner, a voice exclaimed, "Too tragic." Thantone put his hands on his hips, his face darkening, and shouted, "Borrow it. Truly too tragic, too miserable." A man named Din Engia was drenched in sweat, stammering, "Bother enough, I've been kneeling for half a watch already." He was tied up, lying on a chair, and spoke helplessly. "Does that little fisherman really require us to go this far?" Just as the words left his mouth, Din Engia was immediately dealt a blow to the buttocks. Thantone furiously scolded, "Unfilial son, your father was skillful from a young age. How could he have begotten a fool like you?" He wailed and pleaded, "Stop hitting me, father, I don't want to be beaten to death." Hearing this, he hit even harder, "I'll beat you to death." Inside, someone was watching this scene. It was Lac Mao and Quang Din. The woman said, "That brat, I thought entering the martial hall would lead to some prospects. And what happened? I told you he would cause trouble. See, they've come right to our doorstep." The man asked, "No, when did you ever say that?" Lac Mao asked in confusion, "Did we ever lend him provisions before? Why has he still come looking for people?" Hearing this, Quang Din became extremely angry. "You stupid woman, you understand nothing. Once provisions are lent, can they be recovered? Just look at the short life fate of his father and you know, of course. Don't be angry anymore." Then he looked outside and said in a deep voice, "Stop talking, that brat has returned." Outside, the sound of Thantone's whip rang out steadily. "Unfilial son, such insolence, I'll whip you to death." At this moment, a Thai had arrived home. Seeing the scene before him, he asked, "Din Engia, what are you people gathered in front of my house for?" Seeing a Thai return, Thantone stopped his hand and Din Engia cried out, "That stinking fisherman, what a handsome bearing!" The old man ran toward him, exclaiming joyfully, This must be virtuous nephew Liuangku, right? Thantone put on a smiling face and praised. Indeed, outstandingly handsome, tranquil like the wind beneath the pines, lofty and unhurried. No wonder he could become a true disciple of Master Duong. Seeing this, everyone stirred restlessly. Master Duong is that the Master Duong of the Duong clan martial hall. The great hero renowned far and wide, Duong Dong Hung. Someone spoke up. A true disciple means he has truly kowtowed to the master, half a son, half a father. Moreover, a Thai was even accepted into the Duong clan martial hall. That Master Duong, even the Tai Jia district officials must pay respects. Everyone who heard this was left gaping. That person rubbed his chin and asked, even the Tai Jia district officials must pay respects. People crowded around, showering him with praise. A Thai is so amazing. I always knew this kid Athai was no ordinary child. How old is Athai this year? Has he reached the age to discuss marriage? Look at this fair face, truly adorable. At this moment, Thantone held out the whip and said, I really didn't expect that my unfilial son could do such a filthy and shameful thing. Today, if virtuous nephew Liuang beats him to death before my eyes, I will let him bear it. Hearing this, Athai's face turned dangerous, his eyes flashing a fearsome red glint. He took the whip and asked, Oh, any way I want to beat him is fine. Din Engia lay there drenched in sweat, listening to every word from Athai. I am not a person who holds grudges, but a person living in this world. If the anger in the heart cannot be released, I'm afraid it's hard to live long. Stroking the whip, he pressed his face close to him and said coldly, Who doesn't want to live long in this world? You tell me. Hearing those words, Din Engia wept bitterly, trembling and begging. Brother Liuang, I beg you, I truly know I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. In the future, I'm willing to be your ox and horse. Forgive me this once, I truly won't dare do it again. Athai lowered the whip and said in a deep voice, All right, let's let this matter pass. He turned away and continued. The punishment you've endured is enough. After all, you were not the mastermind. He was terrified out of his wits, secretly grateful in his heart. Many thanks, Brother Liuang. Suddenly Thantone shouted, Wait! Hearing this, Din Engia, panic-stricken, screamed inwardly, Father, am I not your biological son? Must you really strike me today? He said slowly. Lord Liuang is magnanimous, but I cannot be oblivious. Friendship and loyalty. Immediately Thantone opened a silver box that made everyone stare wide-eyed. Seeing this, Din Engia exclaimed, 100 taels of silver. Oh my God. Your son has also seen 100 taels of silver before. At that moment, Huang Din opened the door and stepped out, saying loudly, Everyone step aside, this is my most beloved nephew. Huang Din put on a fake face and said, This lord here, I am the blood uncle of Liuangku, the only flesh and blood relative. The matter of compensation can be discussed with me. The crowd, unable to stand it, cursed. Liuang Huang Din, have some shame. When a Thai nearly starved to death before, we didn't see you open your door to help him. Exactly, now that there's silver, you become the blood uncle. Even calling him most beloved, how despicable. He angrily retorted, Get lost. What do you understand? How good his blood uncle is, don't you think he knows? Without me, would he have what he has today? Seeing this, Thantone turned to ask Athai, virtuous nephew Liuang. Who is this? He quickly replied, I don't know him. Athai recalled the scene from before when he was abused. He recounted in the original host's memory, this uncle was never a beloved relative, merely a bloodsucker. Until before the original host starved to death. He had never given a single grain of food. Then Athai turned to him and said, If you truly want to do something, in a few days it will be the River God Festival in our hometown. Besides the contributions from the major families, every able-bodied young man must pay 100 copper coins. He turned and walked away, his voice carrying generosity. If old Master Tite is willing, then help cover this amount, so the villagers can save a little money for the new year. And also set up a few porridge stalls to distribute to the poor. These days, beggars in the village are increasing day by day. Upon hearing this, Thantone clasped his hands and said, Virtuous Elder Liuang. Everyone cheered joyfully. Thank you, Athai the righteous. A woman also spoke up. Good child, may blessings await you. Athai also stepped into the house and slammed the door shut, exhaling. It was over. While stretching his body, Athai thought. The last time he trained the skin at the martial arts hall, he felt that his skin had reached its limit, no longer tight as when first starting to train the skin, but a sensation of swelling. He rubbed his neck and muttered, If I'm not mistaken, today the skin barrier can be broken through. Later, Athai prepared water to bathe. He touched the water to check the temperature. In his mind, he analyzed, this final barrier breakthrough, the heat would far exceed before. Just a little carelessness and the brain could burn out, so physical cooling must be carried out. Athai got into the tub, soaking himself under the warm water, wisps of smoke slowly rising, making his body heat up. Now, begin the barrier breakthrough. Time passed just like that. He remained sitting quietly, soaking in the tub. Wisps of smoke swirled before Athai's focused gaze. He began to furrow his brows, sweat beading out. Suddenly, rays of light emanated around Athai's body like a vortex. He opened his eyes, saw those beams of light, and exclaimed, Finally, the skin barrier is broken. Athai gathered a stream of water in his hand. He thought to himself, a A preliminary estimate of his current water manipulation ability was around 500 caddies, a huge increase compared to before. While putting his clothes back on, he muttered, but the fusion rate with the system doesn't seem to have progressed. At that moment, the system panel displayed Athai's refinement information. After reading, he said with satisfaction, I didn't expect breaking the skin barrier would have such a tremendous effect. If I break through the 4 barriers, wouldn't I be able to control several tons of water? Athai rubbed his chin and muttered, my 2 abilities actually complement each other. Put in half the effort and receive double the results. Nothing is sweeter than this. Then he reached out to open the door, leisurely saying, it's time to go out for a walk. When he opened it, he saw Kwang Din standing in front of the door, and the door slammed hard into his face. Kwang Din fell backward with a cry. He scrambled to sit up, rubbing his red nose, and said insincerely, isn't this my good nephew? He looked down, coldly asking, Luang Kwang Din, what? Do you need something from me? Kwang Din held up a sack of rice, unable to hide his sinister expression, and said, Uncle was afraid you'd go hungry and lose sleep, so I hurriedly scraped the bottom of the rice jar to bring you this. Hearing this, Athai coldly turned back and said, take it back and eat it yourself. I'm not short of food now. But in his heart he thought, in this world, rice was an extremely precious grain. When Athai was about to close the door, Kwang Din blocked it and cried out, wait! Without saying much, he forcefully opened the door, instantly causing it to hit the man in the face again. Kwang Din fell into the yard and the rice sack spilled out completely. He angrily touched his bleeding nose and screamed, what are you doing? I am your blood uncle. I am your only uncle. I want this house of yours to be mine too. Over here, people were witnessing Kwang Din sitting on the ground. A scolding voice rang out. Old Master Tite gave you such a large sum of money, and you didn't accept it? Are you stupid or what? He was indignant that the money would not belong to him and kept cursing. Shouldn't you have taken this money home to support your younger cousin, little Luke? An elder is like a father. I can be considered half a father to you. At that moment, Athai cast a sharp, cold look at Kwang Din and threatened, Luang Kwang Din, if you want to die, just try it. Those words made him terrified, stammering, you. In his head, he wondered. Only a few moments without seeing him and he changed so much. Was he this tall before? Then Kwang Din staged a scene. You're easy to fool and extort. Everyone come and look at this. Look at this bastard who forgets gratitude and righteousness. After becoming a martial arts master, you no longer act like a human, not acknowledging poor relatives anymore. I am your own uncle. Little Luke is your cousin. Suddenly someone spat a mouthful of saliva onto Kwang Din's face, silencing him. A large woman snarled, Uncle, when Luang Ku's father passed away, did you help carry the coffin? When Athai was hungry without food to eat, did you ever lend food? The other person also chimed in, and also, back when the family was divided, if it weren't for you being a scoundrel, Luang Ku's father might not have been given only a boat, having to raise Athai alone through hard days. He got furious upon hearing that. Where did this woman come from, idle enough to meddle in others' affairs? Watch out or I'll smack your mouth right now. Suddenly a wooden stick from somewhere hit Kwang Din straight in the stomach, along with a voice, I'll hit you first. It was village chief Tran Trioen. He spoke out indignantly. Now that Athai has prospered, you come running to demand benefits. Are you even human? Worse than an animal. Kwang Din panicked and cried, Village chief. Trioen beat him a few times with the stick and drove him away. Get lost to the side of the road, let us see you. Kwang Din could only turn tail and run, then reply. Yes, Trioen stood watching Kwang Din's back disappear. In the city of Engia Hung, there wasn't just one village chief, but this village chief was also the clan head of the Tran Thai. His status was rather special, his prestige very high. Ordinary people dared not provoke him. Even the old authorities had to give him some face. At this moment, Athai then bowed and asked, Thank you, village chief, for lending a hand. May I ask why you were looking for me? He happily replied. This time I sought you out hoping you could serve as the chief officiant at this river sacrifice ceremony. Hearing that, the young man was surprised, thinking, Chief officiant is the one who conducts the river sacrifice. Similar to a grand priest, maybe this time it's a good opportunity. Athai looked at the system panel displaying the familiarity level with the river, thinking perhaps on the day of the river sacrifice I might find out what that thing does. Not keeping Trioen waiting long, he replied, No problem, village chief. He said, All right, during this time the lad Luang Ku must memorize this sacrificial text. The next day, early morning, at Athai's small house. The sky was clear, his reciting voice rang out. The sun shines high, flowers bloom and smile brightly at me. 2 little birds on the branch chirp cheerfully. Little birds sing to greet the morning. Athai yawned long and wide as he stepped out to open the door. Why are you carrying that small bag on your back? Rubbing his eyes while looking up at the sky, he thought to himself, because I still can't recognize many of the characters in this world, I have to follow the master's instruction. Moreover, I also have to memorize funeral orations, so it's not as if I have nothing. A Thai clenched his fist and shouted, reincarnated as a student in ancient time. Early morning, looking out from the classroom, the cool green shade of trees and the crystal-clear water were truly pleasant. Mr. Chuang was staring intently at the book, reading aloud. A lifetime without laziness, at ease and wealthy. Looking at the lowly, truly it is due to incompetence. A Thai looked at him and muttered to himself, how annoying. He tells me to just study, but he shouldn't make me attend elementary school. A classmate suddenly spoke up. Sir, Liuangku isn't opening his mouth. He paused, his hand gripping the thick book as if pouring all his anger into it. Mr. Chuang shouted, Liuangku, don't be so disrespectful to others. He banged the large book forcefully with his cane and shouted, the school accepting a crude fellow like you is already giving face to your master. Mr. Chuang looked at A Thai and continued, you, an illiterate who knows nothing, have met a good person like me. You should secretly rejoice. Suddenly he stood up and read aloud, shocking the teacher and classmates who stared wide-eyed. Studying with devotion, serving as an official with restraint, modest and courteous, cautious in affairs. A lifetime without laziness, at ease and wealthy. A Thai continued reading, causing the tattletale classmate from earlier to turn back and stare, looking at the lowly. Truly due to incompetence, teaching has arrived, all necessities are ready. He kept reciting, ignoring everyone around him, hundreds of insects and grass dreams. Armor and weapons, taming tigers and rhinos, various oddities. A Thai turned to Mr. Chuang and respectfully said, Sir, I have actually memorized all of these already. He thought to himself, as an excellent student in a previous life, these things are actually very easy. A Thai whispered, I just find the literacy teaching method at this school a bit troublesome. Mr. Chuang, furious, holding a cane in one hand and the book in the other, pointed straight at him and shouted, You brat, how dare you be insolent? These are all passed down from the predecessors through generations. What do you understand? What? He looked at him and yelled. It's not that I look down on you, but what can uncouth fellows like you achieve? A Thai spoke up, continuing, the Fanky method used at school is indeed a good way, but it's too complicated and requires a solid foundation. A Thai whispered, but the method I've researched turns characters into symbols, each symbol corresponding to a reading sound. He rambled on, this method I call the spelling method. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling both Mr. Chuang and A Thai. It resembles the character cutting method but seems simpler. Tu Hang Engia appeared and spoke. Regarding this spelling method you mentioned, please explain it a bit more. Some students exclaimed in surprise. Mr. Tu is a teacher from the capital of Dai Thuan. Mr. Chuang hurried forward to him and bowed respectfully. Under the cool green tree shade, Mr. Tu. Some people were strolling leisurely as a white bird spread its wings and soared high. Hang Engia stroked his beard and said smugly. Mr. Chuang spoke up angrily. How amusing, spouting nonsense. Elders, do not blame me. Strange forces and chaotic spirits are not worthy of my attention. But he looked at A Thai and whispered, in Dai Thuan, if someone invents something, they get rewarded, as long as it's something useful. They will be granted money, tax exemptions, even titles are possible. He thought to himself, that's it, I can only stand out by myself. Otherwise, others will soon discover my uniqueness. Hang Engia said, Liuangku, you are exceptionally intelligent, why not come study with me? Mr. Chuang hurriedly intervened, Mr. Tu, how could this brat possibly? But he raised his hand to stop him. Hang Engia turned to look at him and said, Mr. Chuang, studying books and learning martial arts have no hierarchy or distinction of noble and base. This is what my old teacher told me, Mr. Chuang stammered. But this kind of great rebellion and unorthodoxy, Hang Engia laughed heartily, reassuring, Mr. Chuang need not worry, this matter will not involve you. He fell silent, uneasy in his heart. He looked at A Thai and said solemnly, things that students cannot solve, let me the old teacher solve. Hang Engia left but turned back to add, things that students cannot break, let me the old teacher break. A Thai bowed his head deeply, clasping his hands in salute to show his respect to him. A large bell deep under the dark blue water was emitting strange rays of light among the tiny bubbles. Tai Hoa Ngak was using its big head to push a round ball forward. The ball was being pushed upward by Qian Dao using its pincers. A Phi appeared, chirping as if wanting to say something to Qian Dao. It was straining to use its body to push the green ball forward with its little friend. A Phi called out, hey little one, put more effort in. Qian Dao was tensing up, using all its strength to push the ball forward quickly. A Phi was also trying to channel all its force into its head, to deliver a powerful headbutt to push it. The ball suddenly burst, creating a blinding flash of light that astonished all the little friends. After it exploded, a passage filled with brilliant light appeared right among the rock walls at the bottom of the water. Amid the towering black rock walls at the bottom of the water, a gate emitting a blue-green glow was gradually opened. The giant bronze bell covered in green moss appeared towering under the deep water after the light faded. At night at the river bottom, a Thai was gliding gently with Tai Hoa Ngak through the deep blue water. It was opening its mouth wide and wearing a radiant smile in the water. He looked at Tai Hoa and Gak and whispered, all right, I already know this achievement is yours. A thigh and it headed toward where Queen Dao and a Phi were waiting. He spoke up, is this the passage to the island? Tai Hoa and Gak was lying with its round belly exposed, raising a hand to point forward. While a Phi stood behind looking very worried, a thigh turned to look at it and said, I know you can't move very good. He muttered to himself, so the space inside is this big. A thigh thought silently, so this light source comes from the lantern vine. It seems there is more space above. A thigh reached out and grabbed something. He pondered, the texture was a bit soft. A thigh shouted and brought it to his mouth to bite it. He put it down and muttered, basically can't bite through it. A thigh swam forward and loudly commanded, don't move, Queen Dao, let's go up. A thigh looked upward and said, there's actually no water inside here, it's air. He looked around and wondered, do lantern vines all grow along from here? A thigh was staring ahead intently. A black creature appeared behind him, crawling on a rock ledge protruding from the water. It suddenly grew rapidly and lunged straight at a thigh with its sharp leg. He threw an extremely powerful punch that shattered the rock beneath his feet to push back the water monster. A thigh looked at it and said loudly, too slow, I already noticed you long ago. After observing the creature, he confirmed, this is a water centipede. Its long tail full of sharp spikes just lashed out, shattering a large rock at the river bottom. Suddenly, the water monster rushed toward a thigh and Queen Dao. Queen Dao used its sturdy pincer to block its charge amidst the blue glow. He stood observing the two creatures fighting and said, looks like Queen Dao has grown quite a bit. The water monster with many sharp legs was twisting its body and crawling over the rocks to attack. Immediately, it was clamped tightly by Queen Dao's large, strong pincer. Thigh stood outside shouting proudly, Queen Dao, very good, he continued. This is a type of water centipede. I heard its bite force is terrifying. The thigh went on, more importantly, this creature has a weapon that even martial artists fear. Poison, he exclaimed softly, if I can dominate it, it will be like having an extra hidden weapon. Currently, the mental connection slot is still available. A thigh reached down and picked up a small rock shard. A thigh crushed the small rock shard he just picked up into tiny pieces with both hands and said, after breaking through, my physical constitution has become stronger. He raised his bleeding finger and said, looks like I'll have to find senior brother Luke to buy a mace soon. It will do for now. A thigh extended two fingers toward it as it was clamped by Queen Dao. He shouted, dominate blood seal. A thigh's finger lightly touched it, igniting a blazing power to subdue it. He gritted his teeth and let out a low roar as he saw the system continuously warning of danger. What's going on? This one water centipede is equivalent to a crocodile. The system panel appeared, successfully dominated water beast. Thin Thigh and Go Kong evolution possible. A thigh sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully I managed. He looked at it and said, with such strong martial power I'll call you a I. The system announced, Thin Thigh and Go Kong, water centipede nourished by water spirit fungus. Supplemented with martial artist blood and flesh, mutation occurred. Can consume 10,000 water essence points. To evolve Thin Thigh and Go Kong into Grandmaster Thin Thigh and Go Kong. A thigh was astonished and muttered, 10,000 points. The points needed for subduing creatures keep getting higher and higher. He looked at AI and whispered, all right, wait, where do you eat the water spirit fungus? It seemed to understand and quickly crawled forward to lead the way. The eye was crawling slowly into the dark rock cave amid strange mists. A thigh kept peering inside and exclaimed in surprise, here. Truly terrifying, he exclaimed in shock upon seeing the dry skeleton inside the cave. These are the words that suddenly appeared below. You, vanguard of the great Kayan water army, have failed to resist. Gravely wounded, I drifted here. I feel ashamed of the Emperor's grace. And did my own life here. After some time, lush green vines were clinging tightly to the gray rock walls in the quiet space. A thigh and the three beasts still stood staring intently at the dry skeleton before them. He sat down, looked at the lines of text and muttered, Great Kayan Water Army Vanguard, ended his life here. A thigh angrily muttered, I don't recognize the other characters. He continued, doesn't look like he drifted here. Could there be an ancient battlefield around here? Then might there be scattered spirit weapons around here? A thigh looked at the box on the skeleton and whispered, this box probably contains water spirit fungus. He added, forgive me. A thigh looked inside the box and spoke. The voice of the remaining tree must be the one that I ate. He held the spirit core in his hand, turned back and whispered, Elder, later I will bring you outside and bury you in fertile soil. Consider it a way for you to rest in peace. A thigh held it in his hand and spoke. Next was the moment of leveling up. This time he definitely had to break through the level 50 barrier. He sat down among the group of large pets. Give immobile 1/3, discard 1/6. A thigh and fist 1/20. I forget it, you already ate a whole tree. A thigh stretched out his hand and said, then the rest is all mine. Saying so, a thigh put it in his mouth and chewed with relish. Suddenly a floating sensation came, he thought to himself, so soft, like tofu, truly refreshing. The system panel reported, water loach essence plus 216. A thigh muttered to himself, Even higher than crab brick. If I've leveled up, then wouldn't I be? He pointed his finger at the system panel. It immediately displayed Summit Lord's grain measure, refining the white water monkey loach spirit, fusion degree 70.6%, water loach essence, none. Water beast dominion, Tai Hoa crocodile, spend 280 water loach essence points to evolve into driftwood crocodile. Water beast dominion, a Phi, spend 240 water loach essence points to evolve into tigerhead fish. Water beast dominion, rock crab, spend 7,600 water loach essence points to evolve into stone emperor crab. Assessment: the system showed water monkey loach spirit fusion over halfway, innate skill comprehended. It continued to appear, water leap. A thigh was emitting a blinding green light, and the silhouette of a fierce beast appeared behind him. With shining eyes, he strained himself to master the immense power surging through him. A radiant energy was shining right in the center of a thigh's chest. That energy grew larger and larger within his chest. It grew ever larger, branching out deep into a thigh's body. He respectfully stood alone before the dry human skeleton lying beside the dark rock wall. A thigh looked at the lake in front of him and said softly, "Return to the water to test my abilities." He shouted, "Water leap!" He was using the power from the emerald water surrounding his body. A thigh lost momentum and crashed hard into the solid rock wall after a powerful impact. He looked up, nosebleed flowing, and spoke. "It seems this skill is a movement skill. It just consumes a lot of stamina and is difficult to control the direction." A thigh muttered while looking at the system panel. "There's still underwater 1,000-mile travel. If it's real, then it's too overpowered. Water leap is protected by the river, or perhaps it can evolve into the divine ability, underwater 1,000-mile travel." He raised his hand to control the blue energy and continued speaking. This time, his ability to control water flow tripled, reaching 800 caddies. There was a surge, a thigh continued, and the immobile ones all have between 200 and 500 maturity points of their own. The system displayed each beast. Water beast dominion. Tai Hoa crocodile consumes 230 water essence points, can evolve into wood-armored crocodile. Water beast dominion. A Phi consumes 210 water essence points, can evolve into tiger-headed fish. Water beast dominion. Stone crab consumes 7,600 water essence points, can evolve into stone emperor crab. A Phi broke into a sweat upon hearing a Thigh question. "Wait, how did a Phi surpass the immobile one? This doesn't make sense." "Forget it, he must have had his own fortuitous encounter. Maybe he even has some sort of personal system." He mused to himself and laughed out loud. A Thigh looked at the system panel and spoke up. "The river sacrifice ceremony is just 1 week away. During this time, I must study diligently with Master, because I have a feeling this is definitely connected to the river sacrifice." The system displayed, the Water Clan learns the river's protection, or may evolve the divine ability to travel 1,000 miles underwater. 1 week later, late autumn, early winter. The ancient village lay silent amid high mountains and lush green forests under golden sunlight. Lap Ba stood outside knocking on the door and calling loudly, "A Thigh, we should set out. It's time for the river sacrifice." He raised his hand forward and commanded, "Ai, come here." It seemed to understand, quickly crawling onto a Thigh's hand. Soon Ai had wrapped around his wrist like a bracelet. A Thigh reached out and pulled the latch to open the door. He happily looked at him and said, "Come on, let's head to the river sacrifice." A large crowd of villagers had already gathered before a tall wooden platform amid resounding drum beats. Min Min stood still, staring intently ahead as if she had seen something. Suddenly the little girl panicked and began sobbing. Ngayat Mai hurriedly tried to soothe her. "What's wrong, my dear? Why are you crying?" Min Min pointed ahead, crying as she said, "There's a monster in the alley." Not believing it, Ngayat Mai quickly replied, "You're talking nonsense again. How could there be a monster in the village?" Still, Ngayat Mai tried to coax the girl. "All right, stop crying. Mom will buy you a candied hawthorn stick." A stranger with white hair was stealthily peeping through a crack in the wall amid eerie black mist. He had glowing red eyes and sharp fangs, hiding behind a stone corner, and spoke, "Become an immortal fine grain." Strong men were beating drumsticks against the large drum surface with all their might. A loud shout, "Present the offerings." Young men carrying trays of beef heads and pig heads advanced forward. The masked shaman was loudly chanting to summon the water gods back. The sorcerer returned to his place, raising a bundle of dry firewood and shouting, "Chief priest, perform the rites," to begin the solemn sacrifice. A Thigh walked slowly up the wooden steps to the sacrificial platform. He stood on the high platform, gazing down at the crowd below amid swirling incense smoke. The shaman raised his hand to signal the start of the ceremony amid thunderous shouts. A Thigh lifted a white scroll with both hands, preparing to proclaim, "O river god above. In the land of Nhi Hung, bordering the Hoey River, I have been entrusted with the people's fate. Today I lead the people to worship and make offerings before you." I humbly read this sacrificial text. Below, Lap Ba and Kayat Zuong, along with all the villagers, watched a Thigh attentively. Lap Ba looked at him and exclaimed, "How wonderful." A Thigh, he thought to himself, I don't know what happened to you, but we grew up together. Kayet Zhuang said in a trembling voice, are you really a Thai? A strange black shadow was racing across the rooftops, seeking to attack the ceremony. The hideous monster stared toward the high platform where the young man stood presiding. A Thai detected it immediately. He thought, it's the mountain demon's senior brother Luke mentioned. A Thai pondered. In the miscellaneous records that senior brother Luke showed me, there's a drawing of the mountain demon. Its skin cracked like dry tree bark, that's unmistakable. He continued to think. Shaped like a human, skin like dry tree bark, impervious to blades. When small they eat vegetables, when large they like to eat human innards. It was stealthily targeting Min Min among the crowd. The little girl saw it and screamed in terror, that's the monster, Ma. Ngayat Mai and the villagers were horrified as they looked up following the echoing growl. What is that thing? The tiled roof suddenly shattered and scattered after an immensely powerful impact. The mountain demon with glowing red eyes bared its sharp fangs and lunged down to the ground. A panic scream, monster, run! Kayet Zhuang looked at everyone and shouted. Scatter quickly! The villagers fled in all directions. Min Min, separated from her mother, cried and called, where are you, Mom? And Gayat Mai also anxiously searched for her child, her calls echoing. My child, where are you? The little girl's eyes widened in terror as the mountain demon lunged right behind her. It raised its sharp-clawed hand, about to pounce on poor Min Min. Kayet Zhuang anxiously shouted, damn it, we won't make it. Lap Ba was horrified by the scene before him and cried out, big thorn. And Gayat Mai dashed toward the girl, calling loudly, my child. Kayet Zhuang, quick as lightning, rushed to embrace Min Min to shield her from the vicious blow. He hugged the girl tightly but lost momentum, causing Kayet Zhuang to slide across the ground. The mountain demon growled and lunged to attack him. Lap Ba shouted, Tran Kayet Zhuang, hold on, as he hurled his weapon forward. During this time I'm not idle, taste my flying dagger. His sharp flying dagger swooped down from above right behind him. Lap Ba muttered to himself, tricky, it dodged, damn it. We're almost out of time. The mountain demon opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and roared, shaking the entire space. Kayet Zhuang stared at him in horror, eyes wide. He screamed miserably. Athai, if you have any tricks, use them now. The mountain demon's hand with its sharp claws was about to touch Kayet Zhuang when a blue light suddenly appeared just in time to stop it. Athai appeared suddenly, leaping high, using the power of water to suppress the monster. Evil, he shouted, water whip. Athai delivered a powerful blow to the mountain demon's head. He breathed a sigh of relief, having saved Man Man and Kayet Zhuang just at the most dangerous moment. Just in time, the mountain demon was about to pounce, but Athai was still some distance away. He hurriedly looked around. Damn it, I won't make it. Athai stared at the water jar. That was water from the lake used in the ritual. The Water Whip Secret's ability requires water as a medium. Then, creating this opportunity, he put his hand into the water jar. Up, Athai shouted, let me control the water stream rushing forward. Kayet Zhuang stared wide-eyed at the strange water stream before him. Athai's body transformed before his eyes, and his upper body was already at the front of the stream. He muttered. Water Whip, a direct blow slammed the mountain demon down onto the ground. He breathed out just in time, but Kayet Zhuang was horrified. Athai, what's wrong? Athai ignored the strange look, casually saying, Kayet bro, quickly take the child away, leave this place to me. Even though he didn't understand a thing, he decided to stand up, hurriedly scooped up the child and ran off, not forgetting to leave a remark. Got it, I'll come back to help you later. Athai frowned at the mountain demon on the ground. Why would such a thing appear here? The smoke gradually cleared. He looked in panic at the empty ground. It was gone. The mountain demon appeared from the right, its sharp claws about to reach him. Athai immediately reacted, struggling to fight back. Tricky, he gritted his teeth, the strength was too great. The mountain demon continuously attacked, forcing him into constantly dodging with hands and feet. Athai seized the opportunity and immediately counterattacked. Right now. He threw a straight punch, shouting, die for me. At that moment, Kayet Zhuang had called for reinforcements. He shouted loudly. Athai, we're here. Lap Ba was dragged along, quickly grasping the situation. The mountain demon had already injured Athai. He hastily grabbed its arm, gritting his teeth and enduring. Restrain him first. He turned his head and shouted, stab into his side. Stab, the two listened and simultaneously stabbed into both sides. The mountain demon howled in pain. He stared at it. Almost, you want my life. That still wasn't enough for you. He gave it a kick, sending it flying far away. The mountain demon flew through the air and crashed down to the ground. Athai seized the momentum and continued attacking. He extended his hand, commanding the water centipede. AI, go! AI shot out, biting hard into the mountain demon's neck. In just a moment, its body began to show problems. He looked at the venom marks on its skin, thinking, AI's venom is no joke. That's enough to make you suffer. The mountain demon lost strength, panting heavily. Its mouth began to drool. It glanced at the curious commoners in the distance. Right after that, it charged straight toward those commoners. Athai frowned and shouted, "Don't you dare!" He grabbed a wooden stake. Flying toward the mountain demon, the human-sized wooden stake stabbed directly into the blade stuck in its side. A fatal blow. Athai flew in, adding a kick. Looking at the mountain demon lying motionless on the ground, he breathed out, "It's over, right?" Only hearing it whisper, "Become immortal." The swamp. Then the villagers showed fear. Whispering, "What is it saying? It can talk. What kind of monster is this? The river god has come to punish us." Kayet Suong frowned. The villagers' emotions had collapsed. Lapba also looked distressed. "Damn it, if this continues, people can't live normally." Athai thought differently. "No, this is a gift," he said. "This is an opportunity for our Engia Huang Trang." Then he approached the mountain demon. Pointing the spear straight at its head, he sliced off the head, raised it, and coldly declared, "This is the best offering for the river god." System update. Hoi River ritual completed. River affinity plus 00001. Scene change. Morning at the ritual site in Engia Hung village. Early winter. A tray with pig head and beef was prepared on the offering platter. Everyone was standing around the mountain demon's corpse. Athai sat to one side thinking, "This time we were able to defeat the mountain demon. Firstly, because we timely broke its protective layer. Secondly, because the fusion rate skyrocketed, physique far surpassing ordinary martial artists." He looked at his status panel and happily thought, "Finally moved from fragile life to not worth mentioning." Athai looked at his hands and told himself, "Third is AI's poison. Otherwise, this battle would have been hard to say. The most important thing is that the river can upgrade. The city-destroying skill is already in hand." Indeed, just as he thought, but too little. System panel displayed information. Water whip leak. If I can obtain the river's sense, it can evolve into the divine ability water travel 1,000 miles. Just then, Lai Truong brought someone over to talk. "Athai, the doctor has arrived." The doctor looked at the wound on your body, remarking, "Young Master Luong truly has the arms of an ape and a wasp waist." Athai smiled wryly and replied, "Please, doctor, take a look at my injury." He then responded, "It's nothing." After that, the doctor bandaged the wound and probed, "May I ask what material young Master Luong's cold-resistant clothing is made of?" Athai, while putting his clothes back on, answered, "This large outer robe was a gift from my second senior brother. It is made from bear dog skin, difficult for blades to penetrate. The inner garment was given by my eldest senior brother, blended with celestial silk." He then said, "Still not enough. Judging by the depth of this wound, young Master Luong must have broken through the third layer, right?" The villagers were astonished and exclaimed in unison, "The third layer." He awkwardly replied, "Indeed, that is so." All around, murmurs of admiration arose. "Athai is amazing, truly bringing glory to the whole village. This time we've really honored our ancestors." Lap Tam smiled and marveled, "Athai is now a true martial warrior. And it only took a few months." Kayet Suong looked at him and thought, "I still can't keep up with him." Wang Dean, standing far behind and looking on, worriedly thought, "Oh heavens, this kid has become so formidable. Could he be thinking of causing trouble for me?" Village Chief Lai then spoke up, "Athai, what kind of monster was that?" The person beside him also asked curiously. "That's right, Athai, everyone seems very worried." He looked at it and explained, "That monster is called a mountain demon. It typically likes to feast on blood and flesh. This time it was probably attracted by the gathering of everyone's blood energy." Athai said with a serious face, regarding whether there are other mountain demons in Engia Hung, "I'm not sure, but this time 3 appeared at once. I suspect there is a demon." The crowd began to exchange worried glances. A demon. Someone pointed up at the altar and shouted, "Everyone, listen, doesn't that head rack over there look familiar?" Someone immediately recognized it. "Looks a bit like Lai Dao Truong." Another person agreed, "You're right, how did that scoundrel end up like this?" Athai frowned in deep thought. Lai Dao Truong, then he recalled earlier information. Alchemy, the Zhao family, mountain demon, Lu Tiu Kong, Lai Dao Truong, Fap Hoa temple. Athai gritted his teeth and blamed himself. "Damn it, I should have figured it out earlier. Alchemy is one thing, but raising a mountain demon is the prerequisite." After thinking, he turned to the village chief and said, "Chief Lai, this is not a simple matter. I must go to Bin Duong district to report this to Master. I suspect that mountain demon is none other than Lai Dao Truong." At that moment, Athai's heart was filled with determination. "I must make them give me an explanation for these things." Cut to the Duong mansion. Madame Su and her maid entered and asked, "Tiu Kiu, why do you have free time to come here today? You normally never show your face." Athai stood there, raised his hands in salute. "Greetings, Master's wife. This time I came to report some matters to Master." Then, everyone entered the main hall of the Duong mansion. After recounting the story, he said, "Therefore, I suspect the mountain demon matter is connected to the Zhao family." Madame Su was sipping tea and praising, "Tiu Ku is truly clever. No wonder your master values you so much." Athai was startled. This matter is not simple, but it seemed Master's wife already knew beforehand. She closed her eyes and smiled lightly. I know you're anxious, but don't forget who your master is. Madame Su added, he is Duong Dong Hung. In the Bin Duong area, the only one who has ever hunted prey. Cut to the Demon Mother base. There was a figure climbing the high, steep stairs. Someone was drawn to something above, then immediately fell to the ground, pointing and stammering. What is that thing? Someone shouted. We're under attack. Run, sound the alarm. In the sky, a giant golden blade appeared, heading toward the Demon Mother base. The massive blade pierced through the clouds and struck down. A Thai's master appeared, full of imposing momentum, declaring, Duong Dong Hung is here, you lot surrender immediately. It was already late at night, yet the sound of people training without pause remained. A Thai kept punching a wooden post, thinking, I've already stayed at Master's house for 2 days. Master's wife kept me at the martial arts hall to avoid hindering Master's action. He gritted his teeth and even gave me a valuable silver ingot worth 50 taels for my rest and living expenses in the mansion. Madame Duong shone like a saint. Kindly, she said, take it. If it's not enough, let me know. He looked at his arm and murmured, the wound that Master's wife nurtured with medicinal flesh has healed quite a bit. A Thai continued, starting to lose strength from training. Master's wife and Master suspect the Demon Mother cult will launch a large-scale attack on the martial artists of the hall to make alchemy. So they told me to stay at the hall for safety. Just then, a strange spherical object hurtled toward him. He immediately deflected it away. The sphere crashed into the wall, cracking a large section. A Thai probed, who is it? Senior Brother Ho stepped out from behind a tree, smiling slightly. Junior Brother, your vigilance is not bad. A Thai exclaimed, so it's Senior Brother Ho, he said. I just got back and heard from Master's wife that you were here. As expected, you are here. He wondered, Senior Brother Ho, did you just return today? He threw him a spear, and added casually, it was just some small errand. Come, do you know how to use a spear? Bar a few moves with me, he said while attacking. A Thai's expression changed. Then I won't hold back. Senior Brother, please teach me. He assumed a stance, extending his hand as a signal. Senior Brother Ho tossed the small sphere in his hand into the air. Immediately, the sphere shot toward him. Taking advantage of a Thai's distraction, Senior Brother Ho braced his spear and thrust straight at him. The two fought for a while, evenly matched. Seeing a Thai distracted, Senior Brother Ho smiled. Opportunity, he struck directly at the spear in his hand. Unable to hold it steady, the spear slipped from his grasp and bounced far away. Senior Brother Ho seized the chance and pressed his attack even harder. With no spear left, a Thai instinctively used his fists to continue. Meanwhile, Senior Brother Ho grinned, come on, until the sphere from earlier, which was a small orange, fell to the ground. Then the two finally ended the fight. Senior Brother Ho watched a Thai slumped on the ground, panting heavily. He said softly, it seems you have broken through the skin gate. Your speed proves you are someone with a fate path. A Thai's eyes widened. Fate path. He reached out his hand, offering to help him up. But the day you test your fate path is not far off. When the time comes, Master will explain it to you right away. Let's continue. He grasped the hand, his voice firm. Then let's continue. The two went on to fight several more rounds. Shouts echoed throughout the space. Not enough, come again, don't let your energy slack. Keep going, get up. Continue. After a long while, a Thai was exhausted, panting to catch his breath. Senior Brother Ho sat down beside him, speaking softly. What you said about the Zhao family is generally not much different from what I investigated. It's just that I feel everything is a little too much, he asked. A little too much, he nodded. Yes, it seems like someone deliberately left clues behind. As he spoke, he frowned. Maybe I'm being a bit overly sensitive. Anyway, Senior Brother Ho changed the subject. Right, Junior Brother, you just broke through the skin gate, so this book will definitely suit you. This book is the Tendon Classic Method, integrated for people like you who have just broken through the skin gate. He explained that martial arts are divided into two major categories. One is technique. Second is the Kin Fap. Kin Fap is the method of circulating blood energy, a deeper form of control that only martial warriors who have broken through and possess a certain amount of blood energy can use. It is the way to control all the blood energy and meridian force within the body, turning everything into one's own strength. As a Thai stared wide-eyed at the book, he stood up. Just finish reading it, then use this method to spar with me later. He looked up puzzled. Thank you, Senior Brother Ho, but you still haven't said why you came looking for me. Senior Brother Ho seemed to remember something important, almost forgot. It was Senior Brother Luke who sent me to find you. He said, Junior Brother, Senior Brother Luke has crafted a spirit weapon for you. Hearing this, a Thai immediately became excited. At this moment in the dungeon of the Ghost Mother sect, a mountain demon was bound by countless iron chains, its throat emitting broken, fragmented sounds. Gu Cha, outside the cage, a guard shouted, move it. Hui Dung watched the ragged line of people being driven along and noticed a small child. He thought to himself, the same age as my little daughter. The person who had been shouting at the line in front turned around. He reminded Kui Dung, Lam Ka, what are you doing? Lord Vo is still waiting. They assembled into a line and reported, Sir, the pills for this time have all been prepared. In 3 days we can feed them to that one. Another man's voice spoke up. Not bad, this one is a valuable mutant. We must serve it well. The pills are even more important. In another prison cell, soft laments rose in the dark night. Dad, Mom, where are you? Old man, wake up. A gaunt, sickly old man, lying on a pile of straw, coughing violently. He opened his eyes, repeatedly calling, Tiu Hoi. People with fiery vital energy often use the violent soldier. People with gentle vital energy use the gentle armor. The furnace radiated scorching heat. Luke Kwang toiled away forging the metal. He placed a feather on the metal piece so it slowly burned. The second stage is to stimulate the energy inside the feather, then let the black metal absorb it. After that, he continued to put another pitch-black object into the furnace. Luke Kwang said, this is Edge Shadow Hide, existing between nothingness and substance. It can hide in the shadows to absorb blood essence. Wait until your long spear takes shape, then look at it. Then he suddenly turned and shouted at the person next to him. Little junior brother, hurry, a thigh shouted back. Coming, he drew and thrust once. Into the hand. The spirit weapon requires the blood of its wielder to be poured in to complete the final step of tempering the spirit. Drop after drop of blood fell, carrying an invisible oath. The fire phoenix burst out from the furnace, circling once in the sky. Luke Kwang reached out to grasp the spear and thrust it into the flames. Suddenly, he sensed something abnormal, gritted his teeth and held on. Not good. Is the spirit of the spirit weapon resisting? Luke Kwang frowned, muttering, dead but still stubborn. He put more force into another thrust. This time the spear pierced straight through the furnace. He exhaled, called a thigh over. Little junior brother, the weapon is ready. Give it a try, he said. This is your spirit weapon. A thigh's heart was full of excitement. He touched the spear and said softly, really heavy, at least more than 10 caddies. He exerted force to pull the spear out of the ground. He swung his arm, warming up a bit, sparks still trailing the spear's path. A thigh thought to himself, there is a connection between me and this spear. With the breath of blood and flesh. Luke Kwang pointed behind him. In the back courtyard there are wooden posts, go try it out. He obeyed, went out and performed a few moves. Luke Kwang stood to the side, constantly clapping and praising. Great skill. This spear, you haven't named it yet, junior brother. A thigh looked at it and smiled slightly. Let's call this spear Fuck Ba. Just then, someone's voice called out, it seems junior brother's weapon is finished. He exclaimed in surprise, senior brother Ho and senior brother Tu. Right behind senior brother Ho was Tu Chow. A thigh showed surprise. Senior brother Tu, this is. He chuckled. Let him speak for himself. Obviously master sent him to gather information. Tu Chow tilted his head shyly. The Tu Lao and the theater are truly suitable places to gather information. Luke Kwang put his hands on his hips and asked first, all right, little Tu, did you hear any news? Tu Chow said, I actually heard of a place that might be a base of the Ghost Mother sect. He said at that time I was still admiring the flowers outwardly. He was still cheerfully entertaining the courtesans of the flower house, pretending to be a pleasure-seeking young master. He glanced at the group of strange people who had just entered and thought to himself, I really don't know what these cult followers are thinking. In broad daylight, still wearing black robes, aren't they just asking for trouble? The courtesans surrounded Tu Chow, constantly offering him wine. Young master Tu, drink up, drink mine, Tu Chow recounted, his tone full of pride. So without any effort, by following them, I found their base right near Phap Hoa Temple. Mission accomplished beautifully. Hearing this, Luke Kwang rubbed his chin. So it's actually Phap Hoa Temple. It seems we need to continue carrying out the task master assigned. Given the situation, it looks like a direct attack is most appropriate. He said to senior brother Ho, if that's really the case, then tomorrow we'll go to their base and capture them. Senior brother Ho immediately accepted. As you command, senior brother. Tu Chow jumped over, wrapping his arm around a thigh's shoulder. This time, little brother, come with us too. A thigh was flustered. Is there something for me too? He looked serious. Little junior brother, it's time you saw blood. You won't be able to avoid it later on. You should know that our master's enemies are not few. Luke Kwang immediately rushed over, knocking him on the head. Don't listen to his nonsense. He turned to him and asked, Tiu Ku, any thoughts? A thigh thought for a moment, then nodded. I understand. Then tomorrow I'll go too. Inside the stronghold of the Ghost Mother sect, the mountain demon was bound in chains. It was still groaning incessantly. A respectful voice rang out, Steward Trin, this way. He pointed at the mountain demon and continued. Steward Trin, tiger cub spirit is not bad, he eats quite a lot too. Trin Huang immediately spoke. Get lost, don't disturb me and my son. The other man immediately obeyed. Yes, Steward Trin, please take your time. He raised his hand and muttered, my dear child, you abandoned it if you hadn't turned into this. His hand gently rubbed Tiger Cub's cheek. His eyes gradually turned fierce. Then how could your father accomplish the great undertaking of becoming an immortal? Early winter, nighttime, on a mountain peak not far from Phap Hoa Temple. Lines of people in ragged clothes were being led away. A girl caught the attention of the hooded men. In this batch of medicinal ingredients today, there's something out of the ordinary, another one shouted. Here we go again, you useless bastard who can't control his lower half. He chuckled. A flattering voice said, boss, just a little bit. The other guy, looking disgusted, agreed to let it slide. Hurry up if you ruin His Majesty's business. You'll be a delicious meal. The three others had arrived and coldly looked down. Athai said, "Senior brother too, it must be around here." He sighed, "Good thing Master left Haishi. Without its keen senses, they wouldn't have found the mark little four left behind." Suddenly, Haishi barked furiously. Lu Kuang immediately bent down and rubbed its head. Athai asked, "Right, where did fourth senior brother go?" He replied, "Little four, somewhere else." Tu Chao silently drew his bow. He released his hand, the arrow shot off. That pervert just now had taken the girl. A despicable voice said, "I've put your mind at ease, old man." Immediately an arrow shot straight at him. He was knocked away. He was flung, his entire body slammed into the wall. Someone immediately shouted, "Enemy attack, quick!" Senior brother Ho said, "Fourth senior brother's signal has arrived." Lu Kuang ordered, "Let's go." He dashed swiftly through the night, his gaze cold. The courtyard gate was rammed by something, smoke and dust billowed. Lu Kuang appeared without a single scratch on his body. The whole group of people still hadn't regained their senses. Athai exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the strength of Bon Ma?" Senior brother Ho reminded, "Little junior brother, what are you spacing out for? It's our turn now." Hearing that, he immediately responded, "All right." Lu Kuang continued fighting. Using his bare hands, he took them down one by one. The others, as if fearless, charged one after another. Two more arrows flew in to assist Lu Kuang in dealing with the enemies. He looked at Tu Chao on the roof and nodded in satisfaction. Tu Chao also smiled lightly in response. Senior brother Ho and Athai quickly charged in to take care of the remaining enemy. Some of them recognized Athai's weapon and shouted, "A long spear isn't suitable for tight spaces. Surround him," contrary to what they thought. He nimbly used that very long spear to deal with them. He glided through lightly, quickly giving each of them a deep cut on the throat. Lu Kuang turned his head and said, "Little junior brother, take Haishi to find the hostages and lead them outside." Athai nodded, "Yes." In the underground corridor, a group of enemies who had escaped hurriedly went to find the courtyard master. "Enemy attack, get out quickly." Their spirits were gradually falling into chaos. "It's finally over, I won't have to suffer this guilt anymore. Brother Lamb, let's run quickly. They've already broken in." Hui Dung clutched his head and muttered, "All the people in that entire temple, all dead. It's all my fault for letting that woman escape. There was even a child as young as my daughter." He had completely broken down. "I can't take it anymore. We are all guilty. The guilty cannot escape punishment." Aha asked in confusion, "Brother Lamb, what are you saying?" Just then a slash grazed Aha's shoulder and he fell. In Kui Dung's horrified eyes, the one who struck also spoke, "Don't blame me, Luang. It's all the fault of Triu Hong Vien and Trin Huang." He said, "Trin Huang is still here. I still want to save my family. I must go." Trin Huang saw things going badly and immediately shouted, "Four underlings of Duong Dong Hung have scared you this much." He gritted his teeth. "Release all the imprisoned mountain demons, spread them all over the mountain peak." "Those people," Lai Nhai said with a face full of reluctance. "Yes." He thought to himself, "This is definitely a trap set by Triu Hong Vien. Time and again he sent me here and then these things happen." Suddenly he smirked, "But this is a great opportunity. As long as I can get out through the secret tunnel, I still have a chance to turn the table." Early winter at dawn at the bandit stronghold's gate. Tu Chao said with disgust, "A bunch of scum, their deaths aren't regrettable." He wondered, where did little junior brother go? Senior brother Ho said, "He went to take those people down the mountain." Lu Kuang said, "This side is finished. I guess it's time to head back." "Come on, I remember you saying, I'm worried the blood energy in this place is too thick. It seems like it's hiding some kind of things." In the courtyard, weapons were scattered everywhere. Corpses lay scattered near piles of smashed earth and rocks. Athai and Haishi circled around a few times, thinking to himself, "Are there still other imprisoned people around?" He walked up to a mysterious stone door. "What is this? A secret passage door." Athai glanced at Haishi, wondering, is Haishi's reaction because there are people who haven't escaped inside here? After hesitating for a moment, he decided to approach and open the secret passage door. Light shone into the path inside. As soon as he stepped in, the door immediately slammed shut. Before him was an intricately built stone path. There were rows of candles on both sides illuminating the way. The system appeared, issuing more new quests. Activating Siu Sun Dang Hang Ma. Current progress, complete Siu Sun Jiang, will receive the regard of Zion Chu De Quan. Every time you reach a level of Vo Dao Thong then, martial arts talent will double. Additionally, damage against water-type demon beasts increases by 110. Athai looked at the system panel a bit perplexed. Zion Chu De Quan Siu Sun Hang Ma, could this be a system quest? Aishi discovered something and barked fiercely. In front of him, a mountain demon bared its jagged teeth. He frowned, "Mountain demon." Immediately after, dozens of pairs of yellow eyes appeared in the darkness. So many, they seemed to all be lesser mountain demons. He thrust his spear into the ground. "I understand now." Athai raised his hand to activate. Lan Nhat said, "If we don't defeat you, Zada won't be able to get out." His eyes changed, a cold voice came from his throat. Anyway, let's begin, Athai muttered, these past few days of training. His body gradually developed because Track Din's growth speed was very fast. The lesser mountain demon lunged, he used a kick to send it straight into the wall. Let's see how much I've grown now. System update notification, Mountain Demon Slaying Progress 1. You pick up the spear, cannot hesitate, then thrust the spear towards them, taking the initiative to attack. Another small mountain demon is pierced through. The system continuously notified. Mountain Demon Slaying Progress 2, Mountain Demon Slaying Progress 3, 4, 5, 6. Blood splatters onto your clothes, stains your cheek, further accentuating your cold gaze. Athai says, come on, continue the second round. A pack of small mountain demons charge forward simultaneously. The injured small mountain demon from earlier is still alive, struggling weakly. Athai dashes to the front door, and several more small mountain demons appear before him. You reach out for the spear, one slash cleaving two in half. Mountain Demon Slaying Progress 30-31. Athai exhales sharply, asking, is it over? At this moment, a voice from behind echoes. Liuangku, is it really you? You are like this, is there still someone else? Trin Huang appears, his eyes full of killing intent. I never expected the orphan who used to catch fish could make it this far. Athai is surprised. Trin Huang. He pulls out Trung Tam, gritting his voice. I am just in time, I have a gift for you, look. The fellow disciple of the good son of Lo Trung Tam, the person who came to save you. Hearing that, your eyes show surprise. Lo Trung Tam, this is the father of Instructor Lo. You grit your voice, Trin Huang, all my senior brothers are close by. Today I must deal with you. He sneers. Deal with? Tiger Boy smashes the wall behind you and charges out. The guy is twice the size of Athai. You look up in shock. What the hell? Trin Huang laughs maniacally. Come on, let's see who deals with whom. Dao Dong, Hung Dong, Bin Min, one of the strongholds of the Ghost Mother cult. Luke Kwang and the others speed up, rushing forward. Tu Chao behind voices his doubt. Third, senior brother, do we need to be in such a hurry? Senior brother Ho nods in agreement. That's right, the mountain demons we have encountered so far have only just entered the skin realm. Luke Kwang nervously shares his thoughts. Little Nine encountering those small mountain demons is of course not scary enough. The real fear is if there is a big mountain demon among them. Then that would be the Bon Ma realm. Scene change, over here Athai is nervously pondering. Since I was reborn until now, this is the most dangerous situation. In front of him is Tiger Boy glaring with red eyes, sturdy arms, a massive body beyond imagination. Athai tightens his grip on Fuck Ba, confronting the guy head-on. There is no doubt, here again is a mountain demon with strength close to the Four Horses realm. He presses his lips, telling himself, but how can I just fold my arms and die? Athai recalls moments of happiness, smiling coldly inside. What am I joking about? Having worked so hard to get a life like today, he formally makes a decision. How can I let it go just like that? Athai without hesitation charges straight towards Tiger Boy. Danger has always been part of life. The image of his past life flashes by. He steadfastly affirms, a life of hardship and difficulty still cannot defeat me. Athai leaps up, starting to deliver the finishing blow. Then why should I fear these things? However, each of his attacks is nimbly dodged by the guy. Tiger Boy seizes the opportunity, tightens his fist, and delivers a punch to Athai's stomach amid the surprise. He is flung back by the strong force, having to drag Fuck Ba to barely stabilize his body. Before Athai can regain his bearings, from the opposite side the guy again charges up to strike. This time not letting it continue, he nimbly jumps to make Tiger Boy smash himself into the stone wall behind. Trin Huang witnessing. From start to finish, stunned, remarks, this kid really only entered the martial arts hall half a year ago. Athai and Tiger Boy continue charging straight at each other, facing head-on. He excitedly roars, good son, kill him for me. With sharp, decisive eyes, he grips Fuck Ba, ready to deliver the decisive blow. The tip of Fuck Ba pierces Tiger Boy's upper arm, the smell of fresh blood spreads through the air. The guy takes the opportunity while Athai is attacking, throws a powerful punch. He is slammed to the ground by the heavy force, the surrounding earth and stone shatter, showing the destructive power of the punch. Trin Huang, seeing Athai collapse, laughs loudly and proudly. Now do you feel you can deal with me? He forces his aching body to rise, thinking to himself, the strength gap is too large, damn it. Suddenly the system displays a notification. Time for the mountain demon slaying mission has ended. Settling. Athai is full of confusion. What is this? The system continues to appear. Mountain demon slaying progress is 32. Compatibility reaches 3 layers, receiving the attention of the mysterious Lord once. It continuously shows information in front of Athai. Receive the attention of Haiyan Chu de Quan Trak Lin once. Confuse parts of Haiyan Chu de Quan Trak Lin, gaining doubled martial arts. Damage to water demon beasts increased by a portion. Do you want to fuse? He smirks, making a speculation. So this is my artifact. Lying on the pile of broken stones, a thigh both confused and delighted concludes. But isn't luck also part of strength? Without hesitating another moment, he makes a decision. Fuse. As the words end, a thigh stands in a mysterious space. Countless thoughts arise. Where is this? The glowing pupils open, observing the surroundings in confusion. What is this? My body cannot move. A black dragon appears, coiling majestically. It murmured in a low voice, questioning, Divine Lord, are you truly not going to spare me even a shred of dignity? He looked up, wondering, Divine Lord who? A thigh in the form of the Divine Lord spoke with a stern face. Violating heavenly law, the law of heaven leaves only a path to death. Folding your arms and surrendering is your only path to survival. With a cold expression, inside he secretly cheered, I am the Divine Lord. I have already entered the body of the Divine Lord. Hak Long opened his mouth and roared, Blasphemy! His massive form loomed amidst the ethereal mist. Displaying layers of black scales, glossy as cold steel, and eyes blazing with spiritual light, it charged straight ahead. A thigh, face unchanged, calmly spoke. This move is called. As his words ended, he brandished his long spear, carrying a murderous aura that soared to the sky, ready to strike. On this side, Trin Huang looked at the silhouette behind the dust cloud, laughing with amusement. Without mastering your skills, you come here to cause trouble for me. He pounded his chest, expressing his inner torment. What did I do wrong? I have come this far only to beg for a way to survive. Triwang Hin, filled with rage, gritted his teeth and said, You people are born with noble benefactors to assist you. While I only have my son alone, I can only beg. Beg for a way to survive? Trin Huang shouted like a madman. For this position of head butler, how long have I struggled? Triu Hong Vien is that blind-eyed bastard. What do you people understand? Then he pointed and decisively ordered, Kill him. Ho Tu leaped up, delivering the finishing blow as instructed by Trin Huang. A thigh lay motionless, only his eyes blazing bright, shooting straight ahead. A thunderous explosion shook the ground. A powerful force erupted, forming a blinding white light, hurling away all the bricks and stones around. Trin Huang panicked and shouted, What is that? Through the dust and smoke, dark brown hair flew in the wind. A thigh with blazing eyes shot straight forward. From the hazy, dark mist, the commanding figure of a thigh slowly emerged. Early winter, dawn break, old memories resurfaced. A thigh voiced his curiosity. Master, how powerful exactly are the legendary Dong Lo and Hoa Hong Can? Dong Hung explained to him, No one has ever seen them, so naturally it's not very clear. However, there is a name that suffices to sum them up. A thigh stood there with eyes blazing golden fiery light. Exuding a majestic aura, a divine being surveying the realm. He thrust his spirit energy-charged hands forward. A thigh summoned his power, striking down a gyro serpent. Trin Huang stared at the gloomy space, his mind utterly confused. What the hell is this thing? A Thiu Engia Kui crawling right beside me. Breaking into a cold sweat, he speculated, This is. Without bothering to think, he contemptuously ordered Ho Tu, trying to act mysterious, kill him. That face with jagged sharp teeth lunged towards a thigh. Saliva splattered with each stride. A thigh spun fuckball like a fan in his hand. In the moment his spirit energy soared to its limit. A thigh's silhouette transformed into a brilliant white shadow, starkly imprinted against the dark night. Tu Ho froze for an instant, then suddenly blurted out, Ko, Trin Huang has been nothing but arrogant from start to finish, passing judgment in a single sentence. Truly just posturing. As his words ended, his expression flipped 180 degrees. Trin Huang watched Tu Ho's sinewy arm gradually dissolve into the air, and couldn't help but panic. What is going on? Here the man spun around sharply to face him and roared. Trin Huang cried out anxiously, My son! Ho Tu's body grew faint. The man could only utter one sentence, Ko, father, after speaking. Ho Tu vanished completely before his horrified eyes. Trin Huang collapsed, screaming in agony, No, today He had lost all his arrogance. Muttering to himself, There is nothing left anymore. Opposite him, a thigh suddenly crashed down right in front of Trin Huang. His eyes were tightly shut, lying motionless, seemingly unconscious. Grinding his teeth in resentment, Trin Huang blamed, It's all because of you, just kill you. Just as Trin Huang was about to strike, a huge explosion erupted, leaving him gaping. Someone has arrived. Luke Kwang led the way in, slowly assessing. Indeed, there was still an undiscovered secret chamber here. The dust gradually cleared. Senior brother Ho spotted the issue and cried out, That's junior disciple. Luke Kwang beside him jolted. What on earth happened here? He walked over and carefully helped a thigh up. Tu Chao assessed. It seems a considerable battle took place. Trin Huang hid behind a wall, glaring at them with fury. Damn it. Today I can only flee first to have a chance to turn the tables. Outside, Luke Kwang and the others suggested, Let's first bring junior disciple out, then come back to deal with this place. Seizing the key point, he rejoiced inwardly. They're gone, what a great chance. Without hesitation, Trin Huang rushed towards the stairs leading down to the basement. Before he could act, a figure appeared behind him, blocking him. Trin Huang. Hui Deng stood at the top of the stairs, interrogating, Where is my family? My daughter, my wife, where are they? He nonchalantly swore, damn it, so it's you Kui Dung, what's with that tone? I am the head steward now. Losing his composure, he ran over, grabbed Trin Huang's collar and yelled, where's my family? Speak up. Trin Huang ground his teeth. Damn it, don't ask me. With all this chaos, who the hell knows where they are? Finally, Trin Huang coldly taunted. Who knows, maybe eaten by a Sun Kui already. Kui Dung was enraged, veins bulging red in his eyes. He drew his blade as if to execute Trin Huang on the spot. Splat! Before he could register it, a slash struck Trin Huang in his shock. Kui Dung flatly declared, if that is the case, then go to hell and atone for your sins. He turned away coldly and before leaving tossed out one sentence. There's still a chance my family might still be alive. A thigh in the form of a divine lord was inwardly groaning. It hurts so much, like my whole body has been shattered. His bright pupils and hair flying with the wind's rhythm. Space seemed to shatter under the terrifying speed. Surges of blue energy wildly erupted. A thigh gripped his weapon tightly, standing upright and commanding. He cast a sharp glance backwards, energy towering to the sky. After his stupor, he jolted awake from the bed. A thigh observed his surroundings once, then concluded, this is a room in Master's residence. Wasn't I just fighting the Sun Kui? He muttered to himself. It seems the battle ended while I was unconscious. So my senior brothers saved me. Immediately after, the system issued a notification. Using Zion Chu De Quan, track Lin component. Gained Divine Connecting Martial Art First Level. Martial talent doubled, damage against water demon beasts increased by 1 portion. A thigh realized the issue, seriously calculating, that's right. This is the reward for the super mountain demon subjugation. I didn't expect Track Lin could actually fuse with a divine lord. He slowly stepped off the bed, heading towards where Fuck Ba was. A thigh picked it up, reckoning, if we're talking about martial talent. He clenched both hands into a martial stance, then nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, the doubled martial talent allows me to understand martial arts more deeply. A thigh looked at the emanating spirit energy, concluding, I can sense Fuck Ba. It is absorbing and flames burst from its throat. A thigh wondered, this is. He observed the spirit energy spreading throughout his entire body. A firm conclusion, 3 inches thick, 2 fingers long, it's already possible to temper the flesh. A thigh seriously pondered, I've only entered martial study for 2 months and I'm already beginning to break through the second barrier. This is the opportunity Track Din brought me. Suddenly the door swung open, cutting off his train of thought. At the door were elder brother Ho and Tu Chao. He looked inside and spoke. I didn't expect that little junior brother just waking up would already be in such good spirits. He heard the noise and flinched, turning around. A thigh stepped out to greet them. Elder brother Tu, elder brother Ho, greetings. Elder brother Ho nodded and continued. No need for formalities. This time we came to ask you a little about what happened in the secret chamber. He didn't refuse and calmly recounted to the two of them what happened after defeating the mountain demon controlled by Trin Huang. I was exhausted and passed out completely. A thigh calculated inwardly. So the senior brothers didn't know about the great mountain demon. It seems I must hide it, otherwise the matter of the Track Din will be exposed. Tu Chao heard this and put his hand on his chin, musing, so that's how it is. But Trin Huang was already dead at the scene. He exclaimed in shock. Dead? A thigh speculated. Could it be that someone else was hiding in the shadows watching me at that time? He frowned slightly. If it wasn't someone from the Trio estate, then why didn't he come out to help me? Elder brother Ho replied without suspicion. Then I'll just report Trin Huang's matter to Master. Little junior brother, during this time you must rest well. The next plan will probably catch them all in one go. Tu Chao beside him also chimed in cheerfully. From what the junior brothers Li said, your residence renovation is almost finished. Congratulations. A thigh's eyes widened in surprise, renovating the residence. Now he looked up at the scene before him. Small and spacious, is this my residence? A thigh observed the spacious construction site. This is the Nha Tine courtyard, right? Someone recognized him and shouted, young Master Luong is back. He stood from a distance observing the entire interior. Tone Fuck heard the shout and turned around to greet. Young Master Luong, what do you think? We designed it all based on the Nha Tine courtyard. A thigh stepped in, clasped his hands and said, Uncle Fuck, please don't call me young Master Luong. You are older than me, just like before, call me a thigh. Trio and nearby called someone to bring a money pouch, sincerely expressing, you saved our people, this is all from everyone's hearts. On the other hand, everyone also donated. Money for you? He hurriedly waved his hands, refusing, repeatedly saying, this isn't necessary. A thigh seriously shared his intention. Consider this money as everyone's wages. Plus 2 meals of plain rice every day as dry rice. And the leftover money after the house is built can just be given as a bonus to everyone. The busy workers stood frozen, suddenly exclaiming, there's actually plain rice, pickled vegetables are even more expensive than meat. One person on the roof raised his hand and shouted, Young Master Luong is righteous. The person opposite did the same. Young Master Luong is truly generous. The guy nearby was no exception. Young Master Luong is magnificent. Athai scratched his head awkwardly listening to them cheering for young Master Luong. As if remembering something, he turned to ask Triuen, right, is Tran Trin still doing well recently? He nodded and replied, thanks to Athai's help, the Duong clan martial hall sent 2 third-gate martial artists to help us stand guard. Triuen gazed into the distance, concluding, it's just that their appearance is a bit fierce. Athai smiled helplessly, they're martial artists, it's very normal. He looked around once, feeling satisfied inside. If the original owner and his father could see a scene like this, they would probably be even happier. Athai said to himself, I will strive to keep living. Under the starry night sky, the tranquil lake surface reflected a shimmering, mystical light. The wind rustled through the reeds, creating a peaceful scene. Athai looked down at the rippling lake surface, placing his hand on his chin and pondering. Last time the boat was smashed to pieces. If I want to go fishing on the river later, I'll have to buy a new boat. He extended one leg toward the lake, murmuring, ever since awakening the tracked in, I've been looking forward to this scene. Athai's feet lightly rested on the clear water. Before, no matter what, I couldn't recall having learned from the Divine Lord in my dreams. I originally thought I would fail, but unexpectedly. Yet controlling water could be done to this extent. Even deep water could be parted and manipulated. Afterward, he glided step by step on the water, his heart secretly blooming. It's truly amazing. On this side, Hong Vien Kui knelt before Trak Quan, crying out loudly, Your Excellency, what should we do now? His face showed clear worry. With tears welling up, he reported, the main hideout has been destroyed. Even the most trusted chief steward Trin Huang of mine died inside. Hong Vin couldn't keep calm and shouted, that group killed more than 100 of our mountain demons. Trak Quan lost patience and kicked him hard. Crying, all you know is crying. He gritted his teeth, speaking in a low voice. The army is about to march. How could this happen? How could the main hideout be exposed? Trak Quan turned around, his face darkening as he continued. So many of our hideouts have been lost. We still have enough ammunition now. No time to waste. He immediately ordered, Triu Lao, go arrange a boat. We will return to the sect at once. Hong Vien stood up, bowing obsequiously. No problem. Tomorrow morning I will prepare a good boat for your excellency. Then he saw Trak Quan off, incessantly flattering from behind. Many thanks, your excellency. Hok Nguyen had been silent from start to finish and now spoke. Father. He did not reply, looked at the apple tree in front of him and shared, I planted this apple tree 5 years ago. Hong Vien looked at him, concluding, but the apple tree has never borne fruit. He asked, do you know why father kept this apple tree? Hok Nguyen Kao, answer me, boy. I don't know. Hong Vien nodded and calmly explained. Because an apple tree that bears no fruit is still very valuable. Every day it can attract birds and beasts to be our food. His voice suddenly deepened. Trin Huang Lam Kui Dung. Lo Thiu Hoi, these people are birds and beasts that we've devoured raw since they were little. Hong Vien said indifferently, that's natural selection. He seemed to realize something, anxiously voicing his speculation. Trin Huang and also Hok Nguyen mustered his courage and spoke. Butler Trin has come to the main stronghold. He's also a person, all of this is, he said coldly, not denying. Any Sam Muon tree will rot, sooner or later it can't be trusted. This damned rotten tree must fall too. Hong Vien handed him a box, then ordered, send someone to deliver this to the Luong kid. He gazed at the apple tree and made a decision. Tonight we'll board a boat to Hong Chau. Let Hong Trak Quan worry about these deceptions. Luong That. At the martial arts hall, murmurs of discussion arose. It's senior brother Luong. The crowd surrounding Athai praised him profusely, truly outstanding. A man whispered, I heard he can kill several dozen mountain demons single-handedly. The person next to him nodded in agreement. Mountain demons, that's impressive. Those mountain demons only eat people after all. Another guy retorted, several dozen, I heard it was several hundred. He recalled Tu Chao's face and concluded helplessly, the more it spreads, the wilder it gets. It must have spread from the senior brothers. Suddenly something caught Athai's attention. He widened his eyes and followed it. He looked at the crowd gathered under the ornamental tree. They were the senior brothers. Tu Chao on this side also spotted Athai's figure and happily called out, it's junior brother Luong. Senior brother Ho pointed. Tiu Ku, come see what the Triu Mansion sent for you. Athai stopped, puzzled. The Triu Mansion gave me things. He opened the wooden box, saw what was inside, and said, these are land deeds and a letter. Athai recalled Hong Vien's words. Those shop land deeds are worth 2,300 taels of silver. Consider it their compensation. The other things, consider them gifts from the Triu Mansion as benefits for everyone. If fate allows, we'll meet again. Truong Tung picked it up to read, then gave his opinion. It seems. Old Triu's move here is not ordinary. It clearly records the escape route and timing of the ghost mother cult, and even the contact person. Senior brother Ho glanced at Tu Chao, continued. Perhaps the information about your stronghold was also deliberately leaked by someone else. he seriously reasoned. Then this person from the Triu mansion. Luke Kwang, who had been silent all along, spoke up to suggest, I'll go ask Master for instructions on the next step. This retreat route, we absolutely must not leave any way out for them. Scene change. The gentle morning sunlight embraced the simple thatched roofs, appearing and disappearing behind the rustling reeds in the wind. 1 month earlier, a man sitting in the yard chopping wood looked up and asked, Lao Ku is going out to bring food to Lady and Guy again. Tone Fuck heard the call, nodded and replied, Yes, I'm afraid she'll get hungry in the boat by the riverbank. The man nodded approvingly. Lao Ku is truly a good man. The wife standing behind crossed her arms and scoffed, Right, you're so good, hurry up and chop it. He picked up the food container and went deeper inside, muttering, Must hurry, otherwise Lady and A Chu will be starved. Tone Fuck walked while looking at the scenery on both sides of the road. He saw the boat docked right at the bank and hurried. Hurry up. Tone Fuck smiled affectionately and called. Achoo! Suddenly, a mysterious dark figure lunged out, holding a knife to control him. Tone Fuck lost his balance and fell to the ground. The food container rolled away to one side. He cried out, The lady's food container. Then Tone Fuck stood up, picked up the food container. He changed his expression, gave a savage smile and said, Must go. Just delivering food. Tone Fuck acted as if nothing had happened, calmly continued walking forward. After delivering the food, he picked up a water bucket and headed toward the lake. Tone Fuck's face turned serious as he calculated. This past month, today is the final day of His Majesty's appointed time. He looked toward his wife and child, made a decision. It's time, finish off those two. Suddenly a voice echoed in Tone Fuck's head. Could it be you can't bear to do it? The provocative voice continued. If you can't bring yourself to do it, I can help you. He clutched his head, repeatedly splashed water on his face and shouted, What are you talking about? Don't come out, stay away from me. The voice in his head didn't stop, but instead sounded amused. You can't escape me. We are originally one entity. A moment later, a Thai and Tu Chao also arrived. Tu Chao wondered, Today you're still delivering things. Tu Chao calmly shared, These 2 days we want to cross the ferry, we need you to take us. Tone Fuck put on his hat and smiled kindly in agreement. Let's go this way, his daughter waved. Goodbye, Dad. Beside them, Tone Fuck's wife added, not forgetting to remind Lao Ku go slowly. The boat started moving. A Thai's face was serious as he calculated, must not touch them, they must be nearby now. He observed him and concluded. Later, when we act, we must be fully prepared for defense. It turns out he is a demon of the Ghost Mother cult. Tu Chao spoke up, breaking the silence. Are those your wife and daughter? Tone Fuck nodded and admitted, yes. He stopped pretending. With a cold face he exposed, using others to say these words is truly disgusting. He was startled and froze, trying to look puzzled. Sir, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean. Tone Fuck unhurriedly continued rowing, not bothered. Tu Chao drew his weapon, snorted coldly. It seems I must peel off this skin of yours to get the truth. Tone Fuck knew he was exposed, ground his teeth and growled. Damn it, just one more day short. He angrily opened his mouth and roared like a madman. Damn it, Tone Fuck snarled, just had to get through today. I wouldn't have to make a move anymore. He drew his blade, looked straight at Tu Chao and A Thai, declared, I want to kill you too. He witnessed that scene and froze. This aura, it's actually Bon Ma perfection. The veins on his arms bulged furiously. A Thai gritted his teeth, poured all his strength into the bowstring, his sharp, cold gaze locked onto the target. Tu Chao also rushed forward to join forces and attack Tone Fuck. He was pushed back forcefully to the rear of the boat, barely managing to brace his feet to stop. On the small bamboo boat drifting amidst the undulating waves, 3 figures locked weapons tightly, their eyes met with fiery sparks, signaling a life-and-death bloody battle. After a while he said, We have 2 people, you only have 1. How long can you hold out? Tone Fuck clenched his jaw and replied. Who says? Divim appeared out of nowhere, flying swiftly past the boat. He shouted and laughed loudly. I only have 1 person. You should have called me out sooner. A Thai observed him. Damn it, there's actually another one. Divim's chain suddenly flew over and wrapped tightly around his wrist. When Tu Chao turned around, A Thai had already been dragged forcefully into the water. Tone Fuck seized the opportunity when he was distracted to lunge and attack. He smirked and shared, My shadow guard excels at underwater assassination. If you can't kill me within 5 minutes, Tone Fuck declared in a deep voice, then that brat will die. Divim tightened the chain, dragging a Thai underwater. Tone Fuck didn't stop, continuing to threaten. That little punk will probably explode. Underwater is my home turf. He was swimming, then suddenly froze, unable to move. A Thai surged up, using force to pull Divim back, slamming his entire body hard onto the rock bed. Divim panicked, a thought flashing through his mind. What the hell is this? On this side, he slowly spoke. Ever since the fusion rate reached 70% or above, I've always been curious how far I could go underwater. A Thai tightened the chain, continuing, I should thank you. Divim was dragged underwater, crying out in panic. I'm being pulled away, such strength. A Thai pressed his lips together. His bright pupils affirmed, "My home turf." Daivim angrily clenched his jaw, asking himself, "There are no gods in this world." He was bewildered, countless thoughts surfacing. If there are gods, then why don't they save us? Daivim was full of reproach and resentment. If there are gods, why have they never answered me? If there are gods, why have I fallen into such a situation? Before his life ended, the man lying below, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, concluded, "They say only before death can one meet the gods." Underwater, Daivim and Athai stared intently at each other, preparing to clash. He raised his brow, full of curiosity. "Who the hell is this guy?" Daivim yanked the chain hard, charging forward with confidence. "My strength is speed," he continued to accelerate. "As long as I'm fast enough, this brat will definitely die." Daivim unleashed his sharp claws, declaring, "Die." Athai said nothing, gathering his strength. The water surged wildly. A powerful and fierce punch struck straight into Daivim's face. His body was sent tumbling backward by the immense force. Daivim's eyes widened in disbelief. "He just disappeared. I am. Manhwa, how is this possible?" On the other end of the chain, Athai, expressionless, continued pulling hard. His hands were tightly bound, unable to resist as he thought in confusion. What? His figure shot forward like a lightning bolt, carrying a chilling aura that pressed right before his face, making the space seem to freeze in this instant. Athai unleashed a fatal blow, drowning Daivim in a raging torrent of deep blue spiritual power. Afterward, he raised his hand to observe, thinking with some concern. "It seems the Banma stage underwater is no problem at all. I wonder how senior brother 2 is doing over there. It's time to return to the boat." Daivim lay gasping in a corner, admitting that his big brother was right. He watched Athai's figure gradually recede. Daivim concluded, "Before death, one indeed meets the gods." On the boat, Tone Fuck was shoved hard to the deck. Han gnashed his teeth with smug satisfaction, taunting, "So what if you caught me? Your disciple is as good as dead." Tu Chao heard this, his expression suddenly turning serious. Suddenly, a wet hand grabbed onto the edge of the boat. He recognized the familiar figure and called out in astonishment, "Tiu Ku." Athai climbed onto the boat, panting wearily. The other guy was eaten by an underwater beast. He calculated silently, needing to pretend he couldn't move at all. The atmosphere suddenly became gloomy. Tai Hoa stared dumbfounded toward the boat. Tu Chao looked at it, raising his brow. As expected of a sly one, Tiu Ku was truly lucky this time. Tone Fuck lay on his back on the boat deck, crying out in panic. "Little brother." After returning to shore, he was escorted away by soldiers. Tone Fuck's wife and daughter only watched from afar. From beginning to end, they never spoke a word. He stopped, slightly turning his head to look back. Tone Fuck's wife raised her brow, looking at him with hatred. Athai stood to the side, assessing. "These demon followers of the Ghost Mother cult, why do they feel not very strong?" Tu Chao folded his arms and offered his opinion. "They are the broken generation. Warriors of the Beast Tiger realm can live up to 120 years. The higher the level, the longer still, but it has been 60 years since the fall of Great Khan. The older generation is easier to account for. Those old men are indeed long-lived. But the middle-aged generation has all died out. The old generals won't casually reveal themselves either." Tu Chao affirmed with certainty. "So these people are not the core force of the Ghost Mother cult. What's terrifying are the elites who came from within the Ghost Mother cult." In the spacious, tranquil courtyard of the desolate ancient town, a solitary black shadow moved silently. Track Quan walked while muttering calculations under his breath. Joined the cult 40 years ago, continuously expanding branches and progress. Finally achieved the great blood sacrifice art. He circulated his power. His mouth kept uttering, "Within the cult, the old and weak cannot be replaced in time. We desperately need new forces." Track Quan held up the Yen Lang Great Pill, telling himself, "This Yen Lang Great Pill is my greatest hope." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud noise came from behind the gate. The gate shattered under immense force. A wooden staff flew straight toward his position. Track Quan used his strength to block the attack. He looked ahead grimly and asked, "Who?" Amid the dust and smoke, the figures of senior brother Ho and Luke Kwang emerged. He introduced clearly, "Duong Clan Marshal Hall Luke Kwang." In a frozen moment, a punch carrying extraordinary fierce force struck straight into Track Quan's face. He flew backward, crashing into the wall and shattering the earth and stone. Luke Kwang clenched his fist, seriously assessing, "This person is roughly at the Wolf Smoke Bell stage, one realm higher than me." He began to gather his energy. A stream of light enveloped his entire body. He resolved that this battle must be won quickly. Track Quan's eyes widened. Snarling with contempt, "Who the hell do you think you are?" Senior brother Ho observed the scene. Then, gritting his teeth, he managed to block a punch from senior brother Lu without taking any injury. Unfazed, he simply waved a hand. Track Quan's eyes blazed with murderous intent, as he shot a glare straight at the two of them and declared, "If that's all you've got, then today all of you will die." At his words, he began to unleash his power. Lu Kwang stiffened and shouted, "It's a mechanism." His eyes flicked toward an ornamental pillar nearby. Lu Kuang mustered all his strength and heaved it up, then kicked the pillar hard, sending it forward. Track Quan nimbly leaned aside, one hand enough to chop through it. Calming himself, he scoffed condescendingly, mere paltry tricks. As he finished, arrows came whistling in like the wind. Senior brother Ho had somehow already drawn his bow and was firing rapidly. Without even looking, Track Quan caught it between two fingers and sneered. An arrow from a fourth-rate official, like you can't even pierce my energy shield. Senior brother Ho, without a trace of regret, smirked and replied, "No, this is enough." On the other side, Lu Kuang gave a low grunt. Suddenly, the arrowhead popped open, spraying gas straight into Track Quan's face. He clutched his face and screamed in agony, "My eyes!" Lu Kuang seized the opening to build momentum. Leaping so hard the ground split apart. His pupils blazed bright, arms swinging ready to strike. The earth shattered under the terrifying force, hurling dirt and stone into the air. Lu Kuang exhaled, "Is it over?" Track Quan writhed, clutching his face. It had been discovered that he had been deceived in an alley by that mongrel Triu Hongveen. "Otherwise you wouldn't have come so well prepared." He produced a spirit pill and said smugly, "Very well, I won't spare a single one of you." Senior brother Ho swiftly loosed an arrow that knocked the spirit pill from Track Quan's hand. He snorted coldly in contempt, "Your Lang Yen Great Pill is no more." Lu Kuang raised his eyebrows and warned, quickly, "Put your hands behind your back and surrender." Still lying on the ground in no hurry to rise, Track Quan uttered, "Just as I thought. Triu Hongveen also told you about this." Track Quan bared his teeth, revealing the spirit pill clamped between them, and continued, "But who said that was an elixir?" He gritted his teeth and muttered, "When did he put it in my mouth?" Lu Kuang recalled the moment he covered his mouth, concluding it was then. Track Quan swallowed the spirit pill, his body erupted with power, and he sprang up. His body was now pitch black, leaving only his shining eyes and deep purple energy veins running along it. His entire form was like a demon just awakened. Track Quan clenched his fists and roared with fury. Then he gritted his teeth and exhaled white smoke. Track Quan spoke arrogantly, "The power of the late Lang Yen stage. Can you resist it?" On the street, hurried footsteps echoed. Tu Chao stopped and looked ahead, saying to a Thai, "Triu Fu is at the end of this street." He nodded and suggested, "Fourth senior brother, let's hurry." The deeper they went inside, the stranger and darker the atmosphere became. The two of them sensed something was wrong. This feeling, he stopped and shouted, "It's the eldest senior brother, they've run into trouble." Boom. In the center of the courtyard, one after another, sky-shaking explosions erupted with thick white smoke. Lu Kuang gritted his teeth, staring at Track Quan, and remarked, "A cult is a cult." His figure drew closer. He continued, "Only likes to turn himself into neither human nor ghost." Track Quan curled his lips in a cold smile. "A bunch of hypocrites pretending to be noble," he growled loudly. "Those remnants of the previous dynasty, neither human nor ghost like them. Aren't they exactly the people you want to see?" Old memories surfaced in Track Quan's mind. People fled in panic, shouting continuously, "Run, the Dai Thuan soldiers are here." His father instructed, "Tiu man, take Vi Nhi and go quickly." In the air, a booming voice resounded, "Spare no remnant of the former dynasty." "There's still one here." Inside a cave, Track Quan's mother grasped his hand and said her last words, "Vi Nhi, try to live on for me." The army stood facing the stone statue. "Solemnly, each of us will dedicate our lives to worship the matriarch of our sect." He continued quietly, "It wasn't easy to have a child survive." The army swept over the blood-soaked scene, then stopped at Track Quan's position, declaring, "From today onward, you are my disciple. Now you will change your name to Hong Track Quan." Bearing billowing killing intent, he lunged down like a vicious beast. Two opposing forces violently collided, creating a terrifying shockwave that shattered the ground. Senior brother Ho aimed his bow from afar and cursed in frustration. "Damn it, in this situation I can't aim properly at all." Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Senior brother Ho." He turned toward the sound. It was fourth senior brother and little Nine. Senior brother Ho quickly briefed the two of them. "Fourth senior brother, I can't help senior brother Lu." Tu Chao laughed heartily to reassure. "It's fine." He took up the bow full of confidence. "Leave it to me." Tu Chao drew the bow and began aiming. A Thai silently observed and inwardly marveled. "So this is a clash at the Lang Yen stage? This is too exaggerated." Inside, Lu Kuang was gradually losing strength, so he devised a plan. "I can't hold out much longer. I must find an opportunity to break the deadlock." He scanned Track Quan from head to toe, guessing that the weak point must be at the heart. "I must create an opening for my junior brothers." Behind Lu Kuang, an arrow tore through the air and shot over. He froze as he watched it fly toward his own chest. He also noticed something unusual. He glanced back. Strange, this arrow definitely isn't at fourth junior brother's level. Track Quan was still unharmed, sneering disdainfully, "I told you. These arrows can't break my energy barrier." Luke Kuang clenched his fists and concluded nervously, "I understand now, little four is deceiving him." Tu Chao continued to draw his bow and aim. He seized the opportunity to launch a blazing, 1,000-pound strike, determined to defeat him with fiery light. The punch, blazing with fire, pierced straight into Track Quan's chest, causing spirit power to explode violently and repelling all resistance in an instant. He looked down at his chest, stunned. What? Tu Chao seized the moment and began to draw the bowstring taut. At this very moment, the arrow, enveloped in brilliant emerald spirit power, suddenly left the bowstring, ripped through the air with terrifying speed and flew forward. Old memories resurfaced in Trak Kwan's mind. Trak Kwan looked up and began to wonder. Master, why can't we live openly under the sunlight? The army commander explained gravely. Trak Kwan, we are survivors of the previous era. He listened dazedly as the man slowly elaborated. This era has no place for us because someone has usurped what originally belonged to us. Trak Kwan told himself, no matter what, one day I will make them pay a huge price. Returning to reality as the arrow pierced through, fresh blood gushed from his throat in extreme shock. How is this possible? A Thai standing outside and witnessing the whole situation suddenly realized, so that's how it is. He glanced at Tu Chao and silently pieced things together. Fourth senior brother's first arrow was meant to make that bastard Trak Kwan freeze. A Thai's gaze shifted back to senior brother Ho, deeply understanding. To make him think it was senior brother Ho shooting from the fourth gate. The train of reasoning continued to flow. The second arrow that followed immediately unleashed peak galloping horsepower. Looking at the defeated Trak Kwan fallen, a Thai nodded, fully convinced, and thought, seems I still have a lot to learn. Luke Kwang took a breath. It's over, little four. You two go over and use the blue steel chain to tie him up. Senior brother Ho and he began to bind Trak Kwan. This blue steel chain was specially prepared for Lang Yen martial masters. A Thai looked at the arrow lodged in his chest and remarked, Lang Yen martial masters are truly terrifying. Even with a shattered heart like this, they can still survive. Seeing him silent, Tu Chao approached, patted his shoulder and encouraged, little junior brother, don't let his appearance scare you. He swept his gaze and remarked, these cultists really do love turning themselves into things that are neither human nor ghost. Trak Kwan heard that, and even with no strength left, he forced himself to speak. Neither human nor ghost. He raised his voice and shouted to stay alive. Have you ever lived in a cave year-round without seeing sunlight? Like a startled soul, he rushed outside furiously, running around with his head bowed, screaming. Have you ever crawled out from a pile of dead bodies? He glared, pouring all his frustration into his words, justifying all his mistakes. I just wanted to live openly and honorably. What do you people who live comfortably and happily know about it? Tu Chao coldly looked at Trak Kwan, reminded, don't use justice as an excuse for your disgusting deed. He clenched his fist, spoke angrily. What you've done has destroyed countless families. How many children lost their fathers? How many fathers lost their children? Tu Chao closed in on him, bluntly crushing his hopes. Don't try to justify your selfish desires with those lofty reasons. That won't work on me. He exuded a murderous aura. To be honest, if you weren't still useful, right now I'd want to break all your limbs, rip out your heart and feed it to the dogs. A Thai looked at Tu Chao's expression, said quietly to Luke Kwang beside him, Senior brother 2 hates, he sighed and recounted. Senior brother 2 is also one of the surviving orphans. After the Ghost Mother sect massacred a series of villages, Trak Kwan unwillingly wanted to speak further. You, Luke Kwang, seeing Tu Chao about to strike again, stepped in to stop him. All right, kid, it's time to escort him back to the martial hall. He gave a cold snort, then turned and left. Luke Kwang walked over and slung an arm around Tu Chao's shoulders, cheerfully lightening the mood. All right, wait for senior brother to treat you to a drink. Brother Ho placed his hand on Tu Chao's shoulder. Tran En, wait, let me have a go at him. He was helpless, about to die. A Thai watched the three of them, a satisfied smile appearing. This kind of feeling, he recalled his lonely past life, something he had never had before. Luke Kwang turned and suggested, Little Nine, come along with us then. A Thai stared blankly at him as if not understanding. What? He nodded in reply. Okay, amidst the vast ocean, a cave appeared Afi's work log. At that moment, Afi was deep in sleep, looking serene. Suddenly, a Thai appeared in his dream, his tone cold and demanding. Where's the ghost song I wanted, eh, Thai? Immediately, he woke up with a start. With a bewildered look, Afi sluggishly sat up, appearing utterly exhausted. A mournful sigh echoed. His face carried a complicated expression. Suddenly, a moment later, Afi went to pick up a bamboo basket. He stood blankly observing himself in the mirror, looking silent. Abruptly, Afi slapped himself frantically. He clenched his fist. His eyes were sharp and full of discontent. In the heart of the ocean, Afi moved slowly with high alertness. Seeming to have found prey, his eyes glowed red with ambition. Opposite, Bao and Gu was nonchalantly blending into the clear water. Suddenly, his expression changed with heightened vigilance. He shot forward like a whirlwind. Looking frenzied, quickly into the basket. Caught off guard, Afi smashed fiercely into the rock. He lay collapsed in pain. Weak-looking, Afi's whole body trembled with fury, fists clenched. In his daze, the image of the boy seriously warning him flashed by. Don't transform casually lest the people of Soha Ba show up. The space suddenly fell eerily silent. A sigh sounded, his vision gradually blurred. He looked resigned. Athai seriously lectured, his eyes full of interest. If you can't use force, you can choose to use cunning. Then he jolted awake, standing up. As if enlightened, if he moved swiftly, his gaze complex. At that moment, Baoengu was rolling his eyes, searching for something. Suddenly, his expression changed with high alertness. He transformed into a seductive young woman. Eyes flirting, seeing that, Baoengu froze as if struck by lightning. He turned away resolutely, cold and heartless. Turning to swim away, Baoengu moved at extreme speed as if fleeing, seeming to have made some determination. He froze, momentarily bewildered. A sound rang out. Tai Hoa was surprised, and Qian Dao clutched his stomach, laughing heartily. Seeing that, he quietly left, his face pale. Scene shifts to a small courtyard. Athai stood alone in the yard, facing the dark training equipment. His back was soaked with sweat, his expression helpless, completely unable to calm his mind. Athai's eyes held complex emotions, slightly pensive. A few days ago, after handing over Hong Trak Quan, Master's wife had us exchange the land deed and summoned old Triu to convert it into silver. His face suddenly distorted in shock, eyes wide. 150 taels of silver ingots, real ingots, not loose silver. Athai held the silver in his hands, mesmerized, looking full of happiness. Master's wife is so generous. He admired it intently. He marveled, 1 tael of silver ingot has higher silver content than ordinary loose silver. 150 tael ingot converts to 52 taels and 4 wen of loose silver. That means for every 50 taels you get an extra 2 taels and 4 wen, commonly called 2-4 treasure. 3 ingots actually amount to nearly 160 taels. Tu Chao then teased him, cutting in. Is this the first time you've seen so much money, junior brother, that you're overwhelmed? Looks like it. Athai fiercely launched a flurry of punches. Looking frenzied, after spending time with the senior brothers exterminating mountain demons, his own strength had also stabilized. He closed his eyes to calm his mind, abundant inner energy circulating. Though he hadn't officially broken through the flesh gate, he could feel it, his gaze. Athai, filled with smugness, slowly curled up the corners of his mouth. At that moment, not far away, he stood with arms crossed, watching with feigned nonchalance. Junior brother really tries hard, he blurted out in slight astonishment. Fourth senior brother, Master is back, so we should call everyone over to discuss merit and give rewards. Athai stood rooted to the spot, his face stiff. There are rewards too. His eyes bloodshot, he bellowed in fury. Damn you, Trio Hong Veen. I will definitely kill you. The crazed cursing shouts echoed out. You despicable scoundrels deserve to die. Tu Chao's expression was full of complexity. Heavily questioning, must we let these 2 bastards watch us eat? Truong Tung immediately spoke frankly. This is the arrangement of Master's wife. He frowned with a helpless look. Master's wife really is. By the way, why are they placed here? In the battle at Triu Manor, did you see them there? Truong Tung spoke firmly, his eyes evasive. Senior brother, don't be like that. That day I accompanied senior brother to carry out another mission. At this moment, Athai stared around, marveling in admiration. I think Lady Duong is truly formidable, arranging everything in the Duong household so neatly. Luke Kwang's eyes held a hidden meaning, his expression complex. Junior brother, do you not yet know what Master's wife's surname represents? He paused briefly, pressing, what about her surname? He slowly spoke, firm and serious. Master's wife's surname is Hua, it is the great family of Hong Chao. Elders and several ancient dignitaries emerged during the Taita period. Master and his wife were also personally matchmade by Tu Van Truck, the old general. The atmosphere grew somewhat gloomy. Solemnly, Luke Kwang continued, and Master's wife's father is Lord Hua Vin Kwang, the third-rank director of the Court of Imperial Banquets in the Imperial Court. Truong Tung pondered briefly. Hesitantly, he said, so our master's wife marrying our master is considered marrying someone of lower status, right? He immediately covered his mouth and lowered his voice in warning. Careful, master will skin you alive. At that moment, a respectful voice rang out. Master, the mistress has come. Dong Hung spoke sternly, looking satisfied. I have already heard about the matter. You all did very well. He leisurely savored the tea's fragrance, his lips slightly moving. As for these 2, in the afternoon, people from the magistrate's office will come to take them away. His gaze was sharp, his demeanor arrogant. If you want to behead or kill, just do it. Our Jiao sect is full of people with experts as numerous as clouds. Sooner or later, you will all be purged by our Jiao sect. Dong Hung still kept his face calm, his tone carrying a hidden meaning. An organization that turns things upside down, not even understanding the principle of draining the pond to catch the fish. His fingers tightened on the teacup, killing intent immediately erupting. Truly too foolish. Dong Hung's eyes were filled with anger, his teeth clenched tight. Still, the reason you can live is because you still have value. Otherwise, I would not have let you live until now. Hearing that, Trak Quan paused slightly, the corners of his mouth twitching but unable to speak. A moment later, he lowered his voice, clearly declaring, however, this time after the joint trial by the 3 halls, you will definitely be heavily rewarded. Then, Dong Hung continued, his eyes hinting, Additionally, there is one matter concerning little Nine. Athai froze, exclaiming in surprise, "It's about me." He quickly pushed the box toward him. "This thing is a gift that your eldest senior brother sent to you. It just arrived at the relay station yesterday. I conveniently brought it along." Athai's eyes carried a complex look, feigning confusion. Eldest senior brother. Scene change, the dusk light cast a brilliant orange glow at the foot of the city wall. "Captain, this time you personally took down an enemy late-stage Lang Yen general to obtain that thing. You just give it away like that." Two soldiers awkwardly spoke up, sincerely advising, "You are truly generous to your little junior brother. The brothers have been craving that thing for a long time." "That's right, Captain, you can't be so partial." The eldest senior brother immediately interrupted, looking full of interest. "What are you thinking? Do you think I don't know?" He calmly declared, his voice firm. "When I return this time, I'll treat you all to drinks, that's fine." Cheerful laughter immediately rang out. Captain's generosity. The eldest senior brother was slightly helpless, hesitantly exclaiming, "You guys." He fell into a moment of contemplation. Softly sighing, "I wonder if little Nine will like this gift." Athai, as soon as he opened the box, was stunned, eyes wide with amazement. Green spirit energy gently swept through the space. His eyes paused, a flash of shock passing through. "This is." The blade lay quietly in the precious wooden box, the spirit energy. Athai gripped the weapon tightly, letting the spirit power within his body surge. Every spirit weapon is a unique existence. The unique characteristic of growing together with its owner gives it an unshakable status in the world of weapons. The image of monsters writhing in pain when faced with its attack flashed by. For an ordinary martial artist, owning a spirit weapon is an extremely lucky thing, because the materials are very rare, and those who can craft spirit weapons are even rarer. Thinking of this, his expression became complex, his gaze slightly sinking. In such a spirit weapon, Athai stood rooted to the spot, softly sighing in admiration. "I actually have two whole ones." His eyes carefully observed every detail on the blade. "So the name is Than Lang." The corner of Athai's mouth lifted, his smile carrying pride and arrogance. "Thus, my weakness in close combat will be compensated. In the future, in any combat situation, I will no longer be limited by the environment." Scene change, the early morning sunlight gently fell onto the quiet little courtyard. He stood tall in the middle of the veranda, appearing nonchalant. "These past few days, because of the mountain ghost incident, I've skipped quite a lot of classes. I must go to the academy." Athai paused when a hesitant call rang out. "Ngach, why?" His eyes were complex, his expression full of bewilderment. "Is this the phonetic transcription method?" Athai immediately turned back with high alertness. "Liuangku," he was slightly surprised, hesitantly speaking. "Teacher," Hang Engia spoke in a steady voice. "From Hang Engia you finally come." Athai awkwardly avoided his gaze, smiling wryly. "This student is a shame." The teacher then lowered his voice, Tran at. "It's fine, recently I've also heard about the things you all have done." Hang Engia turned to leave, his eyes suggestive. "Come with me to see the headmaster. We have made several improvements to this phonetic transcription method." The headmaster is the one who presides over the academy, also called the principal. Similar to the principal in his previous life, that person was Liuangku Dai. Scene change, in the academy's inner hall, a figure quietly sat by the lotus pond. Triukai slowly raised his head, softly sighing in admiration. "The person who invented the phonetic transcription method truly shakes me greatly." The headmaster of the academy, Triukai, Athai immediately bowed respectfully. "Greetings, headmaster." The headmaster spoke in a steady voice, appearing calm. "No need for excessive courtesy. Come quickly and see how Hang Engia and I have together improved the phonetic transcription method." He was stunned, clutching the notes tightly, his expression complex. This version is still missing more than 76 phonetic readings that he summarized. Only 63, including 23 initial consonants, 24 vowels and 16 whole syllable recognition units. Athai fell silent for a moment, calmly observing Triukai. The headmaster is indeed formidable. One could almost call this an upgraded version. It seems this old man is not simple. A moment later, he respectfully reported, "This junior is filled with admiration. Compared to the version by this student, it is far superior." The headmaster slowly stroked his beard, calmly continuing, "I should be the one admiring you. Without your phonetic transcription method, we would still be trapped in the vicious cycle of using characters to annotate characters." At that moment, Hang Engia enthusiastically spoke up, appearing hearty. "We have delivered your achievements to my teacher. With his recommendation, the chance of being granted a title will be greater. Sending it to Old Lai is no problem at all." Athai quickly bowed his head in thanks, politely thanking Sun Truong and the teacher for the recommendation. Sure enough, no matter the era, having backing makes things easier. He then turned, his gaze complicated, and asked, "May I ask who my grand teacher is?" He then awkwardly spoke, his eyes briefly flustered. "To tell the truth, I have indeed never mentioned my teacher's title." Faces carrying authority flashed by. At present, at the top of the imperial pyramid is His Majesty. And below His Majesty, the central ultimate hall, the established ultimate hall, the 3 palaces and 2 pavilions, the 5 grand academicians, the hall of martial heroism, the pavilion of literary depth, the East Pavilion. How Bok's back carried a heavy weight, and my teacher is one of the 5 grand academicians. Grand academician Lai Hao Bok. Hang Engia remained calm. A firm voice. In his letter, my teacher also praised your phonetic method endlessly. He must have enough confidence to convince His Majesty. He gazed toward the high horizon and sighed with emotion. The culture of Dai Thuan is as thick as a sturdy city wall, but it is also that very thick wall. That thought has hindered the birth of new ideas. Your phonetic method has struck the wheel of fate of this era. Without avoidance, he resolutely questioned, his eyes full of confusion. But aren't there 4 others of equal rank to Grand Uncle? Moreover, His Majesty's current stance. Hang Engia swallowed his words and spoke in a steady voice. For now, no need to worry about His Majesty's reaction. In recent years, His Majesty has been very fond of embracing new things. He calmly continued, his tone suggestive, and my teacher. Cut to the imperial capital. The majestic and magnificent palaces appear before the eye. At this moment, the ministers respectfully bowed their heads and reported. A finger slowly tapped on the throne. A clear voice announced, if the grand academicians have no further business, court is adjourned. Suddenly, a minister resolutely stepped forward. Your Majesty, fellow colleagues, I perhaps... The fingers suddenly stopped. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report, he continued, with hands clasped respectfully. Your Majesty, today I wish to present to Your Majesty a new introductory method, surpassing the iron character method. Hao Bok calmly spoke in a deep voice. It is called the phonetic method. Academician of the Pavilion of Literary Depth, Lai Hao Bok. Cut to evening light covering the majestic main hall. Ha Engiu's expression immediately changed and he questioned, dissatisfied. Absurd. Your Majesty, how can the methods of our ancestors be replaced by such groundless nonsense? Hu Engia's eyes carried a sharp glint, his tone suggestive. Does Grand Academician Lai not understand the fundamental principles of the nation? He then frowned, irritably interrupted. Do you even know what reform is? He immediately looked around at the rows of civil and military officials. Daikin spoke in a steady voice. In my opinion, the sound blending method is indeed better than the character method. Hearing that, reproaches and objections erupted. Better. Academician to perhaps deliberately underestimates the wisdom of Dai Thuan's ancestors. He frowned and spoke with sarcasm. I wonder if in the era, would academician to say such words? His expression was full of complexity, silently quiet. He then stopped, his face astonished. On the throne, Dai Thuan hid in the cold darkness. The minister's expressions were anxious, their hearts uneasy. His eyes carried a hint of killing intent that briefly paused on him. At this moment, Dai Kan respectfully bowed his head. He then decisively spoke, his expression resolute. Half a year. The civil and military officials were immediately shocked, a chill running down their spines. Half a year, nonsense. At this moment, Hao Bok clearly declared, if you do not believe it, you can test it yourselves. He spoke in a steady voice. He sighed with admiration. Your Majesty, this method was created by my student Liuang Ku, disciple of this old minister. Although he is but a fisherman from the wild mountains, his mind is sharp. After speaking, Hao Bok resolutely bowed his head, his voice earnest. This old minister believes this method merits an invention reward and a conferral of title. On the throne, Dai Thuan pondered in silence. I understand, Liuang Ku an interesting person. He decisively waved his hand, calmly declared. I will examine this sound blending method. Let the 6th prince try it. Court dismissed. We bid farewell to your Majesty. Cut. A voice full of doubt spoke up. Checking the destiny chart, Dong Hung carefully examined the letter, his expression complex. To report to the imperial capital, your information must be complete. And the destiny chart is the item that martial artists must register. He enthusiastically patted a thigh on the shoulder, his tone gentle. Although the destiny chart is not absolute, for you it is a good opportunity. His expression still dazed, he stood frozen in place. Those with special destinies are favored by heaven. At this moment, the system was silently rearranging order. Establish the mandate of heaven. A calm voice slowly spoke. Destiny is not predetermined but a matter of fate. Meeting wind, become a tiger. Meeting rain, become a dragon. The better the destiny, the higher that person's achievements. In other words, the martial artist's strength will be greater. Similarly, from the destiny chart, one can glean a great deal of information. Acting according to the information of the destiny chart yields twice the result with half the effort. 2 seals carrying terrifying authority appeared. Those with high destinies usually possess both primary seals. Martial artists like Martial Saint Truong Long Chuang are born with both seals. Direct seal, Great Pillar Deity of the Mountain. Auxiliary seal, Owl God snatches food. danger. The back of Long Chuang carries an indomitable, unyielding will, meaning that later if this person wishes to achieve fame and success, he must endure great calamities and great evil. 13 years later, Truong Long Chuang went to the northern wilderness, alone fighting 3 powerhouses of the true origin realm. Killed 2, wounded 1, displaying the invincible aptitude of a martial saint. The image shifted to Nguyen Kuk, who also possessed insane strength. Beside, the martial saint Nguyen Kuk bore the fate pattern of great desolate stone mountain, attained enlightenment in the desolate mountains and wild ridges, successfully entered the ranks of martial saints, and rejuvenated. Some time later he was controlled by Long Chuang and was secretly slaughtered. Immediately it was a pity he was not a person of Dai Thuan, did not listen to the advice to surrender, so he was killed by Truong Long Chuang. Too much killing intent caused spirit monsters to appear. The place where the 2 martial saints fought, fresh blood soaked the ground. The living creatures there underwent this baptism and gradually transformed into spirit monsters. Images of spirit monsters madly attacking humans appeared clearly. Dong Hung patted a thigh on the shoulder. Lowering his voice, he sincerely comforted, of course fate patterns are not unchangeable. The fate patterns between people inherently influence each other. His eyes carried a complex look. Hesitantly spoke, "Master, how does one check that fate pattern?" He slowly spoke, his tone stern. "The most crucial thing when checking fate patterns is incense ash, and it must be after the fate mark incense burns to completion. The more abundant the incense fire received, the longer the time, the better the effect." Then Dong Hung turned, looking proud. "Your master has prepared fate mark incense that has been nurtured for 5 years for you. But unfortunately, it still lacks the blood of Bao and Gu at age 5. Hearing that, a thigh paused slightly, eyes full of surprise. "Blood of Bao and Gu," he continued to speak in a gentle voice to explain. "All things that develop naturally are born according to fate. The blood within carries destiny energy. That is indispensable when checking fate patterns." Dong Hung remains calm, his gaze resolute. "I have sent someone to listen around. It can only depend on luck." He immediately clasps his hands respectfully, thanking his master. A thigh's mouth curls up secretly, full of pride. "For other things I might be helpless, but when it comes to finding treasure fish, I am the expert." He briefly falls into deep thought. "But before that, I have to buy a suitable boat. After all, the place I'm going this time is not like before." Scene change at the dock. A thigh's eyes carefully assess the situation. The previous boat had been smashed, and he sees 2 great star monsters fighting each other. His footsteps suddenly stop in front of a shop. "Here it is, this is the place." A thigh's expression is complicated. In this era the boat business is monopolized by Ngu Land. Fishermen who cannot afford to buy a boat often choose to rent boats from Ngu Land to go fishing at sea. Across the street, Hao Ngu enthusiastically calls out, "Little brother, want to see a boat?" He takes a drag of his cigarette, warmly introducing, "My boat is a new boat. Look at this paint job." Hao Ngu gestures toward the boat, his tone hearty. "It's beautiful and not expensive, and if you rent for 3 months, interest is waived." His eyes darken slightly, calmly assessing the situation. These boats indeed look pretty good. But these boats have quite a few repaired spots. Probably these are fishermen forced to rent out their old boats. Suddenly, from behind comes an excited call. Liuangku, Lam the has suddenly appeared. With admiration, Liuangku's sudden visit is really a stroke of luck. "Lam the Lam Tung Bao Lam Fu Van." A firm, steady voice says, "Yes, I have an important matter to ask of you, worthy nephew." His face turns slightly pale, and Ngok Ngung declares, "Could you, worthy nephew, become a sponsor for my Ngu Land? After it's done, I'll give you 20% of Ngu Land's profits. Moreover, I will gift you the best boat here. Actually, 30% is also fine." A thigh firmly cuts in, "No." Lam the pauses, looking confused. "Young Master Luong Wai." His eyes carry a hint of coldness. His voice is firm. "I understand your scheme. I also understand this world is essentially big fish swallowing small fish. I can't meddle in these matters. But there's one thing you might not understand." A thigh continues calmly, stating clearly, "I am also a fisherman. The fishing village is still bustling with trade. A good reputation can indeed bring benefits, but only under the condition of having the ability. I could obtain benefits for the fishermen, but what happens afterwards? Once the fishermen get used to low rental fees, my joining Ngu Land would make them feel resentful. At that point, what would my master think? In this world, I have no way to take care of the big picture. Maybe I am a good person, but I'm not that good." He sighs, speaking helplessly. "All right, but there's one more thing. I hope young Master Luong will agree. After it's done, I will still gift young Master Luong a good boat." A thigh immediately responds, looking surprised. "What is it?" At that moment, fierce waves suddenly appear on the water surface. Lately, there have been rumors of star monsters appearing in the coastal area near us in Thai Phu district. Therefore, on behalf of Lam Thai and Gu Lan, I would like to invite young Master Luong. Lam the resolutely clasps his hands, his voice earnest, to eliminate it for the common people. In the middle of the ocean, a series of fierce water monsters appear. Inside the Jiang Hoi great mansion hide countless treasures, but also countless dangers. The boundary is clearly divided. The water area is divided into two zones, deep water and shallow water. The deep water zone is dangerous all around but rich in resources. The shallow water zone has limited resources and is where humans usually operate. Humans are helpless against the cruelty of Dai Thuan. Normally, great demons with intelligence, if they wish to come to the shallow water area, must report to Haba. Otherwise, they will be purged by Dai Thuan. Light offenses result in expulsion, severe ones in elimination. Killing intent pervades the space. For example, Qian Dao's mother came to the shallow water area to lay eggs and survive for safety's sake. The fierce battle shocks the water current, and the decisive battle between the two great star monsters that day took place in the deep water area. Athai silently faces the vast water, slightly lost in thought. Lam said that star monster often stays in the boundary area between the deep water and shallow water zone. This place is also where star monsters easily get lost and accidentally enter the shallow water zone. His eyes darkened slightly, with a determined look. I have secretly dispatched Tai Hoa and Gak and a fight to sweep through the areas around Bin Duong Town and Engia Hung City. Except for those with too strong power, most have been expelled from the shallow water zone. Spiritual energy immediately lingers around. Athai's expression is complicated. If so, the star monsters that recklessly intrude into the shallow water zone aren't too powerful. But star monsters are just incidental. The important thing is, I am not an ordinary person who can only survive in the shallow water zone like before. The sphere ahead is gathering powerful might, fusion degree 70%, almost reaching the power of the flesh-breaking stage. His figure is reflected in the water. I am confident that I can find even more fortuitous encounters. 100-year treasure fish can only be born in the deep water zone. Athai's mouth slowly curls up. With interest in his eyes, let's get going. Immediately, he jumps into the water decisively. His gaze carefully observes the surrounding. As expected of the deep water zone, materials that are hard to find in the shallow water zone can be seen casually here. Athai's face is full of complexity, looking helpless. After searching for several hours, he still hasn't found the target. Ahead of him, a dense cluster of aquatic breathgrass appears. This is aquatic breathgrass. An ordinary person holding it in their mouth can survive underwater for over half an hour. Athai was stunned again when a sparkling stone shell appeared. Could this be the feather stone shell? This is a top-grade ingredient that only the wealthy elite can afford to eat. His face showed complex emotions, and he muttered to himself, "Too bad none of these are my target for today." Athai suddenly halted, his eyes full of vigilance. A star savage charged at him like a hurricane. Aura bursting, Athai sensed it, still in shock. He witnessed it moving through the aquatic plants. Amidst the aquatic plants immediately, Athai swiftly pursued, his eyes on high alert. Looking bewildered, this is a foe, a star savage bearing formidable power with eyes as if searching for prey. This is a 7-star savage. He stood rooted to the spot, calmly assessing the situation. Star fiends cannot be judged by their appearance alone, but generally those with strength at Lang Yen rank or lower are all called star fiends, because they themselves are rarely discovered, accustomed to thrashing madly in the deep sea. The great demons with powerful strength have their own logic of action. They do not come to shallow waters, partly because they fear Dai Thuan, or because the benefits are not worth it. To them, ordinary people are no different from coarse rice of no value to act upon. The star savage's eyes gleamed with killing intent. Looking frenzied, naturally grown precious fish sometimes also possess immense strength. It lunged to attack like a hurricane. Athai calmly gathered his aura, preparing to counterattack. To me, its strength is not enough. His hand descended with terrifying power. In that moment, Athai's eyes were calm and calculating. Today he could control nearly 900 caddies of water flow. He paused, his eyes becoming confused. It did not dodge. Suddenly, a surging aura rushed straight at Athai. With agile body, he tilted to evade. Athai's expression immediately changed. Madly shouting, "My fish!" his eyes filled with unease. Slightly startled, could this be? Athai like a tiny creature facing the monkey star fiend that Lam Dia spoke of. He clenched his fists, looking full of displeasure. "No matter what you are, you ate my fish." Killing intent immediately exploded. Athai stood frozen opposite. He would trade your life for it. Athai stood silently, his aura secretly surging. Each time the fusion degree increased, his physique would surely leap forward. His face was full of complex emotions, briefly pondering, "Thus I always look forward to the change the marsh spirit will bring." A breakthrough aura. The monkey's eyes glowed red with fierce intent. Although losing the precious fish is regrettable, this giant creature brings me a much greater opportunity. There is a premonition. If I want the marsh spirit to upgrade comprehensively or even break through, Athai slowly curled his lips, looking resolute. Then I must eat it. His feet used the water surface as a foothold, then he leaped high. Athai faced it with powerful aura. The monkey's eyes continuously flashed with killing intent. It charged like a hurricane. He immediately tilted his body to evade the fin covered with sharp spines. At that moment, the wave-subduing fist surged forth. Dan Thuong immediately shot out like the wind at terrifying speed. A thigh calmly caught it. His arm tightened, aura instantly burst forth. He stood tall in a ready stance. Then he slightly tilted his body, his eyes locked straight onto the target. Wave-subduing thrust down decisively towards the monkey. It fell backward in pain, looking horrified, still in shock. AI appeared, a sudden ambush. Immediately, it sprayed venom, making the monkey howl in agony. Then from behind, the star savage madly lunged down. And on this side, Flower Crocodile bit down fiercely with sharp teeth. The monkey was bewildered as it saw a fist suddenly leap high. It stabbed straight down decisively, frenziedly. At this moment, the monkey was thrashing wildly. A thigh resolutely shot forward. Gripping the sword tightly, he forcefully stabbed a fatal blow. A moment later, a thigh smiled smugly. Too easy. Truly an overwhelming victory. He stood up proudly, sighing softly. Compared to the crab last time, this time not only was no one injured, but the target was also easily eliminated. A thigh carefully observed the blue wolf, slightly astonished. So when I unleash all my strength, it can create such great power. At this moment, it lay still at his feet, his eyes meaningful. A thigh raised an eyebrow, looking nonchalant. Right, time to divide the meat. The aroma of grilled meat immediately spread everywhere. The body of this creature, the meat ratio did not exceed 50%. He sat by the fire, his expression slightly satisfied, but luckily the size was quite large. The amount of meat was more than enough. Holding the meat skewer in his hand, Athai's eyes looked slightly enchanted. How much water marsh essence does this piece contain? Immediately he brought it to his mouth and savored it. The system quickly announced, water marsh essence plus 22. Athai was slightly surprised, sighing softly. Just one small piece had a full 22 points. He continued to enjoy with a satisfied expression. It seems to evolve the marsh spirit, his eyes. Athai was full of excitement and clearly declared, tonight I must succeed. As he devoured the delicious meal, the system continuously announced, water marsh essence plus 10, water marsh essence plus 20, fusion degree 80%, fusion degree 90%, fusion degree 95%, fusion degree 100%, white water monkey marsh spirit fully fused. Track Lin upgraded successfully. Athai seriously observed Track Din evolving powerfully. Track Lin's white water monkey had completely fused. Track Lin upgrade condition. Obtain a trace of River's favor, completed. Completely fuse with Track Lin water monkey, completed. He froze when the system notification sounded. River's favor. Immediately after, the worship of Hoey River was completed. River's favor index plus 0001. The aura surrounding it was strong. Athai exclaimed in amazement, having unexpectedly completed all the upgrade conditions. He decisively clenched his fist, beaming with excitement. Then, next would be check-in for tier upgrade. Athai's finger slowly pressed on the screen. Upgrade. Track Din continued its powerful evolution. He leaned over to look, eyes full of vigilance. Athai's face bore a complex expression. This scene was very similar to when he obtained Track Lin Thai Than. Could it be? Suddenly, his expression changed, his eyes filled with horror. Athai immediately collapsed to his knees, his whole body becoming powerless. He slumped down, struggling to support himself. What's happening? Did the upgrade fail? Athai's eyes flashed, veins bulging violently. Upgrade successful. Fusion with Track Lin, Track Enhung, a naturally born strange insect with astonishing power. Fierce and unrivaled, favored by the river. After fusion, one gains dragon sinews and tiger bone. Dragon sinews, tiger bones. Sinews thick as a dragon, bones strong as a tiger, strength. Limitless, comparable to the Pearl Palace beast itself, an unstoppable force. Streams of spiritual energy swirled around him like a furious gale. It seemed as if Athai's soul was merging. Track Lin white water monkey completely fused with Track Lin green Track Enhung. Comprehended innate skill, soaring water waves. Comprehended innate skill, water prison. Obtained water marsh authority bone, water nurtured vitality, capable of slowly absorbing the essence of water marshes, compensating for deficiencies in the evolution of water beasts. A roar and a mad radiance shook the space. Then he collapsed, his whole body powerless, feeling as if his body was about to fall apart. System notifications appeared. The system window displayed, refined marsh spirit marsh velvet, fusion degree 1%. Marsh spirit water clear, martial path divine connection first level, transmigrator Lord Emperor's innate skills. Water ripple, water control, water prison, treading water and riding waves. No water marsh essence. River index not yet available. 1. Commanding water beasts, horned dream crocodile, tiger-headed catfish, stone pincer crab. Heavenly water fish lord's evaluation. This marsh velvet marsh spirit originates from the great master of Huegua. Extremely low activation level, it is a minor character barely worth mentioning. Athai immediately sighed with emotion, but this harvest was truly worth it. He immediately struggled to stand up, his gaze resolute. Dragon sinew and tiger bone. It was no different from marrow cleansing and sinew tempering. The chi and blood were so abundant that my strength directly increased greatly. A thigh gleefully swung his hand. 5 punches cracked the wall wide open. Seeing this, he was momentarily stunned and bewildered. This power, could it be? Shortly after, a thigh calmly sat in meditation, highly focused. At the 2 flesh gates, qi and blood are still weak, so physical training and diet must be used to stimulate qi and blood, thereby achieving cultivation effects. His entire body seemed to be silently transforming, but after entering the bone gate, one can use internal methods to supplement external training, even penetrating deep into the 5 organs and 6 bowels. Moreover, my master had long ago taught me the qi circulation acupoint. The medicinal pill blazed fiercely deep inside. Sure enough, a thigh immediately felt a fragrant burst, radiant with excitement. I have entered the bone gate, sinews long and strength great. Bone heavy, sinew nimble, dragon sinew and tiger bone. Truly extraordinary if not for this upgrade. Then the triple qi and blood brought by dragon sinew and tiger bone would make breaking through the gate 3 times harder. His face showed slight satisfaction. He softly sighed in relief. Fortunately, thanks to my master's persistent guidance in cultivating internal methods earlier. So today, the power brought by the upgrade truly went smoothly. As water flows to form a river, suddenly the system announced, Tehua crocodile can evolve into horned eye crocodile. Evolve, a phi can evolve into tiger-headed catfish. Evolve, yes or no. A thigh's eyes carried complex emotions. Tehua crocodile and a phi could both evolve now. He then laughed heartily. With a cheerful face, evolve, all evolve. In front, Tehua crocodile and fist head were covered by a barrier layer. Immediately 2 eggs grew at an astonishing speed. The sound of cracking slowly echoed. At this time, system status lines appear. Horned eye crocodile consumed 14.912 water marsh essence points, evolving into horned eye azure crocodile. A thigh calmly said, Tehua crocodile wants to evolve into a dragon. A phi consumed 14.926 water marsh essence points, evolving into mighty killer tiger catfish. His eyes carried curiosity, then he slowly touched and felt. Could this be a dragon horn? A thigh's expression was serious as he pondered. Now the difficulty to increase the fusion degree was 10 times higher than before. So if using the remaining water marsh essence to increase fusion, it would not be worth it at all. His eyes then held a glimmer of hope. He softly sighed. Today's harvest has been a big one. Received water marsh silt bone, water accumulation life mechanism, able to slowly absorb water marsh essence from water, compensating for the deficiencies in the water beast's evolution process. A thigh directed a satisfied gaze towards them. Today both beasts had already upgraded. He silently pondered, a determined look on his face, but the other 2 water beasts could not fall behind either. Because what dangers they would encounter later, no one could predict. The corner of a thigh's mouth curled up smugly. These pets are the trump cards I have prepared. His gaze flickered, coldly observing the system screen. Before I had no other choice, today I want them all. Amidst the forested mountains appeared a tranquil water current. A thigh stood upright on a boat gliding across. His eyes carried complex emotions. He softly sighed. This is truly treading water and riding waves, not that fake kind of water control. But the joyful thing is that Tehua crocodile and fist had soared from the water with mighty power. A phi Tehua crocodile. Unexpectedly, these 2 beasts had already received special skill. A thigh attentively observed the pets. The evolved Aphi had received a kind of skill like emitting high frequency. He stood silently upright on the boat, speaking calmly. And Tehua crocodile, its buff can help everyone self-recover. The water prison immediately shot up from the water surface. Water prison, nearby the water surface, silently stirred. A thigh immediately halted, a blank expression on his face. The evolved pets powerfully shot up from the water. GM pincer crab, heavenly water centipede, fist head turned into rock pincer crab. The name AI, however, did not change. Suddenly, a giant fish leaped onto the boat. He stood on his hands, laughing heartily, brimming with excitement. He had obtained these divine skills. From now on, fishing would be worry-free. Looking at the system screen, A Thigh sighed helplessly. It was just that the upgrades this time were way too many. Dinchu Liuangku. Spirit Loach Refinement, Loach Velvet Purity Fusion 1%, Loach Spirit Water, Pure Martial Divine Power First Stage, Zion Chu De Quan. Talent Skills, Water Splash Wine, Water Control, Water Prison, Wave Treading. Essence of Water Loach Void, Alu Sankodu 0.0001. Water Beast Dominion, Horned Wood Crocodile, Tiger-Headed Catfish, Stone Pincer Crab, Thin Thigh and Go Kong. Evaluation. The Loach Velvet Loach Spirit originates from the Great Lord of Hoi Kwa. Extremely low potential, a tiny insignificant character with only a little mentionable value. The path of cultivation is long and endless. With that, he calmly spoke. He cast an indifferent glance, turning to Landa and explained the situation to them. Scene change. Hawangu took a drag of his cigarette, his gaze complex. Old dude, do you think that old man Liuangku or whatever can come back? I was sent here to wait for him for 3 days. Old dude then sighed. In a heavy tone, who knows? He misses you. The guest lamented, those who drown are all good swimmers. Old dude leisurely spoke. Chewing voraciously, he said, these days, Martial artists dying in deep water areas are not few. Suddenly, both of them recoiled in horror as a monkey's head appeared. A thigh suddenly appeared, his tone calm, and said to Lambda, "The monster has been exterminated. From now on, neither side owes the other. I will take my boat." At that moment, the old man still hadn't recovered, his expression shifting. The two looked at each other, stunned, and exclaimed, "So you really did exterminate it." Amidst the bustling crowd, he lifted a bag of silver in his hand, full of excitement. "Too bad I couldn't catch the precious fish I needed. I can only sell these things first." The thighs suddenly stopped when exclamations rang out. "Precious fish. Definitely a precious fish." Old Tran scratched his head, forcing an awkward smile. "Not at all." Everyone gathered around to discuss. "We've never seen such a beautiful precious fish before. Old Tran, your luck is truly good." The old man suddenly called out loudly to him, "A Thai, how come you're here? You're a martial master now. Quick, help me see if this big carp is a precious fish." A Thai observed seriously, calmly assessing, truthful. "This is a green-backed dragon carp, truly a precious fish, even over 100 years old. This weight is worth at least 45 taels." Everyone froze upon hearing this, their faces full of astonishment. 45 taels. Then a Thai placed a bag of silver into Kan Jiang's hand, saying, "Uncle Tran, this is 50 taels of silver. I hope you can sell it to me." He slightly furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. Then he smiled and replied to A Thai, "During the river sacrifice ceremony, you saved us all. Giving you this precious fish is nothing. Why would I take your silver?" Someone behind lamented, "Old Tran has gone crazy, not even taking 50 taels." He smiled, looking at the bag of silver being handed back to him, and thought, Uncle Tran is still the Uncle Tran of years past. A Thai recalled, according to memory, when the original owner nearly starved to death. It was Uncle Tran who shared a meat bun he had bought for his child to save him. Then, he happily hoisted the fish and turned to leave, not forgetting to reply, "Uncle Tran, don't refuse anymore. I'll take this fish, okay?" Kan Jiang emotionally watched his departing back, murmuring, "Old Luong, you've raised a fine son." A Thai also felt satisfied and thought, unexpectedly, the last ingredient is finally complete. Next, just wait for the new year to measure the destiny. Scene change. Children were playing in front of the manor gate. Firecrackers exploded thunderously. Inside, the adults were performing incense ritual. Dong Hung looked at the ancestral tablets before him and said, "I hope the spirits of my old friends can continue to bless the disciples and descendants of Duong Mo." A Thai stepped forward, silently asking in his heart, "Are these master's former comrades?" After bowing, the old man turned back to ask A Thai. "It's time." He stood dumbfounded, hearing Dong Hung utter each word, "Destiny measurement, establishing fate." The divination tripod was solemnly placed on the table. "This blood ritual can directly connect to heavenly mandate." The sharp blade gleamed. A Thai made a cut, dripping blood drop by drop. The blood was collected in a bowl. No need for too much. Dong Hung took out the dog incense, carefully wrapped. He quickly poured it into the divination tripod. It looked solid, the dog incense sealing it. He immediately raised his arm, looking solemn, and directly pressed down with his right hand. Glowing red spiritual energy beams shot into the air. "Don't shake, the clearer the better." Dong Hung poured the bowl of blood down, his expression instantly frozen. The bloodstain actually directly formed a circular shape. Everyone's face stiffened, their gazes focused intently. His expression subtly changed. The moment his palm touched, an aura burst forth. A fiery red seal immediately appeared in midair. "So little junior brother actually has both the main seal and the heavenly seal." Truong Tung exclaimed softly, looking excited. "Indeed, little junior brother possesses an extraordinary destiny." Brother Ho also exclaimed in slight amazement. "Ordinary people wouldn't manifest both of these seals. Having just one already promises a bright future. Yet you have two." The lines and patterns were gradually becoming clear. "This heavenly seal on the left is..." How can the heavenly seal be a dead thing? Could it be a malevolent deity?" A heavy voice slowly spoke. "And the main seal on the right is an ape. Could this be a malevolent deity? But which malevolent deity would be an ape?" Everyone's eyes became puzzled. In a heavy, strange tone, little brother's main seal and heavenly seal are reversed. He gently rubbed his chin, hesitantly speaking, "Is it possible? The heavenly seal isn't a..." The shape of the imprint becomes clearer day by day. Lingering spiritual energy still clings, and it is that of a dragon. It truly is, and it seems to be branching out as well. His eyes were filled with complexity, his demeanor uneasy. "Master, how on earth is this to be explained?" Dong Hung still kept a calm expression, his lips murmuring slightly, "This imprint." His gaze carried a trace of coldness, his tone heavy. "Great misfortune. This heavenly imprint is the Jiao Long crossing the river fate." There are two interpretations. Dong Hung seemed to merge into the river of time. It is said that a snake cultivating for 500 years turns into a Jiao Long, and a Jiao Long after 1,000 years can cross the river to become a dragon. The image of a thigh covered in killing intent flashed by. One interpretation says, "Your junior brother will later go through countless dangers and from that become a dragon. Become a dragon and phoenix among men." But the second interpretation is that there is another who becomes a dragon, and and then together with your junior brother. Hearing that, he paused abruptly, horrified and speechless. Everyone's eyes darkened, their faces briefly shocked. Two wicked people trampling over each other's bodies to forge a great enterprise. Suddenly, a hand was raised, the tone resolute. Master and all senior brothers and sisters need not worry. A thigh, full of confidence, calmly declared, whether crossing the river or being crossed over by another. At the very least, it proves that I, Liuangku, am absolutely not a mediocre and useless person. Dong Heng's eyes flickered, a pleased smile on his face. Good. The youth who once fought 7 people alone will finally transform into a giant dragon soaring across the 9 heavens. His expression became complex, and he calmly continued. As for this imprint itself, I have no explanation. I only know it belongs to the truck thigh zodiac, and in water, it is very prone to encountering deadly danger. But the heavenly imprint of Tiuku also belongs to water, so in swampy, watery regions it has great benefits. It can be said that fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. But then the corner of Dong Heng's mouth lifted again, and he spoke gently. However, heaven's mandate is not a fixed destiny. No matter how great one's destiny is, one must not be arrogant or harbor delusions. Misfortune and fortune cannot be carelessly ignored. He turned, his tone forthright. I will submit this fate to the authorities for registration. The subsequent reward will have to be seen how the higher-ups decide. A thigh immediately bowed his head with full respect. Thank you, Master, for interpreting the destiny for your disciple. I will engrave it in my heart. Your expression shows a hint of carelessness, your posture full of confidence. The reason I am so confident is because I know this seal all too well. The image after evolving with ferocious power flashes by. This is no ordinary fragrant garden, but the ancient fierce god Wu Zhiki. A thigh's eyes carry a cold glint, clearly declaring, with the swamp cauldron here, no one can take what is mine. Scene change, lamplight cuts across the window frame. Inside the room, a doubtful voice rings out, the destiny of the great Jiao of Zhejiang. Dai Thuan casts an indifferent glance, softly exclaiming, born by the shores of the great swamp, and indeed the destiny of the great Jiao of Zhejiang. It seems it truly is fate. Only it is unclear whether it is the fate of Zhejiang or being Zhejiang. Could the opponent really be that cunning old Jiao long in the great swamp? He carefully observes the seal mark, his gaze full of interest. Truly fascinating. In the end, who will be the one to become a dragon? Dai Thuan's expression carries a complex look. Softly muttering, Liuangku, are you really worthy of my expectations? His Majesty Dai Thuan. After diligent training, the senior brother steps up to announce a break. Scene changes to the main hall. Dong Heng gravely gives a reminder. This year I have set a test for the two of you to keep you from becoming too idle. He then praises them and places his expectations. Truong Tung. Liuangku, you two started your training the latest, so your potential for improvement is also the greatest. My requirements for the two of you will be a little higher. Dong Heng sets an ambitious goal. Next year, within 1 year, Truong Tung, you must become a true martial master. Even a martial master of the galloping horse realm. Can you do it? Hearing this, he without hesitation clasps his hands and promises, Truong Tung will definitely train hard, and not fail master's expectations. Now he turns, speaking angrily, Liuangku, you have only studied martial arts for 1 season. I only require that by this time next year you break through the 3 gates. That is enough. Can you do it? As soon as he finishes, the boy stammers, about to say something. Master, actually I. However, the stern Dong Heng quickly interrupts. Little ninth, the path of martial arts requires steadiness. Actually, the 2nd gate is also. A thigh nervously counters. Master, he circulated his inner energy in his body and then continued to explain. You misunderstand, what I meant was, a thigh confidently announces shocking news. I have already broken through the flesh gate. The disciples, hearing this, exclaim in astonishment. What? After a few seconds of shock, Truong Tung speaks in bewilderment. Practicing martial arts for 3 months and already breaking through the 2nd gate, the boy takes this opportunity to make a commitment. This disciple is confident that within 1 year he will become a true martial master. He joyfully praises, good, since little ninth has such confidence, how can master be perfunctory? Then Dong Heng recounts pensively, little ninth, have you ever heard of the Hongvo Emperor? Back then, the great Hongvo Emperor personally created the Van Thang Kong and became invincible under heaven. But as time passed, this technique was split into many separate methods. He meticulously explains the restoration process, but after the master of Lao Quan Dai spent years in reverse deduction of the technique, then combined it with the Taoist method Bao Dan Kong to form this technique. Right at that moment, Dong Heng places a hand on his shoulder and solemnly announces, today your master will transmit, he clearly states, Van Thang Bao Nuyen to you. Scene changes to a magnificent imperial palace. An official smiles brightly, flattering, Your Majesty, that move was brilliant. Your Majesty's mood today looks quite good. Dai Thuan sees this and comments with satisfaction. Is my mood really so obvious? Chief Steward Kong smiles as he presents. Today Your Majesty abolished Triu Chao District, established Bin Duong as a county, and promoted Engia Huang to a town, which scared the magistrate of Triu Chao District quite a bit. He laughs heartily and replies candidly, reward those with merit, abolish what lacks it. That is only reasonable. Dai Thuan emphasizes sternly. Moreover, Master Duong preserved the face of my great dynasty. For such merit, he deserves a reward. Chief Steward Kong, seeing this, asks curiously, what about that Luang Ku? His achievements are still not enough for Your Majesty to personally issue an imperial reward, right? At the same time, Tuluk cheerfully runs in to report, Father Emperor, your son has come to watch you play chess. He fondly pinches the boy's cheek. Let father see if you've gotten chubbier. The very next moment, Dai Thuan excitedly boasts, does Chief Steward Kong know how many characters this little Luke of mine can recognize now? He proudly emphasizes, 500 characters, with just 7 days of the phonetic blending method. Hearing these words, Chief Steward Kong is so shocked he cannot believe his ears. Next, Dai Thuan holds up a chess piece and says candidly, you ask why I rewarded Luang Ku? He decisively places it down and states with certainty, because he deserves it. Chief Steward Kong clasps his hands and praises, Your Majesty is wise and brilliant. Scene changes to a bustling dock. A group gives the order to set off. Now Trong Thuk shouts in confusion, where is Commander 2? Why do we not see his shadow even though we are setting off? A servant gives a wry smile and explains, Commander 2 said he would go fishing on the river ahead of time that day, telling us to catch up. He hears this and shouts furiously, even more outrageous. At this moment, Enheem An cheerfully reassures, it's not like this is the first day. Suddenly the weather changes, making her stunned. Snow is falling. Scene changes to a warm household. The mother sobs as she gives instructions. My son, on this trip outside, remember to take care of yourself. The father beside her reminds. What are you worrying about nonsense for? This time Trung Engia is going to be a county magistrate. The moment she sees the carriage leave, she curses angrily. You good for nothing with your strength. What official post can't our son take? He has to go to such a remote place. It's a county magistrate post. The husband, unwilling to concede, immediately retorted. What do you know, right now Bin Duong is a fragrant piece of cake. Ghost winds stir the waters. He watched the carriage and asserted, whoever can perform meritorious deeds will have the chance to meet His Majesty. Cut to a street in the town below. The townsfolk were startled at the sight of the man before them. Cao Trang carried an enormous luggage bag on his shoulder and looked around, asking himself, Master, do we really have to come to Bin Duong town? Lam Dai, standing beside him, pinched his cheek and corrected, from now on, you must call it Bin Duong County, you idiot. With your strength, walking sideways is no problem. Dan Ha sternly warned, Trang, you haven't forgotten the purpose of our coming here this time, have you? He clenched his fist and obediently replied, Master, your disciple remembers. Next, Cao Trang forcefully set the luggage on the ground and laid out the plan. Visit the Duong Martial Hall. Then, he focused on the next step. After that, destroy the Martial Hall. Standing before the sign of the Duong family, Than Ha proudly declared, starting today, this place is our new Bang family Martial Hall. The next moment, all three entered together. At that time, Ha Nha caringly promised, Dad, when we have money, we can buy medicine to treat your illness. He cleared his throat and comforted her, isn't this just the beginning now? At the same time, he carried a wooden beam over and asked Han, senior brother, where should this big pillar go? Lam Dai burst out laughing and instructed, idiot, if there's no place to put it, just hold it in your hands. She saw that and poutingly intervened. Eldest senior brother, don't tease junior brother Kao anymore. You know very well he's honest. He smiled playfully. Second junior sister is feeling sorry for him, seeing that everything was in order. Than Ha slowly walked out the door. Now it's fairly stable. Next, he looked into the distance with a sad, regretful expression. She ultimately couldn't see this scene. Than Ha recalled the past when his house was on fire. At that moment, Than Ha asked in panic about the figures lying scattered on the ground. What the hell are these things? He hurriedly urged, Lam Dai, quickly go protect the master's wife and little Ha. Just then, the master's wife desperately ordered, Than Ha, quickly take Ha Nha and run. As soon as she finished speaking, a pack of mountain demons suddenly rushed toward the mother and daughter. Witnessing her being attacked, Cao Trang shouted in panic. No, master's wife. Than Ha called out her name in vain, stunned. Returning to the present, Ha Nha dreamed greedily. I heard the pastries at Lang Van Pavilion are very famous in Bin Duong. I really want to try them. Lam Dai heard that and teased, greedy cat, he enthusiastically promised. Tomorrow I'll go to the docks to see if there's any work to earn money, then I'll buy pastries for you, senior sister. She happily patted his head and praised, it's still Big Trang who has a conscience. Suddenly an aggressive man barged in. There's still a household hiding in this wretched alley. The patrol officer arrogantly interrogated, have you people paid the relief grain yet? He honestly replied, sir, I just arrived in Bin Duong town. I don't know anything about paying grain. He maintained his tone and demanded, At present, within the jurisdiction of Hoi Am Prefecture, there have been man-made disasters. The county lord of our Triu Chao County has greatly shown compassion by taking in refugees. The county lord has decreed that every household in Triu Chao County must pay relief grain to aid the refugees. Upon hearing this, Ha Nhi immediately retorted, "We are people from Hoa Chao County. Your Triu Chao County hasn't taken in any refugees at all." Than Ha furrowed his brow in suspicion. "The refugees are all here in Bin Duong Town." Seeing someone expose his crime, the patrol officer flew into a rage. "How dare you? You dare slander an imperial official? Slap her mouth." Then he gave her a slap and ordered, "Lowly commoners dare to doubt the county lord's arrangements. Seize them." Seeing this, Cao Trang roared angrily. "You." Lam Dai tactfully stepped forward to mediate. "Sir, my master was once a member of the Western Army. I hope you will show leniency." The patrol officer paused, recalling the prestigious status, Western Army. The lowest man in the army of Dai Thuan is still a martial master. Could this sick old man before me be a martial master? A subordinate checked and reported, "Sir, this person's aura is only at the martial practitioner level, definitely not a martial master. Probably his realm has dropped due to severe illness." Hearing that, he changed his attitude. "I thought he was a martial master." The patrol officer glared contemptuously. "So what if it's the Western Army? This area is under the jurisdiction of Triu Chao County. Even the Western Army must show respect to the county lord." He casually stroked his beard and threatened, "You will quickly pay money for the grain, otherwise it is defiance of orders." He bewilderedly knelt down and begged, "Sir, we just escaped from Hoa Chao County. We truly have no money." The cruel patrol officer kicked Than Ha to the ground and crudely instructed, "I don't care. No money, then sell your daughter for cash." He couldn't bear this bullying and gnashed his teeth. "Corrupt official, I'll kill you." Lam Dai quickly and tactfully intervened. "Idiot, if you don't want to cause trouble for master, calm down." Next, he loudly ordered, "Search for me, search for me. Be thorough." Then the underlings searched while smashing things. At this moment, a subordinate held up a small money pouch. "Sir, we've found a few dozen taels in total." The patrol officer picked it up disdainfully. "Poor devils still run a martial hall." He waved his hand in disgust. "Let's go, this place is really unlucky." After they left, Than Ha weakly called out, "Ha Nhi, have you carefully hidden that money of ours?" She softly affirmed, "Father, rest assured I have hidden it." Cao Trang Cao clenched his fist and swore, "I must kill that dog of a soldier." He cleared his throat and reminded, "Trang Nhi, calm down. Your talent is rare in this world, but your temperament has always been your problem." As a disciple of Than Ha Tran En, what of this little setback? It's just a bit of wind and frost. He emphasized the most important thing of all. When you challenge the Duong Thai Martial Hall, that will be the moment you become famous. At the same time, a subordinate eagerly asked, "Sir, which house shall we go to next?" Tuan Kim pointed with interest. "Let's pick this Engia Huang area." He arrogantly mocked, "After all, in a small place like this there won't be any big shots." Now down the street, a magnificent horse-drawn carriage passed by, making the commoner's eyes widen. A customer sitting in the tea house asked curiously, "What kind of carriage is that? It looks so magnificent." The person opposite him said in surprise, "You don't know what this is." Then he explained in detail, "This is called an imperial carriage. It's a carriage that only appears when His Majesty issues an imperial decree. Beside it are dragon and phoenix flags, representing the royal family of Dai Thuan." Hearing this, the customer marveled. "It seems a big shot is about to come to our Tran Bin Duong." The other person mused, "Don't you feel that this road?" He was stunned to realize it was the direction to the Duong Thai Martial Hall. At the same time, in the room where a Thai was training, a servant urgently announced, "Young Master Luong, the master wants you to come to the main hall quickly." He calmly replied, "I'll be right there." A Thai looked at his own palm and commented, "The result has completely consolidated the Bone Gate realm. Next is to calm the mind and break through the Bone Gate." He rejoiced at the results he had achieved. Finally, it has come. These days he has been rushing about just to receive the reward. At this moment, the envoy rode a horse and solemnly announced, "Duong Dong Hung of Tran Bin Duong received the decree." He and his disciples respectfully greeted, "Duong Dong Hung of Tran Bin Duong is here." He began to read the decree in a solemn tone, "By the mandate of heaven, in accordance with the fortune. The imperial edict reads, now abolish Triu Chao district, establish Bin Duong as a district and Engia Hung as a town, and simultaneously set up a river lord office and a demon subduing office." Because Duong Dong Hung and his disciples had merit in stopping the demon mother cult, this edict is specially granted. A Thai heard it and was startled, realizing It's here. Next, the envoy announces new positions and great rewards. Duong Dong Hung receives the position of chief official of the River Lord Office and Demon Subduing Office, awarded 100 taels of gold. 3 dragon blood treasure horses. Hearing these rare treasures, he was astonished inside. Dragon blood treasure horse. This is a precious horse that only the royal family can bestow. Extremely rare, master actually has 3. He continues to read the appointment of titles, holding the position of district magistrate of Bin Duong district. Finally, the envoy honors the remaining position. Luang Ku has merit in stopping the demon mother cult, receives a junior 8th rank position in the River Lord Office, awarded 100 taels of silver. Athai, seeing this, excitedly cheered in his heart. Rich, he reads another unexpected reward, making the disciples stunned, turning their heads to look. In addition, due to the merit of offering the spelling method, awarded 1 dragon blood treasure horse. He heard that and couldn't believe his ears. I actually also have a dragon blood treasure horse. Then the envoy conveys the instructions. You must obey the sacred decree of the town, maintain peace for the court, be responsible for protecting the territory, reassure the people, attend to state affairs, love the common people. He offers congratulations and then passes the sacred decree to Dong Hung. Congratulations, Lord Duong. This dragon blood treasure horse will still take a few days to be delivered to your residence. He gently says, make yourself comfortable. Envoy has had a hard journey. I have had food prepared. Why don't we go inside to eat and rest? Time passes. Now they are gathered around the dining table. The envoy takes the opportunity to praise. This young lad must be Lord Duong's 9th disciple Luang Ku, right? Radiant bearing, truly an outstanding person. Athai modestly replies to the praise. The envoy flatters me too much. He happily reveals, His Majesty cannot stop praising your phonetic spelling method. I'm not exaggerating. This time awarding the dragon blood treasure horse is not the whole reward. In a few months, the Imperial Academy will officially disseminate the phonetic spelling method widely. The envoy seriously hints, surprising everyone. Once its effectiveness is verified, it will definitely be rewarded again. There is still more reward considering its impact. Dong Hung dizzily remarks, this method is that amazing. Lady Hua beside him joyfully praises. Little Ju usually doesn't say a word, but at the critical moment he shocks everyone. Tu Chao hearing this speaks up, teasingly scolding. Why didn't junior disciple bring it out earlier? Senior brother had a very hard time learning characters back then. Truong Tung slaps his shoulder and bursts out laughing heartily. Athai helplessly thinks to himself, isn't it all thanks to 9 years of compulsory education? Meanwhile, he announces the list. Besides that, the personnel for positions in the government office of Bin Duong district have been selected. The people from the Demon Subduing Office and the River Lord Office are also on their way. Among them, the head of the River Lord Office is an old acquaintance of Lord Duong. Hearing the mysterious identity, he wonders, an old acquaintance, who is it? The envoy carefully instructs. Additionally, tomorrow Luang Thao will arrive. At that time, Lord Duong will need to trouble yourself. He closes his eyes meaningfully. His Majesty has said, Bin Duong district may well become Bin Duong prefecture. He hears this and silently concludes, it seems Bin Duong is about to become a delicious piece of cake. From a town becoming a district is already rare, yet there is even a plan to become a prefecture. Athai happily drinks a whole cup of wine, that's good too. He firmly resolves that Bin Duong will become a big stage for him to make a name. Scene changes to the river. At this moment, Athai is fearfully hiding behind a rock. It is terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat under the threatening gaze of the fish out there. Athai panikedly repeats, River God above. Realizing in front of it is a school of ferocious dragon sturgeon, great demons. Scene changes to a bustling street. Athai is strolling around. At this time, he suddenly notices something strange. On this street, there are many unfamiliar people, looking like refugees coming here. Just then, Dong Dan hurriedly runs over to report. Brother Thai, I finally found you, he urgently says. My Jia told me to come to Bin Duong town to find you, but I couldn't find you. Finally, I see you here. Quickly come with me to the assembly hall. Athai surprisedly asks back, Tran village chief trusts me. At the same time, in the assembly hall, the patrol inspector solemnly begins a speech. Fellow villagers, I have received orders from the district magistrate to collect your relief grain to aid the refugees fleeing from neighboring districts. This is the district magistrate's order, representing the imperial court's will. I hope you can actively cooperate, a worried villager bravely asks. I wonder how much grain the patrol inspector coming here this time intends to collect. He coldly offered an outrageous price, 1 peck of rice or 50 copper coins. The village chief was shocked and retorted, buy 1 peck of rice or 50 copper coins. How can we possibly afford that? Hearing this, the inspector angrily slammed his teacup on the table. He would not swallow his anger and immediately threatened. This is a matter personally directed by the district magistrate. Do you want me to return empty-handed? Then the inspector stood up and lamented, Nowadays disasters are continuous. Our Triu Chau district has already taken in many refugees. Food and silver are both insufficient to meet expenses. He glared threateningly. You should realize that your Bin Duong town has been fortunate to suffer no losses. What's a little extra payment to you? But right after, the inspector turned away, laughing inwardly. If we don't squeeze more money from these locals, how are we supposed to feast? At that moment, a Thai bravely pushed forward to reason. Our Bin Duong district is unscathed because someone behind the scenes worked hard to stop the ghost mother cult. It's not a matter of luck, as Your Excellency says. We can directly set up tents and cook forage to give to refugees. Your Excellency, do you find that acceptable? Seeing the savior appear, the villagers cheered joyfully. It's a Thai has come, great, we're saved. He felt humiliated, so he angrily pointed and denounced. Arrest him, who are you to dare interrupt? Do you want to die? The old man hurriedly intervened. Inspector Bayen, allow this old man to introduce. This is the hero of our Engia Hung area, a disciple of Master Duong of Bin Duong town. Hearing the illustrious name, the inspector was stunned and stammered. Master Duong, Duong Dong Hung, seeing his famous status. He hesitated somewhat. How could a disciple of Duong Dong Hung appear in this wretched place? These days, Duong Dong Hung's name is constantly mentioned among the civil officials at court. The inspector reluctantly sheathed his sword but still tried to bluster a challenge. So what if he's a disciple of Master Duong? This is an order from the district magistrate, he calmly replied. I am certainly not pressuring Your Excellency. A Thai leaned closer and revealed vital information. But as far as I know, Triu Chau is no longer a district. He stumbled back, collapsing into his chair. Then he pressed on with a barrage. I wonder which magistrate's orders are you following? Faced with the tough question, the inspector floundered. That is. A subordinate bent down and whispered, Sir, you are an official of Great Shun. What official needs to explain himself to commoners? The fellow gleefully presented a scheme. In my opinion, find a pretext and arrest this lad directly. As for Duong Dong Hung, what official would make trouble for another official? He agreed, thinking to himself. Right, why should I fear this little nobody who holds no rank and isn't even a martial master? Would Duong Dong Hung really turn against a district magistrate for an ordinary disciple? Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves shattered the tense atmosphere. Everyone startled and turned to look at the newcomer. The inspector panicked and asked in shock, Who is it now? Trivan atop the horse bluntly inquired, Excuse me, is Luong Ku of Engia Hung present? Seeing a powerful figure emerge, he exclaimed in surprise. A Cloud Eagle guard of the 6-fan gate. A Thai solemnly stepped forward to confirm his identity. I am Luong Ku. The inspector stood dumbfounded, racking his brain. Luong Ku, that name sounds so familiar. He then speculated in alarm. However, I've heard that recently, the 6-fan gate has been investigating people connected to the ghost mother cult. Could it be that the 6-fan gate has something on this kid? Then the inspector inwardly rejoiced. Excellent, it's like a timely rain after a drought. In a moment, just a quiet push and we can take this brat back and slowly torture him. He confidently concluded. How can a mere peasant win against an official? Now a Thai thoughtfully explained. The 6-fan gate is the collective name for the 3 judicial agencies, consisting of the Board of Punishments, the Court of Judicature and Revision, and the Censorate. The 3 judicial departments handle major cases, arrest criminals, detain, and interrogate. Of course, they also have a specialized armed force. That is the Cloud Eagle Guards, comparable to the embroidered uniform guard of Great Shun. He stressed in his mind that each guard possesses strength at the galloping horse stage. Seeing the dismounted rider, a Thai politely clasped his hands and asked, May I ask what business the guard captain has with me? At once the inspector hastily interjected with flattery. Lord Truong, long time no see. He frowned in confusion and asked, Stranger, the inspector nervously introduced himself. My lord, I am Bayen Tu Mao of Triu Chau district, under Lord Lai's administration in the prefectural seat. I once had the fortune to meet Lord Lai once. Tri Van, indifferent, asked coldly, What do you want? The inspector gleefully reported. I've heard you've been toiling hard lately over the ghost mother cult matter, and I just happen to have a suspect related to the ghost mother cult. After hearing this, he bewilderedly continued, Who is it? Then he pointed and accused, It's him. Seeing that, he questioned, Are you trying to frame me? The inspector quickly argued, Although this man is a disciple of Master Duong is such a great figure, with countless disciples. It's entirely plausible that he's been used by the ghost mother cult. He asked with interest, So, Inspector Bayen, how do you think this man should be dealt with? He excitedly proposed, My lord, allow me to detain him first. Once I apply every method of interrogation in the prison to him, I will surely extract where his gang is. Hearing this, Trivan threw his head back and laughed aloud, leaving the inspector embarrassed. Interesting. He then sternly got to the main issue. Inspector Bayen, do you know what rank you are and what rank I am? He was dumbfounded and stammered in reply. I am a patrol inspector of the lower ninth rank, while you, sir, are a cloud eagle Tiki of the 1,000 children, naturally 7th rank. Next, Trivan drew his sword and warned, if you falsely accuse me today, do you know what the consequences are? Looking at the sharp sword, the patrol inspector fearfully reasoned, of course, it is one of the serious crimes. Falsely accusing a superior is punishable by beheading. Then he tremblingly defended himself. But I have not falsely accused anyone, he honestly exposed. Then why did Lord Bayen dare to falsely accuse an official of the lower 8th rank? The patrol inspector was bewildered, not understanding. Lower 8th rank, sir, I never falsely accused, could it be? Trivan solemnly explained. The group of Bayen Tu Mao intended to falsely accuse Liuangku, the River Chief General Superintendent of the River Chief Office. According to the law, it deserves beheading. Brother Liuang, what do you think? Should we behead or not? Hearing the shocking news, he exclaimed in terror, this kid is the River Chief General Superintendent. The villagers were shocked and chattered, what? A Thai has become an official, and a lower 8th rank at that. Heavens, that means a big shot has appeared. At that moment, a subordinate fearfully declared his innocence. Sir, it's a great injustice. I didn't know that Lord Liuang here is the River Chief. The patrol inspector turned pale, stammering, it's a great injustice. Just then, the subordinate suddenly remembered Liuangku. I remember now. He is not an ordinary disciple, but the 9th true disciple of Lord Duong. They continued in bewilderment. Liuangku, the talent personally rewarded by His Majesty, a Thai cheerfully affirmed. According to the law, of course it deserves beheading. Don't you agree, Patrol Inspector Bayen? The subordinate hastily shifted blame. Lord Liuang, it was I who was blind and looked down on others. Please spare my life. This was all that Bayen Tu Mao's idea, sir. The patrol inspector, upon hearing this, angrily shouted him down. You brute, you're clearly adding fuel to the fire. The subordinate refused to yield and immediately counterattacked. You still want to falsely accuse me? The evil deeds you've done are enough for you to die 1,000 times. Suddenly, he decisively kicked them aside. A Thai politely gave orders. You two forged the county magistrate's order and illegally collected relief grain. Under the Tiki's authority, go back and explain yourselves slowly. He clenched his fist and muttered to himself, although he really wanted to directly deal with them, but the Tiki was here. It's best to follow proper procedure. Then a Thai turned and asked the purpose. May I ask what Tiki Truong wants with me? Trivan was startled and quickly sheathed his sword. I almost forgot. Next, he took something out from his clothes and revealed. Chuang Trivan, head of the 1,000 children of Tam Fatty, received orders from a superior to come and inquire. Trivan smiled and presented a command token. Brother Liuang, do you intend to join the 3 justice departments? A Thai sat on the boat, quietly pondering. The stronger one is, the easier it is to lose one's way in power. After all, someone from modern times like myself understands very well the principle of using force against the law. What kind of life do I ultimately want to choose? Old memories surface, a familiar voice speaks. Sorry, Liuangku is not capable of taking on any additional position. Kaivan stands before him, trying hard to persuade. Brother Liuang, with your talent, reaching Dakai in 1 year is certainly no problem. Are you really not considering it? A Thai answers without hesitation. Sorry, Truong Dakai. The Triuan group behind tries hard to stop him. A Thai, why did you refuse? A Thai, don't be foolish. Withdraw it, withdraw it. Cutting off the reminiscence, he is brimming with resolve. Adding a new profession is only to have more choices of treasures and techniques. Techniques are not lacking at the River Lord's domain and from Master. A Thai seriously concludes. As for treasures, what is not lacking at the bottom of the Hue River are heavenly treasures and earthly resources. I should go check the place a Thai mentioned, in the deep ocean floor. The gurgling of bubbles breaks the silence. A Thai slithers forward, swimming, thinking to himself, I've already swum 4 miles, yet the deep water area is still so far away. The further from the shallow area, the more dangerous. I must be careful. Suddenly he spots the silhouette of a fish with a panicked expression, as if fleeing something. A Thai follows its gaze, behind that rock. He looks around, stunned by the situation before him. A Thai watches the coiling school of sturgeon and makes an assessment. Ordinary sturgeon are at most 3 meters long. With this length and aura, it is definitely a spirit monster. While lost in thought, the system panel appears. On it displays the text, Sensed Dragon Worm Aura. His face shows confusion. Dragon Worm Aura. Is there really a dragon at the bottom of the Hue River? A Thai shakes his head dismissively. No, Dragon Worm is not a true dragon. A Thai ponders for a while. It seems Dragon Worm probably means. He catches sight of a true dragon's shadow and hurriedly reminds himself. There's still a great demon king inside the cave. Run, a high-level dungeon is not something I should covet right now. With that, a Thai slowly leaves the place where they gather. While moving, he plans the next step. Should I ask Master for help? No, I just joined not long ago. I can't casually bother Master. Finally, a Thai makes a decision. Return to Bin Duong district first. Today is the day senior brother Huang breaks through his barrier. I must hurry back. Scene change, in the deep forest a great serpent coils and snarls fiercely. Facing it is Cao Trang. He clenches his fists, assuming a ready attacking stance. Cao Trang continuously circulates qi. A brilliant energy envelops him. Nhai stands outside observing and speaks up with her opinion. That human-shaped great serpent has almost reached tiger spirit level, right? That is a spirit monster. Can Big Trang handle it? Lam Dai smirks and retorts. Idiot, it's not that simple. Dan Ha nods in agreement with that opinion. Don't be fooled by Big Trang's appearance. His martial talent is very high. He observes the great serpent attacking and shares. Hidden beneath that honest exterior is. It leaps up, aiming straight at Cao Trang. Dan Ha concludes, an enraged lion. His hands swiftly unleash a flurry of punches onto the great serpent. Cao Trang grits his teeth. Fierce flames burst forth as if wanting to incinerate everything. Nhai, stunned, speculates, could this be rigid qi? No, Big Trang hasn't reached the Lang Yen realm yet, so he can't have rigid qi. Dan Ha answers her question. This hasn't reached the standard of rigid qi yet, it's just blood qi similar to rigid qi. He continues in a deep voice. In this world there are always geniuses born to be martial artists, but these geniuses always possess special physiques. The strong Cao Trang extends his hand and maneuvers the great serpent. His voice still echoed. And Big Trang is a genius with innately sturdy bones. The kick carrying the force of 1,000 pounds crashes down like thunder, crushing the great serpent in an instant. Rocks and soil fly everywhere. Dan Ha exclaims, if I must summarize in one sentence, it is invincible within the same realm. Scene change, in front of a thighs group, Truong Tung sits inside a magic circle refining qi. Everyone watches attentively. No one makes a sound to disturb. A Thai thinks to himself, dumbstruck, the thing in the bottle must be the blood transformation pill, an indispensable pill when breaking the blood barrier. Dong Hung glances at the incense stick nearby, timing it just right, exactly on time, immediately after he widens his eyes, bursting with power. Break the blood barrier, Truong Tung closes his eyes tightly. His lower body and both sides of his arms begin to redden. Dong Hung flexes and shouts loudly, pierce the Yongming acupoint, force the blood qi out. A Thai is stunned. The smell of blood is so strong. He looks at him and makes an assessment. It's emanating from senior brother Huang's body. A Thai seems to understand the issue. So this is blood replacement. A normal person losing 20% of blood will have limbs losing color. Losing 30% of blood will be life-threatening. He watches him grow redder and makes an assessment. Blood replacement requires 3 eruptions and 3 condensations. A normal person would die at the very first eruption. This is the importance of the 3 basic gates beforehand. A Thai ponders. And the blood barrier also tests the martial artist's mental fortitude. A normal person cannot withstand that near-death sensation, thus needing a guardian. Warriors go out to fight, the strong live, the weak die. Finally, he concludes, once the blood barrier is broken, the martial artist's blood and qi will be extremely vigorous. Truong Tung opens his eyes wide, struggling to breathe. With difficulty after a period of hardship, Truong Tung proudly stands up. Success! A Thai speaks first. Congratulations, senior brother. Senior brother Ho, standing beside him, chimed in, congratulations, junior brother. He excitedly shared, I'm finally a martial arts master. Tu Chao draped an arm over Truong Tung's shoulder and suggested, don't rush, go take a bath and then get something to eat. I've been hungry all day. He watched the two of them from a distance. Deep in thought, he reflected that the blood gate was the most dangerous of the 4 gates. Would he be able to pass it smoothly when the time came? The matter of the sturgeon had to be brought up to master at the right moment. It would be best to make up an excuse. Under the brilliant golden sunlight blanketing the front hall's courtyard, a bustling stream of people poured toward the majestic main gate, guarded by a pair of stone beasts. Waiting patiently for his turn to approach the registration desk, a man standing in line remarked, the best is still this Duong family martial school. The other schools are far inferior. The person in front of him agreed, turning his head back to reply, I heard that Luong Ku was just an ordinary student at first. He recalled a Thai's expression. Placing a hand on his chin, he shared. As soon as he arrived at the school, he revealed an astonishing natural talent, his skill surpassing all around him. An admiring voice echoed. After studying martial arts for a week, he single-handedly challenged 7 senior students, an image of him haughtily trampling a mountain demon's surface. Then for the sake of Bin Duong, he swept away the mountain demons, restoring peace and stability for us. He turned and concluded firmly, I don't fancy the other martial school. If I'm going to study, I have to choose the best one. The man beside him, equally excited, responded, perhaps I could even become a direct disciple. Someone overheard their conversation and mocked in a loud voice, why don't you take a piss and look at your own reflection? That man fumed. Say that again. Lam Dai stood on the 2nd floor looking down at the stream of people, wondering aloud, Master, when will our martial school ever be this bustling? Dan Ha exhaled a puff of smoke and spoke slowly. 3 days ago I couldn't have said for sure. Then he confidently concluded, but now that Dai Trang has stepped into the bone gate, of course he can perform miracles and attract students to the school. Cao Trang held a rice bowl piled high as a mountain, flanked by 2 stacks of empty bowls. Manhwa turned and asked, "Are you ready, Dai Trang?" He slammed his chopsticks down hard on the table. Cao Trang put on a serious expression and answered clearly, "I am ready, master." Over on this side, Athai sat cross-legged, meditating and cultivating his inner energy, when suddenly he coughed violently. A stream of bright red blood gushed up from his esophagus. Athai raised his hand to wipe the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth. He muttered angrily, "Damn it, I feel like I'm just a tiny bit short of breaking through the bone gate. If only I could eat that sturgeon demon, I feel certain I could smoothly step into the blood gate." Finally, he made a decision, considering the blood exchange pill needed for after the blood gate required silver. If he truly had no other way, he would go trouble his master. After a while, Athai stepped outside, looking at the scene before him with some curiosity. "What's the commotion at the school's gate?" The registrar at the table continuously called out, "Next." As soon as the words left his mouth, a towering figure strode forward, making him freeze slightly. Cold-faced, Cao Trang spoke up. "Is this the Duong family martial school?" Someone behind him, holding a wooden sign, reminded him angrily, "Even if you want to register, you can't cut in line. Don't you understand? First come, first serve." Without a word, he snatched the sign and smashed it violently on the ground, shattering it to pieces, and roared, "I didn't come to register." Cao Trang introduced himself clearly. "Cao Trang of the Bang family martial school." The man behind him panicked. "You don't mean to?" Ignoring him, he declared loudly, "I have come specifically to request guidance from the Duong family martial school." After causing a disturbance, Cao Trang now stood upright among the crowd, gazing straight ahead. The group of purple-robed disciples stood with arms crossed, observing but not acting. Truong Tung turned to him, puzzled. "Senior brother, how dare another school challenge ours at a time like this? Do they have a death wish?" Tu Chao smirked, commenting, "Our opponent is clever. This is a very good calculation." Seeing that Truong Tung still didn't understand, he hinted aloud, "Why isn't the opponent challenging us? Instead, using age as a pretext for their youngest disciple to challenge a disciple of similar age in our school." Truong Tung voiced his thought, "Challenge us. If their school has no martial arts master and dares to challenge us, they deserve to be beaten to death." Tu Chao placed a hand on his chin and continued, "This is just like beating up a child. It doesn't count as true skill, but defeating a general by half a move will make one famous throughout the world." He lowered his eyes. He concluded that the opponent's target wasn't just ordinary disciples. Truong Tung seemed to understand, glancing sideways. "You mean their target is our?" He directed his gaze towards Cao Trang and concluded, "It's our youngest junior brother." Below, the bystanders murmured among themselves, "This big guy looks tougher than an ordinary school disciple." Even if a big guy like this beats an ordinary disciple, it doesn't count as any great feat. One person tilted his head, wondering, what if he faces the 9th disciple of Master Duong? The person beside him replied, "Can't say for sure. Although that 9th disciple is formidable, this big guy gives me a more intimidating feeling." Cao Trang raised his hand high and introduced himself once more, clearly stating, "My name is Cao Trang, 16 years old. I heard the Duong family martial school is renowned far and wide, so I've come specifically to seek guidance from an expert of a similar age." As he finished, a Khan stepped onto the fighting platform and responded, "I am a Khan. I have come specifically to accept the challenge." Someone recognized him and whispered, "I've heard of this guy before. He's known as the Jade-Faced Free Fighter. He uses soft, pliable techniques to both neutralize attacks and counterstrike." The person beside him nodded in agreement. "He's an apprentice who has trained for 3 years. A Khan lunged forward, shouting, "Watch out!" In an instant, his strike chopped hard against one side of Cao Trang's neck. The Khan froze, panicking inside. What? He wasn't harmed by that blow at all. Still standing tall and solemn before he could regain composure, a hand with tremendous force pressed close. Behind a Kun, boom, he officially was taken down by Ku Zhuang, lying motionless on the floor. Expressionless, he said, "Next." Hua Bao had witnessed everything from start to finish. Clenching his fists with judgment, arrogant. Someone recognized him, broke into a cold sweat, and muttered, "It's Hua Bao, Li Hua Bao, the best among the ordinary disciples. A dual cultivation martial artist." After a bout of fighting, his outcome was similar to a Kun's. Hua Bao fell flat on the floor, staring at Ku Zhuang and thinking, this man actually defeated a dual cultivation martial artist with just one move. What kind of martial artist is he? He shouted in shock, and no one subdue him. In the midst of the panic, a pair of hands reached out to support Hua Bao. He turned to a Shui and thanked him profusely. The surroundings buzzed. It's the 9th disciple of Master Yang. Everyone clamored, it's senior brother Liang. Without preamble, he looked at Ku Zhuang and remarked, "You've struck a bit too hard." He didn't care, exhaled calmly. Then Ku Zhuang greeted, "The last one has finally arrived." Liang Ju, a Shui, frowned and speculated, "He knows my name. It seems he has investigated me. An enemy? I normally don't have any conflicts. After the incident at the Zhao Manor, I've been focused on training and have never made any enemies." Seeing him not reply, he also pursed his lips and silently observed the situation. Gu Zhuang recalled King has instructions. De Zhuang, on the arena tomorrow, you can strike a bit harder to attract the attention of one person. That is the ninth disciple of Yang Dongsheng, Liang Ju. He shared more details for him to understand clearly. According to your senior brother's investigation, this person is kind-hearted by nature, born a fisherman. To defeat him requires a different strategy. King exhaled smoke, guiding. Attack his mind first, then attack physically, make him angry and mentally disturbed. This is the first step to secure victory. Pulling away from his thoughts, Ku Zhuang spoke mockingly. I thought the Yang clan martial hall might have some formidable figures. Turns out it's all show on the outside, rotten inside. Then, he coldly declared, today, let me teach a lesson to you martial artists who only know how to put on a show. A thigh showed no fear, curling his lip and retorting, I hope your strength matches your words. He readied himself to attack. The pillar of the Duong Martial Arts School. Please teach me. Cao Trang clenched his fists. Flames erupted, engulfing his entire body. Senior brother Ho observed from above. Then he commented, this old man is indeed clever. That tall, burly guy seems to possess innate iron bones, with vitality as robust as hardened steel. Luke Kwang confidently concluded, but they had miscalculated. Unable to hold back, Cao Trang rushed toward a thigh, shouting a declaration of war. Let me see if you're truly as formidable as the rumors say. He stood still, not moving a muscle, observing every move of Cao Trang. A powerful wind-splitting punch came at him, but a thigh deftly dodged it. Cao Trang shot a cold glare, then instantly kicked a thigh's body flying with a high leg. He bent low and skidded a long way before barely coming to a stop. Cao Trang clenched his fists and scornfully said, you don't seem so tough. A thigh paid no heed, remaining silent from start to finish, his icy gaze exuding unshakable determination. He launched himself forward at wind-tearing speed. A thigh drove his elbow into Cao Trang's midsection. Blood surged up from Cao Trang's throat. He thought in confusion. How can this be? Cao Trang watched the boy's relentless attacks, assessing them as frontal and possible to counter. But every strike he launched, a thigh slipped past and dodged. Precisely those moves. A serious expression took over his face. Every gesture of Cao Trang was caught in his sight. A thigh seized the opportunity, using momentum to twist with agility, channeling all his power into his elbow to deliver a thunderous elbow strike down upon Cao Trang. He took the full brunt of the attack, gnashing his teeth as he fell backward. The boy looked down at Cao Trang from above and coldly admonished, I held back. Admit defeat. You are no match for me. He forced himself up, still confidently retorting, you are indeed strong, but I. Cao Trang clenched his jaw tight. With a determined glare directed straight at a thigh, he erupted with power. Push on, I haven't used all my strength yet. Senior brother Ho was startled, speculating. Could this be innate iron bones? Up on the viewing platform, Than Ha asked Dong Hung for his opinion. Brother Duong, what do you think of this disciple of mine? He nodded and briefly remarked, innate iron bones, a second-class level can be considered fourth class. Brother Bang, you are truly fortunate. Than Ha glanced over, probing. Next, Brother Duong's disciple might face life-threatening danger. Brother Duong, why not call a halt? Dong Hung's expression remained unchanged. He curtly replied, Brother Bang, just keep watching. He curled his lip with full confidence. What follows will be very spectacular. On the fighting floor, heavy footsteps crashed down. The ground shattered and splintered as if terrified by the horrifying power. Cao Trang, surging with momentum, declared, I with innate iron bones and unshakable strength am the true monster. A thigh looked down at the stone fragments flying to his feet. In an instant, fury exploded. With hellfire-red eyes, he let out a roar that tore through the space. Although you might get hurt because of this. Cao Trang threw a punch forward, resolute. But I have a reason I cannot lose. Dazzling light ripped the space apart. Thousands of brilliant energy fragments exploded like hellfire fireworks before the eyes of everyone present. Than Ha smiled, silently concluding victory. Suddenly, he froze at the sight before him. The smoke and dust cleared, aside from the cracked fighting floor. No one was in sight. On the other side, Cao Trang fearfully heard a thigh's voice from across. Innate iron bones. The boy's small hand seized him tightly. Sorry, a thigh declared in a low voice, I am born with innate martial bones. A newborn baby's first naive cry echoed. Cao Trang's birth seemed destined to be a mistake from the very start. When he was born, his oversized body caused his mother a difficult labor, leading to severe bleeding. In the end, the midwife used a sharpened knife to cut open her belly and pull Cao Trang out. He stood frozen before the motionless body on the ground. When Cao Trang was 5 years old, he climbed the mountain to hunt and was struck on the head by a falling rock. When discovered, half his face had been chewed by wild beasts. Perhaps everyone was right. He truly was a jinx, a comet of misfortune. The hateful crowd threw bricks and stones at Cao Trang, cursing, Monster, you jinx, get lost, you killed your own parents. He was locked behind iron bars, his eyes yearning for freedom, looking out. When Cao Trang was 12, a drought struck around him. The village chief uncle believed that Cao Trang had offended heaven. They, like trading livestock, arbitrarily decided which household Cao Trang would be sent to that day to work the field. He toiled tirelessly, yet the masters beat him incessantly. The village chief said this was Cao Trang's atonement. He didn't understand what sin was. Cao Trang gritted his teeth, tears of grievance rolling down. He didn't understand what he had done wrong, why he was the one bearing the guilt. A group of blade-wielding bandits stormed the village. They would no longer have the chance to answer Cao Trang. Mountain bandits had come. They killed everyone in the village. In shackles, Cao Trang felt as if freed. The bandits had liberated him. Life seemed easier to breathe than before. One of them stepped on him, curling his lip, suggesting selling him to the Zhao residents could bring quite a bit of money. The guy beside him excitedly said, "That money would be enough for us brothers to have some fun. This big guy is worth at least 5 taels of silver." Cao Trang gritted his teeth in resentment. He had thought his life would always be so dark. Dan Ha's figure appeared. He stood proudly before the sea of fire, but luckily his master and senior brother showed up and he was saved. The chain around his neck and the mask were finally removed. Everyone spent nearly 2 years telling him that he was not a comet. He patted his head and whispered praise. "Dai Trang, your talent is a gift from heaven." In the bamboo forest, Lam Dai diligently taught him martial arts. "You fool. Watch closely, this move will be really cool." Nhi was the same, she cheerfully shared. "Dai Trang, tonight your senior sister will make your favorite fried chicken." In the past, he was always called a comet. It was his master, senior brother, and senior sister who gave him names. Dai Trang, Duan Gok, Trang Nhi Cao Trang. Cao Trang was determined and roared, "I cannot lose. I finally have a chance to help my master and senior brother with something." A thigh caught his fist. He assessed the force was increasing. He stared straight at him. But at the moment the two sources of inner energy collided, a terrifying shockwave erupted, tearing through space, causing the stone floor beneath their feet to immediately crack open and shatter into pieces. He declared it was still not enough. The spectators outside exclaimed, "Good heavens, senior brother Luong's strength actually surpasses his." Cao Trang struck again. A thigh nimbly dodged the blow. He pulled his hand back and drove a fatal blow into his stomach. Cao Trang lost balance, his whole body collapsing backward. The crowd cheered excitedly. "Brother Thai is amazing." Cao Trang's entire body flushed red. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his chest. He was stunned, speculating. "This is..." A Thai observed his physical condition and determined, "Is this the sun demon?" Across from him, Cao Trang clutched his head and kept muttering, "I cannot lose, I must win, must win." Lam Dai recognized the problem and shouted, "In Hadan Hi Duan Gok, control your emotions." Dan Ha could no longer stay calm. He stood up and shouted, "Master Duong, we concede." He no longer listened to anyone, slamming his hand on the floor in protest. "I have not lost yet. I want to rebuild the martial hall's reputation." Cao Trang repeatedly expressed, "I want to buy my senior sister pastries from Lang Van Lao. Senior brother Lam Dai needs elixirs." He roared like a madman, "I cannot lose." Cao Trang clenched his fists, panting heavily, and repeated, "Cannot lose." A thigh calculated seriously. In his current state, without intervention he will die, must intervene on the mental level. Only that technique, very powerful. He accelerated, charging toward a thigh. He raised 2 fingers, gritting his teeth. If he could just use a little bit of aura, enough to stun him. Though not using full power, he could only try. His golden eyes opened wide. A thigh poured all his strength into his arm, summoned Cam Rao, and let out a savage roar. The young man channeled strength into his arm and easily flung Cao Trang away. His mouth gaped open as he fell backward from the momentum. A thigh looked at his fallen opponent and rejoiced inwardly. "I won." Luckily, it worked smoothly. Dan Ha, along with Lam Dai and Ha Nhi, ran over anxiously. He helped Cao Trang up and asked, "Dai Trang, are you all right?" He looked at Than Ha sadly and apologized. "Master, I'm sorry. I lost," he whispered reassuringly. "It's okay, we did our best. It's fine, we can go to another county. It's all right." Right after came applause. Everyone cheered in celebration. "Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. The people of Bang Thai Martial Hall are amazing. Senior brother Luong is amazing." Dan Ha did not expect such a reaction from the crowd and was a bit stunned. At that moment, Dong Hung also walked over and spoke. "Brother Bang, we were outmatched." He clasped his hands and sincerely expressed, "Welcome, Bang Thai, to Bin Duong County." Dan Ha replied with slight embarrassment, "And here I was, scheming every angle." Looking truly flustered, he clasped his hands in return. "Thank you, Brother Duong." A Thai focused on sensing his own abilities since the last arena battle. He discovered he had not yet fully explored the power within him. He noted that Cao Trang alone, with his innate strong physique, could already match the 4-gate level. With his innate martial bones, he would only be stronger. A Thai let out a tired sigh. Moreover, that arena battle had also won him 200 taels of silver. Later he could ask senior brother Luke to help him complete the 3rd phase. The maidservant approached and announced, "Young Master Luong, Master Duong requests your presence at the horse station. He says your dragon blood horse has arrived." Athai had been waiting for this moment for quite a while. It has finally come. Then he immediately headed to the horse station. Seeing Dong Hung, Athai spoke, "Master, you called for me." He said gently, "Little Nine, come quickly and look at the dragon blood horse I selected for you." Dong Hung informed him it was a stallion, and though it has a fiery temper, with prolonged contact it will become a great asset to you. Athai wondered inwardly, a fiery temper, could he use domination to tame it? He touched the horse's face. Could taming it also grant an upgrade? Observing Athai's expression, Dong Hung immediately guessed, "It seems you need to find a horse groom. A horse cannot grow fat without eating at night." Athai did not forget to express, "Thank you, Master, for selecting the horse for me." Mentioning this, he felt somewhat embarrassed. "Master, I wanted to ask if you have some time. I have a problem I would like your help with." Athai recounted everything. Previously, this disciple discovered a small lake. Inside the lake there seems to be a great demon's lair. I scouted and found 3 loach spirit monsters guarding the entrance. Inside, there is also a sparkling golden light. I have heard that the Hoey River has legends of true dragons, and this disciple suspects that within this lair lies a treasure related to a true dragon. Thus he made his request. This disciple would like to ask Master to help explore that cave. But if Master is truly too busy then, Dong Hung was intrigued and immediately agreed. "A great demon, you say? It's beatable, let's go." This surprised Athai. "Master, you are not going to ask me the reason?" Dong Hung smiled gently. "Little Nine, everyone has their own secrets, especially you, my true disciple." Then he reminded, "Stop dawdling." Dong Hung was excited. He declared, "Let's go, your master will slay demons and turn into a human." Tu Chao observed the surrounding area. "Is this the place?" Athai confirmed this was exactly the place. At the lake entrance, there were 3 sturgeon spirit monsters patrolling. I didn't dare go deeper inside, afraid of an accident. Based on the current situation, Dong Hung judged that not being impulsive was correct. To get close to the rivers and lakes naturally brings fortunate encounters, but also danger. "Don, Luke Kang, Tu Chao, the 3 of you go prepare the formation at the lake entrance." They responded in unison, "Yes, Master." Dong Hung stood still in one place for a long while. Having not gone all out for a long time, seeing his aura, Athai couldn't help but marvel. The full power of a Third Ho realm expert. Truly rare to see. Dong Hung began to draw his sword, then released a massive amount of killing intent, and thrust the sword straight down into the deep waters. Athai suddenly turned to look. "Is this the Third Ho realm?" Looking at the moving water, he was certain something was coming out. Athai remarked. It actually looked almost human in shape and definitely had tendons on its body. Dong Hung quickly announced, "It's injured, block it." Tao Enhua blocked right in front of the dragon sturgeon's head, then he punched it hard in the face. However, instead of weakening, the dragon sturgeon surged up in anger. On this side, Dong Hung immediately attacked it. He slashed continuously several times, giving it no chance to fight back. Finally, Dong Hung sheathed his sword. "It's over." The dragon sturgeon, exhausted, fell heavily to the ground. Athai was extremely astonished that a great demon was killed so simply. At this moment, Dong Hung finally dared to sigh in relief. Luckily, this great demon had no combat experience. It was entirely because it possessed a treasure that it could live long and cultivate. Then he requested, "Quickly extract its tendon. This thing can enhance someone else's innate talent." Dong Hung suddenly halted as if he realized something. He picked up the dragon tendon to examine it. "Shouldn't this thing be opaque white? Why is it yellow? Could it be a dragon tendon?" At that moment the system panel appeared. Dragon insect aura detected. The Hoey River has only ever had legends of true dragons since ancient times. And the sturgeon, because its shape resembles a true dragon, is called the dragon sturgeon. Regarded by fishermen as a good omen, Dong Hung truly had not anticipated this. Unexpectedly, this dragon sturgeon actually had real dragon tendons on its body. Dragon tendons and dragon bones are treasures that even true image realm experts would be moved by. According to what he knew, the dragon insect aura emanating from the dragon tendon caused surrounding creatures to fall into a frenzied state. Athai was surprised once again. The dragon insect aura, even the system specially displayed it. It seemed to have something special. The system displayed the message, "Dragon insect aura detected." Dong Hung continued the journey. "Let's go, there must be treasure at the bottom. Let's go down and take a look." Under the ocean, moving bubbles of air formed a beautiful scene. Athai glanced around and no longer saw that great demon. It must have been scared away by the aura that Master emitted, and admittedly, was this really the dwelling of that great demon? The bottom of the Hoey River indeed had many strange places. Dong Hung said in a deep voice, "That must be the treasure." He discovered another thing. Could this be dragon bone? Dong Hung could be somewhat reassured. If this is a set of dragon bones, then that dragon tendon can be explained. Tu Chao exclaimed in admiration, "Oh my god, with treasures here, all true image realm experts would go crazy, huh?" And he assessed that this sturgeon had probably continuously absorbed the residual power in the dragon bones. which was why it grew to this extent. He happily reported a piece of news. In a few more months, this sturgeon will have completely absorbed it and returned to the wild. By then, it will be very hard to find. Tu Chao sighed. Junior brother, you are truly lucky. Athai spoke shyly. It's all thanks to Athai. Then Dong Hung also reminded. All right, let's head back. He said, let's go divide the dragon tendon. The fish was transported on a large cart. Dong Hung divided it as follows. Master and mistress divided the fish meat into 3 portions. One portion was stored in the basement of the mansion. All the disciples who saw it drooled with craving. One portion was left at the martial arts school for the students to use, helping to enhance blood and chi. The fish still had additional benefits. The last portion was distributed to the refugees so everyone could get through this winter. Athai looked at the special reward before him. And as for the dragon tendon, I was allotted a 2 zhang long section. It must be known that Master only had 5 zhang. The dragon bones were handed over to senior brother Lu to finish crafting weapons for us. He admitted one thing. Even I would find it very difficult to resist the temptation of the dragon insect aura. So Athai was very curious. Come on, let me see what realm this dragon tendon can help me reach. Then he directly ate the dragon tendon piece. The system continuously notified, water marsh essence plus 1090, water marsh essence plus 1030, water marsh essence plus 1085. After a while, Athai felt his back burning hot. It seemed like he had entered blood pass. The system informed, absorbed a trace of dragon insect aura, obtained a winged dragon pattern. Athai fixed his eyes on the result on his back. Is this a winged dragon pattern? System update, cloudborn winged dragon, roaming the 6 voids first layer. Athai's body was now surging with vitality and he was transported to another space. The scene before him was extremely chaotic. Small children were crying loudly. A rain of arrows shot down, striking innocent civilians. Athai was utterly shocked by this sight, constant upheaval. Roaming the 6 voids, the upper realm is impermanent, both hard and soft. He landed on a roof. Even Athai himself did not understand. A rooftop, why was he here? The system notified. River's affection plus 0.1. He could not believe his eyes. 0.1. Before, after one sacrifice, he only got 0.001. This time he actually got 0.1. This made Athai wonder. Now that he had reached Blood Pass, he didn't know if having this bit of affection and entering the Hoey River could bring about any changes. Right now, Athai was drifting on the water's surface. The water ahead of it was churning violently, even surging up like a tsunami. A moment later, Athai landed on the ground. That familiar voice rang out. Little brat, you've come again. What interesting toy have you brought this time? As soon as she saw the figurine in its hand, Tai Hoa immediately agreed, satisfied. Pick a treasure and take it away. Athai's eyes had already set on a bright red object. Athai took the feather that Athai brought and asked, is this the whirlpool you mentioned? You mean the whirlpool that connects to the dwelling of Big Brother Toad you spoke of? This feather, you traded for it from him. He brought it closer to his eyes to examine. Upon inspection, this feather was not a crimson firebird feather, but an ordinary feather from the body of a crimson firebird. One of the 2 great demons we saw that day must be the Big Brother Toad that Athai mentioned. From this, Athai deduced that this underground water current could go there and return. Could this be the divine ability of that toad? He pondered for a long time, but no matter what, this was a deal that only brought profit and no loss. Having not yet retrieved the treasure after changing clothes, in the end Athai decided not to rush this matter. It could be dealt with later. First, tell Athai to maintain good relations. The dragon sinew was also all eaten by Athai's group. I should head back first. The ships on the sea were extremely large. Someone looked outside and wondered what that was. The others began to discuss, a big shot is coming. It's rumored that the Soha Ba is coming to our county. Wherever the ship went, schools of fish leaped along. When it came closer, everyone marveled, it's so big. Everyone gathered towards the large ship. Trong Thuk lowered his voice and asked, still haven't found him? The subordinate fearfully reported, your subordinate is useless. Commander 2's abilities are unfathomable. I truly could not find him. Trong Thuk therefore got angry. Oh well, it seems he has gone out fishing again. Then he looked around. That's right, with VLAN here his whole body feels uncomfortable. At the same time, Athai continued to check the mission board, now under the enhancement of the dragon sinew. The experience of the immovable group was already more than half. There is hope for the second evolution. Just then, a voice rang out. Boy, do you know. Athai startled and turned. Who? Before he could react, his acupoint was struck by the other party, unable to move. The other continued, still a martial practitioner, but too impatient. Nhak Long spoke up. Little brother, do you know which direction Bin Duong County is? How far is it? Athai gritted his teeth and forced out, At that moment Nhak Long realized, I forgot I have temporarily sealed your meridians. sorry. Then he immediately unsealed him. Athai remarked inwardly, so strong, this person is deep and unfathomable like my master. Enhak Long embarrassedly explained the situation. Little brother, I was fishing on this river and ended up only delaying time. When I realized I had lost my subordinates, no longer remembered the way, and didn't know how to get to Bin Duong County. Athai secretly guessed, subordinates, could this be an important figure? He had some doubts and asked, Sir, you are? Enhak Long showed his token and revealed his identity. To Enhak Long, the new deputy commander of the Soha Ba in Bin Duong County. Deputy commander of Soha Ba to Enhak Long. Athai was surprised again. His own superior. That's right, if counting the days, the colleagues from Soha Ba would arrive in these few days. He quickly saluted. The newly appointed Haba of Soha Ba, Luang Ku, pays respects to Sir Tu. Enhak Long looked him over and remarked, So you are Luang Ku, the little disciple of Duong Thuk. Athai was bewildered. Duong Thuk. Enhak Long burst out laughing happily and added, My father is Quan En Ba Tu Van Truck. My grandfather is Ngai Kwok Kong Tu Hiu Quang. Back then, Duong Thuk risked his life to save my father. So ever since I can remember, I have called him Uncle Duong. That made Athai suspicious. Is there such a good thing? But His Majesty couldn't possibly not know about these matters. It can only be said that His Majesty arranged this deliberately. If it was deliberately arranged, why only the deputy post? What does it mean? Enhak Long continued. Unfortunately, this time Uncle Duong might not be able to live in peace. He had already seen through it. Are you curious why His Majesty sent me here but only gave me the deputy post? Athai confirmed, that's right. Enhak Long began to explain everything. Our commander is V Lan, grandson of Luang Kwok Kong of the V family. And this Luang Kwok Kong's son is no match for my father, and V Lan is no match for me. So I have to be the deputy. Athai could see that. Balancing, this is the emperor's statecraft. However, he still didn't understand. Then why would this Luang Kwok Kong make my master unable to live in peace? Enhak Long seriously affirmed, the death of Uncle Duong's second son is related to the V family. Elsewhere, Dudon wondered, Master, we have been notifying for so long, the commander still hasn't come down. Did the imperial envoy not say he is an acquaintance of ours? Dong hung upon hearing that remark, an acquaintance. His Majesty is truly skillful. The flag fluttered atop the ship. A subordinate came in to report. Duong Dong Hung and Y District Magistrate Dudon are both waiting below. Sir, please see, the high-ranking official spoke. Duong Dong Hung, the commander of Soha Ba V Lan, resolutely responded. A backwater place. A rustic forest bumpkin, I won't see him. A large ship just docked. Enhim An saw it and happily greeted. Big brother Tu is back. Athai was climbing back onto the boat some distance away. Trong Thuk finally breathed a sigh of relief. Big brother Tu, you're finally back, Enhim An said. Big brother Tu, this time you didn't catch any fish again. Enhak Long honestly admitted, I'm still not used to the fish here. Enhim An looked confused at the person beside him. This is, Enhak Long introduced, this is Luang Ku, the little disciple of Uncle Duong. Luang Ku, these two are the grandson and granddaughter of Feng Nin Marquis Enhim Trong Thuk. Enhak Long assigned responsibilities. Enhim Trong Thuk is like your superior, holding the position of assistant commander. Athai bowed in salute. Your humble subordinate Luang Ku pays respects to Sir Enhim. Enhim An chatted amiably. A disciple of Uncle Duong need not be so formal, you can just call me Big Brother Enhim. Are you that Luang Ku who invented the sound matching method? She kept chatting, also a human, not like a great demon transformed into a person. Athai hastily corrected, Miss Enhim, I am a human, not a great demon. That made Enhak Long raise his voice to remind an NHI not to be disrespectful. Then he requested, Trong Thuk, take Luang Ku to see our Haba bureau, show him the way. While at it, pick up equipment, I'm going to visit Duong Thuk. Trong Thuk received orders from his big brother. Athai expressed, understood, sir. Then Trong Thuk began moving. Indeed, brother Luong, follow me. I'll lead you, he summarized a bit. Although this is a newly built facility, the rules and systems of the Haba Bureau will not change. We do not take orders from the prefecture, but from the Haba Bureau General. You are a river lord. Normally there aren't many mandatory tasks, mostly patrolling with your river dolphin, protecting the safety of the river in the shallow water area. Trong Thuk explained in detail. This is the records room, normally accepting missions, accumulating military merit to exchange for beast bags all take place here. Seeing him, everyone happily greeted. Lord Trong Enhim, come in and sit. But Trong Thuk declined. No, I'm taking the newcomer to see the history room. Buck though began gossiping. What kind of newcomer needs Lord Enhim to escort? Bin Duong beside him replied. Must be a junior of some big shot, we must remember. Trong Thuk then led Athai down to the basement below. He said, this is where you receive your river dolphin. Trong Thuk also produced a treasure. This is the control token for the river dolphin. Infuse your blood chi into it and you can summon them. Athai took the seal in hand. The river dolphin immediately leaped above the water surface. Trong Thuk praised, this is a male, brother Luong, you're really lucky. Athai approached and rubbed its head. From now on, you are my partner. After the task ended, Trong Thuk left. Junior brother Luong, stay here and bond more with your river dolphin. I won't disturb you further. Athai expressed heartfelt gratitude. You've guided me the entire way. I've troubled you greatly. I am deeply grateful. Trong Thuk responded unhurriedly. Brother Luong, no need for such courtesies. We are colleagues, so we should care for and support each other. Athai watched his departing figure. Deputy Commander 2 and I have a close relationship. But that doesn't mean people around will treat you well. What matters is still the threshold. Enough strength and it's a door, not enough and it's a threshold. Enough skill and you can attract noble benefactors. He looked again at the seal in his hand. But if Deputy Commander 2 makes any misstep, those around will certainly not let this chance slip by, let alone that there is still V-Land by his side. Therefore, Athai was resolute. I must never get carried away and lose sight of myself. Use every means to increase strength, only then can I achieve true freedom. He figured, after all, river dolphins are aquatic creatures. They can probably be dominated too. Athai distinguished, cannot move and Athai are both ordinary dominated beasts. Although Fist and Awai are spirits, they are very special. He immediately tried using magic to test it, not knowing whether he would succeed. Athai began touching the dolphin to start the domination process. He concentrated all his power into it. Athai saw a mark on the dolphin. It was a success. The system notification announced successful domination. He could spend 1,500 water loach essence points to make the dolphin evolve into a dolphin king. Then Athai gave it a name. Its head was so round. From now on, your name is Roundhead. The other dolphins also surfaced. Athai understood what Roundhead conveyed. You said these are your wife and child. They want to follow me? He felt a bit happy with this achievement. An ordinary river lord owning a single dolphin already had very strong support. Athai smiled. He had 3 of them. It was time for Athai to say goodbye. Big brothers, I'll head back today after handling some family matters. Tomorrow I will start the river lord's work. Trong Thuk responded. All right, Brother Luong, no need to rush. See you tomorrow. Over there were sounds of vendors. Yogurt mixed with milk and brown sugar here. Fabric here, top quality fabric here. Buy some to have clothes made for your wife. Athai's attention was caught by that crowd. The servant broker saw him and praised. My lord, your horse is beautiful. What is its name? Athai immediately replied, its name is Red Mountain. Ever since he brought the horse home, he had named it Red Mountain. The broker took one look and guessed right away. My lord, have you come here to look for servants? Athai confirmed. That's right. The new house is just built. I need a coachman and a cook. The broker asked carefully. May I ask where your residence is, how large it is, and would it be a bother to share space with others? Athai responded. The Lu residence in Engia Hung Town, a 3-bay courtyard about 2 acres in area, has a stable, and I don't mind sharing. Hearing this name, the broker's face showed surprise. The Luong family in Engia Hung. Are you Lord Luong Ku, the Luong elder of Engia Hung Town? Athai puzzledly guessed. That's right, the broker bowed his head in salute. Benefactor, please accept a bow from Tai Ha. Then he recounted everything. This is my daughter. Half a year ago, she was taken away by the Zhao residence. If not for the lords of the Duong residence coming to the rescue, we would likely be separated by life and death now. Only then did Athai recall the time he went to the ghost mother's stronghold. Then he replied, it's a small matter. When Bin Duong is in trouble, we will not stand by. The broker affirmed, my lord, rest assured, this time I will certainly select the best servants for you. Just then someone ran in to report. The great lord of justice has arrived, so majestic. The horse's hooves stomped the ground with great authority, and it snorted a long breath. Not just one horse, but a whole herd. Athai couldn't help but be curious. What kind of horses are these? The broker said. Reporting, my lord, these are Than Chow horses, because of their large bill. Because their backs are too broad, they can only be used as draft horses. Athai mused. Than Chow horses, he suddenly recalled. It seemed like Lord Tu had mentioned. The county magistrate came from Tu Than Chow. En Hak Long sat fishing and at the same time relayed news, this time Bin Duong becoming a county and even possibly a prefecture. This is a unique case in Dai Thuan. This time the River Lord office and the people from the Demon Hunting Bureau coming here are not simple at all. Factions are numerous, including the newly appointed county magistrate this time. Athai was extremely curious who the county magistrate was. En Hak Long revealed the identity, Jian Trung Engia of the Jian family in Than Chow. He also shared some detail. This man became a second-rank scholar at 21, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and prose. He had consumed the Long Mang Great Pill since childhood, and his martial arts foundation was extremely profound. At 34, he reached the Beast Tiger realm, possessing the heavenly origin jaw-hand skill. Athai found it puzzling why such a formidable figure would come to Bin Duong to be county magistrate. Enhak Long unconsciously tightened his grip on the fishing rod. Bin Duong is no longer the Bin Duong of the past. Now it is a piece of fatty meat. In the future, when it becomes a prefecture, who will be the prefect? Moreover, transforming from a county to a prefecture cannot be done without a county magistrate. Now Athai understood. So that's how it is, Enhak Long especially emphasized, but I think it's better not to get close to this person. And he said, my father met Jian Trung Engia back then. After returning, he said one sentence summarizing this person. Enhak Long could never forget the horrifying image from that time. White robe stained with blood, half the martial world, Buddha and demon in one body. Based on that, he asserted this person was very sinister. In the carriage, the Lama was concentrating on something. Then the old one spoke. My lord, fortunately I have not failed the mission. After 107 days, the great refinement has been successfully completed. This is a treasure that merges heaven and earth into one. The Lama has honed and refined it for 9 years before it can truly become round and soft like the Dharma. Passed down for 1,000 years, completely perfect. Someone was holding the skull in hand, then said in a cunning voice, you have worked hard, great master. The great snow mountain of Than Chau County Magistrate. Jian Trung Engia sat enjoying himself before a group of beauties. He continued asking, Great Master, now that I am about to take office, under orders to deal with the demon mother sect, I wonder how the Yin Sha water old mother worshipped by that demon mother sect compares to the snow mountain great sage. The Lama simply uttered, no match for my Buddha. He gave the answer, the Yin Sha old mother is a combined entity formed by the resentment power of the demon mother sect's followers. And their fetal pearl pills are not for rebuilding masters or expanding influence within the sect, but to offer to that demon mother. Such a resentful god, rootless and unstable. The formless naturally cannot compare to this seat's true Buddha who has attained the way. Just one strike of Buddhist power from the great sun Vajrasutra will leave no place to hide. Immediately massacre them. Trung Engia wants to know one more thing about this brutal incident. 2. Enhak Long is lazy. The demon minions are not skilled at underwater combat. It truly delayed my cultivation. When will I be able to attain the way? The Lama lifted the curtain to take a look, then he gave an assessment. A physique with good sinews and bones. Trung Engia didn't understand this hidden meaning. What does the master mean by this? According to what the Lama saw, that person's bone structure is on par with tiger bones. Using his bones to refine into back fap extract would be excellent. Lord Ji is already 43 years old. If he decides to switch to cultivating my technique, having back fap will help greatly. The empowerment power will become even stronger. He has set his sights on one thing and also the dragon blood horse. Trung Engia gently reminded, Master, the dragon blood horse is a horse bestowed by the king. Without an official position, even if rewarded, one cannot possess it. Do not act rashly. The Lama was wildly cheered. Amitabha, in Bin Duong district, you are the district magistrate. Those words made Trung Engia very pleased. Master, those words are very true. Under the water, a demon beast was attacked in pain. The water prison made it unable to hold on, sinking freely to the bottom of the ocean. On top of that, it was bitten on the body by Black Dragon A. Then, Athai advanced to take the control oil. Tin Man desperately used all its power to break free. Athai had been waiting for this moment for a long time. It has finally come out. Now it's your turn to charge. Roundhead, let's go. Tin Man opened its mouth and let out a roar. In just an instant, Athai was seen returning with the prize. Brother Luong's skill at killing water beasts is truly top-notch. Everyone praised, how many is that this week? It's nothing. After a hard week, Athai has been able to achieve good results. I have been in the River Lord office for a week now. All this week, I have been training Roundhead and killing water beasts to accumulate small merits. Today, I have finally accumulated enough to exchange for military merit. As soon as though Fuck saw Athai, he encouraged, Lord Luong, your skills are truly excellent. Athai put down the spoils and made a request. Today I want to exchange for military merit. Though Fuck held up the record book. Over these days, you have accumulated a total of 10 small merits. Here is the small merit exchange list. Lord Luong, see what you would like to exchange. The content on the paper. Coxcomb fruit, a treasure cultivated by the Grand Minister of Agriculture, grows in water. It ripens only once every 4 seasons. Slightly sweet in taste, effective for replenishing chi and blood. Tonifying kidneys, tonifying spleen. Using it can increase martial arts cultivation. Exchange requirement. 2 small merits can be exchanged for 3 fruits. Note, eating more than 3 fruits a day easily causes bloating. Effectiveness have. Red maple flower fruit, a treasure cultivated by the Grand Minister of Agriculture, takes 6 seasons to ripen once. Effective for nourishing blood, invigorating blood. Regulating meridians, reducing pain, moistening the intestines, treating constipation. Using it can increase martial arts cultivation. Exchange requirement, 1 small merit. This small merit can also be split for use. Though Fuck revealed something, "There is something you do not know, my lord. This is a benefit belonging to our River Lord office. The things cultivated by the Grand Minister of Agriculture are countless. And these coxcomb fruits prefer water, so the River Lord office's warehouse has an abundance of them, hence the cheap price." Athai was somewhat surprised. To him, this kind of treasure had a dual effect. That piqued his interest. "I'll take coxcomb fruit, please get me 12 fruits," though Fuck replied. "Lord Luong, you can continue looking further down to see if there is any technique you need. Manager Hong has already gone to the warehouse to fetch the coxcomb fruit for you." Thai continued reading the technique information. Breath-holding method, lower-tier low-grade Dharma method, 1 small merit. Arm-penetrating fist, lower-tier low-grade martial art, 5 small merits. Turtle snake scripture, 8 small merits. Water measuring step, lower-tier mid-grade martial art, 12 small merits. Water-holding technique, lower-tier mid-grade cultivation method, 21 small merits. Wandering spirit arrow method, lower-tier high-grade martial art, 100 small merits. Primordial vine water skill, mid-tier low-grade cultivation method, 360 small merits. Based on that, he assessed, these lower-tier cultivation methods are mostly within 50 small merits, but the martial arts are not. Underwater lethality is not higher than the martial arts level taught by his master. From that, Athai deduced, but when fighting underwater, I don't need martial arts. Just use brute force to smash through. Then he decided to go with the coxcomb fruit first and save the remaining 2 small merits, though Fuck took out a box. "My lord, when you have time, please come often. Here are your coxcomb fruits." After opening the box, Athai remarked, "No wonder it is called coxcomb fruit. It really does look like a rooster's head." He picked them up, wondering how much water loach essence they could provide. As soon as he put one in his mouth to eat, the system notified, "Water loach essence plus 200 points." Athai was quite surprised it gave as much as 200 points. He noticed the difference. Normally, to get 200 points of water loach essence, he would have to eat until his stomach was full. Unexpectedly, today just one fruit had such an effect. I wonder how much water loach essence a higher grade treasure would give. After eating, Athai stretched. Finished eating, no turning back. 12 fruits yielded nearly 1,200 water loach essence points. Then, he pondered again. Moreover, I can feel that my blood barrier has loosened considerably. Once I find a chance to exchange for a blood condensing pill and a blood changing pill, I can attempt to break through. The blood barrier, first he chose to go home now. Tomorrow he still had to go to the academy for the exam. By the time Athai got home, it was already dark. He was engrossed reading the paper in his hand. It was truly interesting. Jiang Hui Track, it turned out, was a large river near the sea, tens of thousands of miles long and wide. According to what Athai remembered, he could see it clearly. The map of this world was much larger than in his previous life. A rough estimate, the entire planet must be at least twice the size of the world in his previous life. With such a huge river, perhaps true dragons really exist. He happily looked up at the house ahead. It was so comfortable to have a private home to live in. The large house with 2 entrances, similar to a Sahayuan from his previous life. Just then, someone's voice rang out, "Patron, please stop." That master took a breath. "Amitabh Habuda, patron, you have finally returned." Athai politely replied, "Sorry, master, I don't have any money on me. I'll go into the house and get a few coins for you." That master introduced himself. "Patron, this old monk is not begging for himself." Athai scratched his head, puzzled. "Not for yourself." The old monk made a request. "Do you have a master, patron? If you do not, would you be willing to become this old monk's disciple?" Using his intuition, Athai speculated, "I can't sense any aura from this monk at all. He must be a high-level expert." After a while, once the old monk had eaten his fill, he did not forget to express his gratitude. "Amitabh Habuda, thank you, patron, for offering this vegetarian meal." Athai bluntly asked, "Why does the master want to take me as a disciple?" His heart was full of wariness. "There's no trick in this, is there?" The old monk simply stated that everything happens due to fate. His demeanor reminded Athai. Why does he remind me exactly of those people in my previous life who sold Buddha pendants at the gates of middle-class neighborhoods? That monk had also spoken similarly. "We are fated, give me 50 yuan." The old monk sincerely remarked, "Patron, your body possesses the frost tiger bone lineage. There is a dharma named the dragon and tiger subduing Vajra Sutra. Ordinary people practice it only to reach the upper level, but for you, patron, it is a supreme cultivation method." Then he revealed the reason. "This old monk sees that you are not yet 20. If you cultivate this dharma for 30 years, you will surely attain the true form realm. There is hope of achieving the Arhat fruit, which is the martial saint realm that people often speak of." Athai simply couldn't understand. "Master, I am just an ordinary person. I dare not hope for the true form realm." He doubted. Is the true form realm really so easy to reach? Then why are there people who spend a lifetime unable to seek the way? There is a truth that almost everyone knows, must know. Every realm is a vast sea of people packed. The ribs of cultivators have become the very foundation of the Tao in every realm. Athai changed the subject. This matter can be discussed later. Where does the master come from? The old monk said. This old monk has no fixed abode. If I must say, I come from Than Chao. Athai again noticed a similarity. Than Chao is the same place as the county magistrate. You honestly responded. Master isn't taking a disciple too casual. Just one glance and you decided to accept. The old monk explained everything. On the way, this old monk heard and witnessed the benefactor spending money to save people, setting up tents to distribute forage, and killing mountain demons to protect the villagers. What kind of person the benefactor is, this old monk could already guess. In the past few days, more and more people came to ask for porridge. This is the best offering to the river god. The doubt in Athai's heart was also eased. It seemed it was not a trap. Even so, he still wanted to ask further. Master, if I may be so bold, I wonder what realm the master has reached. The old monk answered casually, as people say it is the true form. Athai, upon hearing this, immediately spat out a mouthful of water. Yet the old monk even manipulated that stream of water. This action made Athai stunned. Is this water control? How did the water I just spat return to my teacup? The old monk, encouraged, continued inviting. How about it, would you like to take me as your master? Athai tactfully declined. Master, to be honest with you, I already have a teacher, I cannot take another. The old monk was not satisfied. What realm is your teacher? Could he be even higher than me? This old monk can seek him out to discuss the Tao. Athai tried to placate him. Master, calm down, have some tea. The old monk burst out laughing delightedly. This old monk truly did not misjudge you. Benefactor, you will not be swayed by external things. To be honest with the benefactor, this old monk was suddenly attacked by an evil monk. My dantian was damaged, I need time to recuperate, and I wish to borrow your home for a few days. But clearly Athai remembered that if the dantian is destroyed, isn't that crippled? He replied, I live alone, it's a new family home just finished being built. Master, if you don't mind, please feel free to choose a room. The old monk agreed. Very well. Up to this point, Athai was still bewildered, not expecting that a small district like Bin Duong would have such a great figure, truly astonishing. Regarding his next plans, well, it's fine, having the master here won't be a problem, and my secret will not be exposed at home. Tonight I can help Van Thang Bao Nguyen advance into the spirit stabilization realm. Then Athai focused on cultivation again. The symbols on his back began to glow. The light shining from the house drew the old monk's attention. The benefactor carries great karma. From this, it can be affirmed that he is of the Han lineage, innately born with the tiger bone, and this technique appears to be an inner power cultivation method. Indeed, he has a good teacher. But the old monk's expression turned complicated. There are always petty people who cannot stand others doing well. Outside, a subordinate reported, Master, that kid surnamed Luong is in there. The Lama said in a deep voice, cripple him, remember to leave him alive. The subordinates were extremely arrogant. Easy. The Lama's expression clearly showed danger. Amitabha. But before they could rush in, a barrier of chi blocked them from inside. Who's there? The old monk showed himself. Amitabha Buddha, the Buddha is merciful. Those who disturb benefactor Luong breaking through in the middle of the night. He looked at them with disgust. The old monk directly sent him to meet the Buddha. Before long, the sky brightened again. Athai stretched comfortably after a tiring evening. Now he was extremely relaxed. Van Thang Bao Nguyen finally advanced to the spirit stabilization realm. Because Athai had achieved another feat, his spiritual platform became more complete, allowing him to comprehend martial arts faster. The technique circulated smoothly with every step, no longer needing to sit in meditation. His body was full of energy. Simply put, his cultivation method now automatically trained at any time. Endlessly growing, Athai happily opened his room door. Appearing before him were Fuang Dai and Uncle Lu. Seeing him, Fuang Dai cheerfully spoke. Boss, you're awake. Athai silently guessed these two were Fuang Dai and Uncle Lu, very capable hired help introduced by the broker. Fuang Dai said, according to your orders, we have prepared breakfast for you and the master at the table in the courtyard. Hearing that, Athai immediately went to the dining table. Aunt Fuang. Uncle Lu, good morning. He did not forget to greet. Master, good morning. The old monk replied, Benefactor, good morning. Seeing his mood, he guessed right away. It seems yesterday's progress was not bad. Athai scratched his head foolishly. Master, you're joking. A servant brought news. Boss, Headmaster Triu of the academy sent someone to bring you a letter. Athai asked curiously. What is it? The servant said. It says there is a competition at the academy today. Just arrived before noon. Athai jumped up with a start, shouting, I almost forgot. At that moment, Trung Engia was walking in the academy corridor. He surveyed the place. Duong Ho Academy, truly worthy of being the best academy in Bin Duong, its reputation is well deserved. Triu Kai smiled. Lord Jian, you flatter me. I really dare not accept. Suddenly Trung Engia spoke gravely, but there is one very big problem. Triukai hurriedly asked. May I ask what your excellency means? Trung Engia assessed. It's too small, he generously offered. Here is a 1,000 tael banknote, my personal donation to the academy. Triukai couldn't help but be astonished. A normal county magistrate doesn't even get 500 taels of salary in a year. He was somewhat hesitant. Your excellency, why go to such lengths? Trung Engia showed a generous manner. It's merely a bit of money. Then he continued moving. Trung Engia's bearing made Triukai exclaim, a noble son from a great house. This time Trung Engia arrived at a classroom. He spoke up and asked, I heard there is a talented person in this district who invented the sound combination method. Is this Mr. Kayat here? Athai heard voices and looked up instinctively. The moment he recognized the person before him, his heart stopped. The district magistrate, what is he doing here? Athai quickly stood up and saluted, thanking his lordship for his favor. I am truly very ashamed. Trung Engia spoke, I came out without carrying many things. I only have a few banknotes, I hope you won't take offense. One student's eyes lit up at the sight of money. It was a heavy sum, Hang Engia reminded him, a reward from the Punisher. Unable to refuse, Athai expressed his gratitude, thanking his lordship for the reward. Trung Engia declared that he, the official, had assumed the post of district magistrate of Bin Duong district. He will certainly attend to official affairs so that the elderly have shelter, the able-bodied young have employment, and children have a place to grow. He gave orders, the poor, the destitute, orphans, the lonely, and the disabled shall all be cared for and nurtured. And he especially emphasized that those with merit will be rewarded, and those with faults will be punished. Clear rewards and punishments, so much money. A servant held a few banknotes in his hand. He raised them and scattered them about. Trung Engia thought that today's competition, Liuangku will surely win the championship, right? Hang Engia replied. The competition isn't over yet, the outcome is still unknown. However, he is very worried inside. Although this Liuangku has talent surpassing others, having invented the character combination method, it truly benefits learning. Athai sat writing characters, sweat dripping profusely. Here his mind was dizzy. What is this? What is this? The content on Athai's scrap of paper. Vast indeed, the people cannot name it. Majestic indeed, the achievements manifest. Brilliant indeed, the literature shines brightly. Trung Engia had his calculations. After a few days of investigation, he discovered that this Liuangku had exceptional martial talent. After only a few days in the martial hall, he would step into the realm of a martial practitioner. He was extremely eager. As the inventor of the sound combination method, he was surely accomplished in both literary and martial arts. To make a magic treasure that could ultimately let him develop to such a level, he really looked forward to it. Trung Engia took Athai's writing. Let me see your talent. Hang Engia's whole body trembled in fear. My lord, this. But then they saw him smile. Then he turned and left without leaving a single comment. I have important matters. We will meet again if there is a chance, my lord. Won't you look at it more? But actually, his heart was filled with fury. Using this brat's bones as a magic treasure for head-touch transmission cultivation. Won't I become as dumb as him? Trung Engia left a line of comment on the paper. I think it is correct. Now he is walking out, his expression extremely arrogant. Your reasons had better be convincing enough for me. Why did you act on your own? The subordinates groaned in pain, the Lama chanted Amitabh Buddha, and he said everything was for the great path of his lordship. And the longevity heaven sacrifice was not enough. Trung Engia angrily questioned, then why did you fail? The Lama reported. Beside this person there is an expert reaching the true image realm. Trung Engia's brows furrowed tightly. True image realm. Finally, he let out a long sigh. Forget it, but the matter of acting on your own is temporarily not pursued. The failure is what I cannot accept the most. You know I act according to principles. The Lama spoke in a deep voice. I understand. These people just happen to be your lordship's sacrifice for the longevity heaven this month. Everyone was astonished. What? The subordinates were terrified. No, aren't we on the same side? No, the Lama raised a bowl. My lord, please see. Trung Engia repeated his own words. Those with merit will be rewarded, those with faults will be punished. Rewards and punishments clear. He laughed heartily. I am always fair, someone exclaimed. A water monster? There's a water monster, really a water monster. Tears flow down into the rice fields. Everyone is dead. I have to save my mother. I have to go back. The people of Luthan village in Othai town panicked and hurried away. Soha Ba. I must go to Soha Ba to report to the authorities. He kept muttering, they're all dead, everyone is dead. At this time, Athai was diligently training. The three main characteristics of the subduing dragon and crouching tiger diamond sutra are vigorous chi, golden body, and evil dispelling. He practiced all the moves. Vigorous chi increases quality and accelerates cultivation speed. Golden body increases defense. Evil dispelling drives away evil spirits. According to Athai's understanding, cultivation is essentially cultivating the root origin. And this body refining technique elevates the root origin to a higher realm. several times beyond ordinary people. Then he calculated, currently he had perfect victory embracing the origin to keep his original mind steadfast, and the subduing dragon and crouching tiger diamond sutra to train sinews and bones. The great master was right. This is a technique that can be cultivated simultaneously. Athai clenched his palm. He was already a martial practitioner of internal and external dual cultivation, primal chaos naturally formed, flawless and complete. He let out a long breath though he hadn't completely finished cultivating. He felt he was at the end. Breaking the blood barrier was not far off. He could break through at any time. Next, Athai took out a bottle, having previously exchanged military merits for blood coagulation pill and blood exchange pill. Wait until his body was suitable, then he could break through. After drinking, he lay down on the bed. Athai opened a book to read. A few days ago, he had asked the bookkeeper to prepare this reward exchange booklet for him. The content inside the page: Great Merit Exchange Book, Qingyang Sword Art, the core technique of the original Qingyang sword sect, a superior sword cultivation technique. It was about to be executed for hesitation, as if rebellious during the Jian Yuan era and was wiped out. When exchanging one great merit, pay attention on the path of sword inquiry. Those who are not persistent and careful when cultivating the Medicine Body Codex core technique. The heart of the Medicine God Valley can absorb hundreds of medicinal powers, forging the body and bones. When fully mastered, one becomes impervious to all poisons, and ordinary injuries can heal quickly on their own. Exchange requirement: one major merit. Note: those without wealth should be cautious when cultivating. Dragon Transformation Scripture, Iron Body Art, White Rainbow Piercing Sun Scripture, Consciousness Only Technique. After reading through, Athai commented, this kind of technique, just from the name alone, is already far more advanced than the type exchanged for minor merits. Most require only one major merit, a few require 2 or 3 major merits, but they are of no great use to him at present. He read another page: Red Fire Bird Feathers. After a red fire bird dies, its shed feathers can be used to forge spirit weapons or absorb the life essence within. Exchange requirement: 2 major merits. Life-extending flat peach, a heaven and earth spiritual object, ripens every 30 years, increases lifespan by 5 years. Exchange requirement for the first fruit: 1 major merit. The second fruit requires 3 major merits. Note: the effect of the second fruit is halved. The third fruit has no effect. One person may exchange a maximum of 3 times. Purple striped treasure peach ripens every 60 years, increases lifespan by 10 years. Exchange requirement: 8 major merits. Note: among the 3 fruits, the effect of each subsequent fruit is halved compared to the previous one. The fourth fruit has no effect, and it does not conflict with the life-extending flat peach. Purple striped fragrant core flat peach ripens every 150 years, increases lifespan by 20 years. Exchange requirement: 15 major merits. Note: among the 3 fruits, the effect of each subsequent fruit is halved compared to the previous one. The fourth fruit has no effect, and it does not conflict with the 2 flat peach types above. Athai spoke, I didn't expect this realm could exchange for lifespan extending treasures, but I have no need to extend my lifespan for now. His eyes fell on a line of text: Water Spirit Ganoderma. Athai read more information about it. Water Spirit Ganoderma, a heaven and earth spiritual object, ripens every 30 years. Exchange requirement: 1 major merit. Note: the 5th plant has no effect. It can increase a person's adaptability to water element techniques. And he immediately sprang up. It was at that moment Athai eagerly went to ask the manager if there was any suitable task. Seeing Athai, Lai K happily spoke. Athai, good morning, he responded with a smile. Good morning, brother Lai, though fuck has been waiting with eyes wide open. Athai, you're here. Athai gave him a delicious dish. The most famous meat buns in Bin Duong. Manager Lai, try them. Though fuck said shyly, it has cost Lord Luong. Then he inquired, so, have there been any big official tasks suitable lately? Yes, just announced this morning, reserved especially for you. Athai was surprised. That coincidental? What task? Though fuck revealed. Investigate Chan O Thai. In a blink, night had fallen. That beautiful lady made everyone look up. Mirror turned, jolted free, slender descending. Myriad sorrows, myriad hates besiege the brow. The world, mountains, seas, promises change. Beauty ill-fated, blaming heaven so. For love's obsession, the gut twists in pain. Day by day, illness, suffering, sorrow on and on. Flower lanterns vow the oath. Who knows the personal shatter? Mandarin ducks parted, the magistrate attached to the phoenix. Du Truong Van praise. Great, beautiful, Thur Sun Nhi continues the dance on stage. Truong Van clicked his tongue in praise. Chief Liu, to have taken such a top-quality concubine, truly you are fortunate. The chief of Kin Bang, Liu Tight replied, it's nothing. If the magistrate likes, tonight Dan Nhi can serve the magistrate. Truong Van refused. That wouldn't be proper. The secretary behind wished to comment. This is, after all, Chief Liu's unconsummated concubine, this matter. Liu Tight bowed his head and expressed, what are you saying, my lord? Tiu Xuan just told me that upon meeting the magistrate, she felt as if she had known him for a long time. If she cannot serve by your side, she would regret it for a lifetime. His face showed clear danger. I am merely fulfilling another's wish. Truong Van laughed loudly. Good, the secretary remarked. Indeed, the magistrate did not misjudge Chief Liu. Liu Tight leaned close and whispered in his ear. My lord, please consider the patrol matter of my youngest son. Truong Van looked annoyed. Chief Liu, tonight we said no talk of business. That made Liu Tight take the blame. It's my fault. I drink this cup to atone to the magistrate lord. Then Truong Van left. Secretary, I will go to the room to talk of romance and poetry with Dan Nhi first. The secretary bowed in salute. Yes, my lord, the secretary assured. Chief Liu, rest assured, the matter of your son. The magistrate lord always keeps it in his heart. Liu Tight expressed, my lord has taken trouble. After they left, the second gang leader of Kin Bang, big brother Liu Engia, finally spoke up irritably. 8 years this damn fatty relying on his power and influence has been suppressing us. Liu Tight raised his voice. In his belly, this fatty's belly, apart from shit, what else is there? Liu Engia continued. Besides, I heard that from Bin Duong, someone from our Chan brought people from Soha Ba here. Liu Tight clenched his palm in fury. Traitor, he wants to die. Liu Engia asked about the plan. Big brother, how do we respond? Liu Tight thought of something. What about the people of Soha Ba? Those who die in the river are all swimmers. He gritted his teeth. Our territory. If he dares come, let him leave his life behind. Now at the dockside, someone's groaning sounded. My lord, give me a few more days of grace without this fish. My family will starve to death. Yet he was still kicked painfully. Get lost, the third gang leader of Kin Bang, Trin Thiat Fu ordered. Give you a few days of grace. Then who gives me grace? That young boy clutched his leg and cried. Grandpa. Thiat Fu loudly said, everyone knows now the waters are disturbed by the Fish King, who is protecting your safety on the river in your place. The government. Is it the Soha Ba crowd? He shouted. It's me, it's us brothers. We risk our lives every day to protect your safety. So us collecting a small protection fee is too much. Everyone dared not utter a word. Uncle Hua couldn't hold back and stepped forward. But you monopolize the dock. Every day you collect half a tael of aid fee. Ordinary people like us don't have that much money to pay you like that. Thiat Fu made a suggestion. No money, you can sell your child to raise funds. A child sells for 3 taels of silver, enough to pay your boat rent and debts. The boy's whole body trembled with fear. Uncle Hua burst out in anger. What kind of fish king tax is this nonsense? Every day we have to hand over the biggest fish we catch. Living like this is truly unbearable. Thiat Fu became furious because someone dared to talk back. You, a voice rang out. Third brother, what's all this noise? Seeing Liu Tight, his attitude changed markedly. Big brother. You've come, then he listed the offenses. This old man has no money to pay the market fee, also hasn't paid the fish king tax and keeps causing trouble. Liu Tight frowned. Ridiculous, he bent down and asked. Uncle Hua, haven't I said that at your age you still have no shame? What do you want? Uncle Hua begged. Little Tight, forgive Uncle Hua. Uncle Hua hasn't eaten for 3 days. Truly no money. I beg you, forgive Uncle Hua. The boy beside him miserably said, Uncle Liu, forgive us. Liu Tight sighed. Waiving your rent is simple, but what about afterward? He pointed out, waive for you then, what about Uncle Truong? What about Uncle Lai, Aunt Vuong, Uncle Chu, these people? Waive for all of them too. Liu Tight countered, then what about us brothers? Without wages, who among the brothers will protect the waters for you? Who is responsible for the safety of the villagers? He gave a mocking smile. What about you? Uncle Hua stood silent, unable to utter a word. I already did, Liu Tich still sneered. The Fish King legend was ordered by the county magistrate to be collected, to be sacrificed to the Fish King in the river to bless everyone, Uncle Hua. You see the safety of the villagers as a stepping stone for you and your family to live comfortably day by day. And he scolded, you are too selfish, Uncle Hua. In an instant, he became the one in the wrong. I didn't. Before he could understand more, a stone hit his head. A woman did it, old man Hua. I still have grandchildren at home. You're not cooperating with the county magistrate. Do you want us to die? The whole crowd outside began shouting. That's right, the one who should die is a parasite like you. They rushed in to beat old Hua. On what grounds do you use our safety so you can have food to eat? Old Hua helplessly said, I didn't. They kept cursing. Ungrateful wretch, the little boy sobbed. Stop hitting, you're tearing my skin. Liu Tich was proud of his own achievements, disrespecting elders. Damn it, Thien Fu suddenly called, Boss. That guy seemed completely heartless. If this old man is beaten to death, what should I do? Liu Tich callously instructed, sell his grandson, the share will be divided among the brothers. Then he ordered, recently Soha Ba's side has made moves. You go back to the cave to watch the treasure. Thien Fu excitedly, yes boss, so how do we handle Soha Ba's people? Liu Tich smiled, his eyes showing deep shrewdness, already arranged. At the same time elsewhere a Thai exclaimed, wearing work uniform is really comfortable. He happily sat enjoying it. Unexpectedly, this Soha Ba even arranged a separate boat for the River Earl, truly a great bargain. Then, a Thai opened the basket of buns. Aunt Fuong's cooking skills truly live up to her reputation. He raised his voice and asked, would you like some? Liu Thon refused, I'm not hungry, my lord. Athai smiled warmly. It's fine, let's eat together, I still have plenty. Finally, Liu Thon couldn't help but devour them. He happily expressed gratitude. My lord, I haven't had such good food in a very long time. Athai said softly, eat slowly. Liu Thon couldn't help but shed tears. If only my mother could eat such good food. Athai recognized the seriousness. In this age, many followers of the ghost mother cult eventually risked their lives to release a large number of mountain demons, causing extremely severe consequences for the surrounding common people. Then he asked, right, tell me what happened to you. Liu Thon recounted hauntingly. It was the Fish King, lots and lots of Fish Kings. Athai pondered. Lots of Fish Kings? Does Fish King refer to spirits? Right there then he discovered something. Liu Thon panicked and shouted, what happened? The water was violently surging. Liu Thon terrified, it's the Fish King, it's them, they harmed our boat crew. Athai surprised, Fish King. Liu Thon sat down on the deck, panicking and backing away. They've come again, the Fish King has come for our lives. The river mouth of Fangfu County is their territory. The next second a figure flashed before his eyes, speaking in a low voice to confirm. Their territory? The wave-subduing spear in his hand slammed heavily onto the deck. Before Liu Thon's eyes was Athai's solid back, and he clearly declared, these waters are decided by me. As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly let out a soft exclamation. Freeze! The whole boat bobbed amidst the great current. Swirling waves continuously crashed against the boat's side. Liu Thon's lips trembled, momentarily speechless. My lord, you... Athai only gave him a cold glance. His voice carried reassurance. Wait a moment, I'll go and come back. With that, he decisively jumped off the boat, plunging into the icy water. The scene that met his eyes immediately after made him stunned for a moment. This is... Athai couldn't help but wonder, dolphins, how can this be? The friendly nature of dolphins towards humans is well known. Why would they attack humans? The next instant, the dolphins suddenly charged at him fiercely. The whole pod surged forward in succession, eyes glowing, fixed intently on Athai. Sonic waves hit one after another. He gritted his teeth and resisted, inwardly lamenting. Oh no, Athai quickly composed himself, thinking, looks like I'll have to defeat you to know what's going on. He directly summoned Afi and Hak Long. At the same time, Liu Thon on the boat was endlessly worried. Is that lord still alive? Honestly, even until now. He was still in shock, thinking, moreover, that lord can create huge whirlpools. Is this the power of a lord at Sohaba? Suddenly a big commotion came from behind. Something just fell onto the deck. Liu Thon jumped, his face pale as he spun around. Athai just landed, gently reassuring him. Don't be afraid, he cheerfully informed, taken care of. The other man joyfully exclaimed, my lord is unharmed. Saying so, his gaze stopped on the creature at Athai's feet, hesitantly asking, is this the Fish King? He then explained. Just a few dolphins with some spirit traits, but they seem a bit different. Soon their boat continued drifting on its journey. Liu Thon happily announced, my lord, that place is Athai Chan. Everyone will surely be overjoyed to know that the Fish King has been killed by my lord. Athai softly replied with a grunt. When only a short distance from the boat docked, Liu Thon cheerfully shouted, everyone, I'm back with good news. Everyone standing on the shore was stunned. They whispered to each other, is that Liu Thon, the eldest son of the Liu family? Didn't he go fishing with the group of the Chu family's son? All of them? Why did he come back alone? Could something have happened? As soon as the boat docked, Liu Thon excitedly ran down and laughed loudly. I bring everyone good news. He recounted the situation with a brief sentence. The Fish King is dead, everyone can go out fishing to their heart's content. The crowd immediately stirred up, they excitedly pressed him. Really? Is it true? How could it be? Liu Thon nodded solemnly in confirmation. It's true, that is the head of the Fish King, killed by Lord Sohaba. The people present all shifted their gaze to the severed head behind him. In a voice unable to hide his joy, it's real, we are safe now. Is the fishing fee? Just then, a calm voice unexpectedly rang out amidst the chaotic crowd. Commoners pay respects to Lord Sohaba. On behalf of the residents of Blackwater Town, we thank you for your great kindness and benevolence, my lord. Athai glanced over and assessed the other party. This blood energy was at the running horse realm. Liu Thon enthusiastically walked over and cheerfully called out, Brother Liu. He smiled and greeted Athai, proactively introducing himself. I am Liu Tite, the boss of the fish market here. These past few days, thanks to the people under your command, the nearby waters were kept safe. Now that the Fish King has been eliminated, my lord, you have given us a second life. He humbly replied, it's my duty, no need for pleasantries. But inwardly he was secretly cautious, feeling something odd. This Liu Tite accepted it too quickly, as if he had known beforehand. On the other side, Liu Tite smiled ingratiatingly and reminded the surrounding crowd. Now, Lord Blue Sky has come. Our Blackwater town is safe. If so, then now everyone can go down to the river to fish as you please. No need to pay fishing fees anymore. As soon as he said that, the crowd immediately became excited. They cheered profusely. Great Lord Liu is so generous. We are saved. Thank you, Lord Sohaba. Liu Angia was the first to suggest that Tiu Lai get into the river to demonstrate for everyone. The other person readily agreed, calling him Big Brother Liu Angia. He jumped in with great relish, waved excitedly, and shouted loudly, "It's truly safe now, everyone hurry and get into the river." Very soon, others followed suit. Tiu Lai enjoyed the feeling of soaking in the water, murmuring softly, "It's been so long since I've been in the river." The person next to him also smiled and sighed, "So refreshing." Suddenly, Athai sensed something unusual. His expression turned grave. He hurriedly urged those in the river, "Get out now," but it was too late. The figure who just moments ago was laughing and talking beside Tiu Lai was abruptly dragged down into the water. Bright red liquid gradually spread across the river's surface. He screamed in terror. Seeing this, the others also panicked and swam towards the shore with all their might. Everyone was shouting frantically, "It's the Fish King! The Fish King has returned." In the blink of an eye, the crowd that had just been surrounding the dock dispersed. Only Liu Than remained standing there bewildered. How could this be? Liu Tight, standing to one side, took in the whole scene, a smug smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "The Fish King is still here. Everyone run." Soon countless sorrowful wails echoed across the dock. "Old Wang, wake up!" Others gathered in small groups whispering. "What happened? Didn't they say the Fish King was dead?" "Exactly. Liu Than said it was gone." Liu Than himself was equally terrified. His face pale, he mumbled with trembling lips, "It's still." At that moment, an old woman walked over and fiercely shoved through the crowd. "Is Liu Than back? Where is my son?" Liu Than waved his hands and bowed his head. He answered shakily, "Madam, the group of Chu Daika and Chu Nhika were eaten by the fish god." The woman was thunderstruck, staggering and falling backwards. "What?" The woman beside her quickly caught the old lady, then ferociously questioned Liu Than. "My darling is dead too. Why are you still alive?" In the next moment, she lunged furiously and grabbed Liu Than by the collar. "Liu Than, you are so cruel. Daling always cared for you the most. Why did you harm him?" He choked up and defended himself. "Chu Dai Ka's group died saving me. They let me report to the authorities. I didn't harm them. I didn't cause their deaths." The woman wouldn't listen at all, frantically blaming Liu Than. "Liar, you killed them for money." As soon as those words were spoken, others around began to chime in. "You tricked us today. Our Tang also died." Liu Than kept shaking his head, weakly protesting. "No," but the crowd refused to listen to him, gathering around to fiercely accuse him. "It's all your fault. You are a murderous monster. Give me back my husband's life." Liu Tight watched this scene from behind, the corner of his mouth curving up with satisfaction. Just then, a figure unexpectedly returned to the dock. Someone immediately shouted, "The Lord of the River Lord Office has returned." All eyes turned to the creature, a thigh casually tossed down. They collectively gasped, "It's the Fish King. It's actually that huge." "It's over. Lord Fish King will definitely be furious." A thigh stood there silently, frowning in deep thought. "I've been too careless, always having smooth sailing. Has dulled my senses. I should have thought of this sooner." Fishing protection fees appearing right at this moment. There must be someone pulling strings behind the scenes. At this moment, he was absolutely certain that all of this was a conspiracy. These water monsters were raised, and the most likely culprit was him. Thinking this, a thigh's gaze locked firmly onto Liu Tight. He forced a fake smile and ran over to fawn over a thigh. "My lord, you are truly divine. If my underwater skills weren't so poor, I would definitely assist you." With that, Liu Tight shrugged with feigned helplessness. "I deeply regret this. It is certainly not because you failed to do your job properly. As for my little brother Liu Than, he must have his own difficulties." He glanced at Liu Than slumped in a corner, deliberately drawing out his final words. "Isn't that right?" Liu Than vehemently denied. "No, I didn't." Liu Tight paid him no mind, turning to invite a thigh. "My lord, would you like to rest in the village for a while?" No sooner had he spoken than the surrounding crowd erupted in protest. Why should he be allowed in? When the Fish King was killing our people, they didn't come. Now they come and trick us into the water, causing more deaths. Once one person started, another would echo. Exactly. He cannot enter the village. Who knows if he summoned those Fish Kings? Very soon, countless people voiced their agreement. Right? Hearing this, Liu Than jumped up and quickly defended a thigh. "No. Lord Luong wiped out those Fish Kings to avenge Chu Daika's group. He didn't summon them." Someone immediately sneered. "Maybe the two of you are in cahoots." The person next to them quickly added, "Yes, you two are in the same gang." Right at that moment, Liu Tight stepped forward with a sanctimonious air. "Everyone, listen to me. The Lord certainly has his own difficulty. You should be understanding." He had barely spoken when the woman who had just lost her husband wailed sorrowfully. "Understanding? My darling's life is gone. Who will show me understanding for the rest of my life?" A thigh remained silent, directly releasing an intimidating pressure. The crowd instantly fell silent, and even Liu Tight was stunned. "Is this aura truly from the bone coffin?" Then, a thigh slowly spoke. "Everyone, I will definitely give you an explanation about today's matter." His eyes showed clear determination, declaring, "I will thoroughly investigate the origins of these water monsters." Lu Thon could not help but worry, softly calling, "My lord." A thigh patted Tran and on the shoulder. He said, "Don't worry, go back first. After I investigate the matter behind this, I will come find you." In a corner no one could see, a tiny creature silently slipped into the back of Lu Thon's neck. Lu Thon, putting on a cheerful face, stepped in to mediate. "All right, everyone disperse." After that, he turned to A Thai, clasped his hands and bowed. "Sorry to trouble you, my lord. I truly have urgent matters, so I cannot attend to you further." He indifferently replied, "It's fine. Perhaps I will have matters to seek you out, old Master Lu." The other kept the same smiling expression as he answered, "You flatter me, my lord." As soon as he was out of sight, a subordinate ran over to report to Lu Tai. "First boss, we have called back. As you said, that brat definitely won't find anything." He sneered, curling his lip. "This marsh is a fitting grave for him." Cut to A Thai, standing on the side of the boat observing the surroundings. He muttered under his breath, "How cunning." In an instant, they had hidden everything. A Thai couldn't help but sigh with relief. Luckily, from the very start he had instructed the immovables to follow along. The next second he slowly closed his eyes. He focused on sensing every movement around him. Soon enough, A Thai grasped something, his eyes snapped open in shock. The corner of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. Found it. Cut to a rocky outcrop not far from the marsh. Schools of dolphins were swimming downstream in a line. However, their eyes flashed with a strange golden light. Tai Hoer and Gok and Afai quietly hid in a corner, closely following the dolphins' movements. Following them was also Qian Dao. The three exchanged stealthy glances. A Thai's boat also happened to arrive there. He fell silent for a moment. "It should be around here. Let's wait for Afai to find the exact location." A Thai thought, growing more curious. Now it could basically be confirmed that these dolphins were being controlled. Retreating with such discipline, there must be someone behind giving orders. But what method could possibly? Just then, from the dolphin right beside his leg came a movement. He glanced over and was startled. In its mouth was something. A Thai picked it up to examine and was momentarily stunned. This was a Dan fish. He secretly assessed. It closely resembled the Dan fish from his previous life. But it seemed slightly different, like a type of parasite that controls aquatic life. It appeared these people had used this method to control the dolphin. The more a Thai thought about it, the angrier he became. Raising water beasts without authorization, only the river lord of So is allowed to do so, is already a serious crime. And yet they dared to use this kind of dark art to harm the common people. For the sake of profit, he furiously crushed the Dan fish in his palm. They really have a death wish. At the same time, the dolphins had swum in a line to the secret base. Two men on the shore were waiting. One of them was Lao Ku. He angrily scolded the person opposite. "Mo, keep, be gentle. One of these things is worth half a tael of silver," he threatened sternly. "If the third boss sees this, he won't let you off." The other muttered a retort. "Lao Ku, don't be so loud. Little La just made a mistake and was punished by the third boss to feed the fish." Lao Ku immediately snorted coldly. "Then you little brat better behave for me. This time I've saved up 10 taels of silver, enough to treat your mother's illness." Little La stammered, probing. "Lao Ku, the whale gang doing business like this. Aren't you afraid the officials in the yamen will find out?" Lao Ku casually harvested Dan fish, letting out a mocking laugh. "Find out? Where do you think these dolphins came from, all of this? Do you think just the whale gang could pull this off?" According to him, these matters were all the handiwork of those old masters far away. Little La lowered his head and mumbled, "I just feel that the things we do will be punished by heaven." The very next second, a shoe was hurled right at his head. Little La clutched his head and whined, "Lao Ku, why did you hit me?" He pointed his finger right in the boy's face and shouted, "Punished by heaven in this world. It's hard enough to stay alive ourselves and you worry about the lives of those people. Did we kill those villagers? We're only raising these Dan fish." At that moment, a deep, gruff voice suddenly rang out, "Making a racket this early. Do you all want me to throw you down to feed the fish?" Lao Ku's face turned pale as he spun around. "Third boss, when did you arrive?" The other coldly asked back, "What, do I have to report my schedule to you?" Lao Ku could only laugh nervously. "What are you saying, third boss? Your visit is an honor for us." Thien Fu then shifted his gaze to Little La kneeling nearby. His expression suddenly darkened. His eyes fixed intensely on Little La's palm. His tone was extremely somber. "Did you kill a Dan fish?" The boy's face changed instantly, cold sweat unknowingly trickling down. The next moment, Thien Fu brutally grabbed Little La by the neck and hoisted him up. He cried out in terror. The strength of Thien Fu's grip grew stronger and stronger. Almost gnashing his teeth, he ground out word by word. "It seems you lot usually don't take my words to heart." Little La choked, unable to make a sound. "Lao Ku, save me." He rushed over and begged, "Third master, my nephew doesn't know any better. Please spare him." Thien Fu's lips curled slightly. "Old Nine, you're not new to this job. These fish lice are all gang property. I'm in a tough spot here." Old Nine hurriedly pounded his chest and vowed, I'll pay for him." With those words, Thien Fu finally let go. Little La crashed to the ground, the mocking laughter ringing in his ears. You've got a good uncle. He leisurely rummaged inside his shirt for something. So next we'll discuss the compensation. Old Nine broke out in a cold sweat. Discuss what? Isn't it half a tael of silver? Thien Fu coldly replied. Half a tael is the price of the fish lice, Old Nine. He paused for a few seconds, then a sinister grin spread across his face. I spared your nephew's life. With that, he directly snatched Old Nine's money pouch. With a feigned sigh of reluctance, fine, take it, I'm not a greedy man. Old Nine murmured, third master, that's. Little La struggled to his feet, forcing out each word through gritted teeth. That's money for my mother's medical treatment. You can't take it. Thien Fu glanced at him. Smiling, he asked, so what do you intend to do? Little La lunged forward, shouting, give it back to my Old Nine. Old Nine's face instantly turned pale and he let out a desperate cry. Don't, but it was too late. Thien Fu brutally kicked Little La, making him cough up blood. The boy was sent flying, crashing into the icy water. Old Nine collapsed broken. No. Thien Fu nonchalantly laughed. It's all this brat's own doing. Old Nine, I tried my best. The old man's whole body trembled violently, his lips quivering for a long while. No. Why are you so stupid? Thien Fu, on the contrary, seemed utterly delighted. That kid is as good as dead. The things in the water won't let him go. But in the very next second, the water's surface began to bubble with fine ripples. A boat shot powerfully from beneath, countless droplets spraying into the air. Thien Fu and Lao Ku both froze on the spot. The one who had just appeared was no stranger. But Athai, he even conveniently scooped up Tiu La and surfaced together. Standing on the boat's gunwale, Athai swept a cold, sharp gaze at the man on the shore. Thien Fu was briefly astonished, then fiercely questioned, who are you? Lao Ku also stopped yawning and blurted out Tiu La's name. Under their intent gazes, Athai slowly gave his name, Luang Ku of the River Earl of Chu. Upon hearing this title, Thien Fu's expression immediately changed. The River Earl of Chu? How did they find this place? Athai stated sternly, you are suspected of arbitrarily keeping water beasts belonging to the River Earl of Chu. Additionally, you are implicated in the Fish King incident in Othai town, and you must come with me. Unexpectedly, the opponent was not only unafraid but even burst out laughing. He threw his head back and laughed loudly. I thought some important figure had come, turns out it's just a naive brat. Thien Fu said and arrogantly jutted his chin. Come with you, later. Do you even know who's behind this operation? A petty river earl, yet so full of hot air. He grew more and more heated, raising his voice provocatively. I'm standing right here. Just try and touch me. Before he could even finish, Athai had already thrust a spear into his shoulder with no light force at all. Thien Fu was pinned into a corner, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Not stopping there, Athai, expressionless, charged straight at him. The moment he moved his hand, the entire wooden wall behind Thien Fu shattered. The man instantly lost his balance. Athai grabbed him tightly by the neck and forcibly plunged Thien Fu into the water. He was utterly horrified, yet couldn't even see the speed of the opponent's strike. But he quickly regained his composure and devised a response, hastily grabbing Athai's wrist. The boy clearly hadn't anticipated this, pausing momentarily with a look of embarrassment. Before his eyes was Thien Fu's sinister smile. He declared with utter confidence, going into the water with me is your greatest stupidity. At that moment, something was lurking inside Thien Fu's mouth. He muttered to himself, damn it, those modified dolphins are on me. Underwater, I can control all dolphins. Then, in just an instant, countless sound waves spread across the riverbed, but Thien Fu waited, and all around remained dead silent. He grew anxious, his voice trembling. Why, where are my dolphins? He was clearly unwilling, his lips quivering as he muttered, how could this be? Opposite him, the corner of Athai's mouth curled up slightly. You're wondering where those dolphins of yours went, aren't you? Saying so, he kindly revealed a little to Thien Fu. The dolphins he was longing for had all been rounded up by him into the water prison. Thien Fu was nearly petrified, wondering, is he a man or a god? Athai looked at him coldly. Next, I'll beat you up, then I'll ask and you'll answer. Scene shifts to Othai town. It was now evening. Liu Than sat by the sickbed, whispering to his mother. Mother, I am unfilial, I did foolish things, I let down uncle and big brother's people. She gently shook her head, blaming herself. Than, my child, it's all my fault. If not for my illness, you wouldn't have to go out to earn a living. Liu Than hurriedly grasped his mother's hand. I have invited an envoy of the River Earl of Chu to eliminate the Fish King. Once the truth is revealed, I will apologize to the villagers. As he spoke, his tone became even more earnest. When the time comes, I will definitely earn money to treat your illness and then give everyone an explanation. She smiled slightly. Than, my child, I believe you, my son. There is definitely a misunderstanding in all this. Just then, a burst of agitated shouting came from outside. This is that bastard's house, don't let him run, block the door, everyone. Liu Than rushed outside to see and shouted loudly. What do you want? The scene that met his eyes immediately startled him. Countless people holding torches had surrounded his house's door. Leading the crowd was Liu Tai. He covered his face with a helpless look. How did it get this noisy? But I can't stop the wishes of the villagers. Liu Than's face went pale, speechless with horror. Brother Liu Tite, how could you? The other man directly cut him off, his expression gradually twisting. Liu Than, you should give the dead villagers an explanation. The crowd, agitated by Liu Tite, then took turns pointing at Liu Than. Fraud, you deserve to be chopped into pieces. One of them, veins bulging, shouted. It's all because of his nonsense that my daughter lost her life in the Fish King's mouth. Immediately, another person chimed in. We were living peacefully, relying on Chief Liu. It's all because of his instigation that I lost an arm. Very quickly, many people echoed, that's right, some wailed mournfully. How will we live from now on? Even someone in the crowd voiced suspicion. The death of old Chu's son must also have something fishy. Liu Tite was very satisfied with their reaction, shrugging with a righteous air. Liu Than, you'd better explain properly. We won't wrongly accuse a good person, but we won't spare any bad person either. Liu Than was frightened by this show of force. Stammering in defense, I clearly saw the Lord of the River Earl of Chu with my own eyes. Before he could finish, someone murmured and cut him off. This kid is definitely colluding with outsiders, trying to harm us for profit. The words had barely finished when some were already nodding in agreement. Who knew if that person from the River Earl's office was real or not? Liu Than was driven into a corner, protesting his innocence in vain. It's not like that, I didn't want to harm everyone. Those fish kings were truly killed. Perhaps there are even more than that. Liu Tite immediately cut him off. So you're not even sure yourself. You're presenting a theory and then asking us to believe your theory. With just a few simple words, he easily manipulated the crowd. Everyone roared in fury. He deserves to die, you really do have a scheme. Fortunately, Chief Liu intervened in time. The very next second, someone in the crowd threw an egg at Liu Than's face. It was a young girl who did it. The little girl, on the verge of tears, cursed Liu Than. Give me back my father, you villain. Liu Tite seized the opportunity to step forward and feign easing the tense atmosphere. Everyone, the important thing now is that the Fish King is very angry, and you have all seen the consequences. We must immediately organize a sacrificial ceremony for the Fish King to appease his anger. Hearing this, Liu Than hurriedly dropped to his knees. I am willing to go out and fish. To appease the Fish King's anger. Unexpectedly, Liu Tite burst into mocking laughter. Fish, you surely don't think the sacrifice this time is still fish, do you? His gaze fixed intensely on Liu Than and he sneered. The sacrifice this time is you, facing countless malicious stare. Liu Than backed away in terror. Me, you want to kill me? Just then, his mother struggled to walk outside. Her voice pleading, don't touch my son. If you want to sacrifice a useless old woman like me. Liu Than spun around in alarm. Mother, why did you come out? Mother, go back inside quickly. This has nothing to do with you. Faced with this situation, the crowd began to stir, exchanging confused glances. Sensing the situation was turning unfavorable, Liu Tite immediately signaled to his subordinate behind him. The man understood, quickly raising his voice to divert the crowd's attention. Why is everyone dead, while Liu Than is completely unharmed? Liu Than must be chosen by the Fish King. If we don't sacrifice him, none of you will ever live in peace. The words had barely finished when many people hurriedly chimed in. That's right, who doesn't have parents? If we spare him, what about our dead loved ones? They vied to pressure Liu Than. Seize him, yes. Seize him, we must appease the Fish King's anger. He was quickly captured by the surging crowd, but still anxiously searched for his mother's figure. Mother, are you all right? Mother! She was restrained by another group of people, calling out in a choked voice, Than, my son, don't be afraid. But soon after, her whole body was pushed down, staggering and collapsing onto a nearby pile of firewood. Right at that moment, the tiny creature hiding in Liu Than's collar suddenly crawled out, causing the people surrounding him to release their grip in terror. They fell back in disarray, shrieking in panic. Monster! And you still claim you're not colluding with outsiders. You were hiding a monster. Liu Tite stood silently to one side observing. Is this a spirit monster? But its aura doesn't quite match. Meanwhile, the moment Liu Than broke free from restraint, he frantically rushed to embrace his mother. Mother, please wake up. A man in the crowd saw this and fiercely shouted. You're still acting, seize him quickly. At the critical moment, a thigh appeared just in time, his face cold as he shouted. Who dares? The crowd instantly froze in their tracks, whispering amongst themselves, it's that lord from the River Earl's office. Why is he here? Didn't he go down the river to find the Fish King? Some stubborn person still muttered, the River Earl's office can only manage matters underwater. We are on the shore. A thigh saw through his intention, immediately clarifying, Liu Than is an important witness I brought to investigate the incident at Othai Town. In other words, this is a witness protected by the River Earl's office. What right do you have to question it? He said this while staring directly into the meddler's eye. The man stammered and couldn't speak. Liu Tite quickly stepped out with a fake ingratiating smile. My lord, your timely arrival to explain for Liu Thon. That is wonderful, I am willing to believe you, my lord. Saying this, the corner of his mouth curled up mockingly. Surely you won't let us down either. Let down indeed, not letting a thigh reply, Liu Tite cut him off. Tomorrow, the Fish King's sacrificial ceremony will be held. This humble one has prepared fine wine and meat on the boat, and awaits your esteemed presence. A thigh did not bother to engage with him, coldly barking a single word, scram. Liu Tite, however, was not angered and left smilingly with the crowd. Please rest well, my lord, we will meet tomorrow. Right behind A Thigh, Liu Thon was clutching his mother and sobbing uncontrollably. I didn't harm anyone, I just wanted to earn money to cure my mother's illness. A Thigh said, I'm sorry I arrived too late. A Thigh gently patted Liu Thon's shoulder, consoling him. I have investigated the matter clearly, but acting rashly would only bury the truth. I can't just slaughter the entire town, but I swear I will definitely clear your name, he murmured in a low voice based on the information Trin Thien Fu had told him. Liu Tite is a martial artist at the Galloping Horse stage, and Liu Engia is a martial artist at the Blood Gate stage. Not long after, night had fallen deep, and the entire space was utterly silent. A Thigh stood outside Liu Thon's house, clenching his fist and muttering to himself, my current strength is still not enough. He gazed intently at the 2 pill bottles in his palm, finally making a firm decision. Blood condensing pill, blood changing pill, it is time to break through to the Blood Gate. A Thigh's boat quietly anchored near a rocky outcrop. The entire area was somewhat desolate. He sat cross-legged on the riverbed, his body motionless. A Thigh and the others surrounded him, keeping watch so he could cultivate in peace. A Thigh closed both eyes, focusing all his concentration on sensing the energy flow moving within his body. At a certain moment, he took out the elixir and muttered to himself, now is the time. As soon as the Blood Gate pill entered his mouth, A Thigh felt a violent transformation inside his body. He thought to himself, the danger of the Blood Gate lies in the 3 breakthroughs and 3 condensation. A Thigh understood clearly that each blood replacement was equivalent to skirting the edge of the Ghost Gate pass. All the blood drained out, and he relied on the foundation of the 3 passes from the previous 3 barriers to retain a single breath. Then came the test of willpower. In just a moment, his entire skin turned fiery red. The surrounding water waves shook violently, and a bald patch suddenly appeared on his scalp. In the very next second, cracks suddenly appeared on A Thigh's body. They gradually spread. He forcefully waved his hand, and the layer of blood color covering his body instantly shattered and completely vanished. A Thigh slowly opened his eyes, his gaze even sharper than before. A fiery red mark appeared on his back. The corner of A Thigh's mouth curled up slightly. I have broken through the Blood Gate. Now I am a 4-gate martial master. Then he turned and patted Tai Hoa and Gak's head. I'm fine, this breakthrough is over now, prepare everything thoroughly. Immediately after, A Thigh's expression suddenly darkened. Liu Zhu, it's time to settle the score. The scene shifts to another place. A luxurious boat drifts on the water. In a room, Liu Yi uneasily questioned Liu Zhu. Big brother, is that brat from the River God office really going to come? The other confidently asserted, relax, that brat definitely won't come. If he gets on this boat, he'll have to listen to me. Liu Yi nodded and muttered, that's right, all officials are the same. Before they get any benefits, they absolutely won't let go easily. Liu Zhu clicked his tongue and changed the subject. Third brother still hasn't replied. Liu Yi shook his head slightly, then gritted his teeth and muttered, not yet. He wouldn't have taken the money and run off, would he? Liu Tite leisurely savored the cup of tea in his hand and answered softly, third brother is no fool. Though his temperament is brutal, he is still very clear about some things. Just then, a subordinate suddenly rushed in frantically and reported, boss, that brat from the River Master's office is here. Liu Tite raised his eyes with interest, chuckled softly, go. We'll slowly entertain this lord. A Thigh has been waiting outside for a while. As soon as Liu Tite saw him, he put on an enthusiastic welcome. Lord Liuang, your esteemed presence brings us immense honor. He grinned and suggested, the wind is strong outside, Lord Liuang, please go up to the 2nd floor to talk. Not long after, A Thigh entered the 2nd floor private room with Liu Tite and one other. He smiled and asked, Lord Liuang, how is it? The quality of food here is not inferior to the big taverns in Bin Duong, right? A Thigh curled his lips in a cold smile. Lord Liuang, I remember I never told you my name, did I? As he spoke, he toyed with the wine cup in his hand, his tone carrying a hint of deeper meaning. It seems Boss Liu has thoroughly investigated me. Liu Tite remained unfazed. Liu Tite laughed and said, Lord Liuang, heroes emerge from you. News of the battle of the born martial prodigy has been spread by word of mouth. The youngest River Master of the River Master's office, you went into the mountains to capture a mountain demon. Lord Liuang has illustrious battle achievements. Hearing this, A Thigh snorted coldly. I dare not accept that. It's incomparable to Boss Lu's prestige here. Mentioning the name of the military office isn't even as useful as mentioning Boss Lu's name. The other party pretended not to understand and warmly invited him to feast. Lord Luong is joking. In the future, if you encounter trouble here, mentioning my name will bring help. However, the words a thigh spoke right after were utterly shocking, making Lu Tait's hand holding the wine cup freeze in midair. Boss Lu, with such illustrious renown, yet you play the trick of coercing Liu village and threatening the people. Don't you feel despicable? Lu Engia was the first to flare up. He slammed the table and shouted, "That villager is just an excuse for you to extort money, right? How much money do you want before you're willing to leave?" Lu Tait immediately stopped him. "Second brother, shut up." After that, he slowly spoke up. "Lord Luong, in this world, is there such a thing as despicable or not? It's all just to make a living. No matter how I risk my life, I can't enter the official's gate or eat a peaceful meal, so I have to do this." Saying this, Lu Tait deliberately paused a beat. His tone carried a threat. "Moreover, this business is originally looked after by the elders above. Even so, do you still want a medal, my lord?" Athai clearly replied, "The river master's office only manages river affairs. This is the rule." Lu Tait nodded with satisfaction and casually stuffed a wad of banknotes into his hand. "That's right, if you understand the inner principles, it's convenient for me to work. Here is 3,000 taels, enough for you to break through to the galloping horse realm." Athai glanced at it and burst out laughing scornfully. "Do you gentlemen not know my master, Duong Dong Hung? Are you looking down on me? This measly amount is not enough." Lu Tait forced himself to keep the smile on his lips and lowered his voice to make a condition. "As long as you leave, a month later another 2,000 taels will naturally be delivered." Who would have thought Athai still flatly rejected it? Not enough. Lu Engia heard this and jumped up in anger. "Don't you bully us, my lord. How much do you want?" Athai did not answer immediately. He slowly toyed with the wine cup in his hand and chuckled, "I just want." Before he could finish, the next second, Lu Tait's expression drastically changed. He did not expect Athai would directly strike at him, completely unable to dodge. In the blink of an eye, the entire room was ruined. Under Athai's intimidating punch, Lu Tait staggered and collapsed to the floor. The corner of Athai's mouth curled up slightly as he slowly uttered the last half of his sentence. "Just your heads." Cut to a certain road. The errand boy frantically ran after the figure ahead. "Young master, please slow down. Although we want to surprise the old master, we sneaked away from the academy. Is this really appropriate?" The person was Lu Van Duong. Lu Tait's son, he nonchalantly laughed and replied, "When will studying ever end? But father's birthday is only today." Saying this, Van Duong quickened his pace and exclaimed excitedly, "Almost there, that's father's boat." Just then, a loud explosion suddenly erupted on the boat. The crowd immediately cried out in alarm, "What's happening?" At the same time, Lu Tait, struggling to confront Athai, gritted his teeth and had to admit, he truly is a gifted genius. In just one short night, he has become a four-pass martial master. He was clearly unwilling to accept this and fiercely drew his sword to charge forward. "But it's still not enough. I am a martial master at the peak of the galloping horse realm." The sharp blade swiftly chopped down and Athai skillfully dodged in time. The next second, he gripped Lu Tait's sword tightly, silently thinking, "A fourth-rank martial warrior can crush iron into mud and leap across streams." His gaze was proud and captivating, an unparalleled invincible aura. Then in an instant, the opponent's blade shattered. He could not hide his shock. He exclaimed in horror, "What?" Not stopping there, Athai forcefully kicked Lu Tait. He fell backwards amidst the thick dust and smoke. His voice rang out clearly, "Of course I know my current strength is not enough to deal with you." But the face of Liu village in his mind could not be dispelled. Lu Tait struggled to his feet and directly asked, "Then what do you want?" Athai tightened his grip on the spear and uttered word by word, "An eye for an eye, a debt of blood paid in blood." As soon as he finished, he swung around and chopped the mast. Lu Engia's face changed color. "What is that?" The crowd on the shore immediately panicked and cried out in terror. "The boat's side is broken, waves are rising." Athai leisurely used his water control technique. Countless waves surged and pounced on the large boat. Liu Tait looked around in confusion, his voice growing urgent. "What did you do? Who exactly are you?" Facing his panicked expression, Athai just smiled. "Gentlemen, follow me to the river bottom to fight." As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire large boat was plunged straight down to the riverbed. The crowd cried out in alarm, "It's the Ngu King's wrath." "No, it's definitely the river god." Amid that chaotic scene, Van Duong stood frozen in place for a long time, his lips quivering but unable to utter a word. "Father!" Meanwhile, Liu Tait at the bottom of the river was utterly bewildered. "I can't use it." Liu Engia next to him was no better off. Suddenly realizing that the water had stripped away his strength, Liu Tite quickly pulled himself together, thinking to himself, even though I can't use my strength, surely the opponent is in the same situation. But after all, I am at the peak of the running horse extreme realm. Holding my breath underwater for a long time is no problem, he thought, then quickly grabbed a nearby sword, telling himself, as long as I fight steadily and advance cautiously, the advantage is still mine. The very next second, he took his weapon and fiercely charged straight at A Thai. The young man didn't even bother to dodge, slowly speaking in a low voice, constant flux, pervading everywhere. A puny running horse extreme realm, how can it cleave the gentle breeze? Liu Tite's killing blow failed, his expression immediately changed. What? Why did I slash into thin air? Right after that, what met his eyes was the sight of Tai Hoa and Gak growling and charging. Liu Tite startledly exclaimed, a spirit beast. He of course had no time to dodge. Was struck in the stomach by Tai Hoa and Gak's heavy tail. Liu Tite directly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Liu Engia, seeing that, panicked and shouted, Big brother, he whipped around to accuse A Thai. I can't believe you can control water beasts, you're a demon. His fury blazed fiercely. Liu Engia lunged forward with all his might, intending to attack A Thai. The young man leisurely raised his spear, easily blocking the opponent's strike. He was thrown backward, hurriedly stabbed his sword into the riverbed, struggling to stand firm. Only now did Liu Engia realize with horror, A Thai was completely unhindered underwater. Meanwhile, Liu Tite was still struggling to deal with Tai Hoa and Gak, fiercely shouting at it, get lost. Just then, he suddenly heard movement behind him. Spun around in alarm. Liu Engia was facing off against A Thai, clearly at a disadvantage, and could only curse bitterly. Damn it. Liu Tite, seeing the situation turning bad, rushed over to help. Second brother, A Thai remained as calm as ever, slowly uttering two words, water prison. As soon as he spoke, Liu Tite's entire body was instantly restrained, unable to move. His heart filled with shock. What? All kinds of martial arts originate from within, affecting the outside world. But he, at the same moment on the other side, A Thai had already charged powerfully right in front of Liu Engia. The spear shot straight forward, and in the blink of an eye, Liu Engia was completely taken down. The red of fresh blood spread through the water. A Thai slowly withdrew his hand, his sharp, cold gaze sweeping toward Liu Tite. Next, it's your turn. Liu Tite was naturally unwilling, gnashing his teeth and roaring. Arrogant, he completely lost his composure, charging forward to challenge A Thai. Prepare to die. At the same time, the people on the shore watched the violently churning water with extreme bewilderment. What's happening underwater? Is there someone fighting down there? One of them blurted out, who could be fighting Chief Liu? I heard he's a martial artist of the running horse realm. Immediately someone hesitantly voiced a guess. Could it be the official from the Soha Ba office earlier? Van Duong, standing behind and overhearing this news, looked slightly puzzled. An official from the Soha Ba office. Cut to another location. A stern voice rang out. 7 days, Luong Ku has been gone for 7 days. Is this a disciple of Duong Thuk? You only tell me now, under such intense questioning. Though Fuck stammered in reply, I originally thought this was just an ordinary mission. I didn't expect. Bin Suong entered from the side and urgently informed. This mission was in the neighboring O Thai Town County. The mission's difficulty was only at the lowest level, but I don't know why he still hasn't returned. Trong Thuk, after hearing this, became even more anxious. According to the regulations of the Soha Ba office, if a low-level mission has not returned after 3 days, its rank will be elevated. And if 7 days have passed without returning, it is considered a disappearance. Bin Suong immediately became serious, turning to ask Tho Fuck, what were you thinking? Why did you assign this mission to Luong Ku? He scratched his cheek with an awkward laugh. I saw that brother Luong's strength wasn't bad. A martial artist of the running horse realm isn't that impressive. I thought nothing would happen, and it would be over in a few days, but I didn't expect. Hearing this, Trong Thuk held his head in dismay. If brother 2 finds out, we're done for. At that very moment, a deep voice suddenly rang out, startling the group. I already know. Bin Suong hurriedly turned around and respectfully called. Commander 2, Trong Thuk also hurriedly greeted. Brother 2. Enhak Long listened expressionlessly, getting straight to the point. Tell me in detail, what is this all about? Cut to O Thai Town. The water's surface was now covered in countless bubbles. The very next second, a large wave suddenly surged up, and the crowd on the shore collectively gasped in alarm. A Thai dragged Liu Tite, landing steadily at the dock. In his ears were the lively discussions of the crowd. It's Chief Liu, has he been defeated? A Thai looked coldly at the person lying at his feet. Do you have anything else to say? Liu Tite glared, his face full of indignation. In his heart he secretly wished, despicable, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Just as he thought that, the next second he suddenly sprang up, running for his life while shouting. Murder, murder! Liu Tite pretended to be terrified and fell to the ground, shouting to the crowd. Young Master Kwong has killed someone. This man is the one who controls the Fish King. He even wanted to use the lives of the villagers to threaten me. Very quickly, many people believed his words, craning their necks to condemn A Thai. What? I always knew you were no good. With me here, don't you dare touch Chief Liu. Lu Tayet was very satisfied with their reaction, smirking cunningly. An outsider wants to bring me down, don't even think about it. Athai remained as calm as ever. He even let out a cold snort. I knew you would play this trick. He glanced over at the boat behind, slowly signaling, come out. Despite Old Ku grabbing his arm to stop him, Tiula was determined to come forward. Old Ku, the Lord saved me. I must speak out, sobbing I can't stand this kind of thing anymore. Seeing him so insistent, Old Ku had no choice but to let go and go along. There, as soon as the two figures of Tiula appeared, the crowd began to murmur. Aren't they Lisa's uncle and nephew? Weren't they said to have gone missing? Amid everyone's stunned gazes, Tiula patted his chest and said, everyone, we are the ones who raised the Fish King. And the mastermind behind all of this is him, Lu Tayet, chief of the fish assistants. He clearly pointed at Lu Tayet. His face immediately turned pale. He still tried to argue, fiercely shouting, slandering. Tiula then clearly recounted the whole story from beginning to end. Lu Tayet and Chief Tam secretly raised dolphins. Then they used a whistle to control the Fish King to kill people in the water to intimidate us, so that we could only rent their boats to go fishing, otherwise we would be targeted by the Fish King. Uncle Ku and I, for profit, agreed to help them take care of the dolphins. At this point he became even more indignant. These people relied on such methods to kill and rob, committing every evil deed imaginable. If you don't believe it, you can follow me to the island. Trin Thien Fu's body is still there. No sooner had the words faded than someone tremblingly asked, is it true? My son's death was caused by another. On this side, Liu Zhu immediately acted recklessly. He roughly grabbed a little girl and loudly threatened, forcing her to eat the apple tree and fence the fig tree. If you come any closer, I'll kill her. Right then, when Yang's voice suddenly rang out right behind him. Father, he roared and fiercely questioned Liu Zhu, is what he said. True, his whole body stiffened instantly and he awkwardly turned to face Wen Yang. Younger, why are you? Aren't you supposed to be at the academy? The other did not answer him, directly turned and ran away. The errand boy, seeing this, panicked and called after him, young master, wait for me. In this situation, Liu Zhu finally went mad, gnashing his teeth and blaming a Shui. It's all because of you, if it weren't for you. None of this would have happened. His eyes bloodshot, he madly roared and charged at a Shui. I'll kill you, the boy calmly drew his spear. He directly finished off Liu Zhu. Liu Zhu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, yet stubbornly raised his voice defiantly. Kill me then, the road to the Yellow Springs makes no distinction between young and old. Take my child, I'll be waiting for you down there. A Shui coldly looked at his opponent, his eyes without a ripple, and replied, even the Yellow Springs will be finished if that day truly comes. You will still die once more. He spoke, then decisively withdrew his spear, fresh blood dripping from the spear tip to the ground. The scene switched to a certain luxurious residence, where a frantic figure rushed in from the door to report, my lord, bad news, Lord Du. Du Changwen startled and sat up straight, hurriedly asking, what is it? The other stammered, unable to form a sentence. Dead, all dead. Du Changwen was suddenly plunged into confusion. What do you mean, all dead? The subordinate blurted out his report. Liu Zhu and Liu Yi of the Whale Gang are all dead. After hearing this, Du Changwen frowned deeply in puzzlement. They're all dead? Who did it? Who has such great ability? Liu Zhu is a martial master of the Marrow Basin realm. The other then honestly reported, I saw from a distance. That person wore the official uniform of the Chu River Lord. Was an 8th rank river lord. Upon hearing this, Du Changwen's face immediately turned pale. Someone from the Chu River Lord, not long after, on another side. A Shui had just finished dealing with the remaining lackeys. At that moment, a cheerful laugh suddenly rang out. Truly a hero emerges from youth. It was Du Changwen. He had rushed over as soon as he heard the news. He lowered his voice, laughing. This official heard that a young hero from the Chu River Lord came here to eradicate the Tyrant Whale Gang, so I hastened to behold your countenance. After speaking, he glanced over the people lying scattered on the ground and directly spat a wad of saliva. I've long found that Liu Zhu an eyesore. Turning to look at a Shui, Du Changwen immediately changed his expression, smiling fawningly and flatteringly. Young hero, young outstanding hero, you have eliminated a great calamity for Fangfu County. Saying so, he put on a sad, helpless expression. Pity me, serving as county magistrate for over 10 years, yet unexpectedly so powerless. I accomplish nothing. I am ashamed before the common people, ashamed of this official post. A Shui coldly interrupted him. I speak bluntly, not used to beating around the bush. Lord Du, no need to put on a show in front of me. It only wastes both our time. The other stammered, unable to speak, as a Shui resolutely turned and walked away. The Chu River Lord protects the rivers. If there are water demons and evil monsters, I kill the water demons. If there is a threat from the Whale Gang, I kill the Whale Gang. He especially emphasized, other matters I do not manage. That would be overstepping authority against the law. I am no great hero saving the world, nor am I so magnanimous. I cannot sacrifice myself for others. Up to now, my life has been going as I wish. I don't want to add more trouble to myself. At these words, Ashui suddenly stopped, but Du Changwen, dripping with sweat, pressed the question. But what? Ashui threw him a warning glance. The Chu River Lord cannot manage a county magistrate like you, but all the ledgers within the Whale Gang, I will have someone sort them out and truthfully report to the 3 judicial offices. Du Changwen outwardly kept a genial smile, but inwardly he was extremely resentful. Such a young river lord yet dares. As Ashui was about to stride on, he was blocked by a group of government runners. Hey, the county magistrate didn't say you could leave, he coldly warned them. Right now my mood is not good. Ashui's expression was extremely gloomy. Almost through gritted teeth he uttered 2 words, get lost. The several fellows opposite all trembled like leaves. This guy, what's going on? His aura is even more terrifying than the Mero Basin realm. Just as they were hesitating, Du Changwen's close subordinate threatened, what are you waiting for? Let him go, can you even escape? Seeing the government runners arrayed before him, Ashui couldn't help but sneer. To think you're all Mero Basin realm martial masters. At that moment a strangled voice suddenly rang out, startling the government runners. You dare openly surround and kill an official of the Great Shun? They panicked and whipped around. Who goes there? The very next second, that guy was struck by a whip. He retreated backward in pain. The one who attacked was none other than Su Yuelong. As soon as he arrived, he coldly roared, do you think our Chu River Lord has no one? Ashui was surprised. He softly called, Brother Su. At the same time, the government runner who had been knocked down furiously questioned Su Yuelong, who are you? He immediately raised a token declaring his identity, Deputy Commander of the Chu River Lord Su Yuelong. Upon hearing this title, Du Changwen and his subordinate gaped in shock. Deputy Commander of the Chu River Lord, the government runners under his command, needless to say, dared not linger another second. They immediately kicked up their heels and shouted at each other to flee quickly, run fast. Enhak Long moved with extreme speed in a flash blocking their path. He shot them a questioning glance. You want to run? Without giving that group a chance to answer, Enhak Long directly launched a powerful punch. The whole bunch was quickly wiped out, all collapsing to the ground simultaneously. Truong Van backed away in terror, stammering for a long while. This, a Thai now spoke up. Big Brother 2, why are you here? Enhak Long glanced sideways at him and replied grumpily, carrying out a mission and you forgot the deadline. It's been 7 days and I saw you hadn't returned. I thought something had happened so I hurried over. A Thai could only scratch his head and laugh it off. From Tu Bin Duong to here takes 3 days by boat. Big Brother 2 had actually arrived in just 1 morning. Enhak Long didn't forget to smile and praise him a few words. But you little brat are impressive. 4th gate against Bon Ma Realm and you still won. As expected of the closed-door disciple of Duong Thuk, a Thai humbly replied, not at all, it was just luck. The other party spoke up to this point, unable to help feeling emotional. This matter is quite significant, you did well. His gaze fell upon Truong Van. He slowly let out a remark, this guy at least earned 2 major merits. His face turned pale, not daring to utter a single word. The entire boat dock in Othai town erupted into a buzz of discussion. The rioting henchmen were escorted away. As they walked, one of them strained his neck and wailed piteously, my lord, what an injustice. The constable coldly barked at him, move it, no nonsense. A Thai headed straight to the door of Lu Than's house. Immediately he came face to face with the physician who was walking out. The old man shook his head helplessly. A step too late. He said this and recounted the situation in a few brief sentences. When we arrived it was already like that. Too heartbroken, so his heart meridian shattered. After seeing the other party off, a Thai slowly walked inside. He just silently looked at Lu Than lying motionless, slumped by the bed. At that moment, a Thai unconsciously recalled the short time the two of them had traveled together. Lu Than had once cheerfully laughed and said, Lord Liuang, these past few days have been the most comfortable time in my life since I was born. He had been extremely hopeful about the future back then. My mother said everyone had their livelihoods cut off by Ngu Vuong. Now that Ngu Vuong has been destroyed, surely everyone will live better and better. My life was saved by that big brother who risked his life. Later I will also treat his mother as my own mother and care for her. Then go fishing to earn money, marry a wife, and have a chubby son. The Lu Than of that time enthusiastically promised A Thai. When that time comes, I will definitely tell him the story of how you, my lord, destroyed Ngu Vuong. Returning to the present, he gently closed Lu Than's eyes, softly murmuring, this parting is not a farewell forever. Perhaps after a few years we will meet again in another world. Done, a Thai slowly walked out the door. The sky was somewhat gloomy. Dark clouds had been gathering thick and fast for some time. Suddenly, rainwater poured down on a Thai who stood in a daze. He gave a slight start. Rain. The rain kept on for a long while. Not long after that, a Thai had returned to the boat dock. He stepped onto a large boat and warmly greeted the person inside the cabin. Big Brother 2 called for me. Enhak Long nodded slightly in acknowledgement. You've come, I found something very interesting for you. Athai looked puzzled upon hearing this. What interesting thing? The other party smiled and informed him. I heard from your master that lately you've been very interested in archery. This black iron great bow is extremely suitable for you. Athai took the bow, examined it for a while, then tentatively asked, Is this Lu Tait's weapon? He carefully observed the great bow in his hands. In his heart he silently calculated. Because he had once been favored by Zion Chu de Quan, his cultivation had been very rapid these past few days. His martial arts progress was also extremely fast, especially with long weapons almost as if divinely aided. So logically, with bow-type weapons it should be the same. It must be known the waist carries a crescent-shaped sling, the hand holds a three-headed double-edged spear. The sling here refers to the ancient bow-shaped sling, the only difference being whether it shoots arrows or pellets. Athai thought and then carefully inspected the bow, muttering to himself. As the saying goes, a good bow shoots 10,000 arrows. A good bow body is extremely important. A suitable bow must at least be able to be drawn and held for 3 breaths to be considered fitting and usable. Thinking of this, he immediately drew the bowstring to test it. Enhak Long stood to the side observing. Seeing that, he couldn't help but click his tongue in praise. Well done, kid. Such a heavy iron bow, yet you can draw and hold it for 1 breath. Athai held it for a moment, then withdrew his hand, his breathing somewhat labored. He thought to himself, the bows commonly used by trained soldiers weigh about 17.5 catties. But this bow is at least 100 pickles, meaning 750 catties. As expected, defeating Lu Tait was only by taking advantage of the underwater environment. His strength was still far inferior to his. Athai quickly pulled himself together. Turning to chat cheerfully with Enhak Long, Big Brother 2 is joking. I could only barely draw and hold it for 1 breath, still far off. He admired the bow in his hands, then asked directly, Is this for me? Enhak Long grinned and asked a question. In our summary report, is it recorded that Lu Tait ever used this weapon? Athai's eyes immediately lit up and he hastily replied, No. The other party then bared his teeth in a sly grin. Then clearly this weapon was brought by you to deal with Lu Tait. It's just that you didn't get to use it, that's all. Athai still hesitated a little. So could this become a weakness? Enhak Long honestly tells you, weaknesses indeed exist, for since ancient times, confiscating property has always been a lucrative piece of prey. He paused for a few seconds, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly. Then I will teach you one more thing, don't think about becoming a perfect person. It is best to give yourself a few unimportant weaknesses that will be good for you. Enhak Long reached out and patted Athai's shoulder, casually offering a few words of advice. Take on every responsibility for yourself. At the same time, don't be too strict and absolutely impartial. You are not a god. You are human. At that point, he suddenly changed the subject, leaving Athai momentarily stunned. I asked around. I heard that little brother, when he was alive, always loved eating the baked cakes from that street corner shop. How about we go there and try them? Enhak Long cheerfully made such a suggestion. Athai understood his kind intentions, the corner of his mouth inadvertently curling up. He decisively agreed. All right, let's head down somewhere beneath the water. Ifi and Tai Hoa and Gak stopped observing the thing before them. It was a giant seashell lying silently in a hidden corner. A moment later, Ifi curiously moved closer to take a look. The very next second, a sharp voice rang out, making it jolt in fright. You shameless fat fish, what do you want with me? The shell slowly opened and a tiny figure slowly crawled out. As soon as the old one stood steady, he snapped loudly, You stupid fish, why are you disturbing my peaceful slumber for no reason? On the way back, Athai scratched his head and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally home. He could finally have a peaceful sleep. At this moment, he rubbed his chin, confusedly recalling the message. A few days ago, if he kept sending him messages, saying there was a treasure, not knowing what it meant. The moment he opened the door, Athai saw no sign of anyone inside. He glanced around the silent room and muttered, Master is not here again. Has he gone out? Uncle Lu and Fuang Dai don't know I've returned. Not going to work. Right then, Athai walked out to the backyard to gaze at the small pond he had dug himself. Ever since discovering that the underground water vein at the bottom of the backyard well connected to the big river, when building the house, they had someone dig a small pond next to the well for Afi. Unable to move, rest. The next moment, seeing Hoa and Gak and Afi still deep in slumber, he scolded, You two are oversleeping again, as they moved towards him. Athai immediately waved his hand to signal, It's all right, I'm fine. Now he was startled and looked down at the strange object. What is this? Athai screamed in shock, How can there be such a big river mussel? Suddenly the object shook and scolded, You insolent brat. I am not a river mussel, I am a giant clam. Confronted by this ability to speak, he stared in amazement. It can actually talk. Right then, the old man growled fiercely and interrogated, Did you hear what I said? Who are you? Why did you order this fat fish to kidnap me? Hearing this, Athai awkwardly tried to explain kidnap. Afi beside him stammered speechlessly, without hesitation. He hurriedly apologized and promised, I'm really sorry if he went too far with his joke. My apologies, venerable sir. Tomorrow I will find a suitable place for you to live. After a while, the giant clam nodded approvingly. You're actually a refined young man. Athai thought to himself, this world is indeed full of strange things. To think there's a giant clam that can talk. This kind of creature probably doesn't have vocal organs, right? Just then, he frowned and tried to peer deep inside. The old man inside the clam panted heavily. Without delay, the giant clam pointed and demanded to know his identity. Boy, what's your name? Just as he finished, Athai yelped in fright. A giant clam spirit. The old man commented unhappily. I take back my earlier words, you are an insolent person. Meanwhile, he was perplexed and sighed. It seems it's not the giant clam talking, but this old man talking. But why can I see and hear him? At that moment, Athai suddenly realized the secret lay in his treasure that guards his soul. Did the track din grant him this ability? Next, the giant clam raged and cursed. You and this fat fish are cut from the same cloth. Let me go at once. Hearing this, he frowned and asked, Venerable sir, can you not leave on your own? Then the old man wailed aggrievedly, I am merely a spirit. Have you ever seen a giant clam that can walk? You ignorant brat. Now, Athai understood, recalling knowledge from ancient books. Spirits, I've read about this kind of thing in books. He recalled the records. All objects in this world can give birth to sentience, but the conditions are extremely harsh and unclear. However, there is one thing that can easily give birth to sentience, and that is the weapon of a martial saint. Afterward, Athai asked in confusion, why did this giant clam give birth to sentience? The giant clam snorted in annoyance, you're bullying an old man. Suddenly, Horengak lightly touched his hand, making him bewilderedly ask, don't move. What's wrong with you? Seeing the white worm in its mouth, Athai froze. What is this? He picked it up and noticed the mysterious patterns surrounding it. This is a silkworm, but it doesn't quite feel like one. There are seal marks around the worm. Without further ado, the old man spoke up to confirm, this is an array worm. After hearing the name, Athai immediately pretended to be naive. Venerable sir, you know this thing? What is an array worm? The giant clam arrogantly refused outright. Why should I tell you? Then he cleverly sweet-talked. Your knowledge is profound and vast, unfathomably deep. Surely you must have reached the level of a great scholar. I sincerely beseech you to enlighten me, so that I too may broaden my horizons. After hearing this, the old man blushed with a smug look and began a lengthy, proud account. Don't think that saying so will make me forgive you. I'm only doing this out of respect for your thirst for knowledge. The giant clam enthusiastically recounted the ancient fairyland. Legend has it there are 3 immortal islands, Pingla, Bangjang, and Yingzhu. All 3 immortal islands have countless strange and wondrous beings. Moreover, the specialties of the 3 immortal islands are all different. And around Pinglai Immortal Island there are white bones covering it all day long. And that layer of bones is spread by the array worms, a special creature of Pinglai Immortal Island. Array worms have mysterious patterns on their sides, their entire body white as jade. The white mist they exhale causes anyone who inhales it to fall into an endless dream. At this, Athai excitedly pressed, so what is the use of this array worm? How do you use it? Right then the old man shrugged helplessly. How would I know? I've never used one. Besides, that's just a legend, it might not have any effect for all I know. As soon as he finished, he clicked his tongue in disappointment. Is that so? Then forget it. I'll study it slowly tomorrow. After the conversation ended, Athai turned and walked away. I'm going to rest first, don't forget. The giant clam panicked and hastily demanded, let me go tomorrow. As time passed at night, he was now falling asleep. On the table, the array worm suddenly trembled and emitted a strange fragrance. Dense auras appeared and swirled tightly around Athai. At the same time, inside a dream, a raindrop suddenly fell onto his handsome face. Athai stood in the rain, bewildered, asking himself, where is this? Shouldn't I be sleeping indoors? Suddenly, a voice rang out from the void, Luangku. We meet again. Startled, he turned around. Who? Now Lu Tite ferociously screamed for his life. I told you, I'll be waiting for you in the underworld. The next second, Athai stared blankly at his enemy. What's going on here? I've never heard of such a thing. He was astonished by the presence of a resentful soul. A dead person suddenly appearing before his eye. Faced with the strangeness of this dream space, Athai lowered his head and reasoned, could it be that this world really has an underworld? Lu Tite still arrogantly asserted, Luangku, I told you your death is certain. Then he looked around the streets and realized there's no pond. Moreover, if I remember correctly, this place is a street in Tran O Thai. Under the yellow springs, there is also a Tran O Thai. Just as Athai was deep in thought, he suddenly lunged to attack. Could it be? Liu Type roared madly. Luangku, this is the final blow. Then he decided to stake all his strength on that last shred of hope. Things having come to this, he could only gamble on that single possibility. Athai valiantly swung his spear, shouting, Emperor Lord slash. After shouting, the illusory image of the deity manifested, leaving him stunned. Truly, it appeared. The divine lord closed his eyes, summoning power. Without much talk, Athai commanded the divine power and executed a lethal slash. At that moment he stared in shock. Luangku, just who are you? And so Liu Type gradually faded away. he understood tacitly. Indeed, inside the dream created by the formation bug, he had imagined inviting the Emperor Lord to appear. Though fake, that immense strength was truly unbelievable. Right then, the Divine Lord spoke up to probe, "Who are you?" Then he curiously inquired, "Why on your body?" Immediately, Athai jolted awake and screamed out loud. He wondered about the last words before disappearing. The Emperor Lord, actually alive. What did his final words mean? Did he recognize the tracked in? As soon as he finished speaking, Athai looked in surprise at the dangerous insect. Sure enough, the mist sprayed by the formation bug was playing tricks. This matter must be over now. Later, he excitedly planned, "This formation bug is too eerie. Next time I cannot casually summon the illusory image of the Emperor Lord. However, using it for training would be perfect." Afterward, Athai tightened his muscles, then noticed a wondrous change. It seemed I could feel that the battle in the dream would feed back into the muscles of my physical body. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted his train of thought. "Get up, are you awake? There is an official at the door who asked me to bring something for you. It seems very precious." He happily continued, "It's the item I've been waiting for." Scene transitions to outside the garden where Athai sits on the ground holding a mysterious box. He fiddled with the two rare items he had just received. "These are precious water element plants, exchanged with two major merits that I asked my elder brother to help me select." Without hesitation, Athai followed the instructions. According to the guide, he held the flower petal in his mouth, then focused his spirit to cultivate. Immediately, the system announced, "Water marsh essence plus 3200. Water marsh essence plus 5200. Feeling the energy flow through his meridians, he happily prayed. This sensation, it felt as if two streams of hot and cold energy were blending within his body. Refreshing, truly too refreshing. Hearing the loud noise, Tai Chuang was stunned in admiration. "This brat training causes such a big commotion." Old Biu scoffed, "Just for show that year, I old man once saw a true dragon." Right then, the tracked in inside Athai's body suddenly shook violently. Seeing that, Tai Chuang panicked and exclaimed, "This is..." In the blink of an eye, it popped out and transformed into a giant. The old man urgently pointed, unable to form words. "This is..." Suddenly, Tai Chuang was hit on the head by a character. He hastily knelt down and vowed, "I understand, I will definitely swear to the death to protect the secret of the immortal." After the cultivation session ended, he let out a long breath. Tai Chuang timidly looked up. "Is it over?" Seeing the old man clinging to him, Athai asked doubtfully, "Old sir, are you in such a hurry?" Tai Chuang awkwardly changed his tone to flattery, "Out of consideration for your modesty and courtesy. I have decided to stay here a few more days to teach you some secret thing." Right then, he started boasting. "You must know I have lived for several thousand years, so I know quite a few secrets." He was stunned and asked back, "Several thousand years? Then, old sir, have you ever seen a true dragon? It is said that in the Hoey River there was once a true dragon." Hearing that, Tai Chuang both confirmed and sneered inwardly. Of course, this brat completely doesn't know the origin of that thing inside his body. Compared to that thing, a true dragon is nothing at all. Facing the glorious future he admired secretly, this brat's future prospects are immeasurable. Scene transitions to a dark, gloomy, and damp prison cell. Inside, Van Duong is lying on the table enduring torture. Next, Hai fiercely enticed. "To take revenge, you must beg Mother to grant you power. And this power requires you to sacrifice everything you have to Mother." Hearing the tempting offer, he stammered his agreement. "I understand. In order to take revenge, I am willing to sacrifice everything of mine." Hearing that, Hai, the infamous demon, leaned in and asked, "Tell me your name." Van Duong innocently revealed his identity. "My name is Lu Van Duong." Then he frankly asked about the target. "Who do you need this power to kill?" Van Duong resolvedly roared, "I want to kill Luong Ku." Returning to the residence. At this moment, Athai is sitting drinking tea. He asked in surprise, "So, from ancient times until now, there have been a total of 3 true dragons. After the Dragon King of the Hoey River died, the current one in the Dragon Palace is a dragon descendant." Tai Chuang nodded in confirmation. "Correct, that's exactly it." After hearing the explanation, Athai wondered, "How does old sir know? Doesn't old sir have difficulty getting around?" Right at that moment, he raised his nose proudly. "I naturally have my own channels of information." However, inwardly he reminded himself, "In any case, I can't say I overheard it from small passing shrimps." Just then, a knock on the door suddenly sounded, drawing his attention. As soon as he opened the door, Village Chief Lai rushed in and proposed to Athai, "Today I came to discuss with you about this year's river sacrificial ceremony." After hearing the request, he remained deeply skeptical. River sacrificial ceremony? Looking for me? After settling into their seats, Athai, while pouring tea, wondered, "Chief Lai, shouldn't matters like the river sacrifice be discussed with the local wealthy merchants?" Then he smiled sincerely and asked, "I wonder what help I could offer." Tramangam explained, "Athai, you also know that nowadays many outsiders come and go in Engia Hum. Therefore, organizing the river sacrificial ceremony has become even more complicated, so we need people from outside to contribute money for the ceremony. This matter must rely on you, Athai." Upon hearing this, he was stunned and gave a bitter smile. How can I? Although I am the river god, I cannot control this matter either. Afterwards, Chief Lai hurriedly put down his teacup and corrected, No, I didn't mean that. Then he solemnly proposed, I want you to preside over the sacrificial ceremony. Scene shifts to the imperial palace during the day. At this moment, Dai Thuan, while playing chess, smiled and asked, Why do you have time to come play chess with me today? He spoke sarcastically, a newly promoted martial saint not announcing it to the world. Hiding in this imperial palace to play chess is truly laughable. After hearing this taunt, Marquis Nin cheerfully explained, Your Majesty is joking. If this matter were widely announced, some small worms would hide. A moment later, he meaningfully reminded, When that time comes, won't it still be Your Majesty who is in a difficult position? Dai Thuan seriously changed the subject. I heard your people have already tracked down the whereabouts of the home branch of your esteemed mother's family. Then Marquis Nin nodded attentively. Indeed, this time this branch has been quite active near Bin Duong, so I have sent people to investigate. As soon as he finished, he frowned at such roguishness, but I never imagined these people would dare be so audacious. Then he narrowed his eyes and probed, Oh, what are they doing? Marquis Nin revealed his insane ambition. They are searching for the secret method of immortality. After hearing this, Emperor Dai Thuan coldly replied, Have they found it already? He sharply analyzed, A human reaching the galloping horse realm can only live a little over 100 years. Only upon reaching the Grandmaster True Image realm can one live up to 300 years. The martial saint dragon realm yields only about 600 years of life. Lifespan is inherently a taboo. Searching for this secret method is no different from seeking death. He agreed, then placed a chess piece down with a wise judgment. That is a given. Emperor Dai Thuan didn't waste words, getting straight to the point. What is the enemy's personnel structure like? Marquis Nin immediately listed the experts hiding in the shadows. There are 2 Grandmaster True Image Realm cultivators, the others are nothing to fear. Facing such a feeble force, Emperor Dai Thuan worried. I recall that the 3 judiciary divisions and Soha Ba on Bin Duong's side have no Grandmaster True Image Realm experts, right? How can we capture them then? He confidently declared, This time I will personally take action. The deadline is in half a month. Please decide, Your Majesty. After hearing the decision, he laughed, stood up, and approved. My beloved minister has shared the burden of worry for me. I naturally will not object. The remnants of the previous dynasty still linger. Without hesitation, Emperor Dai Thuan straightforwardly ordered, Then just kill them. Marquis Nin respectfully clasped his hands and received the order. This subject obeys the decree. After the conversation ended, he slowly left the flower garden. At that moment, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. On the chessboard, the game remained unfinished with a difficult move. Suddenly, a small ant climbed onto a white ghost stone. As soon as its leg touched it, a crack appeared on the stone. In the blink of an eye, the entire chessboard and the stone slab beneath suddenly split apart. Then, the stone table abruptly shattered into small pieces. Cut to the dock, the crew members shouted, Quick, unfurl all sails, weigh anchor. In the tense atmosphere, they hurriedly called out, Hurry to the equipment room. At this moment, Athai asked, puzzled, Brother Enhim, what happened? Trong Thuk honestly explained. This is a serious matter. A joint operation of the 3 divisions, led by Soha Ba, head of the 3 judiciary divisions, in coordination with the Demon Capture Division. Upon hearing this, Athai narrowed his eyes and wondered, The 3 divisions? Is the Ghost Mother sect worth such a joint operation by the 3 divisions? Seeing Athai's bewildered face, he nodded, confirming the plan. That's right. After investigating the lair of a branch of the Ghost Mother sect, this time we will wipe them out once and for all. A moment later, Trong Thuk analyzed their fatal weakness. Although the Ghost Mother sect has a Grandmaster of the True Image Realm, they have a huge problem with lifespan. They are all people of a bygone era, at least several hundred years old. The maximum lifespan of the True Image Realm is 500 years, and their current strength is less than 10% of its peak. He reassured them by listing rare treasures. Good heavens, to deal with them, we have fully prepared this time. We have requisitioned 2 saint weapons. The dragon elephant prison suppressing saber, the terrifying spear before their shocking might. Athai exclaimed in admiration, 2 saint weapons, no less. You must know, each saint weapon is a weapon that a martial saint of the dragon realm spent their entire life forging. It has awakened spiritual intelligence, capable of taking an enemy's head from 1,000 miles away. Next, Athai expressed suspicion at a dubious presence. Then why is there a merchant guild in the expedition team this time? What is the meaning of a merchant guild participating in this operation? Trong Thuk smiled and explained, It means this operation is 90% guaranteed to succeed. He was stunned and asked a skeptical question. Why? He emphasized the importance. This is originally the best opportunity to demonstrate the court's power. the purpose also being to suppress those petty villains. Next, Trong Thuk revealed the enormous benefits. The Thien-backed Merchant Guild is fully sponsoring this operation. Don't be fooled by the large expenditure, they can gain quite a few benefits. Faced with such top-tier wisdom, Athai nodded in appreciation. Indeed. In name, the Thien-backed Merchant Guild is a merchant organization that directly cooperates with the imperial court. Their goods' credibility will skyrocket in a short time. This is what they call a prime contract. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, startling them. Brother Liuang, Vithiu stepped forward and greeted warmly. You looked familiar from afar, and sure enough, it is Brother Liuang. He smiled brightly, cupped his hands, and introduced himself. I am Vithiu, paying my respects to Brother Liuang. Seeing this, he asked suspiciously, Vithiu, you are not by Commander V's side, why have you come to me? Seeing a less than stellar reputation, he frowned and silently recalled having heard about Lanthich taking in adopted sons everywhere. And this Vithiu is exactly one of the adopted sons he took in. What is he coming to find me for? Then, Athai kept a distant attitude and asked directly, I wonder what business Lord V has with me. He acted friendly, then began spouting empty flattery. I heard that Lord Liuang single-handedly destroyed the Kin gang at Chan O Thai, smashed the lair of the Ghost Mother sect, and rescued the common people from dire straits. I sincerely wish to befriend you. Seeing that V. Thieu wanted to touch him, he quickly and cleverly demanded, If your lordship has something to say, just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush with me. Right then he smiled sinisterly and replied, All right, Brother Liuang is indeed straightforward. A second later, V. Thieu cunningly made a proposal. Since ancient times, the power of the second in command has always been less than that of the leader. Brother Liuang has achieved such great merit, yet as deputy commander, you have received no significant reward. Come work for us. As long as you're willing to come, I'll personally give you a yellow dragon pill. Faced with the gift's value, Athai silently calculated. The yellow dragon pill was a medicine that required 3 major merits to exchange, yet he casually offered to give it to him. Then he happily agreed to the condition. All right, now if Sir V gives me the yellow dragon pill, I'll immediately come work for you. Hearing this, the man's face stiffened and he retorted, Brother Liuang, are you joking? Athai sneered mockingly. Weren't you the one joking first? V. Thieu angrily remarked, Vice Commander Tu truly has recruited a fine subordinate. He unhesitatingly shot back a sarcastic retort, not as good as Sir V's father. Oh sorry, I meant foster father. Seeing his sore spot hit, he furiously gritted his teeth. An opportunity like this doesn't come around often. I just fear some people don't know their own place, thinking themselves a cut above others. Then Trong Thuk stepped forward to add more ridicule. V. Thieu, did you come here to make a fool of yourself? He winked and mocked the man struggling to suppress his rage. You couldn't provoke others but got provoked back instead. Now you want to go crazy and do something reckless. This isn't your foster father's ship. If you can't take it, let's the two of us exchange a few moves. V. Thieu laughed coldly, feigning calmness. Enheem Trong Thuk, I am no fool. At that moment Athai cheerfully mediated. Liuang Ku was just joking just now. He continued, offering one last chance. But now I can give you an opportunity. With my credentials, I can ensure your career goes smoothly. Then V. Thieu vaguely warned, otherwise it won't be good if some accident happens during the work. At this blatant remark, Trong Thuk growled in displeasure, questioning, V. Thieu, are you threatening him? The young man quickly patted his shoulder to calm him. Sir Enheem, this is a trap. Without hesitation, Athai confidently asserted, I can also tell you unequivocally, impossible. Seeing this, he flew into a rage, grinding his teeth audibly. Liuang Ku, you will regret this. Then V. Thieu sullenly ordered, Let's go. Now the older man puzzled over his audacity. How strange, why would this guy dare to poach someone right in front of me? He grimaced in agreement. Right. Meanwhile, V. Thieu flashed an evil smile and muttered to himself, Liuang Ku, I told you, you will regret this. After V and his group left, the atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. Seeing things had settled, Trong Thuk turned around cheerfully to announce, Oh right, I heard the Thuong-back Merchant Guild has an event tonight. Don't forget to grab a spot in advance. Athai asked blankly, What event? The man cheerfully reported, The Cloud Sea Auction. Time passed and in the evening the boats had stopped moving and were docked together at the pier. At this time, a magnificent ancient pavilion stood before the ocean and the magical night. Inside the brilliantly lit hall, Bin San stepped onto the stage to welcome everyone. Welcome, esteemed guests, to tonight's Cloud Sea Auction. He clearly introduced himself. I am the host of this auction, Chu Bin San. In the presence of the guests, he clasped his hands and praised. The attendance of you lords makes tonight's auction no longer ordinary. Right then Bin San clapped and commanded, Enough idle talk, let's begin tonight's auction. Bring out the symbol of the Thien-backed Merchant Guild, the Bichengak Hong Kiu tree. In the blink of an eye, a beautiful maiden carried out a precious vase. A moment later, everyone marveled at the Bichengak Hong Kiu tree. What is this, a rare plant? At that moment Trong Thuk beside him explained, You could say it's a type of rare plant, but it's quite special, it doesn't grow with water. He asked blankly, if not water, then what? As soon as the liquid inside was poured onto a small bean, the man confirmed, the blood of a saint. Athai was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. The blood of a saint is this color. Then the small bean instantly sprouted, then transformed into a giant tree. The man exclaimed in amazement. The space inside this tree is different from the outside, able to store many precious items. Trong Thuk admired it in wonder. Moreover, normally it can be in a state of false death, turning into a seed, but the stored treasures won't be lost. It can be considered a top-grade storage item. Right after, he sighed regretfully, but it requires the blood of a saint to awaken it. One could say it's a harsh condition, as saint's blood is not easy to obtain. Witnessing this miraculous sight, the young man's eyes widened. Although it's a rare plant, the condition is harsh. Only the blood of a saint can awaken it, truly like a holy vase. At that moment, Bin San excitedly announced, "Next, we begin bidding on the first item of today. This is the Hong Van Bich Hoa tree from Lan Chao. It is said that its owner can obtain great fortune." Next, he revealed the miraculous ability contained within. This originally has healing effects. Its sap can be refined into medicine. Bin San announced the starting price. Starting price 300 taels, now begin. As soon as he finished, the bidding atmosphere heated up. 340 taels, 500 taels, 520 taels, 1,400 taels. Then he immediately concluded the item with that enormous price. 1,400 taels sold. Bin San smiled approvingly. Congratulations. The Lord number 32 from the Ha Ba office for acquiring this tree. Next, he solemnly reminded, "Here, I offer a piece of advice to the esteemed guests attending the auction for the first time." Bin Sang seriously put forward a condition. For cases where two people bid the same designated price, the final ownership of the item could be resolved through an arena duel, but only applicable when only two people bid. He announced, the next auction item is the Crimson Gold Azure fan. Hearing this, Athai was stunned by the wealth. Wow. The old-timers from the city casually threw out 1,400 taels without blinking. After looking around, Trong Thuk curiously asked Han, "Brother Luong, has anything caught your eye?" He regretfully smiled bitterly, then sighed inwardly, "Not yet. Although I have some money on hand, it's only a bit over 1,000 taels, probably just enough to buy one item." Just then Bin Sang loudly snapped his fingers and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, next is the mid-session highlight item of today." A second later, he revealed the origin of the treasure. It was purchased by our merchant guild in the central region. Without further ado, Bin Sang touched the cloth covering the treasure. Then he decisively pulled it off and announced, "This is a pair of golden eyes of an adult gold star beast." Realizing the rarity of the auction item, Athai was shocked. "What? This is?" He felt the object inside him begin to tremble violently. He clutched his chest in shock. Track Bin felt an irrepressible desire for it. Could it be related to his Track En Hung? Now Bin Sang began to advertise the power of the divine eyes. Everyone knows that if you tame the jade water gold star beast, you can ride it to the sky and dive into the sea. Nothing is impossible. Its eyes shine like the sun, able to distinguish the loyal from the treacherous, shatter illusions, discard the false, and retain the true. This is a pair of golden eyes from a gold star beast that have not been extracted, their essence undispersed. Starting price 800 taels, each increment no less than 100 tael. Hearing this heaven-sent ability, Athai became excited and made up his mind. Cultivating eye techniques, the power of Wajiki pouring into the body, this is an innate martial talent. Could the golden eyes also be a special ability? I must obtain these eyes. Without hesitation, he raised his paddle and bid first, 900 taels. As soon as he finished, V. Thieu from behind cut in, startling Athai. 1,200 taels. He happily called out the person who just made the high bid. "All right, Sir number 78 bids 1,200 taels." He turned around and quickly recognized him. V. Thieu, Athai reluctantly shouted, 1,300 taels. Damn, not enough money. At the same time, Dong Hung was quietly observing from the high platform. Yudon beside him asked in surprise, "Tiu Ku has cultivated the ocular technique, master." Right at that moment, he gently transmitted his voice, "Tiu Ku." Regarding the bidding, with the master's help, hearing the encouraging words, he was extremely moved. However, Lan also gave a signal. V. Thieu continued bidding. Seeing that, he smirked smugly. At this moment, his adoptive father's face was grim, determined to obtain the treasure. Then V. Thieu cheerfully called out a price of 1,700 taels, and in his heart he secretly swore, "Luong Ku, today you will not get these eyes." At that moment, the crowd began to buzz about the fateful confrontation. These two must have a grudge, right? That young man won't be able to compete. After all, that's V. Thieu, isn't it? There is another way. They skeptically asked each other, "Could it be that you mean?" "That's right, it's the arena fight." The man pursed his lips and predicted, "V. Thieu is an expert at the middle stage of the galloping horse realm." This young man, meanwhile, Trong Thuk worriedly advised, "Luong Ku, maybe let it go this time. We could negotiate with Lord Tu." Athai dejectedly brushed off the dissuasion. "En Heem, big brother, no need to say more." He stood up and declared clearly, My master once said, what a martial artist fights for is a breath. Athai emphasized the fierce competition. Fight against heaven, fight against earth. At this moment he turned his head and looked straight into the opponent's eyes. Fight against people. Next, Athai stepped out from his seat and shouted the name. Vithiu, without hesitation, he pointed to the stage and demanded a verdict of victory or defeat. We both want this thing, so let's settle it on the arena. Chatter arose. Has this kid Luangku gone crazy? That's the middle stage of Galloping Horse. I heard he also dealt with a Galloping Horse realm at Chan O Thai. Everyone seriously assessed. Vithiu is not some run-of-the-mill Galloping Horse realm. You know, having a legacy and not having one are very different. Finally, they concluded. Although both are at the Galloping Horse realm, their combat strength is worlds apart. Vithiu smirked sinisterly and provoked. Brat, you're really bold. You actually dare to challenge me. You should feel lucky that this time we can't use weapons. Otherwise, your master would be crying. Athai silently agreed with that. Indeed, if it were himself from half a month ago, then truly. He wouldn't be a match, but now he had battle experience. He recalled the past, these days. Every day in his dreams he fought Liu Tite and various Galloping Horse realm martial masters, accumulating combat experience. Going to hunt star beasts in the water, gaining merits to exchange for precious plants, increasing fusion degree. To be honest, Athai was really looking forward to this battle. How strong was his current self exactly? The system displayed his status information. Vithiu charged fiercely. Brat! He continuously attacked, but Athai dodged them all. Then, seizing the opportunity, he struck a blow straight to Vithiu's chest. Everyone was incredulous at this scene. What? He actually knocked Vithiu flying? Seeing that, he said through gritted teeth, full of annoyance, Brat, you've angered me now. Vithiu laughed arrogantly. This is Water Guardian Wandering Step, my ultimate technique. Although it was a mid-level martial art, Vithiu had practiced it to proficiency. He shouted excitedly, on land as if in water, invincible movement technique. Then Vithiu rushed towards Athai. He carefully observed the current situation. Athai summoned his fierce beast. I have one too. Ahead, Vithiu was closing in with high spirit. As soon as he got close, Athai threw a punch straight into his stomach. Vithiu was bewildered. How is that possible? With just one move, he broke his technique. Yudon asked puzzled, Master, this martial art. Dong Hung quickly explained. I'm not biased, I also don't know this martial art. He smiled satisfied. This kid's fortune is very thick. The young master also found it interesting. Truly worthy of being a disciple of Duong Thuk, Lan commented inwardly. Martial art of Hyen Kong Temple, this Luangku is interesting. Over here, Athai declared aloud, You've lost. If you want to continue, I can continue. Vithiu, humiliated, growled. Lan stepped aside and scolded. You still think you haven't lost enough face? He felt guilty. Adoptive father, don't talk much, he declared. The golden star beast belongs to you. Luangku, Athai looked up and silently assessed. That person is Commander Lan. Bin San approached him and announced, Congratulations, young master. The golden star beast is yours. Later, after the trade association finishes processing, it will be delivered to your room. Athai sighed inwardly, finally got it. A while later. In the room, he calculated, how should I use it? Athai asked curiously. Could it be that I just eat it directly? Thinking so, he immediately brought it up ready to take a bite. The next second, Athai's eyes lit up. His whole body emitted a powerful glow. Seeing that, he cheered excitedly. It really works. Golden Eye breaks evil. Looking at the golden star beast in his hand, Athai decided to do it again. At the same time, outside there were urging sounds. Prepare for battle, quickly, quickly, quickly. Several people on the boat hurriedly shouted, We've docked, drop anchor. It's starting. Everyone was bustling to prepare. Inside the room, Athai had also finished preparing. It's starting. Scene transition, a series of boats anchored by the shore on the lush green field. A grasshopper was sucking nutrients from the grass, the frog below was hunting. In just an instant, the grasshopper was in the frog's mouth. Right at this moment, footsteps of someone passed by. They reminded each other, everyone be careful, watch your step. Trong Thuk observed the surroundings vigilantly. The demon mother guard excels at concealment and ambush. Everyone must pay close attention to the surrounding. Having said that, they ventured deeper inside. Athai sensed something was wrong. Something's off, Brother Enheem, the fog around here has become very thick. Trong Thuk once again warned, everyone pay attention to the surroundings, stick together. Yes, suddenly a figure appeared ahead, startling the group and causing them to cry out. Who is it? But the figure swiftly fled. Trong Thuk, his eyes sharp and cold, commanded, We pursue. These words made Athai smile with excitement. All right, Brother Enheem. A moment later, he looked around in confusion. There's something wrong with this fog. Brother Enheem was clearly right here just a moment ago. Athai's expression revealed clear words. We got separated just like that. After sensing the surroundings, he became even more incredulous. Even the aura is being masked. Suddenly, a voice called out, making Athai look up in surprise. Luangku. The person arriving was Trong Thuk, who explained, I turned my head and found everyone was gone. Not even an aura could be felt, so I hurried back. This fog is suspicious. Athai agreed with the assessment. Exactly right, Brother Enheem. In this situation, shall we still head southeast according to Commander Tu's plan? Trong Thuk smiled cheerfully in agreement. We will continue following Commander Tu's plan. As soon as he finished speaking, a spear thrust towards him. Trong Thuk clutched his face, questioning. Sharply, Luangku, what are you doing? Athai looked warily at the person in front of him. Let me tell you something, Brother Enheem would never say the 3 words Commander Tu. He only calls him Brother Tu. Gritting his teeth, he used his piercing golden eyes to see through him. Moreover, your disguise is very sloppy in my eye. Van Duong cursed bitterly. I didn't expect you to have this trick, Luangku. If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered with this disguise. He then removed his own mask. Since that's the case, there's no need anymore. I'll just kill you directly. Athai questioned coldly. Who are you? Who is this? I've never seen him in my memory, a family member of an enemy. The underlings sneered. Stop wasting words. The 4 of us are all experts at the half-step galloping horse realm. Killing him is truly too simple. I can't hold back any longer. I'll go first. With that, he swiftly charged forward. Let me taste what you've got, you little brat. However, Athai struck him directly in the face with a single punch. That man was sent flying straight backward, unconscious. Witnessing this, Van Duong became worried. Is he really at the half-step galloping horse realm? Saying this, the entire group charged simultaneously. Let's all attack together. They continuously unleashed moves, but Athai dodged them all and counterattacked. One was struck directly in the chin by him, another received a kick to the stomach. A vengeful spearhead aimed straight for Van Duong, who was crawling on the ground. How hateful, he was filled with resentment. It's all because of you, my life, my studies, my everything. Van Duong shouted out in bitter indignation. Everything has been ruined because of you. Not letting him ramble on further, Athai sent his blade flying directly. Only now did he realize. I remember now, Lu Tich apparently had another son whose whereabouts were unknown. So you joined the demon mother sect. How did you find me? Athai continued analyzing. Your father established the Kim Bang, sucking the people's blood, eating the people's flesh. I acted according to the law, and the law is inherently merciless. Hearing these words, Van Duong retreated backward. You! Suddenly, a gloomy voice called out. Young master, I'm in so much pain, young master. Athai was also surprised. Everyone says demon mother guards come in pairs, one open, one hidden. If he is the open one, then where is the hidden one? Right at that moment, from within Van Duong, another person emerged. It hurts, young master, it hurts so much. Seeing this, Athai had to startle in shock. This is. Van Duong questioned irritably. Tiu Kai, why did you only wake up now? He didn't answer but looked over at Athai. I remember you, you are one of Soha Ba's people who killed the old man. Then Van Duong made a request. Tiu Kai, if the 2 of us join forces, we can definitely kill him and avenge the old man. He agreed with the idea. I became like this all because of him. I must kill both him and my own. Both sides gripped their weapons tightly and began to charge at each other in combat. Just one move penetrated through several trees. Surrounded by smoke and dust, Athai's face was somewhat disheveled. After the other one awakened, his power actually directly reached the galloping horse realm. The 2-headed entity of Van Duong and Tiu Kai charged again to attack Luangku. Prepare to die. He gripped the spear tightly in his hand, ready to face the battle. Although the opponent had reached that realm, after all, Van Duong had never studied martial arts. Athai spotted the weakness in the brief moments before they could reach him, possessing brute strength but not knowing how to use it. One thrust shot straight forward, piercing through one side of Tiu Kai's arm. The remaining half swiftly coordinated hands and feet to block Van Duong's attack. Just as both were unable to react, the silhouettes of a dragon and a tiger appeared. A single dragon roar tiger kill fist was unleashed by Athai, instantly leaving the opponent sprawled flat on the ground. Tiu Kai, lying weakly on the ground, still tried to proclaim his own innocence. Luangku, you stepped over the corpses of my entire family to get promoted and wealthy, isn't that right? His gaze turned ice cold as he looked at him. Are you done talking? You people are only dirtying my path. After dealing with these 2, Athai didn't linger any longer and quickly turned to leave. I don't know where Brother Enheem went. Suddenly, a sound echoed from within the forest, making him stop in his tracks. What happened? Following the sound to its source, Athai caught sight of 2 people facing off in the air. Ainin Marquis, you have actually become a saint. His eyes widened in shock and he couldn't help but exclaim, is that a holy weapon, such immense power? But Athai realized the place where he was standing was not normal. What was happening? All around, wisps of black bone were trying to infiltrate into Athai's body but could not. Yet on his body there seemed to be a protective shield. This is the dragon tiger golden body. This mist indeed has a problem. After noticing the situation was bad, Athai looked around for a while. He had to quickly find a way out. The mist dispersed, revealing windows and a structure right in front of Athai. When he could see it completely, he suddenly realized. This place was a house. Though he didn't know exactly where, he still walked in confidently with some speculation in his heart. Was this the house of the ghost mother who gave him the sand? While he was still wondering who the owner of this house was, he discovered a stack of papers neatly placed on the table, written by great Kayan Marshal Saint Truong Kong Dong, making a Thai recognize immediately. Marshal Saint, bones still shrouded the area around the house, and in the corner of the yard lay a coffin. At that moment a sound came from inside, making the atmosphere even more eerie. A hand with long claws crawled out, scraping against the wood to produce a horrifying noise. A Thai, still unaware of what was happening outside, continued exploring inside the house. He came across a fish entirely black swimming in a water jar. Was this a ghost fish? He had never heard of it. A Thai gently raised his hand, holding the fish inside a sphere of water, then lifted it out of the jar, controlling the water. He happily watched the fish being placed into a smaller bottle, cradling it in his arms. An unexpected find, completely unaware that a figure had appeared behind him at some point. Hearing footsteps, a Thai turned around and immediately went on alert. Who? A body neither human nor ghost stood at the door staring intently at him. That figure showed no sign of life, only white bones on its body. Sak Ko, he let out a roar both grating and chilling. This aura is the Lang Yen realm. Sak Ko gave a Thai no time to think further, lunging in to attack him. A Thai reacted immediately, swiftly gathering his energy and dashing out to retreat. But he would not let go, chasing closely after him. Since he couldn't evade, a Thai chose to face him, the spear in his hand thrust out. But unfortunately, he was easily caught by Sak Ko with one hand. Taking advantage, he gave him a kick to the stomach with terrifying strength. The powerful blow slammed a Thai hard against the stone wall, shattering the wall behind him instantly. Along with that, the fish he was holding lost its water sphere and control spell, and at that moment it flew up in front of his face. The Thai's body arched into a beautiful curve, seemingly enveloped by a layer of gentle light. Innate primordial chi detected. The image of a shimmering golden fish carrying a treasure with sparkling light appeared. A series of notifications. Water loach essence increased, simultaneously attempting to awaken a Thai. Host is unconscious, attempting to awaken, loach spirit increasing. He lay weakly in the rubble, still showing no signs of waking up. Thanks to the system's continuous efforts, a Thai finally opened his eye. The power of water surrounded him as if infusing him with energy to rise. Thanks to that, he could sit up and gradually recover. Through the displayed information, one could see that a Thai had refined the spirit loach to a certain degree of fusion. Received martial divine ability. Water element innate talent skill increased. Ability to command water beasts expand. A Thai was quite surprised by the information received. I leveled up while unconscious. He thought of something and was instantly enlightened. So that's what it was. A Thai stared intently at the notification panel showing information about a new skill. Whirlpool, capable of opening a small cavity to contain water vapor and infuse it into someone. Is this my new skill? His finger lifted, drawing a stream of water vapor that had always lingered around him to his fingertip. After testing the skill, a Thai clenched his fist and stared straight at Sak Ko. Time for round 2. With his hideous appearance and skull-like head, he let out a growl, as if answering a Thai's challenge. Elsewhere, a crowd was queuing up to board the boat amid urging shouts. Everyone hurry onto the boat, quick, quick, quick. Two people stood aside supervising, Enheem An standing next to Enhak Long wondered. Brother 2, what happened? Why has the operation been postponed? His expression was somewhat annoyed when mentioning this matter. That bunch of scum wanted to die, but they had to drag others along with them. This Black Fog River is a creation born from their research. Recalling the eerie scene shrouded in white bones with animal remains inside, he couldn't help but curse, using the lives of 2 martial saints. To cultivate this sick thing, damn demon mother cult. Enheem An grew more worried. Then my brother, Enhak Long understood her thoughts. Your brother should be fine, after all he is a wolf smoke stage martial artist. But before he could finish his words, someone rushed over and interrupted him. Brother 2, something terrible has happened. Seeing that Trong Thuk had returned, Enheem An spoke first. Brother, Enhak Long noticed he was alone and asked, what happened? Where is Luang Ku? Trong Thuk lowered his head, his expression growing even more solemn. It's all my fault. I didn't realize that Luang Ku and I had gotten separated. I was injured by someone from the demon mother cult disguised as Luang Ku. Hearing this, he looked toward the deep forest and sighed helplessly. Now we can only leave it to fate. I must inform Duong Thuk. Meanwhile, Sak Ko was fiercely battling a Thai. He controlled a water sphere, dodging the opponent's attacks while striking back. Sak Ko charged through a Thai's dense barrage of water bullets, yet remained completely unscathed. In no time, with his agile body, Sak Ko closed in on a Thai. He thrust his hand, all bone but with extremely sharp claws, toward him. Not to be outdone, a Thai aimed his spear straight at Sak Ko and thrust forward. Within the spear tip seemed to hide the power of a dragon. Spiritual power surged violently along the shaft of Wavebreaker, aimed directly at Sak Ko. The two sides clashed head-on, evenly matched. The dragon phantom dissipated, his hand holding the spear, but a thigh had vanished. Sak-ko, upon clearly seeing the situation, belatedly reacted and hastily turned his head. At that very moment, the boy's agile figure was already waiting, two fingers pointing directly at the center of Sak-ko's forehead. The scene suddenly resembled a magic formation, with him at the center and a thigh exerting all his strength to seal Sak-ko. At the edge of the forest, the boat had still not departed. A line of people stood there, gazing into the depths of the forest as if waiting for something. Trong Thuk kept looking but saw no movement, growing extremely anxious. How about I go in and search? Waiting like this isn't a solution. As soon as he had the intention, he was stopped by En-hak Long. No, the blackness is about to engulf this place. How could he stay calm? The deeper one went into this black mist, the more terrifying its demonic power became. Luang-ku he. Dong Hung's mentality was somewhat steadier than the others. Little Ku's fate won't end here. Something must have delayed him. Someone in the crowd who didn't understand the situation spoke up. Master V, that guy Luang-ku seems to have gotten lost and hasn't come back. V Thiu chimed in agreement. With his level of strength, if he goes into that black mist, he'll surely meet a grim death within half a watch. A third person echoed, sparking discussion among the rear ranks. That's right, because of waiting for him, Vice Commander 2 has forcibly kept the boat docked and won't let us leave. Isn't that just playing with our lives? One person speaking up didn't have much impact, but a string of doubts stirred resentment among the crowd. That's right, why should we have to wait for him? Who does he think he is? Standing to the side, V Thiu smiled smugly, thinking his scheme had succeeded. Luang-ku, that day I smeared imaging powder on your protective charm. Even if you sprout wings, you'll hardly escape. Before coming here in a small alley, the man in black handed something to him. You put this vial of powder on Luang-ku. V Thiu had once wondered, my lord, why do you pay so much attention to Luang-ku? However, he was just an errand boy, the other person wouldn't explain everything. Are you questioning me? V Thiu quickly retracted his words. I dare not. After waiting a while longer, V Lan gave the order. It's time, set out. Having said that, he turned and left, ignoring En-hak Long's calls from behind. V Lan, I still have subordinates who haven't returned. He stepped onto the boat without any intention of stopping, casting a sharp glance down at En-hak Long. Start the boat out of respect for Elder 2. I will overlook this overstepping of authority this time. He was displeased, his expression turning uglier than ever. Before V Lan could finish, he was cut off. But there won't be a next time. At that moment, the crowd saw something and became agitated again. There was a light in the fog. Indeed, what is that? Both En-hak Long and Trong Thuk simultaneously turned their heads toward the forest, where a figure was approaching. Until his feet completely emerged from the black mist, his appearance became clear. A thigh held a flickering candle in his hand, and the one stepping out was Luang-ku. The large boat quickly moved along the river, and soon rows of houses came into view. They were nearing the border. Two people on the boat stayed behind chatting, unaware that someone was approaching from behind. You have no idea that Luang-ku came out of the black fog holding a lamp, making everyone's jaws drop. Of course, that was something two martial saints had sacrificed their lives to retrieve. A thigh, behind them, overheard the entire conversation. He stood among the crowd, looked up at the sky and sighed. It feels so good to be alive. No one knew how he had exhausted all his strength in that life-or-death battle in the forest. He had used all his might to deliver 2 slashes with his blade before finally destroying that dried corpse. Otherwise, the one who would have died was himself. Dong Hung approached from afar and asked with concern. Little Ku, I heard you were nearly trapped on Hong Thon Island. Yu Dan, behind him, also showed concern. Junior brother Ku, are you all right? A Thai's eyes brightened, his weary face recovering some warmth. Thank you for your concern, master and senior brother, I'm fine. I just got trapped and couldn't find a way out. Hearing this, Dong Hung felt much relieved, thinking that his luck was quite good. That's good. I heard you picked up a demon-breaking lamp. You truly have profound fortune. That was probably prepared by the Ghost Mother cult for their own people. A loud call from afar sounded very urgent. Master, master, a woman hurriedly ran up to a Thai. Today I heard that the people of the Lord of the Chu River had returned, so I came right away. He asked hastily. Aunt Fuang, is something the matter? Her face couldn't hide her composure, revealing panic. Master, that rear courtyard you forbade us to enter. Over the past few days it has been making a lot of noise. Strange, after returning home, a Thai followed Aunt Fuang's words to the courtyard gate, and indeed cries were coming from inside. Carrying his curiosity and bewilderment, he slowly opened the door and stepped inside. What sound was behind the door, aside from those pets of his? There shouldn't be anything else had something sneaked in. The moment he pushed the door open, A Thai's expression immediately turned bewildered. What is this? To his surprise, a beaver stood on a stone slab yelling, making a Phi and Hoer and Gak extremely uncomfortable. Tai Chuang covered his ears tightly and shouted at Beaver, all right, you don't need to throw a tantrum every time you're unhappy, and stop screaming. Only then did the old man notice someone had arrived. He turned to greet them. Young Liuang, you're back. Athai crouched down in front of them, asking in astonishment. Old master, this is, Tai Chuang replied. I forgot to introduce you. As he spoke, he jumped up and hugged Beaver's head, which was several times larger than his own. This is Beaver, a genius I discovered many years ago. He then explained the reason for this sudden, unannounced appearance. Earlier, I saw you seemed distressed while making models. As soon as he heard his name, Beaver raised his plump hand and waved at him. This one has come out of respect for me. At that, Athai understood and responded with a smile. This I truly thank you, old master. This beaver's IQ seems far beyond an ordinary beaver. From outside came the voice of a household servant. Master. The village chief sent new clothes for the sacrificial ceremony. Athai suddenly came to his senses, his mind starting to work again. Tomorrow is the day to worship the god. As night fell, the small room was lit. He sat cross-legged on the bed, 5 water orbs floating around him. Spiritual power stirred, tiny droplets absorbing moisture from the air. At his index fingertip, a swirl gathered again, constantly absorbing. In his hand, it continuously changed, gradually growing larger. The last time had ended hastily. He hadn't fully understood the skill's effects. This time he finally did. After having time to examine it, Athai grasped how it operated. The vortex was formed by turning the body's acupoints into openings of a storage space. These vortices normally open through consciousness, absorbing and storing water essence. His hand clenched, holding it steady, a gleam flashing in his eye. The amount of water he could control was roughly 1% of what he could control himself. Using magic, Athai sent the water vortex flying to the side of a flower vase. Moreover, he had also discovered something extremely interesting. The vortex continued to operate but seemed able to absorb life force as well, causing the flowers in the vase to suddenly wither. I seem to have kept a few things left behind on that island. The blue water light slowly changed to gray. Moreover, these things seemed not to be inanimate objects but possessed intelligence. After finishing the performance table, then I was brought back to Athai's side. Perhaps later Noikao Trung could reign, thus it could become my own means. But now another problem has arisen that you need to pay attention to. However, the most important thing is still the ritual ceremony finishing tomorrow. Athai walked to the table and looked at the paper scroll on it, feeling a bit confused. After the last ritual, I gained 0.0001%, but that time I was just a spectator. He picked up the scroll and slowly unrolled it. But this time I am the one presiding over the ritual, so how much can I gain? Gazing intently at the contents inside, the feeling was completely different, full of anticipation. The next day was the river ritual. The scene was very bustling and lively. Lap Ba stood with Kayat Suong and sighed with emotion. Who would have thought in just a short year Athai had matured to this extent? Kayat Suong still kept that lazy look. Who says otherwise? I really don't know where I fall short. Lap Ba glanced at his appearance, his expression clearly mocking. Just by being you, Kayat Suong could clearly see he was mocking him. Then angrily raised his fist to threat. You brat, are you itching for a beating again today? How dare a son talk to his father like that? Let me teach you what filial piety is. The adults standing behind saw them joking around and sighed with emotion. These two kids are still the same, truly young people. Lam looked at the old man beside him. However, for Engia Hung to have a figure of Luang Ku Jia's caliber, Chief Lai, your contribution is no small feat. Triuan heard this and felt delighted. Of course, ever since Athai was little, I knew he would become a great figure. Tung An came from somewhere to Lam these side. Dad, brother Luang has come out. At the same time, the crowd that was engrossed in chatting and joking all focused their attention in one direction. He had arrived, confident demeanor in neat attire. It was Athai. The ritual began, holding the scroll in hand, walking between 2 rows of people, slowly advancing to the altar, each steady step placed upon the stairs. Along with that, the majestic drumbeat resounded. Before the witnessing villagers, Athai solemnly entered the ceremonial position. Unrolling the scroll, Athai's clear voice rang out. The meritorious virtue of opening the way by the humble servant and Emperor Vu. The destiny of the Chu land, like the Milky Way, the rolling Huai River, are the unique threads of the southern realm. Each word resounded with momentum, reverence, and admiration. Bowing humbly to the sacred deities, virtues shining with heaven and earth, the mystic cosmos. Wishing to choose the 9 marshes to embrace the stars, please gaze upon the mountain peaks to encompass the 8 sovereigns. Following Athai's voice, it seemed as if one could see the landscape painting being drawn. Wisai Lin En Fish Dragon Blessing Hall, the country at peace, the people then received their blessing. The villagers seemed to sense the spiritual energy and the vision of a bright future. The heavenly way is perhaps. The virtue of the water is hard to fathom, the weather brings drought, yet this bronze vessel is used when the pouring rain never ends, because of a misty deity roaming freely. Now I lead the elders to offer incense in reverence to the deity. Athai's face was serious, showing his sincerity. Revered Hoi River, please bear witness. I stand on the land of Tran Engia Huang beside this river. On behalf of the people, I convey our hopes. A notification appeared. The Hoey River sacrifice ceremony with boundless sincerity, river affection plus 0007. The joy on his face was hard to hide. The river affection gained from presiding over the ceremony was indeed much more. Deep under the river, a dragon's body seemed to be sleeping peacefully. Eyes suddenly opened, glowing bright red in the darkness. The power awakened it, the dragon's body moved. Who took my possession? The green dragon was puzzled, wanting to find an answer. The spiritual essence of the Hoey River has diminished. Who on earth? The dragon coiled and flew up from the water. Far away in the imperial capital, the emperor sat on the throne, his brows tightly furrowed. The sharp gaze in his eyes seemed to ignite with rage. This wretched beast is courting death. A giant sword immediately blocked the green dragon. Wretched beast, do you want to start a war? This power is not something the green dragon can resist. A sliver of divine consciousness on the sword hilt shouted, "Get back!" The green dragon was unwilling. You humans, someone stole my possession. Of course, that person would not believe the dragon's words. Nonsense. Being quiet ordered more powerful force onto the sword to suppress the green dragon. Yet lost, how could it endure this? The green dragon roared angrily. Investigate, send down the order, investigate for me. A thigh, unaware of having angered another, was still sensing the changes in his body. This time, as the presider of the sacrifice, the river affection increased visibly to the naked eye. The corner of his lips curved into a slight smile, but it was still not enough. The crowd around felt the change of heaven and earth. What is that? Spiritual energy gathering, visible to the naked eye. The river god has manifested. Along with the voices of the villagers below, he also sensed something unusual. From the primordial chaos, heaven and earth were born. The sky has the sun and moon. The earth has mountains and rivers. River affection continuously surged. +03 then +012. Triuan knelt on both legs, kowtowed and prayed. Please river god, protect our Engia Huan. Another notification sounded, river affection 1.23. His eyes widened in shock. River affection has exceeded 1. The space in front of a thigh seemed to show a crack. Behind the spatial crack was the familiar image of Earth, his homeland. Earth, the system issued a new mission. Permanent mission, return to the homeland. A thigh froze, unable to believe what he had just heard. I can go home.